This young man was once known as a hero who saved the world from the Demon King, the one who plunged this place into a sea of blood. However, the moment Aiden Ambriel finished off the Demon King, he was unexpectedly struck by a sinister curse. Ideally, at this moment, Aiden's comrades should have been diligently helping him, but the reality is completely opposite. Those Aiden considered his teammates were either indifferent or laughing at Aiden because they all knew about this curse, that the one who eliminates sin will also become a sinner. But absolutely no one warned Aiden. Needless to say, Aiden was incredibly frustrated at this moment. However, he is currently sealed. His soul feels like it's plummeting into a vast, bottomless ocean. Damn it, Aiden. He'd rather die than be trapped here forever. But it seems that heaven has eyes. Aiden could open his eyes again. When he woke up, he was still grinding his teeth, clench, saying that he definitely wouldn't let those bastards get away with it. Two men were standing guard by the bed. Aiden was overjoyed to see them. He's awake? Is that right, young master? You're awake. The words young master. Master kept echoing in his ears, making him completely confused. Aiden found the voices of these two men strange. He didn't know what they were talking about. And where was he? He just felt his lips were parched. Just then, a middle-aged couple rushed over. Both seemed to belong to the aristocracy, so they maintained their looks quite well. Especially the crying woman, who looked really young. My dear, you're awake? Our son is really awake. Thank God. Her husband was there to support her. Aiden felt his vision gradually clear, but his ears were ringing. So, what the heck is going on? He used the last of his strength to sit up. His eyes scanned the unfamiliar faces. Then he asked, "Who are you people?" The blonde woman continued to cry, tears streaming down her face. "Oh God, I was unconscious for 2 whole days. I must have lost my memory. I'm your mother, my dear son, Aiden Remus." Aiden felt something was off. Since when did his last name change from Ambriel to Remus? This situation is truly confusing. He suddenly felt overwhelmed with information. Is this a hallucination before death, or something similar to it? Aiden didn't know. All he knew was that his head suddenly throbbed with pain. The woman noticed her child was uncomfortable, which made her even more worried. But actually, Aiden is fine. He just has a headache, because suddenly, a lot more memories popped up in his head. Memories that aren't his own. They're the memories of someone named Aiden Remus Kia. Based on the information he just got, Aiden determined that this is the year 450 of the royal calendar, which also means this is 15 years before he was betrayed and sealed into the void. Aiden is sure that he was dead back then, even before he could become the new Demon King. But it seems like he's alive now. It's just that he's alive in a different body. Thinking about those who betrayed him before, Aiden couldn't help but make a very scary face. This expression of his made the two servants next to him tremble uncontrollably. Seeing how terrified they are, Aiden realized just how awful the previous owner of this body was. How truly terrible he was. Bullying the weak, harassing innocent girls, tormenting the servants. There's nothing he hasn't done. It's good to be alive again. But why did I have to be reborn? Into the body of such a jerk? If he weren't the Duke's son, he probably would have had his legs broken a long time ago. After fully regaining consciousness and being able to stand, the first thing Aiden did was look in the mirror. Even though he had accepted the fact that he was reborn, looking at that unfamiliar face, Aiden still felt like this wasn't real at all. Was he really Aiden Alberio, the one who defeated the Demon King? Or was it all? The previous life was just a long dream during the 2 days of coma. Thinking about this, Aiden suddenly had an idea. Why don't you try out your own powers? System open, Aiden commanded. Instantly, a simulated panel appeared in front of him, though present right before his eyes. It couldn't be touched. On it was Aiden's information. His last name was marked with 3 question marks, perhaps because the system couldn't determine at the moment whether he bore the Ambriel or Remus name anymore. Titles included Mercenary King, Grim Reaper, Mage, or Enemy of Talos. None were currently available. The system announced that these titles would be unlocked sequentially when he met the required conditions. Speaking of which, this system is the power that Aiden possessed after consuming the heart of a fanatic in his previous life. The system's still here. That proves his past life wasn't just a dream. It's just his title should have been Dragon Slayer. Now, not only has he lost his old title, but even his name is Aiden? What the heck? This is incredibly frustrating. But Aiden quickly shook himself out of it. Even if the original owner of this body was a jerk or a useless wretch, The fact that he was reborn is a divine gift. Just thinking about it made Aiden laugh out loud. He truly has a chance to find those who betrayed him and tear them to pieces. Overjoyed, Aiden failed to control his expression. His twisted smile was terrifying. It made the servant who was bringing in tea freeze in place. Aiden pretended not to notice him, trembling uncontrollably, and asked, "What's the matter?" "Oh, I just brought you a drink." "Oh, perfect timing. I was thirsty." Aiden gave the most friendly, industrial smile he could muster, not forgetting to say thank you as he took the teacup. But this reaction only made the servant even more frightened. To think, if it were the old Aiden Remus, he would never have managed to utter a proper thank you. But perhaps it's just the calm before a storm of cruel torment. The servant guessed this time would be similar, just wondering what kind of tricks the young master would play. But this time, Aiden only slowly savored the tea, then murmured, "It's really good," without any other movement. "What's going on?" The servant boy thought to himself. "Is that all? Did that brat really just thank me? Did he really like that tea so much?" A flurry of thoughts swirled in his mind, making his brain feel like it was about to explode. Aiden, seeing that the other man had finished his task but hadn't left yet, he turned back, puzzled. "Is there anything else?" No." The man finally snapped out of it, realizing there was nothing more. "Sir," he said, still wearing his ghostly expression, as he left the young master's room. Another servant was waiting outside, surprised to see his friend emerge unscathed, even more surprised to hear him say that Aiden had just said thank you. It seemed that after the young master's 2-day coma, his mind hadn't fully recovered, or he'd just gone completely mad. The servant's feelings were incredibly complex, but Aiden had no time to pay attention to them. Your situation right now is truly insane. When you've been reborn, going back 15 years in another body. So, your past self is Aiden Ambriel. What happened? Could your past self become an entity, separate from your current self? If so, then Aiden Ambriel would already be independent, not needing Master Van or former mercenary king, Khan, to help him anymore. Aiden grew more and more curious, intending to get to the bottom of this. He rushed out of the room, shouting the servant's name. "Hey, Philip." Philip was the name of the guy who had just brought the tea. "Yes, young master." He jumped, turning around. The reason for his surprise was that Aiden had never called him by name before. "I have a question for you." Aiden flashed a friendly, dazzling smile, wanted to gather some information from him. But from Philip's perspective, Aiden's smile now looked no different from a devil's grin from the depths of hell. It was difficult enough to calm down after that "thank you." Now, his whole body was starting to tremble uncontrollably again. The others could guess what Aiden was about to do. So, they patted Philip on the shoulder a few times and quietly offered their farewells. "Thank you for everything, Philip. We'll remember you." Philip really wanted to cry a river. He didn't know what he'd done wrong, that the young master wanted to torture him this much. But by the time he entered the room, he realized he had worried needlessly. Aiden wasn't planning on doing anything. He just wanted to ask about the mercenary king, along with his disciples, because in his previous life, he was the mercenary king's most famous disciple, Munkong, just like the flow of history in my past life. Philip answered that Van Ken had recently gone missing. Only a contradictory piece of information was revealed soon after. Philip claimed he had never heard of Van Ken ever having a disciple. Ken having disciples? Aiden was stunned for a few seconds. No disciple? How could that be? What was my master doing in my past life then? Or is he really gone for good? Aiden still remembered clearly the first time he met his master. In his past life, as a child, he practiced pickpocketing, and in a daring act, he picked Van Can's pocket. Aiden was caught by him. It was during that encounter. Van Can recognized the potential in the street urchin and accepted Aiden as his disciple. At that time, he promised that he would train him to become a mercenary, the most talented, and he actually did it. The name Alden Ambriel quickly rose to fame as the master's best disciple. Vunkin. Later, after he slaughtered the Mad Dragon, that title changed to Dragon Slayer, as everyone calls him. But now, Philip, with a completely honest face, declares that he has never heard of the mercenary king having a disciple. This also means that Aiden Ambriel from his previous life has vanished from this world. This is really hard for him to accept. So for the next few days, Aiden stayed in his room. After a few days, the people in the mansion started to spread rumors that after 2 days of unconsciousness, the young master had completely changed. Even if Philip spilled wine, he wouldn't curse or break things. He even frequently thanked the servants and called them by their names in a very friendly way. instead of just snapping his fingers and calling out, "Hey you," like before. They all thought that a person after suffering a serious illness would undergo major changes in their personality, and so did Aiden. But looking at his weary appearance these past few days, they couldn't help but worry about him. But in reality, Aiden had already calmed down. That blank face and those empty eyes were just signs that he was incredibly bored. After becoming the Duke's son, he was bored out of his mind. Food was prepared for him. He didn't even have to clean up after eating. These past few days, in his free time, he's been searching for information about Aiden Andriel. But it's true, the you from your past life no longer exists. This made Aiden's position as a dragon slayer incredibly difficult, destined to slay dragons. Your past persona, Kia, has completely vanished from this world. Then what about the feeling of betrayal? What about your rage? And what about your plans for revenge? They haven't even touched you in this life. But didn't heaven give you a chance? Is reincarnation for revenge? Lost in thought, Aiden suddenly heard the sound of wooden swords clash. It seemed the knights in the castle were training. There are many knights in this duchy, so seeing this scene is not strange at all. Why are you here? A displeased voice interrupted Aiden's wandering thoughts. Aiden cuts in front, still in a daze. Aiden is an ambitious and arrogant young man. He is your younger brother in this life. Kia is different from the old owner of this body. What a jerk that guy was. Kia is a very ambitious young man. He always works hard and is already a knight. And even though he's just the second son, Kia has been exceptionally granted the right to compete for succession. If there's anything wrong with this young man, it's just one thing, that he's always disrespectful to his older brother, just like now. But it's understandable, because his older brother is a total failure, always drinking and wasting time. Aiden seemed oblivious to Kia's contemptuous look. He even boldly criticized his brother to his face. Why are you here? Why don't you go back out there and keep drinking? Aiden, not wanting to argue with a child, replied, I'm just sitting here because I'm bored. Night training isn't exactly a beautiful sight to watch. If you're not planning to spar, then hurry up and go. They're chasing Aiden away like he's a ghost. But his words suddenly awakened something. Aiden reminded me, since it happened, it seems like you haven't even picked up a sword, have you? And so, Aiden made a decision. Even his younger brother wouldn't have expected it, that he would spar and step into the arena. All the knights present had to pay their respects to Aiden. His first opponent is trainee knight Bajon. Watching him salute for half a day, he got bored. He just wanted to fight quickly and feel the sensation. But the people around him, they were restless. They didn't know if they should stop Bajon, because the opponent is, after all, the young master of this estate. But most others thought nothing big would happen at all, because Bajon doesn't want to be kicked out of here, so he'll definitely try to lose on purpose. Bajon's mood wasn't any happier than anyone else's at this moment. In fact, he felt very awkward, being forced to fight that young master. This thug in their eyes. Aiden was a complete weakling. He could win against him even with his eyes closed. But if Aiden lost, he would definitely go berserk and torture them. So Bajon was racking his brains to figure out how to intentionally lose in a way that wasn't too obvious to satisfy Aiden's vanity. Unbeknownst to him, he was dealing with a completely different person now. Aiden, based on his opponent's expression, could tell he was thinking about letting him win, and he certainly didn't want that to happen. To warm up this new body a bit, Aiden planned to push his opponent a little. Don't try to lose on purpose. Just give it your best shot. Aiden raised his sword and said, a true knight who loses to a weak thug like me is utterly useless, don't you think? Bazan was utterly shocked. He never expected the young master to say these words himself. What was even more shocking was Aiden's declaration that if he lost, he would personally kick him out of the 5th squad. The family's knights, those watching on, couldn't help but gulp nervously. Out of tension, the others, though, thought their thug brother had finally lost it. He'd never even held a sword before, yet he wanted to seriously fight a guard. They opened their eyes wide, wanting to witness Aiden getting humiliated and knocked down by Bazan. On this side, Bazan has also begun his first moves. Even though he's just a trainee knight, his speed is still quite impressive. On the opposite side, Aiden confidently returns the first attack, despite his abundant experience. What Aiden didn't expect was how weak this body is. However, perhaps it's the excitement of being alive again. So Aiden still wants to fight a little longer. And so he lifts the heavy wooden sword to spar a few dozen more rounds with Bazan. The opponent is putting all his strength into his attacks, almost forgetting the master-servant relationship between them. The knights watching from the outside are very tense. They're silently scolding Ba Zhan for being an idiot, using all his strength to fight the young master. If he accidentally injures Aiden, he's done for. But it seems like they're worrying unnecessarily. Because taking a closer look at the situation now, Baijin is the one busy defending. Meanwhile, Aiden is taking the initiative to attack. Even the are noticing this and are very confused. In the fight, Baijin is starting to tire. He has indeed used all his strength, but still can't take down his opponent. This seems a bit unexpected, because young master, Aiden is supposed to be weak. Moreover, Baijin's sword hasn't landed a single hit so far. If we say Aiden is just lucky, that would make sense. After taking a few seconds to catch his breath, Baijin continues to attack. But Aiden is gradually getting used to this body, and every time he strikes, he surprisingly feels very refreshed. The more they fight, the hotter the blood. Aiden's passion burned even hotter, a feeling of exhilaration. A long-dormant sensation was now surging forth, and Ba Zhan was gradually being pushed back by Aiden. Ba Zhan couldn't accept this situation. That his brother, whom he'd always considered a rogue, useless, was actually outperforming a knight trainee. Furthermore, his swordsmanship was incredibly skilled, as if it had been concealed all this time, and was now being unleashed. Ba Zhan could feel it most clearly, and he truly wondered where Aiden had learned that swordsmanship. As for Aiden, to be more precise, he was enjoying this sparring match. After living lazily in this new body, he seemed to have forgotten something, that even though this body was weak, with no muscles to speak of, deep inside, that soul still belonged to Aiden. Alberio, the dragon slayer, took down the mad dragon. After struggling to evade his attacks for a while, Baijin exposed some fatal openings, and Aiden took full advantage of them to seize the victory. Seriously, even after he won, the other knights were still wide-eyed in shock, unable to believe that even though Baijin didn't hold back, Aiden could still win. Thanks a lot, Kai. That practice match was exhilarating, Aiden said, turning to his younger brother. Kai didn't think his sarcastic remarks would become the assist that allowed Aiden to show his talent. He'd never shown it like that before. A look of displeasure was evident on his face. I'm so glad to hear you say that, brother. Aiden probably wasn't genuinely happy for me, but I didn't really care, because today's match was truly awesome. Just a little tired, that's all. Before leaving, Aiden promised to drop by more often for some sparring, until Aiden's figure disappeared completely. Kale still wore a doubtful expression. Is he really that young master, the jerk I used to know? I'm wondering about that too. The knight beside him thought to himself. The reason Aiden returned so quickly was because his body had reached its limit. It's embarrassing to admit that. His new body couldn't even handle just one match. Aiden's whole body was trembling from muscle fatigue, but strangely, he felt a sense of relief, and the frustration in his heart had lessened considerably. Aiden began to feel that this life was a new opportunity for him. Speaking of revenge, it was true that heaven had given him a second chance to do just that, but his enemies were too formidable, to the point where each one of them could be called an army. Not one person could be taken lightly. Adding to the fact that they all held high positions, made revenge even more difficult. For example, there was the Night King and his heir, Grand Duke Sias Imbelta, the Iron Blood Holy Order Slaughterer, Chosen Speaker, the talented Archmage Sora, and finally, the second commander of the Immortal Empire, also the Great Alchemist, Canis. All of them had incredibly impressive profiles, and the truth is, right now, Aiden couldn't defeat any of them. It seems revenge will have to be a long-term plan, because in order to get revenge, he needs to wipe them out before they can even form a coalition. If those people join hands at this point, this kingdom will experience the most difficult period in its history. Lost. He needs to finish his revenge before the Anti-Black Mage Alliance is formed in the next 5 years. And in order to make that happen, the first thing Aiden needs to do is tear apart and fix this broken body. If he remains this weak, he won't even be able to defeat a single goblin, let alone those guys. So the question is, how can I improve my health? Aiden racked his brains all night, and the next morning he listed them on a piece of paper and gave it to Philip. He read the paper, and once again looked like he was trembling like a leaf. Does the master really need these things? You were quite secretive before, but what are you planning now? Is there a problem with what I asked for? A large question mark appeared over Aiden's head. Inside that paper were a series of expensive ingredients, but Philip didn't pay attention to that. Because of the break-the-wall formula, he only noticed 4 grasses that grow from buffalo dung: hell flower, despair flower, and madness flower. These are all highly toxic medicinal herbs. That's why he's trembling so much. Aiden sighed deeply. He felt that even if he sincerely explained why he needed these materials, they would still be suspicious of him. So reluctantly, Aiden chose a simpler solution, namely, mimicking the mannerisms of this body's previous owner. He slowly approached, placing a hand on the shoulder of the uneasy Philip. Then, he flashed a dangerously charming smile. Knowing what these are could be quite dangerous. Are you willing to pay the price to know the truth? If I tell you what these are used for, will you play with me? Just imagining it is fun already. I've been a little quiet lately, so you're a little bored, aren't you? Should we go back to the old days, Philip? Aiden's method actually worked. Philip was so scared he almost peed his pants. He hurriedly replied, I have no objections, sir. I'll go buy them right away. Having said that, he vanished into thin air. Not even his shadow remained. Aiden felt a bit guilty for scaring him like that, but he didn't have any other effective options. He needed to make use of everything he could in this life, even if it meant doing things he'd never done in his previous life. After all, heaven had reincarnated him into the body of a wealthy duke's son. So, his life would be completely different from his previous one. As for his identity in that past life, Aiden had experienced a body that had surpassed the limits of a mortal. So, even though he now possessed this weak body, he was confident that he could reach the level of a sword master faster than anyone else. And a month and a half later, Aiden had truly undergone significant changes. He had not only become stronger, but his stamina had also increased considerably. Most of the time during the week, Aiden spent training on the drill ground. After sweating buckets, Philip was always on standby to offer him mana potions for him to use. That's the method Aiden had come up with. He wanted to push his body to its limits through training, then restore it with this mana potion. You could call this method break and repair in simple terms. It's just that doing this is a bit costly, because just one bottle of mana potion costs as much as a commoner's monthly salary. Luckily, he was born as the Duke's son. Moreover, Aiden still had his own secret weapon. Thinking of this, he turned to Philip and asked, Where are the things I asked for? Yes, sir. They've just been delivered to your room. Philip thought to himself, I'm actually quite curious to see what Aiden will do with all those ingredients. But Philip was also afraid Aiden would drag him back to the old days. That hellish Kia, so he kept his mouth shut. After all, preserving his own little life is the top priority, right? Aiden finished training and quickly returned to his room. Philippe really proved his usefulness by buying all of the poisonous flowers that he needed. Honestly, Aiden never thought he'd resort to this method, because it's a theory created by those bastards Kong, Soare. Specifically, when the body is ravaged by poison and the internal organs are corroded, the potential hidden deep within the body will be unleashed in order to survive. And Aiden asked Philip to buy these poisonous herbs, to stuff them into his own mouth. In reality, he was a little scared, because he could easily kick the bucket from these poisonous flowers. To prepare for it, Aiden also bought a high-grade potion. When he couldn't bear it anymore, he would immediately drink it to detoxify. So after gathering all his courage, he stuffed the first hell flower into his mouth. The poison quickly eroded Aiden's body, forcing him to drink the entire holy potion immediately. This pain really makes one feel like they'd rather be dead. But after being detoxified, the mana in his body did indeed flow much smoother. This proves the theory from those bastards in his past life actually works. But there's a whole big box of flowers next to him. Aiden isn't sure if he has the strength to repeat this process hundreds of times. Having fun, Dragon Slayer? Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear, startling Aiden, because it called him by a special nickname, a name that no one in this life should know. What's more, the voice sounded incredibly familiar. Aiden tensed up so much that he jumped up and yelled loudly, Where are you? Show yourself. Aiden reacted so violently that his whole body started trembling. Philip, who had been standing guard outside, heard the commotion and burst through the door. He saw that his young master seemed very unwell and was extremely worried. Sir, what happened? Get out. Aiden just coldly replied, but Philip was still uneasy. But I just heard a loud noise. Do I need to repeat myself a second time? Philip, get out. Aiden roared. His eyes blazed with a thick, murderous aura. Philip turned pale with fear. He immediately retreated and closed the door. Now, only Aiden was left in the room. He was sure he heard that voice just now. It wasn't a hallucination. The owner of that voice is the Lord of Hell. He knows my true identity. That Aiden is the Dragon Lord from a past life. But why is he here? Just thinking about it makes him so tense. He's trembling. I've caught you, haven't I? That voice rang out once again, right above Aiden's head. It's been a long time since I've looked down, hasn't it? Dragon Lord Aiden Ambril. Aiden looked around nervously. He could only hear the voice, but he couldn't catch the entity. After hearing the voice for the second time, he was even more certain it was the Lord of Hell. Aiden's emotions immediately exploded. He shouted the name. You vile Lord of Hell, why are you here? I'm sure I saw you die right before my eyes. It seems you've missed me quite a bit. The voice was dripping with sarcasm. It's a pity I don't have a body, so you can't even get a glimpse of me. Hearing this, Aiden breathed a small sigh of relief. If it had lost its body, at least the opponent wouldn't threaten Aiden's life. But this made Aiden curious. If the Lord of Hell had lost his body, then how could it linger here and talk to him? Have you forgotten, Dragon Slayer? In your final moments, you died. When you became the new Lord of Hell. The voice answered his suspicion. Aiden, hearing this, unconsciously clenched his fist. What do you mean? You're saying that I am currently the Lord of Hell? Both right and wrong, the voice replied. It explained that when it kicked the bucket, it transferred its soul into Aiden's body. Actually, it was originally planning to steal your body and resurrect itself. But Aiden, in that endless abyss, ended his own life and ruined its plans. After that, you were reborn, while the soul of the Hell Lord still exists inside you. That's why Theo came here. Aiden nodded, indicating he understood. After thinking for a moment, he asked, so how can I destroy that soul? Should I pour holy water on myself or something? Hearing him say that, the Hell Lord started panicking. Wait a minute, Dragon Slayer, listen to me. I'm very different from a me of the past. Different how? In the end, you're still just an entity that loves madness and rebellion. Right? Aiden replied wearily, still not giving up on the thought of how to destroy the Hell Lord. No madness. The madness and chaos you witnessed wasn't mine. It's linked to the Demon King. That connection was severed when you were sealed away, trapped in the void. Aiden listened to the explanation with a grain of salt, but after some contemplation, he felt it made a lot of sense. That would explain why this guy seemed so calm, compared to the Hell Lord he knew before. Back then, he was completely insane. You couldn't even have a normal conversation with him. But in the Hell Lord's words just now, Aiden noticed a detail. The Demon King. According to the Hell Lord, the Demon King is also an entity, known as primal evil. Evil from the start is someone that even the gods must pay attention to and avoid. In the past, the Lord of Hell was cursed, forced to do what the Demon King Kia wanted. In other words, their powers were bound together as one, and that bond only officially ended when Kia, Aiden, the cursed one who became the Demon King, took his own life in the void. Listening to this rambling, Aiden can understand the problem a little bit. So he asks one more question. Is this situation also part of your plan? What situation? The Lord of Hell asks in return. This is about going back 15 years and being reborn into the body of this Aiden Remus. Is this your doing? The other party hums. After a long time, you could say that. When I entered your body, I tried to use dragon magic to turn back time, because dragons are entities created to be agents of the gods, so they can interfere with the laws of this world. Using your dragon magic is not impossible. Aiden suddenly had to absorb so much knowledge, so it's a bit overwhelming. He asked further, then why didn't you use it to escape the void yourself, but instead go back in time? Well, that's because I suddenly got too tired. I have to go rest. The Lord of Hell didn't answer and then disappeared. Aiden suddenly felt annoyed by the ghost, but even if he screamed hoarsely, that voice would no longer be heard. Just like that, a month passed. During this time, the Lord of Hell often surfaced to talk to Aiden. Having it in his body made him a little uncomfortable, but at the same time, Aiden also felt a certain comfort in someone remembering his past. Aside from that, Aiden continued his relentless training, and his body progressed rapidly, to the point where all the scarecrows in the training ground couldn't withstand the force of the sword in his hand anymore. Today, during a break, Aiden unintentionally saw the knights training nearby. He looked from his scarecrows he had cleaved in two to the knights over there. An inhumane smile gradually appeared on his face. Excellent. They'll become my new scarecrows. Dragon Slayer, huh? You really fit the villain role more than the male lead. Lord of the Underworld, quiet down. Do you want me to chug the whole holy water flask? Aiden threatened, and the Lord of Hell instantly shut his mouth. This was what he'd learned after a long process of training with poison. That every time Aiden drank healing holy water, the divine power within could hurt him, because he is the source of all evil. Now, just holding up the holy water flask is enough to make the Lord of Hell fear him. Aiden then glanced at the knights on the other side, thinking about who to target with his swordplay, and suddenly he saw a familiar face. He wasn't sure if they'd met before. This trainee knight's name is Lao. Right now, he's being heavily reprimanded by the trainer because he is falling far behind the other trainee knights. Lao had already tried his best, but the truth is it's still not enough to compare with the others. So when he was scolded, he could only grit his teeth, listen and promise to try harder. But the name Lu, this name almost slapped Aiden hard. Impossible. How could he not know this person? It's Lu, the free knight. It's just that he's so different now from his past life. That's why he didn't recognize him. In his past life, he pretended to be a knight, while his true identity was a mercenary. That's why he was nicknamed the free knight. But Aiden didn't think that in this life he would pretend to be a knight within his own family. In his past life, Lu had a pretty annoying personality, but he couldn't deny that. He owed him many times. In the entire duchy, there are only a few S-class mercenaries, including you. And that Lao guy sacrificed himself, destroying the Mad Dragon with you. Meeting Lao again stirred complex emotions in Aiden. He had figured he'd reunite with Lao in the underworld, but there he was, alive and well, right in his mansion. The unexpected turn of time offered him such incredible opportunities. Thinking this, Aiden immediately grabbed his sword and went to Lao, and he called out loudly. Lao heard him and paused his training, then turned to him with a bewildered expression. What's up? Are you calling me? Aiden closed in, staring him in the eye. Did you just ask, are you calling me? When a master speaks to you, shouldn't you state your name and rank? Lao panicked. He immediately stepped back, bowing respectfully, true to the standard of a knight, in service to his master. Forgive me. I'm Lu, a knight trainee. Greetings, Master Aiden. Aiden chuckled, enjoying teasing this prickly guy, but having fought alongside him in countless battles. In their past life, he understood Lu's personality very well. Lu might appear respectful now, but deep down, he was incredibly annoyed. His head was bowed low, but really, it was to hide the fact that he was grinding his teeth, clenching tightly. Aiden knew this all too well, so he suddenly lowered his head, intending to observe Lu's expression at this moment. Hey, you were just thinking, why is this rascal suddenly paying attention to me? Weren't you? Aiden hit the nail on the head. Lao was so startled that he immediately took a few steps back. Then he frantically waved his hands, saying he didn't dare to watch. He looked like he was about to cry from fright. Aiden was extremely pleased. For the first time, he felt happy about being reborn into the body of this thug. At least he could boss Lao around. Someone who never showed him any respect in his past life. After that, Aiden specifically told Lao to come to the arena tonight to practice with him. At first, Lao intended to refuse, but when Aiden approached and whispered something in his ear, Lao's expression immediately darkened. How do you know that? It seems like Aiden just exposed Lao's fake mercenary, knight persona, but in reality, he had no bad intentions. The encounter between the two now feels like fate. And because in a past life, he saved him countless times, so in this life, Aiden wanted to give him a small gift. So that night, Lu obediently went to the training ground. When he arrived, Aiden had been waiting for a long time. Young master, how did you know about that? Lu skipped the greeting. Stepping right in front of Aiden, he asked, trembling. Before he could answer, he continued, about my secret. Ah, no, there's something more important. Is what you said true? Can you really fix my hand? From the very first moment he saw Lu in this life, Aiden thought he had to fulfill the wish that was left unfinished in his past life. It's also like repaying Lu for saving his life back then. That is, giving him a healthy right hand. That's right, even though Lu is an excellent mercenary, but he also has another nickname, One-Handed Flash, because Lao's right arm is empty, currently standing before young Lao. Though that right arm remains, it's paralyzed. And that's what Aiden whispered in his ear. At the training ground this afternoon, Lau is certain he's never revealed this secret to anyone. Not even he knows why. His arm has become like this. But Aiden knows the secret. You also don't. Beat around the bush. Immediately explain that Lau's right arm has contracted mana disruption syndrome. This is a general term for all forms of defects from the mana channels in the body. Hearing this, Lau couldn't help but start trembling. Isn't mana disruption syndrome incurable? He was skeptical, because back then, Aiden promised he could heal this arm. Yeah, people said that, Aiden replied. But that's because people haven't found a way yet. That's all. But you, who time travel from 15 years in the future, because in 15 years, humans will find a way to cure this syndrome. It's just a shame that by then, Lu's arm will already be gone. Aiden is willing to heal his arm. But in this world, there's no such thing as a free lunch. And before confirming this, Aiden requested Lu to write a slave contract, which contained a few conditions. First, Lu must spar with Aiden daily. Second, he must swear loyalty to him and do everything Aiden orders. After reading it, Lu got furious and immediately threw it away. Where are you? How the heck did you end up here? He's starting to hesitate again. After a long while, he felt he should seize every opportunity, even the smallest one. So he agreed to sign that slave contract. Aiden was incredibly excited. This is Lu, the free knight, the guy who used to scold him fiercely in his past life. Now the day has come when he becomes his slave. Quite exhilarating, isn't it? And besides that, Aiden also intends to take that item as a reward for healing Lu's arm. What that item is, we'll find out later. For now, we only know that. Aiden is extremely satisfied after Lu signed that personal contract. A few days later, in a small town in Maryland, Lu and Aiden were riding in a carriage heading to this place. Along the way, there were beggars everywhere. The wretched scene made Lu feel a bit doubtful. Young master, are you sure this is the place? No matter how I look at it, this place is a bit. Are you doubting me, Lu? Aiden cut him off, making Lu anxious. No, I didn't mean that, young master. Just then, the carriage stopped. The coachman informed those inside that they had arrived. Aiden got out of the carriage first, Lu quickly following behind. But even at this point, he wasn't very confident that they would find a way to cure his right arm here. Aiden led Lu to the front of a pharmacy. A wooden sign hung there, engraved with twisting script. This isn't a clinic, so don't come here if you're sick. This isn't a place to buy drugs either. So junkies scram. In this lifetime, Lu had never been here before, but Aiden knew in his past life. This was the place he had once come to for healing. Supposedly, this place should have someone researching a cure for mana disconnection syndrome. Though ultimately, they were unsuccessful. The two pushed open the door and stepped inside. The room was covered in dust and completely empty. Lu looked around for a moment, then noticed the huge painting on the wall. He wondered, young master, what do you think this painting is implying? The seer's stone. Aiden replied, it's a superstition that mages and alchemists believe in, a non-existent item, said to interfere with the realm of the gods, something that's believed to be able to bring back the deceased. The concept sounds a little absurd, but that was before. But right now, Aiden doesn't think so anymore. After all, he even went to the heavens after ending his own life. And yet, here he is alive and well. So the fairy stone, perhaps it's not an impossible thing after all. Oh my, that's not a story everyone knows. You seem quite knowledgeable. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the room within, making Lauer jump in surprise. In contrast, Aiden maintained his usual calm demeanor and replied, I travel around, so I know a bit more, I guess. It's been a while since we've had such an interesting guest, but what can we do? As the sign says, we're not in business. Aiden then ordered Lauer to leave first. He obediently complied. Now it's just Aiden and the owner of the voice in the room. You actually know who she is? Because back in my past life, Cassius and Sora often talked about her. All right, let's cut to the chase, Cassie. She was even more surprised that Aiden knew her, even knew my name. My knight is suffering from mana disconnect syndrome, and I know you're also interested in this condition. The beastkin alchemist, Cassie. Aiden could clearly see her flinch, but she quickly regained her composure. She started taking off her hood and cloak. Underneath the black cloak was a pretty, clever face. Short, fiery red hair and pointed ears, proving her beastkin identity. Oh my, how much else do you know, you useless young master? Cassie's voice still sounded very arrogant, until Aiden slowly approached, using eyes that pierced through her disguise. Just like you. My knight is suffering from mana disconnect syndrome. I'm also aware that your condition is steadily worsening, and the Kia leaf is meant to prevent it from getting worse, right? Right now, Cassie can no longer maintain her haughty facade. Aiden knew that even though they shared the same kind of illness, her condition was much worse, much longer. His illness only affected his right arm, but Cassie's disease had invaded her organs, making her very weak now. After a moment of bewilderment, Cassie suddenly gave a helpless smile. She admitted that she had mana disruption syndrome and was looking for a cure. However, Cassie must also say that she is still in the research phase and has not found a real solution. If it can be cured, I promise to protect and support your research. Save her within your territory. Aiden stated firmly. Young master, I already told you. Regarding the illness of Sir Cassie, he barely finished the sentence when Aiden interrupted him by slamming a piece of paper on the table. Read it. What is this? Cassie instinctively picked up the paper. The contents of the paper struck her like a bolt of lightning. It couldn't be. This is a cure for mana break syndrome, written by Aiden himself. In his past life, Cassie had talked about it so much that he memorized it. Although it's not entirely perfect, this is why Aiden had to seek out Cassie, because he needs someone who truly understands this method, even if the information isn't completely comprehensive. Is it possible? Aiden asked again. Cassie trembled with excitement, then blurted out, half a month. Ms. Cassie, give me half a month. Just half a month, and I'll perfect this cure. But with your current resources, finding the ingredients to make the medicine, it's going to be quite difficult. Aiden says that, does he want me to give him this ring? Cassie chuckled, deliberately playing dumb, pretending not to understand what Aiden is implying. But how could she fool someone reborn like Aiden? The ring with the sparkling red gem on Cassie's hand. What's its worth? You know it well, Aiden. You also know how important it is to Cassie. But even so, you want to get it at any cost. It's the second reason you came here, isn't it? The exact name of that ring is the Ring of Agility, an ancient artifact that helps increase the user's physical speed threefold for 10 seconds and can be used a maximum of 3 times a day. It's truly a useful item, both in battle and when you need to make a quick escape. I received it long ago as a memento from past life and became a rank S mercenary with just this one ring. The reason Cassie cherishes this ring so much is because it's the best defense for someone with limitations, physically like her. To address that issue, Aiden proposed taking her to the Duke's castle, where no one would harm her. Moreover, Cassie would have the best conditions to research a cure. As long as I can study, I'm fine. But are you okay? There will be rumors about you bringing a beast woman to the Duke's castle. Cassie asked. It's all right, because I'm Aiden Remus, the infamous rogue noble. I don't care what people say about me. And so, Aiden brought a beast woman back to the castle, just like that. It used to feel so foreign to him, but now it truly feels like home to him. Just as they crossed through the gates, they saw Philip rushing towards them in a fluster, his expression utterly panicked. Young master, it's bad. There's an emergency. Aiden glanced at the panting figure. He asked Philip with concern, what's wrong? Philip took a gasping breath before finally reporting. Young Master Cass has gone missing on Monster Mountain. Hearing these words, Aiden's face immediately turned grim. Philip composed himself, explaining everything. 2 days ago, there were reports of people going up the mountain and disappearing. So young Master Cass formed an investigation team and set off to find out. But he hasn't returned yet. The more Aiden listened, the darker his expression became. Monster Mountain should only have low-level monsters, right? Aiden asked gravely, what about the search party? Philip sighed. They'll be preparing to depart soon as well. Aiden's eyes darted around. If he disappears, would he have to replace him and inherit the Duke's position? If that happened, his revenge plan would be ruined. So, he has to save that kid. Thinking this, Aiden pointed to the person behind him and spoke. Philip, I need to join the search party, so take Cassie back to her room. Philip was shocked and speechless. Ignoring his reaction, he turned to Cassie and said, I have a favor to ask of you. She frowned and asked suspiciously, what favor? A little later, at the castle's courtyard, Count Remy, after hearing Aiden's proposal, hesitated slightly. He frowned at him, inquiring suspiciously, you're saying you want to join the search party? Aiden nodded in affirmation without hesitation. Yes, father. Count Remus refused without hesitation as well. Aiden protested, unconvinced. Why not? He said in a deep voice, Carews and dozens of other knights have mysteriously disappeared. This situation is more than just a disappearance. I can't let you go to such a dangerous place. Aiden knew he couldn't talk to him normally, so he started using his acting skills. He cried, "But Karuz is my brother. If something happens to him..." Looking at his expression, Free was a little flustered. This acting deserves an Oscar. He's just worried about his plan. Karuz knew what he was thinking. Couldn't resist mocking. "You're a bit despicable, Dragon Slayer." Aiden angrily cursed him. Just then, Free ran up and hugged him tightly, incredibly moved, saying it was unbelievable that his brother cared about him so much. "All right, you can go, but be careful," Aiden said, then glanced at the person behind him, reminding, "Spain, I entrust the task of protecting Aiden to you." Spain heard this and nodded, replying, "I will do my best." But in his heart, he saw Aiden as a burden. A moment later, at Monster Mountain, Spain led a group of knights into the area. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Spain couldn't help but speak up. "Just as we thought, it seems they were attacked." At their feet were discarded weapons. Blood flowed on the ground. "Their tracks disappear from here. Right now." Aiden picked up a blood-stained knife and said gravely, "This blade is a weapon used by goblins. You can also notice strange touch marks here. Perhaps the knights and others were defeated by the goblins, and these low-intelligence goblins even know how to erase traces. There's only one explanation. For this, it's the Goblin King. They possess the intelligence and power of goblins. Normally, for them, this is entirely possible." Thinking, Aiden glanced at Span and spoke. "Looks like there are hot goblins here." Hearing this, Span's expression immediately became serious. "Really? They're tough, even for me. We should prepare more carefully before returning." But Aiden shook his head and said gravely, "Time is of the essence right now. If we delay even for a minute, they will be killed and eaten. Bring a hunting dog." Span was still worried about safety. He hesitated, saying, "We already have hounds, but it seems even the sin has been erased. We should find another way." Aiden, too lazy to listen to nonsense, scolded coldly, "Stop talking and bring out the hounds quickly." Span was a little panicked, but in the end, he still brought out the hounds. Aiden, seeing the dog in front of him, smiled mysteriously. Immediately afterward, he took out a vial of medicine from his person. A little hesitation. Aiden poured it all into the dog's mouth, smiling, not unlike a crazy scientific researcher. Such a good boy. Spen, watching this scene from the side, couldn't help but curse inwardly. What is this demon doing to the hounds? Before long, each dog immediately sensed a scent. It immediately turned its eyes towards the distance and barked loudly. "Spawny," or "Ask what happened to it." Aiden slowly explained. It was a vial of olfactory enhancement drug. Before leaving, he asked Cassie for one. It was quite useful in search missions in his previous life. Soon after, Aiden suggested everyone follow behind the hound. For quite some time, they stopped at a forest. From above, this place is a village, but that pledge, Kia, returned to Aiden, but standing before the chance to heal his right arm. Not for people, but for goblins. They saw them too, and the knights trapped in the iron cage. Glad they're still alive. Aiden was silent for a long moment before finally sighing and saying, "Looks like we're not too late yet." Just then, Spin noticed something was off. He muttered grimly, "Something's very strange." Aiden felt the same way. There are 3 hobgoblins. How the heck can there be 3 leaders in the same village? Spin sensed danger. He quickly reminded, "This is more serious than we thought. Everyone, prepare to give it your all. Our opponents are hobgoblins. A tough opponent even for a mid-rank knight." Then he looked at Aiden and said, "Young master, while we fight, rescue the hostages and escape with them." Aiden softly nodded, replying, "I will." But in his heart, the question lingered. Why were there 3 leaders in this place? But with such a large force, they could handle this without his intervention. The group remained hidden in the shadows. A moment later, Span drew his sword and ordered the search party, "Advance and rescue the young master." As soon as the words left his mouth, a group of knights charged forward. The goblins, hearing the commotion, immediately took notice. The Remus family knights charged in with fury. The 2 sides quickly clashed in battle, seeing the knights arrive to rescue them. The imprisoned knights were immediately overjoyed. Taking this opportunity, Aiden went to pick the locks with a knife. He glanced over and asked, "Is everyone all right?" Seeing Aiden, everyone was a little startled. Even the knights were no exception. The young boy's face couldn't help but show panic, ignoring everyone's reaction. Aiden quickly untied Cho and the others. Immediately afterward, he commanded the knights to assist him, and for the civilians, he urged them to flee as quickly as possible. He figured now was the time to slip away. Instead, they cried out in panic, "Aiden, be careful. There's a monster." Aiden was taken aback, asking, "A monster?" They didn't answer, only the boy's terrified expression. He frantically shouted, "Behind you!" Aiden was a bit doubtful. Behind him stood a colossal monster. With a loud thud, it smashed the ground to pieces. Luckily, Aiden dodged in time, but his expression turned grim. He seemed to have overlooked something. The reason there were 3 goblins was because the higher-ranking creature than goblins was here, the worst kind of humanoid monster. A troll. Thinking quickly, Aiden shouted, "Get the villagers to safety first." Hearing these words, they of course didn't want to panic, saying, "That's an ogre. You'll die." Aiden spoke with unwavering resolve. "I know it's an ogre, but I won't die. I'm your big brother, kid." They were immediately dissatisfied in their hearts, saying, "So what? You're just a rascal." Even though Aiden spoke so boldly, he wasn't 100% sure himself, but he wouldn't back down. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly. The ogre also didn't yield. It threw a punch, but it only managed to hit the ground, while Aiden, quick as lightning, successfully dodged and slashed at its leg. The monster collapsed to the ground just like that. A long cut appeared on its leg, but surprisingly its wound showed signs of healing. Seeing this, Aiden's expression turned grim. This is indeed a calm. Its recovery ability is truly immense. You can't defeat it with just normal strength. That's usually the case, but Aiden still has a trump card. Right now, the bull fiercely charges forward. At that moment, the knights, seeing the enormous monster, were terrified. "Why is it here?" Spain, equally panicked, hurriedly shouted, "Master Aiden, please let me handle this." The goblin was already difficult. This giant is even harder. I just hope Aiden can hold on a little longer. Just then, the bull throws a punch at Aiden. Luckily, his dodging speed is faster, and narrowly avoided it. At the same time, Aiden was holding a ring. This was something Cassie gave him, just in case. Now's the time to use it. Acting on instinct, Aiden quickly activated the agility ring. He had 10 seconds to send that bull, Kia, to meet its maker, even though Aiden wasn't at that level yet. With this ring, he could be. Immediately, Aiden charged forward with his sword. He slashed a large gash into the bull's arm, not giving a chance to react. He unleashed a flurry of strikes. Time was ticking away. Only 3 seconds left. But Aiden didn't stop. He kept swinging his sword. Blades of light, infused with mana, danced wildly in the air. The bull was taking a beating from Aiden's relentless swordplay. It roared in unending agony. In the final second, Aiden's sword was enveloped by a surge of energy. It's the sword aura level. A swift, final blow was unleashed. At the same time, Spain had finished his fight. He frantically yelled, "Hurry, help Master Aiden." But as soon as the words left his mouth, he saw Aiden soaring through the air like a bird, his sword still radiating energy. He froze like a statue. Impossible. Sword aura level. Even I haven't reached that level yet. It's just Aiden. Aiden, at this moment, didn't have the strength to care about everyone's reactions. He was exhausted. His body fell from the sky, landing in a bush not far away. Aiden's body couldn't help but tremble as he mumbled, "My whole body aches." Aiden sighed helplessly. He clearly only used aura. He managed 10 seconds, and his body is already failing him. You need to use the ring of agility more carefully. But it really works. While Aiden was pondering, everyone was frantically searching for him. The next day at Count Remus's castle, Freeze stood by the window, listening to his subordinate's report. He whispered after a long while, "I see. So many people were injured, right?" He commanded Spen, "Make sure the families who lost someone, or have someone injured, receive the largest compensation possible." Saying this, he suddenly hesitated and asked, "Is it really true? Did Aiden kill Cho Seo?" Spen immediately replied, "Yes, I'm the knights witnessed it." Hearing Spen's affirmation, Fred couldn't help but sigh. Aiden not only used aura, sword, but also defeated the giant. Could this be the child I know? That evening, after returning, Aiden began to regulate the energy in his body by using the aura sword on his sword. He could feel it. His energy capacity was increasing. But Aiden realized one thing clearly. He was currently very weak. To be able to crush those bastards, he needed to become stronger. Thinking this, Aiden's eyes filled with murderous intent and determination. He would crush them. Just then, a mocking voice echoed. I like that concern. Aiden was slightly startled, exclaiming, What the hell? Where did you come from? Wait, that voice. He hadn't finished speaking. That voice. It cut through the air. You finally realized it? Yes, it is I, the Lord of Hell. Aiden looked up and saw a tiny dragon, completely lacking any of the gravitas of a Lord of Hell, and he just burst out laughing, driving the being in front of him absolutely mad, who screamed, Don't laugh. Aiden really thought he might laugh himself to death. He curled his lip in a mocking smile. What's with that form? Aiden's laughter was driving the Lord of Hell insane. He yelled relentlessly, It's all your fault. It's because you're too weak. Aiden finally stopped laughing, wiping away the tears that had welled in the corners of his eyes. He asked, puzzled, But how did you manifest? With a snort, the Lord of Hell pouted and said, Only you can see me. You and I are one. When you grow stronger, I can manifest more clearly. Hearing this, Aiden felt a little displeased. So, I have to see you from now on? I don't like that. The Hell Lord angrily retorted. Hey, that's a rude thing to say to your lifesaver. Aiden indifferently shrugged. Aiden nonchalantly said, Well, then you tell me. The Hell Lord is a curse cast by the Demon King, and you've been freed, because the connection with the Demon King has been severed. Isn't that right? So what's your real name? Hearing this, the Hell Lord's tone became somewhat sorrowful. My name has long been lost. Now I simply exist. Aiden pondered for a moment, then opened his mouth. Then, from now on, your name is Curse. He frowned slightly, asking, Curse? Aiden nodded nonchalantly. Because you are a curse bestowed upon me, so you'll be Curse. The Hell Lord immediately refused. Doesn't that sound too stupid? Dragon Slayer, Aiden curled his lip in a sneer. Shut up, you curse creature. No, I mean just Curse. Lord. The Hell Lord finally couldn't bear his stubbornness and could only sigh helplessly in resignation. Aiden teased him for a while longer, before finally giving him another name, Curse. With the commotion over, Aiden spent a peaceful week. At this time, Aiden is heading to Cassie's research room. He politely knocked on the door. After being granted permission by her, Aiden, stepping in, asked Cassie with a hint of doubt, Is the treatment progressing well? Cassie, without answering directly, playfully teased, Oh heavens, my giant lord has arrived. Aiden, upon hearing the nickname, felt a flicker of displeasure. They call me Lord. Giant because I killed that minotaur. It's as if they see me as a bull. I don't like that one bit. Aiden reluctantly let it go, asking with concern, Where's Lou? Cassie pointed inside, replying, That adorable knight is inside. Aiden, intrigued, went inside to check. As he entered, he saw Lou sitting like a statue, off to one side. Moments later, the statue turned its head towards Aiden, sobbing uncontrollably. He choked out through tears. My hand is moving. It's back to normal. As soon as the words left his lips, Lou knelt on the ground respectfully. Thank you, Master, for recognizing and healing me, even though I am just a mediocre soldier. I vow to dedicate my life to you. Hearing these words, Aiden's heart soared with joy. That's right, from now on, you will be my slave. Thinking this, he smiled and spoke. I gladly accept your vow. Aiden then turned to Cassie and asked, You haven't undergone treatment yet? Cassie nodded slightly in response. Obstruction syndrome. My energy is a bit unusual. It will need more research, probably another month. Hearing this, Aiden nodded slightly and replied, Okay, you're doing great. A soft chuckle. Cassie smiled casually and said, Not at all. It's all thanks to the methods you taught me. Lord Giant. Lou couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this, but still held his mouth shut, trying not to laugh. Aiden, of course, heard the laughter. He scolded Lou out of embarrassment and anger. If you're fully recovered, come out here quickly. We have work to do. Lou immediately nodded. Yes, sir. Understood. Please assign me anything. A moment later, at the Knight's training ground, Lou was sweating profusely. Grit his teeth, muttering, Manual labor for my first task, huh? Seriously? But no one can hear him, even if he cries out. He's all alone in the training ground. A few hours later, a merchant came from afar, cheerfully greeting. Greetings, young master. Aiden nodded slightly, while Lou, at this point, was like a living corpse, continuously throwing up on the side. Aiden, too lazy to care, took the bull's corpse out. Bob-on's eyes lit up as he spoke. So this is the giant buffalo you caught. Looking at it, I bet it'll fetch a good price. These are quite rare, aren't they? Aiden handed him a roll of fabric, saying, I want to use the money from selling this beast to buy these herbs. Is that all right? Of course. Our trading caravan has everything. Boban happily agreed without even looking, only to become horrified the moment he did. Young master, these aren't herbs. They're poisonous plants. Aiden leaned close to Boban's ear, a twisted smile on his face. If I say they're herbs, then they're herbs. Understood? Boban's face paled as he trembled. Of course they are. They're definitely herbs. If you try anything funny, then who knows what might happen next. So just accept it already. Aiden resolved his issues pretty easily, happily returning to his room, looking at the expression. That sly fox of yours, Lien, is still complaining, huh? A merchant's habits die hard, I guess. Don't they? Just then, Philip suddenly appeared, searching for Aiden. Startled, Aiden looked up, a question in his eyes. What is it? What's up? Philip quickly reported. The Duke is asking for you, sir. Aiden was a bit surprised. What does he want with me? Puzzled, he walked to his father's door and knocked. Aiden pushed the door open and softly asked, You called for me, father? But then he saw who was inside, and his face immediately darkened. Seeing Aiden, Count Remus immediately spoke up. Aiden, you're here. The man sitting across from him quickly smiled and said, So you're Aiden? Aiden was still reeling from seeing the man. What on earth is he doing here? The man glanced at Aiden, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Judging by your appearance, the rumors about you killing a giant demon must be true. A pleasure to meet you. Remembering his past life, he used to look down on Aiden, so he doesn't have a good impression of him. Reading Aiden Kusni's thoughts, or did you know him? He snorted coldly. Just an old man. Looking down on merchants, that's all I think. Aiden politely greeted. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Aden Remis. Greetings to the guardian of the northeast border, Marquis Tirid Cetus. Tirid asked in surprise. How do you know me? Aiden, despite his dissatisfaction, politely replied. Of course. After all, Marquis Cetus is one of the few people in the Empire who has achieved the title Sword Master. Hearing these words, Tyria couldn't help but smirk. Sword Master, a realm every knight yearns for. Those who have transcended the realm of talent and reached a realm of transcendence. They can split mountains in two with just their swords and shake the air with just a breath. Aiden was one of them once, and now he must strive to achieve it again. At this moment, Tyria smiled broadly and spoke. How polite you are. Quite different from the rumors, Fred. You've raised your son well. Fred, flattered by the compliment, humbly replied. He still has much to learn. Is it all right to leave the territory like this? I heard your territory has been attacked by orcs lately. Tyria casually responded. It's not just my territory. I've also detected suspicious activity in the Tower of Death, in the Deathlands, managed by the Thiat Huyet Tanjiao, Blood Iron Holy Order. Hearing this name, fire ignited in Aiden's eyes. He had some business to settle there too. The traitor of the Blood Iron Holy Maiden, just you wait. No one noticed the killing intent he just released. Thierry continued to speak. The Cetus Iron Tower, and now Remus. The monster's unusual behavior is happening in all three places at once. Do you think it's just a coincidence? Hearing this, Fred pondered for a long time before muttering. Now that you mention it, I find it strange too. Tyrit squinted at him and asked, So, I'm planning to form an investigation team. Will you join? Of course, Fred nodded without hesitation. Thierry said with satisfaction, There's one more thing. With that, he went to Aiden sighed, patted his shoulder, and asked, Would you like to join my Knight's Order? This offer startled Aiden a bit. Why such a sudden invitation to join the Knight's Order? Seeing his reaction, Thierry continued, I've heard a lot about you. You mastered sword aura in just half a year of wielding a sword. I thought it was just nonsense. But seeing you in person, I understand. Aiden remained silent, just standing there without a word. Thierry squinted at him, a wry smile playing on his lips. I will make you the greatest swordsman in the 6 Western territories. I swear on my name. Before Aiden could even answer, Free hastily waved his hand in refusal. But Aiden hasn't even finished. Thierry interrupted. Don't worry, I'll take good care of him. What do you think, Aiden? The decision is yours. Aiden listened and remained silent for a long moment. Then, a smug grin spread across his face. He refused without H. I deeply appreciate the offer, but I must decline. Thierry's face clouded with confusion. He asked with suspicion, Do you even comprehend the significance of joining the Knights? Seidosu, Kamniri Pulai. I understand it's one of the most renowned knightly orders in the Empire. But you're confident you can become a sword master on your own? Because you've already achieved it in your past life. So, attaining that, Title in this life is just a matter of time. Sidus's eyes, filled with determination, stared at something. After a moment, he said in a low voice, "And now, if I fought you, I'm pretty sure I could scratch your armor, too." As soon as these words left his mouth, the expression on Tiri's face looked like he'd stepped in something unpleasant. He asked through gritted teeth, "Make me scratch my armor? How rude." No sooner had he spoken than the air suddenly vibrated. A powerful energy radiated around Tiri. He scoffed, "You're quite interesting indeed." Aiden fiercely bit his lip, trying to endure. This was the power that made the very air tremble. With mere aura, truly a master swordsman. Conversely, Tiri was also quite surprised. He hadn't expected Aiden to withstand his aura. He gritted his teeth, asking, "Are you sure you can keep your word?" Smirking, Aiden casually replied, "Of course. Would you like to bet on it?" These words made a flicker appear in Tiri's eyes. Aiden knew he was right. His weakness had always been gambling. He curled his lip into a smile, saying, "If I can give you a scratch, then I'll join your knights. But if I win, you have to give me that sword." Aiden pointed towards the sword placed aside. Tiri was a bit surprised. He asked back in doubt, "That sword?" Then he withdrew his own imposing aura. He burst out laughing loudly. "How brave. I didn't expect you to want our family heirloom, friend. You're completely different from him." But no one answered. He glanced behind him, seeing Count Remus unconscious, face up on the ground. He sighed helplessly. He couldn't take it and fainted. Tiri narrowed his eyes at Aiden, coldly smiling, and said, "All right, I accept." At that moment, Curse realized his intention and spoke up. "So, you were aiming for that from the start?" Aiden replied calmly, "Yes, I must seize the opportunity to take that sword. That's one of the legendary swords." Billsbap heard these words. Curse couldn't help but scoff. "You're on the right side now." A moment later, at Training Ground 2, Aiden and Tiri were ready to fight. Aiden raised an eyebrow, looking at him with a smile. "Are you planning to use the Oxer-slaying sword to fight an elf?" Tiri didn't back down either, coldly retorting, "I don't know if you're an elf or an Oxer. No matter who the opponent is, a knight's duty is to give their all." Hearing this, Aiden inwardly cursed. That damn knightly politeness. It never changes, whether in the past or present. This match has two conditions. No using aura. Sword and Marquis Tiri. Sidus will not be allowed to move his right foot. That doesn't seem fair. But for a master swordsman, it's nothing at all. If Aiden fights without thinking, he'll be defeated instantly. Just then, Tiri spoke up. "We have quite an audience, don't we? Let's begin." "I'm more than willing." Aiden scoffed coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Tiri was slightly surprised, but he was still able to block it, deflecting Aiden's blade with ease. He smiled, saying, "Aiming for the neck from the start, huh? Ah, you're quite familiar with real combat, aren't you?" Aiden didn't panic either. Calmly stepping back, he chuckled softly. "I knew you'd block it, just as I thought." He easily blocked that strike. But Aiden didn't give in, charging forward once more. The sword dances wildly in the air. At least, that's how it looks to Tiri. To him, it's just a series of clumsy strikes. He scoffs with disdain. What is this crude swordsmanship? It's like the swordsmanship of those cheap merchants. He said if you joined his knight order, you'd have to change. Hearing this, Curse bursts out laughing. "I see now. What's your relationship with him?" In Aiden's eyes, anger flares. "Cheap merchants? This old man, really? You want to see? See how he deals with this cheap swordsmanship?" As soon as he finishes speaking, he charges forward again. Under Aiden's relentless pressure, Tiri merely parries. His eyes are filled with disdain. Me? Lose to a simple attack like that. But at that moment, an unexpected twist surprised him. Aiden's blade struck again. He frantically dodged aside. But the boy didn't stop there, attacking with incredibly fierce determination. Seeing this, the knights outside gasped in astonishment. Sir Aiden is attacking? Looks like the rumors about him defeating the Minotaur are true. Even Freed was surprised. Despite some limitations, Tyrd is still a swordmaster. His son is actually holding his own against him. At the same time, Tyrd inside the fight was bewildered. Aiden's swordsmanship was becoming more chaotic, but was still deadly, making it difficult for him to defend. Aiden's aura was incredibly fierce. Tyrd couldn't help but chuckle. "Interesting. I have to take him with me." Right then, his sword began to fight back. Aiden couldn't help but panic. He quickly leaned back to dodge. He pursed his lips fiercely. He just swung his sword, and it's already this intense. Even Curse spoke up to warn him. If you try to block that, you would have been cut in two. Aiden didn't dare to be careless and retreated a few steps. Tirad narrowed his eyes at him, but grinned as he spoke. You're using an interesting sword technique, but that's all it is. That's not enough to defeat me. Aiden didn't back down either, smirking as he replied, I'm still standing here, Sir Tirad. Please continue. Hearing these words, Tirad laughed heartily. Indeed, he never fails to. I still have faith in my eye for talent. Welcome to my knights, then. With that, he raised his sword, ready to strike. Aiden grinned. Thank you, sir. Neither was willing to back down. It was a true clash of titans. Both refused to yield an inch. But at that very moment, Aiden's figure vanished into thin air. Tyron's eyes narrowed in disbelief. He can move at this speed? Impossible. By this point, even if he realized Aiden was hiding his true skills, it was too late. Aiden had already swept in like a whirlwind. A cut appeared on Tyron's shoulder. Fresh blood began to flow. Aiden smiled triumphantly. I will wield your bile to Bap's sword well. The situation had changed too quickly. The knights outside were struggling to keep up. They muttered in confusion. What just happened? Is it over? But wait, the moment they react, they're going to cheer. Aiden still stood there. A triumphant expression plastered on his face. Curse couldn't help but speak up. Dragon Slayer, you're using that ring without any shame. Curse pouted. Me feel ashamed? Aiden's audacity made Curse feel like he couldn't keep up. He grumbled. You're more like someone from the underworld than a hero. Aiden didn't think there was anything wrong with his actions. Tyron walked up and spoke. You really don't disappoint me, lulling me into complacency by hiding your skills. You're indeed a formidable opponent. Aiden humbly said, I just got lucky. The more Curse listened, the more shameless he found him. Aiden, too lazy to pay him any mind, looked at the wound on Tyron's shoulder. He couldn't help but sigh. But it really was a shock. I thought he was going to lose an arm. Who knew it would only scratch Riri? Tiri keeps his word. He hands the sword in his hand to him. Cheerfully says, keep it as promised. Aiden takes it, bows, and says, thank you, sir. I'll keep it safe. Only where Tiri can't see. He smirks triumphantly. Curse can't help but speak up. Your expression is too devious, you cheating hero. Aiden retorts just as quickly, immediately scolding back. Shut up, you Curse. A moment later, in Aiden's room, after returning, he examines the sword he won the bet. He says in admiration, truly a legendary sword. Curse materializes and speaks up. Congratulations, Dragon Slayer. Aiden glared disdainfully. Where's the name you called me before? The cheating hero. Curse chuckled, feigning innocence. But you don't know how to use that sword. Properly. Properly? Aiden shot him a suspicious glare. Curse slowly explained. I know the secret of the legendary sword. The humans don't know. His eyes involuntarily widened, a hint of panic in his voice. A secret or a curse. Curse flashed a smug grin. But I won't tell you for free. If you promise to serve me like a king, and never made me drink municipal water again. But before the words were even finished, a surge of hot blood suddenly appeared on the sword. In just a blink of an eye, the sword was enveloped by a surge of energy. Aiden successfully forged a blood pact with the sword. Ow! Curse exclaimed in astonishment, letting out a soft gasp. Aiden said coldly, you think your subordinates wield dark swords and I wouldn't know? Blizzard is one of the 72 legendary swords. They may seem simple and sturdy, but in reality, they're forged from the remains of fallen overlords who once ruled the underworld in ancient times. Only later did people learn that they are cursed swords. Each sword possesses the power of a fallen overlord distinctly, and one of the 3 conditions to awaken that power is to forge a pact, blood with them. Aiden foiled Curse's plan. Curse angrily cursed. Damn it, I should have been able to climb on top of you and sit. Aiden scoffed. The waiter treated you like a king, huh? You're a goner, Kia. Better start preparing to drink holy water every day. The next day, Free was handling paperwork. Aiden walked in from outside, sharing his plans with him. Free questioned him. I want to join Sir Tiradar's search team. He nodded slightly. Yes, father. Free hesitated for a moment, then spoke sternly. I know you're strong, but this mission is very dangerous. That place is different from Devil's Mountain. It will be difficult for me to accept this request. Aiden looked intently at him, stating firmly, but I will go with Sir Tiradar. Before he could finish speaking, Tiradar laughed loudly, interrupting. I think so too. Don't worry, Free. He said he would ensure Aiden's safety. So Count Remus doesn't need to worry. Free sighed, a little helpless. He hesitated, saying, "Son, this isn't a picnic." Aiden nodded firmly. "I know, father. But isn't this trip to ensure the safety of the domain? If it's for our domain, I want to go." Fred was at a loss for words. Thierry came from afar, smiling and saying, "Just agree, Fred. Isn't the kid brave?" Fred was still hesitant, unsure of what to do. Aiden glanced at the tall figure beside him. A sly smile bloomed where they couldn't see. In his previous life, he was useless. But this time, he'll prove his worth. She seemed to recognize Aiden's intentions. His cousin said, "For the Duke's benefit." "Wait, is it to awaken the beast Bap?" Aiden shrugged indifferently. "Is there any other way?" "For the second condition to awaken. The sword thrives on absorbing as much life force as possible. Slaying monsters to gather life force is surprisingly convenient." The more he thought about the monsters, the more smug he became. Luca caught sight of his shameless grin and couldn't help but shudder. "This is the first time I've felt sorry for monsters." The next day, in the PRN Mountains, a monster riot was unfolding in the dark forest. They were fleeing in a desperate rush, and their faces were filled with terror. It seemed something even more terrifying than them was behind them. Under Thierry Free's constant persuasion, Aiden finally agreed to let him join the journey. Later, on the day of departure, they stopped at a fortress. Aiden looked up at the city gate before him. In his heart, he mused, "This is Attila Fortress, built to defend against the monsters of the PRN Mountains, isn't it?" The facilities and guards are both in terrible shape. At this rate, they'd have trouble fighting even a small group of goblins. "I don't understand how they managed to drive off monsters." While Aiden was bewildered, a man came out from inside and bowed to them. He spoke respectfully. "Hello, I am David Timon, the captain of this Attila Fortress. Welcome, honored guests, to this place. Sword Master Count Tirid and Master Cho Ai. I am young Master Aiden Remus." Hearing this, the captain suddenly smirked. Even the soldiers nearby started laughing at Aiden's title. Hearing these words, Lou immediately became indignant and cursed at the bastards. Aiden, on the contrary, calmly reminded Lou to stop this action of his surprise curse. He asked, sounding doubtful, "That's strange. The Dragon Slayer is being mocked, and you're just letting it go?" Aiden calmly replied, "What good would fighting do? I've heard it so much, I can't even be bothered to get angry anymore." But Thierry is different. He protects his people. Immediately speaking up, "Is the air so fresh that insects are buzzing around? These bugs are so noisy, aren't they, team leader?" As soon as the words were out, he began to emanate his own aura, making David tremble with fear. "Yes, the air is very fresh." The soldiers also shut their mouths tight. Aiden couldn't help but smile at this sight. He really knows how to tease people. A moment later, David took Thierry and Aiden up to the city wall, talking as they walked. "I've heard reports of monsters attacking many territories." Aiden frowned upon hearing this, asking if there had been any incidents here. But David ignored him. He continued talking to Thierry. "Fort Attila has nothing to worry about." Aiden felt a surge of wanting to punch someone, but ultimately he held back. Thierry didn't notice this and sternly spoke up. "Monsters are lurking right outside the city, and there's nothing to worry about." David hesitated slightly, saying, "Yes, because the orcs are stationed right in the middle of the mountains, so probably no monsters dare to come all the way here." Hearing this, Aiden couldn't help but be astonished. Using monsters to control monsters? What kind of crap is that? Just then, Curse suddenly appeared, calling out to the Dragon Slayer. "Something big is coming." Aiden furrowed his brow slightly, asking doubtfully, "What is it? I don't see anything." But as soon as he finished speaking, his expression immediately turned grim. Aiden hurriedly shouted loudly to his team, "Monsters are coming. Close the gates quickly." David, however, treated his words like a passing breeze. He gave a mocking smile. "Young master, you're joking a bit too much." "What monsters?" Fortunately, Thierry realized it. He said sternly, ordering his team to close the gates immediately. David still couldn't believe it. He shouted in disbelief, "The Earl? Even you?" He didn't even finish his sentence when the city walls suddenly shook violently, causing him to cry out in shock. "What was that?" Thierry calmly replied, "A monster wave," just as he said. From within the forest, a massive horde of monsters poured out. Seeing the scene, the soldiers panicked instantly. "What is this?" "Viscount David, what should we do?" They still looked to David for guidance. But at this moment, he was trembling like a leaf, unable to utter a single word. Seeing his reaction, Thierry couldn't help but feel frustrated. But there was no time to reprimand him. He urgently shouted, "What are you waiting for? Close the gates." His shout jolted the soldiers below the wall awake. They immediately pulled the ropes to close the gate. They were in an extreme hurry. A moment's delay and the monsters would swarm in. But no matter how fast they were, some slipped through. A giant wolf dashed in like the wind. Before the gate could fully close, the soldiers outside saw it. They nearly wet their pants. Their legs turned to jelly, unable to even take a step. Fortunately, Aiden appeared in time, killing the wolf with one strike. At the same moment, the gate slammed shut. Aiden didn't care about the monster's corpse, but stared at the dark energy swirling around his sword. He sighed silently. Not much, but absorbing life force is still good. In this situation, the soldiers could still gossip about. Give Aiden a fish stall, and they could create a market right there. Aiden got angry listening to their chatter. Isn't the chaos enough already? And even laughing at Master Chow's plight. Aiden scolded him for his impudence, shutting him up instantly. The two were practically battling it out in their minds. Just then, the soldiers Aiden had saved approached him. Gratefully, he bowed his head, thanking the young master for saving his life. Aiden squinted at him, then said with displeasure, "Instead of thanking me, pick up your weapon and defend the city." Lu also quickly ran over, anxiously asking, "Young master, are you all right?" Aiden didn't answer. He jutted his chin forward, saying, "Lu, look there." Lu quickly looked outside and saw a horde of monsters snarling at the gate. He exclaimed in shock, "They're incredibly numerous." Aiden, on the other hand, had a twisted smile on his face, whispering to himself, "From now on, these guys will be my snacks." Hearing this, Lu was a little caught off guard, wondering what he meant. Aiden, not paying attention to him, continued, "Bide, you devoured them alive with that thing, didn't you? You even licked the sword like. You pervert." That's when Aiden realized his actions were quite strange. Kyra was just laughing at his pain. Even the Dragon Lord couldn't hold back. You know, BAP is the sword of gluttony. It stimulates the wielder's desire to absorb everything. I really like hearing Aiden's inner thoughts. Hearing that, he was immediately on guard. You need to be careful. But anyway, I'm here to awaken BAP, so I need to gobble up all this spiritual power. But life isn't always a fairy tale. Thierry suddenly poked his head over the wall and spoke. "Aiden, I'll go clean up a bit and come home." Knowing his intentions, Aiden immediately panicked and shouted, "Lord Batuak, no, I can handle it. Batuak, please rest." Unfortunately, Thierry didn't listen to a word he said, and in a flash, he vanished without a trace. Ignoring Aiden's desperate screams, he leaped into the air with a flourish, striking a perfectly dramatique pose. He chuckled gleefully. Might as well clear out this whole lot. Witnessing this scene, the soldiers below were instantly amazed. That's a lightsaber. Only a sword master could wield one. Meanwhile, Aiden was on the verge of tearing his own hair out. He cried out in anguish, "No, at least leave half for me. A quarter will do. Please, I beg you." But Thierry's lightsaber swept across, attacking with the force of a raging storm. Thierry didn't hesitate, wiping out the monsters in one fell swoop. In no more than 3 seconds, the ground was piled high with corpses. Thierry laughed triumphantly. It's been a while since I stretched my muscles like that. That was so refreshing." Conversely, Aiden was on the verge of tears. With everything resolved, Davin peeked his head out, gratefully saying thank you to the two of them. "Thanks to you two, we didn't suffer too many casualties." Aiden, however, remained silent. Curse suddenly jumped in, exclaiming, "Dragon Slayer." Aiden, annoyed, questioned, "What? Are you trying to mock me again?" But Curse seriously replied, "What I meant wasn't a monster." Aiden, surprised, asked, "Then what is it? Be more specific." He slowly explained, "Something big, not a monster." Hearing this, the regret on Aiden's face vanished. He exclaimed in a panic, "What? If it's not a monster, then?" Before he could figure out the answer, he saw something rushing towards them. His eyes instinctively contracted, a giant fireball looming towards them. Aiden immediately yelled a warning, "Everyone run!" In an instant, the flames engulfed the city walls. Its heat spread extremely wide. A group of soldiers couldn't react in time, can only be buried in a sea of fire. Tyron was also pushed back by its force. He pursed his lips and spoke, "Fire magic. At this level, is there a mage targeting us?" Aiden shook his head slightly, denying it wasn't a mage. Curse asked with a bit of surprise, "You know what that creature is?" Aiden slowly explained, "Fire magic in the PRN mountains. Those are creatures from my past life. Because of that thing in my past life, I almost didn't make it to heaven. How could I forget?" Curse acted like he'd just heard a joke. "You in heaven? Don't make me laugh." Right at this moment, The cheerful voice of Sirac suddenly arrived, but transferred into the ears of the soldiers. Doesn't sound like fun at all. They trembled and muttered. Why are they all gathering in one place? In front of the city walls. It's a horde of giant ogres and orcs. Davin cried out in alarm. Why are the giant devils from the wastelands and the ogres from the Pern Mountains gathering together? Haven't they always fought among themselves? Ignore him. Tiri moved forward, speaking up. I'll be right back, Aiden. But Aiden cautioned in a low voice. You can't fight them all alone. Tiri stopped in his tracks. He frowned and asked, Can't? Aiden didn't answer, just calmly said, Look behind them. Tiri followed his words and looked over, and saw a monster holding a scepter. His expression immediately turned grim. What is that? Aiden slowly explained. That's a monster with magic and power, comparable to a sword master, a high-level ogre. Hearing this, Tiri hesitated. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, Aiden, Sir Tiri, evacuate everyone immediately, because even I can only buy a little time. Just then, Aiden suddenly spoke up. There's still one way. Tiri looked at him in surprise. What? Even I'm finding it difficult. How are you planning to deal with them? Aiden didn't answer. He glanced at Lauer and ordered, Lauer, lead the soldiers and try your best. Hold off those creatures, Lauer. Lauer immediately acknowledged the order and ran off. Tiri still didn't know what Aiden was planning. He asked suspiciously, What are you planning to do? Just one high-level demon is equivalent to a sword master. You know you can't handle them, right? Aiden nodded calmly. Aiden said nonchalantly, I know. When a high-level giant demon creates a giant demon army, it would take 3 times the effort to defeat them. Even if you fought them alone, you wouldn't last long. But there's a way for everyone to survive. Since we don't have much time, Aiden will keep it brief. Aiden then began to explain his plan to everyone. At first, they didn't think he had any good ideas, but as they listened, Tyron and Davin's faces immediately turned grim. Davin spoke up irritably. What a joke. If we were to abandon this place, it would become ruins in just 30 minutes. Just as he finished speaking, the wall behind them exploded. Smoke and flames erupted everywhere. Tyron hesitated for a moment before speaking. Aiden, do you realize how ridiculous what you're saying is? Aiden, unperturbed, calmly replied. I know, but it's the only way. We don't have much time. Please, trust me this time. Tiri fell silent, hearing this, recalling the moments from when he first met Aiden until now. Every word of his astonished him. Soon after, he smirked and said, Just as I thought, I really want to have you. Okay, I'll trust you this time. But Tiri had a condition. If Aiden was wrong, he would have to join his knight's order. Hearing this, Aiden couldn't help but sigh. What a fishing fanatic, but he still agreed. Having Aiden's word, Tiri lifted off and flew away. Kaser then appeared and spoke up. There's only one high-ranked giant demon in this world. Really high-ranked. Are you sure that in your past life, you also faced this demon? Aiden spoke calmly. Do you know how much giants and orcs hate each other? Yet there's one who can control the orcs. It must be him. He's doing it through incredibly cruel methods. On our side, the giants have started attacking. His power is immense. The soldiers scattered like a broken beehive as he shattered their formation. At that moment, Leo charged forward on Aiden's command. He arrived just in time. Without hesitation, he swung his sword and sliced off the giant's head. Aiden was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Leo to be strong enough to kill a giant already. The herb I gave him must be working. Koss felt a sense of appreciation and said, Looks like that strange method worked. But that alone won't be enough to kill the giants. There's a reason why the giants are being led by a high-level demon. It is called reason. At this moment, the demon wielding the scepter suddenly cast a spell. Suddenly, raging flames appeared, enveloping the giant demon that had just been slain. The soldiers thought they had taken down. But then they saw the floating head instantly return. The giant demon's body reformed like magic. Aiden realized this. High-level giant demons can continuously regenerate. Giant demons, usually to defeat them, requires the holy sword of a master, swordsman, or the spell of a great mage. But Aiden has a better way. Thinking of this, he looked at his sword and said with a smile, You skipped your meal earlier, so you must be hungry now, right? I'll let you eat some minotaur meat later. Not lamb, but minotaur. You must have been suffering these past few days. At the same time, Lou was single-handedly fighting the giant demon on this side. After consuming Aiden's herb, he thought he'd be strong enough, but he couldn't believe things would end this way. He hadn't repaid Aiden's kindness yet, and while Lu was thinking, the giant demon's fist came crashing down. He had no way to defend himself. He could only close his eyes and wait for death. But at that moment, Aiden's voice rang out, "Well done." Lu was astonished. He looked up and saw Aiden standing on the giant demon's shoulder. Then, without hesitation, Aiden plunged his sword down. A wave of pain instantly washed over the demon, causing the giant monster to roar. Seeing it trembling, Lu hastily reminded his young master to be careful. "Even if you cut off its head, it won't die." Aiden calmly replied, "Okay, Lu, time to feast, you delicious fiends." The words were barely out of his mouth when black energy started swirling from the sword in Aiden's hand. His body didn't possess the power of a master swordsman or great mage, but Aiden had Beelzebub's ravenous power. The great mage Beelzebub would devour his targets, and once a target was consumed, it would be completely obliterated. Sure enough, it didn't take long. The giant monster fell to the ground. Seeing this, the high-ranking demon's expression instantly soured. But Aiden, on the other hand, let out a triumphant laugh. "Giant demons are so tasty. Just one of them is equivalent to a dozen wolves." As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced back at the demons behind him. Aiden's ferocious gaze made the demons flinch immediately, terrified. And that's still not enough. A twisted smile bloomed on Aiden's lips, complete with a lip lick. "I wonder if brains are delicious? Wouldn't you like to try them, Beelzebub?" And just like that, Aiden began his monster massacre. In the blink of an eye, he stood atop a mountain of corpses. He glanced back at the monsters behind him. A twisted smile spread across his face. "The fourth floor isn't enough. There are still plenty of giant demons inside. No matter how much I eat, I still crave more. Isn't that right?" Beelzebub heard these words. The surviving monsters behind trembled in fear. The high-ranking monster gnashed its teeth in anger. It immediately raised the scepter in its hand high, creating a raging inferno. But Aiden wasn't fazed. He weaved through the flames with lightning speed. He muttered as he ran, "You guys look really angry. Too, don't be sarcastic. Instead of running around like a coward, why not face it, Dragon Slayer?" Aiden indifferently shrugged and retorted, "I did that in my past life. But now all I can do is run. If I get hit by his fire magic, I'll turn into roasted meat. You talked to Tyrant earlier. You just need to endure until he arrives." While Aiden was thinking, an axe suddenly came swinging. Curse hastily warned the Dragon Slayer above. Aiden was slightly startled and looked up. Luckily, he dodged it in time. The monster's axe crashed into the ground. Grimly biting his lip, Aiden angrily cursed. "These brainless bastards are really annoying." At this moment, Curse suddenly spoke up, warning the Dragon Slayer. "Why didn't you absorb the orcs?" "I just went and grabbed those orcs. They might not be as good as the giant demon, but they still had quite a bit of vitality left." Hearing this, Aiden gave a mysterious smile. "That's because they'll be used for something else. If Tiri, our esteemed one, arrives in time, not killing the orcs will be more beneficial. Until then, I just need—" Aiden was about to say something. A flame suddenly struck. His expression immediately turned ugly. He pursed his lips and spoke. That high-level giant demon used fire magic again. The flames grew larger and larger. Before long, they engulfed a large area of land. The high-level monster strutted proudly through the raging flames. Just at this moment, it suddenly saw something in the sky. Aiden, flying in the air, struck a magnificent pose. He fiercely shouted, "Now, try burning everything." Without the ring of swiftness, I'd probably be roasted by now. But right then, Curse suddenly jumped out and said something like, "You?" Aiden was a bit doubtful about what he was trying to say. He hesitated for a moment, then mocked. "If you dodge in the air, how are you going to avoid the next attack? What's your next move?" It was at this moment that Aiden realized this. That's right, he's floating in the air. How's he going to dodge the fire? The fierce flames attacked again. Aiden hurriedly shouted, "I can't die here like this." Luckily, at that moment, Tyria arrived just in time, his sword light immediately striking out. It successfully blocked the flames. He didn't forget to praise, "Well done, Aiden." Seeing him, Aiden immediately felt happy. Instantly extinguished all the flames, huh? Just as you'd expect, a sword master is something else entirely. Traveled so far and arrived in such a short time. Looking at the person beside him, it seems everything's under control. Seeing that person, the superior grade monster immediately roared, "Why is that guy here?" The monsters nearby were equally terrified. Aiden laughed triumphantly. "The tables have turned, you hideous giant demons." But his joy was short-lived. Kerr spoke up to remind him. Dragon Slayer, you're falling, you know? Aiden was bewildered at this point, realizing he was falling powerlessly. He quickly shouted, Wait, I've used up all my strength. Falling is bad. Before his but hit the ground, he fell into someone's warm embrace. The person quickly and safely landed. Aiden looked at the person who had just let him down. There was a certain unspeakable feeling. The one who saved him was that monster Kia, but he was still sincerely grateful. But he didn't care. He walked straight towards the trembling monsters, shaking over there. The knights outside were shocked to see this. Did that orc just save the young master? Ignoring everyone's reactions, the orc monster slowly spoke. I apologize for not being able to protect you. My kind have spoken. It suddenly paused, then shouted, Let's avenge ourselves on the giant demons who insulted us. As soon as it finished speaking, a group of orcs appeared, confronting the giant demons. Seeing this scene, the knights outside were a little slow to react. What's going on? Why are the orcs suddenly attacking the giant demons? Aren't they on the same side? What in the world is happening? Your surprise and amazement echo exactly what you said. Aiden calmly stated, I told you. That's the reason why that demon. Giant-level monster can control those orcs. It's exploiting the orcs' loyalty to their tribe and chieftain to turn them against us. It took the chieftain and the young ones hostage to control the orcs. But what if all the hostages have been released? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's why Aiden didn't absorb the orcs. At this moment, the high-level monster couldn't hold back anymore. The staff in its hand trembled incessantly. It roared fiercely, my plan. But the words were not finished when a surprise occurred. Tiri rushed in from afar, attacking the enemy, but it managed to use fire magic to defend. This action surprised Tiri a little. Truly a foe who can rival a master. Swordsmanship, huh? Just like Aiden said. If it was just you, you wouldn't stand a chance. But you're not alone right now. The brain that's been with you until now has also joined the battle. That brain is another master swordsman. Things have changed. The high-grade monster is being cornered by two master swordsmen. It basically can't escape. Incessant screams echo. Tiri coldly speaks up. That's enough screaming. Be quiet and die. Ferociously biting its lip, the high-grade monster angrily retorts. I can't die meaninglessly like this. I will never forgive those who kill my parents. No sooner said than done. Flames erupted in his hand. Seeing this scene, Tiri was a little surprised. What's happening to him? This magic feels so strange. Even the orc faltered for a moment, under their doubtful gaze. The high-rank monster suddenly threw its head back and roared. I'll detonate all the magic in my body and send you all to hell with me. Tiri hastily retreated to the side, lost in thought. Even I can't stop this. The knights won't be able to withstand the burst of flames. Immediately afterward, he shouted urgently, Everyone run. It's about to explode. But as soon as he finished speaking, Aiden suddenly dashed forward like the wind. Tiri cried out in alarm. Aiden, come back. You'll die. But Aiden simply didn't listen. And at this moment, he even wore a triumphant smile. He charged straight towards the high-rank monster. Absolute sword stance. Aiden roared fiercely. This monster's final blow will be mine. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion echoed. The sword in his hand, Aiden stabbed straight into the advanced monster. Two powerful energies clashed intensely. Aiden gripped his sword tightly, using all his strength to hold onto the monster's body. He laughed triumphantly. The final blow is mine. Time for the main course, Billsbap. The magical power emanating from the monster's body intensified, but Billsbap in Aiden's hand was continuously absorbing it. Everyone outside was extremely worried. Tiri, on the other hand, was quite surprised. He didn't expect Aiden to withstand that blast. Could he have another plan? Inside the explosion, Aiden still held the sword tightly, letting it absorb the spirit energy. Bill Zephyr was now enveloped in dark energy. The amount of spirit energy and mana, more than you think. You probably can't absorb it all. Right then, the high-grade monster suddenly roared. Aiden's face suddenly darkened. He pressed his lips together fiercely. Just a little more. As he said that, he gripped his sword tightly, ignoring that Cho was trembling from spirit energy overfeeding. Aiden hurriedly shouted, Now, Curse, I need your help. Curse immediately materialized, complaining resentfully to the Dragon Slayer. How can you use me for such trivial things? But if you promise not to drink the divine elixir for a week, then I'll help. Aiden was dying of impatience, and he was still teasing. He hurriedly yelled, Okay, hurry up. The sword has absorbed enough vitality. Now then, The final condition to awaken the sword is to infuse demonic energy. To awaken it, the fallen lord slumbers within this sword. The girl swiftly places her hand upon it. The sword slowly speaks. Awaken, gluttonous god Beelzebub. Instantly, invisible chains bind him. Beelzebub has begun to stir. The sword's bloodshot eyes also crack open. Magic, huh? A deep voice echoes. It's been a while. I am the consciousness of the gluttonous god who devoured the very sky. Who dares awaken me? Hearing the howling sound, Aiden realizes the awakening was a success. He can't help but exclaim in awe. Truly, an ancient ruler of hell is on a completely different level. If you were a normal person, your mind would have been controlled and turned into a puppet already. But you possess something he fears most right now. Curse hasn't spoken in quite a while, has he? Bill Zephyr. You ask who awakened you? The familiar voice made Bill Zephyr flinch, a tone tinged with fear. Why are you here? Hell Lord, he whispered. Curse coldly stated, enough chit-chat. Hand over your power to me now. Bill Zephyr trembled as he spoke. I didn't expect to meet you so soon after waking. Curse, uninterested in his rambling, interrupted in a deep voice. Will you give it or not? He wouldn't dare defy him. He wouldn't dare refuse. The Hell Lord had subdued all the fallen lords and became the ruler of hell. No wonder he was so afraid of the Hell Lord. Aiden glanced at Curse. Smiling, he said, You're quite useful, aren't you? Curse glared at him. Pouting, he opened his mouth. Remember to keep your promise. Right now, the powerful surge of magical energy erupted once more. Aiden nodded firmly. Of course, he said, clutching his sword tightly, roaring, devour it all. Bill Re-Bap, sound effect, can be left as is or translated more literally depending on context. The demon within the sword, following Aiden's roar, began to absorb spiritual energy, causing the monster pain. The monster roared, feeling its spiritual energy dwindling. The monster couldn't help but grow angry. The vortex of magical energy churned relentlessly, causing the surrounding air to ripple. Teary hastily shouted a warning. I can't see anything. Everyone, be careful. At the same moment, inside that swirling magical energy, Aiden fought fiercely, roaring with determination. Become my power. The desperate battle raged on. After a while, the magical energy gradually dissipated into the air, returning a clear blue sky to the world. Aiden stood tall, proving he had won. At this moment, Tyrd finally saw everything clearly. He muttered, questioning. The wind has stopped. Where's the giant demon? Only the AI answered him. Aiden still stood silently. He had absorbed all the true power of the true god, all vitality and mana. At this moment, Aiden's throat suddenly felt a surge of nausea. He hurriedly covered his mouth. Kuros, seeing the scene, teased. Eating it all is your fault, you know. No matter how strong the power is, if abused, it will become poison, fatal to the dragonkin. You'll have to throw it up. Aiden was unwilling. He would swallow everything at any cost. But the feeling of nausea, that pregnancy-like sickness, he really couldn't hold back. At this moment, Aiden suddenly saw an egg at his feet. Aiden recognized it as a phoenix. No wonder it uses fire magic. It was absorbed by a high-ranking giant devil and then returned to a dormant state. This is a species as rare as a dragon. Don't you know why it's here? But Aiden quickly brushed aside the question because he was thinking about something. If I eat it, can I use fire magic? Curse couldn't help but remind him. Weren't you about to throw up from eating too much? Aiden indifferently shrugged. Aiden gave a cheeky grin. True, he said. But being able to use fire magic is a different story. Curse sighed in exasperation. Looking at you like this, it makes me realize how greedy a person can be. Aiden paid no mind to these meaningless taunts. He sat down next to the egg and said with a smug grin, Thanks for the meal. But things are never that easy, are they? Tyrus came up from behind and patted him hard on the back in praise. You finally did it, Aiden. This forceful pat caused all the stuff Aiden had just swallowed to come back up. Seeing the scene, Tyrus couldn't help but wonder if he was okay. Curse laughed at another's misfortune. Serves you right for being so greedy. Meanwhile, Tyrus also noticed the egg. He exclaimed in astonishment, That's a phoenix. Why is such a rare creature here? Aiden didn't care. He was on the side, crying his eyes out and spitting the stuff out. His mana and vitality couldn't even handle a phoenix chick. Just then, the eggshell suddenly cracked. Aiden stared in shock at the cracks. Why so suddenly? But he couldn't do anything about it. He could only watch it hatch in disbelief. Before long, a pair of fiery wings emerged. A fire phoenix soared across the vast sky. Costin missed the chance to mock Aiden. The phoenix has awakened after receiving mana. From your vomit, no less. Seeing the creature that had just appeared, the knights outside were also astonished. They knew it was the legendary phoenix. Witnessing it firsthand was a blessing. Everyone was marveling at the phoenix. Aiden, on the other hand, was glaring intensely at Tiri. It's all because of this old man. He had missed the opportunity to have his own O2 foot. While Aiden was thinking, his head suddenly felt heavy. The fire phoenix had suddenly perched on Aiden's head. He didn't understand why it was sitting on his head. Under the suspicious gazes of everyone, the fire phoenix suddenly chirped twice. Immediately after, around Aiden's body, a surge of energy appeared, along with the burning flames. Seeing this scene, Tiri and Lou outside immediately panicked. Aiden, thinking it knew, he tried to eat it and was now trying to burn him alive. But its flames weren't hot at all. What's going on? Curse jumped in to explain. That's a blessing from the phoenix. It will give you the power to resist most flames, because it awakened thanks to your mana. Maybe it sees you as its savior. Hearing this, Aiden immediately rejoiced. Then he'll be helpful in fighting that Sora. A moment later, the phoenix's feathers began to scatter, falling in front of Aiden. Without hesitating for another moment, the phoenix quickly departed as well. Aiden watched it go, then reached out and picked up one of its feathers. Tiri rushed over, anxiously asking if he was all right. He was just scorched. Yes, I'm fine. Aiden waved his hand and laughed, confirming he was okay. Tiri immediately praised him. Thanks to meeting you, I've witnessed so many unbelievable things. Aiden smiled modestly. I'm just as bewildered as you are. This is also the first time I've witnessed these things. Then he noticed something again. Aiden glanced at the person approaching and asked suspiciously, You're the Oaks tribe leader? Why are you still here? Do you want to continue fighting? He was silent for a long time, his hands clenched into fists. Aiden thought he wouldn't speak again. Suddenly, he heard a deep voice. Breaking the oath has a price. The price is death. You may take my head. Aiden couldn't help but be puzzled. You suspect I broke the oath? He asked, a hint of disbelief in his voice. What oath? And so, the orc chieftain began to tell Aiden the story of his vow. A long time ago, Master Remy, Remus and the orc chieftain battled on this very land. The orc chieftain lost and swore never to descend the mountain again. So, they settled in the mountains, vowing to protect this land. Finally, Aiden understood the reason the orcs didn't come down from the mountains. The mountain and the orcs were a race that valued oaths above life itself. The orc chieftain, after finishing his story, spoke again. My head is enough. Please spare my tribe. Aiden, not paying much attention, casually waved his hand. I don't need your head. Go back. But the orc chieftain, unwilling to accept it, shouted loudly, The oath of my ancestors. I must pay the price for breaking it. His voice truly infuriated Aiden. It was too noisy. He wondered if he should just chop his head off right then and there. But still, they are protecting their territory. So, let's be patient for now. Thinking this, he planned to lift his foot and leave, only to suddenly remember something. He hurriedly turned his head and spoke up. Then pay the price with something other than your head. Hearing these words, the Orc chieftain was immediately astonished. The next day, at the fortress that had just been destroyed, everyone was beginning to rebuild. Seeing this scene, Tiri couldn't help but exclaim, Am I seeing things? Aiden chuckled softly and casually said, Is that a compliment? Thank you, Your Excellency. At the same time, the soldiers of the fortress were struggling with the piles of sand for construction because they were too heavy. But conversely, the Orc could carry them like pebbles, extremely skilled. Tiri stood outside, watching the people going back and forth. The amazement in his eyes hadn't faded. He whispered, Orcs and humans working together. How so? Aiden winked. It would usually take months, but with the help of the orcs, it'll only take a week. The orcs protected the chief's life. We can cooperate for a win-win situation. Hearing this, Tiri couldn't help but chuckle. You never cease to amaze me. It's like talking to a dragon that's lived for centuries. By the way, he said they should leave this matter to the Slaughter Tower. Now, even monsters from the abyss have appeared. It's out of control. Hearing this, Aiden's expression immediately changed. He said in a deep voice, Got it. He's achieved his goal, so there's nothing else to worry about. He only wanted to awaken Billy Bap. But he even received the blessing of the Phoenix. Now he'll probably quietly return to train some more. Another day has passed. Aiden rode back on his horse, the people cheering and sending him off. "Thank you for saving our territory, young Lord Remus. You are amazing. Lord Trow, long live." Aiden silently listened to the cheers from below. A look of helplessness crossed his face. He didn't know where these rumors came from either, and he absolutely hated these superficial welcomes. Even Curse couldn't help but chuckle. They're not being superficial. Maybe they just want to see you as a hero. Aiden just pouted, "A hero? What's so great about being a hero? Being a hero doesn't bring in the cash." Hearing these words, Kyle immediately retorted, displeased. "Money, you're definitely more suited to being a mercenary than not." Aiden didn't reply. He just smirked. Anyway, this time he only intended to train quietly. Aiden traveled for a long day and finally returned to Count Remus's mansion. He went straight to Cassie's research lab. After listening to Cassie's report, Aiden couldn't help but feel troubled. Is there no way to fix it? Cassie gently shook her head and replied, "I'm sorry, but there's no way right now. It seems the mana disconnection syndrome is worse on me than on you. We need more medicine ingredients than we did for your treatment for that cute night." Aiden frowned slightly and asked, "How much will it cost? I can pay." Cassie sighed helplessly. "Money isn't the issue. We need an alchemist to create the elixir. The highest level alchemist can only be found at the royal palace. Anyway, I'm really grateful to Aiden. If I stay here, I'll wither away while searching for a cure." Upon hearing this, Aiden immediately stood up and casually said, "Then we just need to find an alchemist, right?" Cassie was a bit helpless. "Didn't you hear, young master? That person." She hadn't even finished speaking yet. Aiden coldly cut her off. "I know someone." With that, he turned and headed for the door, not forgetting to reassure her, "Don't worry, just wait here. I'll be back soon." Initially, Cassie still had doubts. Aiden suddenly came to see her and offered to show her the method to cure mana disconnection syndrome, even providing research funds. Knowing her body couldn't last long, she had no choice but to accept his offer. But in the end, Cassie was very distressed. She completely broke down when she learned that the method to cure her body was almost impossible. And now, the people Cassie has met are all cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. But Aiden is different. His words are cold, but his actions are warm. It's been a long time since she's felt this warmth. Thinking this, Cassie breathed a sigh of relief. After stabilizing her emotions, she spoke calmly. "Young master is indeed interesting. Then, please bring me an alchemist. After all, my research is perfect." Aiden just smiled without answering. Then, he lifted his foot and walked out. Curse then manifested, speaking with doubt. "You are acting for the benefit of others? They say such sudden changes are very dangerous. You have to be careful." Aiden nonchalantly replied, pursing his lips, "I'm just keeping a promise. Promises are important to mercenaries. Besides, I was planning on seeing old man Kim anyway, because you know he doesn't have much time left." 3 days later, in the city of Macallan, the noisy sounds of the streets never ceased. Aiden, blending into the crowd, couldn't help but sigh in awe. The Empire's largest free trade city. It truly is a bustling city. Cuss asked with a hint of doubt, "This is the city? What do you mean?" Aiden slowly explained. "A famous city. A place where you could feel everyone working diligently." And then it disappeared due to a dragon's attack. Thinking of this, Aiden couldn't help but sigh. "I'm probably the only one who finds this situation strange." Reading his thoughts, Cuss asked suspiciously, "Then, Dragon Slayer Kim, the talent you're talking about, where is he?" Aiden calmly replied, "I'm trying to find the way, so be quiet." Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Meiklang City, a gang of thugs were surrounding a man. The leader was shouting incessantly, "Didn't I tell you to prepare the goods for today?" The surrounded man fearfully huddled in a corner, trembling as he spoke. "But no matter how hard I try, I can only make one a week. If you suddenly force me to double the work, to create high-grade elixirs." Before he could even finish speaking, the leader punched the wall hard as a warning. He said coldly, "I don't give a damn. Watch yourself, Joseph. If you don't deliver by tomorrow, your collateral will get hurt." Joseph's face turned grim upon hearing this. Just then a voice from the side, a threatening voice echoed from the alleyway, warning of scams. "If you're an AI being extorted, come see me." The voice caught the attention of everyone inside. The leader immediately ordered, "Karen, handle it. Karen, deal with this." The person named Karen stepped forward at once. He asked coldly, "You're an AI. What are you doing here?" The other person smirked, "Don't you know?" This attitude enraged Karen. He gritted his teeth, stop loitering and get lost. Unfortunately, the other person didn't care. He poked his head in, looking at Joseph, and asked, "Are you being threatened, extorted, or scammed?" Being ignored, Karen's anger reached its peak. He snarled through clenched teeth, "You mutt! How dare you ignore me?" Immediately after, he threw a punch at the other person's face. But the other person casually waved his hand, sent Karen flying. She crashed hard into the wall. Seeing this, the thugs immediately panicked. The leader frowned, asking, "Who the heck are you?" The one who arrived was Aiden. He smirked, saying, "Step aside, I need to see my client." With that, Aiden retracted his hand. His interruption angered them. The leader grabbed his sword and charged at him, shouting fiercely, "You dare touch my people? I'll kill you." Unfortunately, his attack speed was too slow. Aiden casually dodged it. Immediately after, he closed in on the leader, a mysterious smile on his face. Without hesitation, Aiden reached out and pulled down the leader's pants, revealing underwear with a super cute bear print. His secret exposed. The leader flew into a rage. He shouted fiercely, You little goblin." Aiden frowned, looking at him with displeasure, and asked, "What did you just say?" The leader went crazy and yelled, "You think you can lay a hand on Sabroth, the #1 predator of Mecklenburg City, and get away with it? You're dead meat." Just as the words left his lips, a powerful surge of energy suddenly struck. His sword shattered instantly. This scene almost made the leader wet his pants. He trembled and asked, "Who are you? How can you use sword aura?" At this moment, Aiden drew his Bilsbap sword, surrounded by energy. He closed in on him and said coldly, "Your eyes are going to need some serious fixing." A moment later, Aiden fiercely used Bilsbap to strike the leader, turning his head into a pig's head, and he coldly scolded, "How dare you compare me to a goblin? Consider yourself lucky that I'm feeling generous." Seeing Aiden's face, the remaining thug trembled and asked, "Why is a young master like him in this rat hole?" Aiden completely ignored him. He slowly walked towards Joseph, raised an eyebrow, and said with a smile, "Hey, old man, do you need my help? My service fee is quite affordable." Joseph stared intently at Aiden. An awakened swordsman, a sword light offering to help him, and for such a low price? Would he demand something else later? Could he trust him? Aiden saw the hesitation in his eyes and said nothing, just smiled faintly. He knew the old man had no other choice. Sure enough, Joseph soon started pleading desperately, "Please help me." Joseph is a renowned alchemist from China, in the underworld of Macallan City. His daughter was kidnapped by the Sabroth gang. Although Joseph tried to fight back, it was in vain. The little girl was still taken. The leader of the Sabroth gang told him, "Just give them a magical elixir every week. They will protect your daughter." He even said this was a fair deal. "Remember, this is a very dangerous place. For your daughter's safety." Joseph grit his teeth and endured it in his past life. He had to deliver the potion for years. But when he heard the news that his daughter had died long ago, he begged for revenge, then committed suicide to reunite with his daughter. That's just the past life. It's not too late now. Not hearing an answer, Joseph cried and said, "I will give you everything you want. Just please save my daughter." Achieving his goal, Aiden smirked softly. He confidently said, "All right, old man, but remember to keep your word. You have to give me whatever I want." Cause finally couldn't hold back anymore, and scoffed, "Look who's talking. You're the only one whose greed is bigger than mine." Aiden didn't care. He glanced behind, coldly calling out to the fleeing guy, "Hey, you over there." The thug's footsteps immediately stopped, his body trembling reflexively. In an instant, Aiden was right in front of him, coldly saying, "Yeah, you think I just let you go?" He said he has some questions, but he doesn't think he'll be willing to answer. So let's start with a few punches. And then screams filled the alley. On another front, at the Sabroth gang headquarters, in the gang leader's office, Uncle looked at the documents in front of him. "If we successfully trade Joseph's 2 pills," he said gleefully, "we're going to make a fortune. Or should I just try one myself? It's supposed to be good for the body." Just then, the office door suddenly swung open. He immediately retorted in displeasure, "Who dares to enter my room without knocking?" But just as he finished speaking, Uncle realized one of his men had returned. He asked with excitement, "Oh, it's you. Did you bring back Joseph's pills? But why is your face so swollen?" Before the man could even answer, another person appeared in the room. Aiden stepped in from outside, raising an eyebrow and smiling, "Peek-boo, found you." Ankler looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Who are you? How dare you do this to my gang members?" "I don't know what you want." But walking into the lion's den like this, you're a fool. As he spoke, he reached under the table and pressed a button. It was an emergency alarm. He just needed to channel energy into it to activate it. Ankler's men would arrive soon. Then Aiden would be finished. That's what he thought. But life is not always a dream. Ankler waited a long time, but no one responded. His expression immediately turned ugly. Why hasn't anyone come? Is the alarm broken? Unable to hold back any longer, he directly shouted for help. Is anyone out there? There's an intruder. Aiden arrogantly picked his ear and said mockingly, "Your gang members, you say?" When I arrived, I put them all into a very deep sleep, just as he said. Indeed, the Sabroth guys are all falling into a sweet dream. Aiden glared at Anko and said coldly, "But not you. I won't let you sleep so easily. Hand over Joseph, Ra's daughter." Hearing the name Joseph, Anko immediately scoffed with disdain. Are you a mercenary brought here by that Joseph? Don't be arrogant, just because you've taken out a few punks. Because the strongest in this gang is me. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of energy appeared in his hand and struck. In an instant, the room was filled with the sound of fighting. But who's fighting who? I'm sure AI already knows. A moment later, at a prison cell deep below, Uncle, with a face swollen like a pig's head, took Aiden downstairs, his hands trembling as he opened the door. Aiden looked around the room, instantly displeased. "A kid's been kept here. You locked a little girl in here." He spat. "You guys are scum." Uncle shook his head slightly, then pushed the door open and stepped inside. He began to explain as he walked. "That kid, she's not a normal child. She might look calm right now, but usually it's just because she hasn't dashed." A small figure shot out from inside the room, but the kick was anything but gentle. The girl kicked Uncle flying straight out of the room. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. She said coldly, "I'm going to kill you." Seeing the scene, Aiden couldn't help but think, that girl's pretty good, even though he nearly beat that guy to within an inch of his life. While he was pondering, Kerr suddenly jumped out and spoke. "That kid is using a rather interesting kind of power." Aiden was slightly startled. Then he noticed the girl was charging towards him. He instinctively used his arm to block her. While dealing with the girl, he spoke to Curse. "You call it an interesting power?" Curse nodded, slightly in agreement. "Yeah, the power of a very troublesome guy." Aiden frowned upon hearing this. "Whatever, not your concern. Your mission is to bring her back to Joseph." At this moment, Alice shouted fiercely, "Take me back to my dad. I want to see my dad." Aiden casually nodded. "Sure, let's go see your dad." These words made her actions freeze. "Daddy," Alice doesn't believe whispering. "Daddy, will I really see Daddy?" Aiden reached out his hand in front of the little girl and smiled, saying, "Joseph, oh, you mean your dad asked me to come save you? Let's go home." Alice's hands trembled slightly. The little girl still couldn't believe it and asked back, "Will I really get to see Daddy?" "Yes, let's go." Aiden slowly reassured her. Immediately, Alice hugged his neck tightly. The little girl started to cry loudly. "I was so scared I missed Daddy." Aiden put his hand on the little girl's back, comforting her. "It must have been scary being here alone, but now you're safe. Let's go see your daddy." Seeing this touching scene, Curse couldn't help but sneer. "I didn't expect you to still have some compassion inside you." Aiden snorted coldly after hearing this. "What kind of person do you think I am? Do I look that bad in your eyes?" A moment later, Aiden returned with Alice. The little girl burst through the door, excitedly calling out, "Daddy!" Hearing the sound, Joseph immediately turned his head. And just like that, the father and daughter embraced tightly, having not seen her father in so long. Alice wept continuously, feeling forlorn. Joseph gently stroked her head, comforting her. "I'm so sorry, my dear." Aiden watched the father and daughter from behind, without saying a word. After a moment, Alice cried herself to sleep. Joseph then approached Aiden to express his gratitude. "Thank you so much." Aiden waved his hand dismissively with a smile, saying, "It's not over with just a thank you. Now comes the most important part. The part where you repay your debt to me, my friend." Seeing his sly smile, Joseph couldn't help but tremble. "Of course, I should pay for your efforts. How much do you want?" Aiden raised an eyebrow, looking at him. "How much do you think your daughter's life is worth?" Joseph hesitated for a moment, a long silence before he finally spoke. "To me, that girl is more precious than my own life. If money is what Aiden wants, then I'll work my whole life to pay you back, if that's what it takes." Hearing this, Aiden clicked his tongue in contemplation. "I have plenty of that. Do you have anything else? Like perhaps your alchemy techniques?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Joseph's expression darkened. Biting his lip harshly, he asked back, a hint of suspicion in his voice. You mean my alchemy? Nodding calmly, Aiden naturally admitted, that's right, an alchemist. With skills as meticulous as possible is what I need right now. Joseph, though unwilling, spoke in a low voice. Understand, so you helped me because you wanted my alchemy skills, but you helped me, so I must repay the favor. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and opened his wooden box, revealing a divine elixir inside. This was exactly what Aiden had seen in his past life. Joseph explained in a deep voice. This is a top-tier elixir I made. Give it a try. I used all my skills to create it. Aiden, eyes wide and sparkling, drooled as he asked, Can I really drink it? Joseph nodded slightly and replied, Of course, this is part of my repayment to you. The girl saw his expression and couldn't bear to watch. You're disgusting, dragon slayer. Wipe your drool, she scolded, dissatisfied. Goose. Aiden, ignoring her, put the elixir in his mouth and said vaguely, You only say that because you haven't tasted this elixir. If you drank this elixir, he didn't even finish speaking when a powerful surge of energy erupted, unceasingly fluctuating within Aiden's body. Aiden's eyes lit up, sensing this. Just as expected, this high-end product is truly top-notch. Just one elixir doubled the amount of mana. His mana has doubled. Thinking this, Aiden cheerfully spoke up. Outstanding, truly unmatched. Joseph smiled and said, Well, to repay you, I'll continue to make these elixirs for you. Aiden raised an eyebrow, seeing an attractive proposition. Instead of that, why don't you join our Duke's family? If you agree, we'll protect you and your daughter. Hearing this, the expression on Joseph's face instantly changed. He exclaimed in surprise, The Duke's family? Thinking about it, who exactly are you? Unconsciously smiling, Aiden calmly replied, Please forgive my late introduction. I am the eldest son of the Remus family. Adenhumi. Upon hearing this, Joseph was utterly shocked. Adenhumi? Could you be the Prince Chow that the town has been buzzing about recently? Adenhumi? Could you be the Prince Chow that the town has been buzzing about recently? Hearing that title, Aiden's expression immediately darkened. Again with Prince Chow, Curse couldn't help but chuckle. Looks like you've gotten a bad reputation. After a moment of shock, Joseph regained his composure. He asked, bewildered, What wind has brought a young master of a ducal family to a humble place like this? Aiden said calmly, I have a problem that I need your urgent help with. If you can help me solve this issue, our Duke will protect your family for life. That's an attractive offer, isn't it? Joseph nodded slightly in response. Indeed. But what exactly is the issue I need to address? First, let's talk about the urgent matter at hand. A little later, at Cassie's research lab, Aiden brought Joseph here so he could examine Cho. After a long pause, he said seriously, This is the most severe case of mana vein syndrome I've ever seen. If it weren't for the Beastkin's exceptional strength, she wouldn't have made it this far, he said, then looked at the papers pinned on the wall. Frowning, he continued, This disease can definitely be cured if we prepare the medicine according to the method you showed me. But the problem lies in obtaining the necessary ingredients to prepare it. Hearing this, Aiden asked, puzzled, Can't we just buy those ingredients? Joseph hesitated for a long moment before answering. The ingredients we need aren't just ordinary materials. There's really no way to get them at all. It says here, mana circuits syndrome. It's an illness with a mana circuits freeze. According to this treatment method, they need mana, superheated fire attribute mana, to thaw the frozen mana circuits. But he hasn't even finished speaking. Aiden interrupted. How do we get superheated fire attribute mana? Mentioning this, Joseph fell into silence. The singers beside him continued. You can get it from the heart of the fire dragon, or the feather of a fire phoenix. But how are we going to find those legendary creatures? Thank you for your help. You mean something like this? Aiden calmly asked, then took something out from within himself. He raised his eyebrows, smiled, and said, I have one, a fire phoenix feather. Cassie and Joseph's jaws immediately dropped. Staring at the object in his hand, they cried out in disbelief. How do you have that? How did you get something that we've only ever heard legends about? Their overreaction startled Aiden a little. He explained, confused, maybe the fire phoenix dropped it, ignoring how he got it. Joseph rushed over and took the fire phoenix feather. Nodding and smiling, he said, This is enough. If we have this, it's definitely possible. Give me 2 days. Hearing this, Cassie, standing behind, was somewhat speechless. Tears had begun to fall from her eyes. Tears of emotion, tears of joy. Finally, the terrible disease within her had a chance to be cured. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Philip's voice echoed accordingly. "Young Master Aiden, are you there?" Aiden instinctively frowned, asking, "Philip, what is it?" Philip hurriedly replied, "Father Fred is looking for you." Hearing this, Aiden couldn't help but tremble. He had forgotten. This time, he disappeared without a word. Soon after, Aiden went to Fred's office. Fred squinted at him and asked, "I heard you went to the city of Michelin this time." "Yes, I went there for some business." Aiden nodded slightly, saying apologetically, "I'm sorry. I should have told you before I left." But Fred shook his head and smiled, saying, "I didn't call you here to scold you." Aiden couldn't help but be startled. Then what did he call him here for? Unable to figure out, he asked directly, "Then why did you call me here?" Fred took out an invitation and explained, "We've received an invitation to a banquet. It's to celebrate the Crown Prince's upcoming birthday. This time, Father wants you to attend the party with me." Hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed Aiden's face. "I have so much work. Who has time to go?" He immediately questioned why he had to attend the banquet. "Aren't elders usually the ones who represent our family at such events? Is that so?" Free calmly nodded, matter-of-factly stating that it was indeed the case. But Ert refused to attend this time, because he's busy with the Knight's Order. Besides, many people are eager to meet you, but I'm also very busy. Aiden sighed helplessly. Just then, something came to his mind. He quickly asked, "Father, this year is the year 450 according to the imperial calendar, right?" Free nodded slightly and said, "That's right, my son. No matter how much you dislike it, you still have to attend this banquet." Aiden thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll go." But Fred's a little overwhelmed by how quickly you changed. He hurriedly explained, "You're busy, so I guess I don't have much of a choice. I'll go. Consider it my debut." Hearing this, Fred nodded and smiled. "I understand. You've made a wise decision. Be careful." The two talked a bit more. Aiden then quickly left Fred's room. Kirsten jumped out and asked, "You wouldn't go to a place like that for no reason, suddenly agreeing to attend the banquet. What's your real motive?" Aiden slowly explained, "A big event will take place at this year's banquet. The Black Mages will attack during the banquet, and the orchestrator of it all is the Queen of the Dark Mages, the Silver Witch. Aiden intends to bring that woman over to his side." Hearing this, Sayu asked suspiciously, "Why would you try to ally with someone you hate?" Aiden shook his head slightly and replied, "Unlike the chaotic, extremist, heretical Dark Mages, she is the leader of a moderate faction, the Flame of Florence. Although Aiden killed her in his previous life, perhaps the outcome will be different this time. In the previous life, the last time the two met was on the battlefield. Before closing her eyes for the final time, the Silver Witch left a sentence for Aiden. Mercenary Aiden, perhaps if we had met in a different way, then you and I would have been quite close." Aiden felt quite regretful. Before, he couldn't resolve the corrupting dark magic. You can't replicate Florence's will. A few days later, the Remus County's entourage set off for the Crown Prince's banquet. The Crown Prince's party. Aiden said, sitting in the carriage, bored, "Do we really need such a large entourage just to go to the royal palace for a birthday party?" No, Yule, sitting beside him, cheerfully said, "The size of the entourage represents the power of a family, so this is unavoidable for the Duke's reputation. But why do we have to take a detour?" Aiden sulked, explaining, "I just want to take a more comfortable route." "That's what you said. You wanted to get a few more top-grade potions from Joseph. But there's a problem. Joseph said before leaving that, even if you want to be a first-class elixir right now, you can't, because it requires the tears of a treant, something produced from the tree spirit. But they are threatened. Aiden has never seen a treant either, so he doesn't know much about them. But that guy will surely know. He'll go get that gift first." Thinking this, Aiden immediately smirked. A moment later, as the carriage passed a forest, Aiden quickly ordered everyone to go ahead. "I have to stop here for a bit." Lou wanted to go along to escort him, but Aiden poured cold water on the idea. "You're weaker than me. I'll go alone." And so, Aiden ventured into the forest alone. Kirst jumped out and asked, "You? Are you sure the person you need to meet is among these hills? Really?" Aiden smiled, lifting his lips, and said, "I never said it was a person. It's been here all this time. I still don't understand my master's thinking." The two talked as they walked, finally stopping in front of a strange heart-shaped stone. Kaz couldn't help but speak up, somehow. "This heart-shaped stone looks really artificial. Your master once said, this is the gift for the disciple who comes to this place. He really has a unique taste." The girl asked, a little surprised. You mean this stone is the gift? It looks no different from a normal stone. Aiden smiled calmly. My master. I really enjoy wrapping things up nicely. You're still going to be the one receiving it this time. No sooner had he spoken than he raised his sword. Without hesitation, he slashed down, bisecting the heart-shaped stone before him. Looking at the split rock, Curse asked, a little surprised. Didn't you just say that was your master's gift? He smiled unconsciously. Aiden explained calmly. This is just the wrapping paper. With that, he headed inside the vault behind the rock. Only then did Curse understand and nod. A dungeon? So this is the gift, huh? Aiden nodded impassively, replying calmly. He's always droning on that. If you want to become the king of mercenaries, you have to learn by experiencing pain, or you'll only get stronger if you experience the proximity of death. Besides, this dungeon isn't really a dungeon. Inside the dungeon, many monsters slowly approach the light. Aiden stood calmly, not taking a step back. Curse wondered, asking, could it be that in your past life, you and your master were very close? Aiden pouted, saying, in my past life, I always thought he was going to kill me here. But in this life, Aiden felt grateful. Before him was a horde of monsters, and behind them, a monster holding a scepter, probably the leader. Curse spoke dismissively. It's a lich, a foolish being, created when a dark mage transforms themselves into an undead. They're the trickiest ones. If Aiden didn't know how to deal with them, he would have struggled a lot with them in his past life. At that moment, the lich leader spoke in an eerie voice. Foolish human, you dare step in here without fear? Soon, I will turn you into one of the living dead like them. Aiden didn't bother paying attention to it. He charged straight ahead, slashing horizontally with his sword. If you defeat this lich, all those undead will disappear. Besides, compared to the high-level liches you've killed in your past life, this one is nothing. Aiden's speed was extremely fast. Before the lich could even react, he was slashed. Before vanishing, the lich said in resentment, I can't believe I'm going to die. Before witnessing the rebirth of the Dark Kingdom, the Dark Mage, and immediately after, he and the monsters he created turned to dust, becoming one with the air. Within those clouds of smoke, Aiden's eyes noticed something glowing. A strange necklace appeared on the ground. Curse jumped to a conclusion. Could this pendant be the gift your master mentioned? Aiden shook his head slightly, denying it. I've never seen this before, but these patterns look strangely familiar. He decided to pick it up and keep it for now. At this moment, Curse suddenly suggested collecting the lich's ashes. You should collect 10 piles of that lich's ashes. Aiden couldn't help but be stunned. Aiden hesitantly asked, what would I do with its ashes? Curse nonchalantly explained. Didn't you say you were going to find the treant? The lich's ashes are something the treants are desperate for. Hearing this, Aiden hesitated slightly. In the end, he still bent down and scooped up the ashes. He didn't want to listen to that damn guy, but he didn't know much about the treants either. Then, while doing it, he threatened Curse's cousin and said, but hey, where's the gift you mentioned? Aiden didn't answer, continuing to collect dung. Seeing this, Curse asked in suspicion, you were still skeptical just now. So why are you collecting so much now? A moment later, Aiden, with a bag full of dung, headed towards another door. Inside was a hidden room, and Curse looked surprised. Aiden slowly explained, it's exactly what it is, a hidden dungeon. Even though our master is a bit eccentric, he wouldn't throw us into a dungeon that only has dung, would he? Hearing this, Curse curled his lip in disdain. Dung College was already a bit strange. Aiden glared at him angrily. The two bickered like cats and dogs. But Aiden continued forward. He stopped when he saw something glowing. Curse was speechless with surprise. Aiden smirked. You saw it in the past life too, right? Curse's tone was slightly disgruntled. How could I forget? If it wasn't for that thing, I wouldn't have lost in our fight. Before you now is a shield. This is the Lin Beisai shield, an equipment imbued with the frenzy of a spirit. Beisai, it's been a while since Aiden's seen it. He quickly takes it into his hand. That frenzy once tainted its users, so he struggled quite a bit with it in the past. But this is the second time already. And one of the things Aiden likes about this shield is it can transform into a bracelet, unlike other equipment. Right then, the shield suddenly turns into a vortex, wrapping around Aiden's arm. Before long, it transformed into a bracelet. He can take it anywhere like that, which is quite convenient. Maybe because it's a familiar equipment. It reminds Aiden of the time he was a dragon slayer. You even remember this crazy scream. Reading this mind, Curse scoffed. Like master, like student. I guess you're not normal either. Aiden didn't bother paying attention to him. He looked at Cao Trung and yelled, "I know you're witnessing everything. Show yourself now." As soon as he finished speaking, a rabbit appeared in front of him. It made a mocking sound. "I've been waiting for you to call me, you jerk. Oh, I mean, dear customer. Looks like I need to make a deal." It introduced itself as Rabbit, a merchant spirit of the Friendly Spirit Shop. "If you need anything, just name it medicine weapons. There's nothing its spirit shop doesn't have." Merchant spirit. Spirits who trade for a great desire for money. Spirit shop. The place where these merchant spirits gather, with their merchant hats atop their heads. A trademark symbol of their profession. Normally, when someone clears a dungeon, the shop sends a spirit to bargain for the loot, the extra items found within. But Aiden isn't your average customer. At this moment, Robbie's wears a smug grin, asking, "You intend to trade the Benson shield on your right arm? I can buy it for a good price, you know." "No, I'm not selling it." Aiden refused flatly, without hesitation, surprising Robbie's, who widened his eyes in shock. "You're not selling it? Then what kind of deal are you proposing?" Aiden stated calmly, "I want some information. I want to know the location of the Treants, who dwell in the Western lands." Hearing this, Robbie sneered, speaking with contempt. "So, you want to buy information about the Trent's dwellings, like a customer? Information about the Treant will be very expensive, even just for a small village location. It will cost 2,000 gold. That's with the discount already." Aiden didn't object at all. On the contrary, he increased the price. "For 1,000 gold? What?" Hearing this number, Robbie's eyes immediately lit up. Cuz was confused by his actions and asked suspiciously, "Why suddenly double the price like that? Do you owe this guy something from a past life?" Aiden shook his head and laughed, saying, "I don't owe him anything. I'm just doing what I was taught." Hearing these words, he became even more confused. "Taught? What exactly were you taught?" Aiden gave an extremely sly smile. "The skill to squeeze dry. That my master taught me as a spirit merchant. I told you." He then raised his chin at Robbie's. "Speak up. Give me the location." "The Tree People's hideout, and 4,000 gold quick." Upon hearing this, Robbie's questioned in dissatisfaction. "Aren't you buying them with 4,000 gold? And you're asking for them in 4,000 gold. Have you lost your mind from fighting those monsters?" Aiden clicked his tongue and chuckled. "No, I'm making a deal. I want to sell you what's behind me. Is that okay?" In just a flash, Robbie's face changed, and he cried out in panic. "How could a human like you overstep like this?" Aiden, drawing his sword, grinned wickedly. "If you don't want it, just say so. I can destroy it right now." Seeing him not answer, Aiden urged loudly, "Hurry up." Robbie's remained standing there, unable to utter a word. He couldn't. Who knew a mere mortal like him would know about the dungeon core? Because no one else knows about it. If he told his seniors now that he bought a dungeon core with money, they'd scold him. But if he can't recover it, he'll get fired. He hesitated, unable to decide. Aiden decided to make a big bet. He marched fiercely towards the back with his sword. "All right, let's destroy it." Seeing this, Robbie's immediately panicked and shouted, "Wait, hold on. I'll buy it. I said I'll buy it." Aiden smiled contentedly. "You should have said so sooner." An agreement was reached. Robbie's took out a bag of gold coins and gave it to Aiden. He smirked and said, "These platinum coins are definitely worth 4,000 gold. Nice doing business with you, Rabbit. See you later, maybe." With that, he turned and left. Robbie's watched Aiden's retreating figure, crying his eyes out. "I hope we never meet again. You low-life scoundrel. You think you can just walk away after swindling a spirit merchant like me? Just try finding your way to the Treant village. No human has ever returned from that place." Thinking of this, Robbie's eagerly awaited what would happen. Aiden was unaware of his intentions. Happily, he took the money bag and left. Lou, outside, leaned against the carriage, looking extremely worried. Aiden had been gone for half a day. He didn't know if he should go look for him. Just then, Lou saw Aiden walking out from inside. He happily called out, "Young master, I was so worried because you were gone for so long." Hearing this, Aiden couldn't help but interrupt. "Stop right there. It's a little creepy." Sometimes he wished he would treat him like he used to. This is too scary. He couldn't get used to it. He's a straight guy. Aiden thought, then turned to look at everyone and suggested, "Anyway, has everyone rested enough? We'll be heading to the Imperial capital right away." That night, at the entrance to the Benji Soul Dungeon, a figure in a black cloak slowly entered. The person's low voice followed. "I've finally found it. But why isn't anyone here?" Looking around, the person sighed in dissatisfaction. "The thing she was supposed to take is already gone. It should have been here, so why?" The next day, in the Imperial capital, Aiden's group finally arrived. The carriage stopped in front of the city gates. Aiden from the carriage stepped down looking like a movie star. The people of the Empire are something else. The moment he got down, someone came to greet him. He bowed respectfully. Welcome, young master, to the imperial capital. I will take you to the guest room of the royal palace. That's how it seems on the surface. But in his heart, he was extremely scornful. He thought the guests would arrive. But instead, it's this vagrant. Aiden, infamous even in the capital. He must be extraordinary. So he decided he absolutely mustn't anger him. With this in mind, the servant didn't dare delay, leading Aiden to his resting place. As soon as he arrived, he jumped onto the soft bed. Feeling this, he exclaimed, even the beds in the guest rooms of the palace are completely different. But soon, Aiden noticed another problem. The dark mage will wreak havoc tonight. Last time, many were killed and injured. At this moment, Kerr suddenly jumped out and asked, then why don't you go warn them? Aiden grinned. This is a good opportunity. We can't let him slip away that easily. Are you questioning me? Is that what you mean? Don't you care if someone gets hurt or killed? Aiden scoffed in response. Do you think I'm like you? I was a hero who saved the world in my past life, you know. I already have a plan. And just like that, the night passed. The next morning, the banquet officially began. Laughter and chatter filled the air. But the moment Aiden appeared in the room, silence fell. Not a single soul spoke. Clearly, everyone knew of his reputation. Aiden ignored the whispers around him. He simply walked straight ahead. It had been a while since he'd been treated this way. He guessed people were all the same, whether they were mercenaries or nobles. Aiden had no reason to linger with them. There are 3 people I need to meet. Meanwhile, in a corner of the palace, someone stood silently in this place, enjoying the feast. He smiled contentedly and said, the taste of wine at the royal palace is truly the best. If only I could import this wine to the tower of magic in my country. Just then, Aiden approached to greet the mage, Gustav Dora. It's an honor to meet you. This person is the chief mage of Angus. Gustav was slightly startled and asked, how do you know who I am? Sao unconsciously smiled, and Aiden cheerfully said, of course, it's not. You're a mage from the magic tower of the Angus kingdom, so. Speaking of Angus, you're a leading figure there. Hearing these words, and he'll be expelled from the magic tower nation. If you're trying to get in the good graces of the National Magic Tower, then you've come to the wrong person. I don't have a good relationship with the higher-ups. At the Magic Tower, Aiden didn't pay attention to his rejection. He calmly said, I've read the book you wrote. Gustav, your ability in applied magic techniques. I find it quite interesting. These words made Gustav flinch. His gaze began to focus on Aiden. He asked, his voice trembling, you've read that book? You find it interesting, Sao? Aiden nodded slightly in response. I couldn't help but be surprised by the demonstration of the method. I've never seen anything like it before. At this moment, Gustav suddenly placed his hand on Aiden's shoulder. He laughed heartily, realizing the greatness of the magic technique. Unlike those guys at the Magic Tower of the Empire, you have an amazing understanding of it. Young Master Aiden. Before Gustav's excitement, Aiden just smiled wryly. I've never seen such a useful field, and as wonderful as this before. That's what he said. But actually, he would roll over and fall asleep every time he read it, ignoring the helplessness on Aiden's face. Gustav kept rambling on, those incomprehensible theories, to the point where Koso couldn't hold it in anymore and spoke up, Dragon Slayer. Please shut his mouth. Aiden was also very helpless. Just pretend you don't have ears. You can only hear Gustav's rambling anyway. And on the other hand, he's talking to Aiden. Why do we need such an obsessed person? With magic engineering? It's not even in the hierarchy of magic. Aiden slowly explained. Right now, magic engineering may seem useless, but in the future, it will become a technology, indispensable to everyone. Hearing these words, Kurse understood. So this Gustav guy must be a pretty big deal. Aiden reluctantly admitted. He is indeed famous. Gustav caused a huge incident, an unprecedented one in history. And he's known as the mad terrorist of the Magic Tower. Gustav Dora, he frowned, a terrorist? Isn't he famous for his Star Tower magic techniques? Aiden continued. Probably, he'll cause an accident during an experiment soon, and then his mana will be sealed. After that, Gustav will attack the Magic Tower with the techniques he created on his own. That's how this guy almost destroyed the entire Magic Tower nation. Of course, he was stopped by the Magic Tower country. There's also great magician Sauron. Anyway, thanks to his history of almost destroying the entire magic nation, his magic techniques were recognized. Isn't that strange? then ignored Gustav's abazidayim. He just treated it like he was rambling. But Gustav's interest didn't diminish at all. He kept talking. This is the first time I've had such an in-depth conversation about magic engineering. Like this. I wonder if I got too excited and talked too much. Aiden smiled and shook his head, though he didn't really mind. Not at all. The conversation we just had was so enlightening. I hope we can have more deep conversations next time we meet. At that moment, a loud shout suddenly echoed, cutting off their conversation. Aiden Remus. Aiden flinched slightly and looked at the person who had arrived. Who's calling you? Do you have a rendezvous here? No, but who is it? This face. It looks familiar. Aiden couldn't quite place it. At this moment, the young man roared furiously again. You thief, daring to steal the Cetus family's heirloom. We will never forgive you. Aiden stared blankly at the person. Gustav, who was next to him, spoke up first. What happened between you and Tyan? Why are you shaking your head so indifferently? This is the first time I've met him. Just mentioning it. Aiden suddenly remembered something. That's right. The person just mentioned the Siege's family. Thinking about it, this person looks like Tyrant. No wonder he seems so familiar. So, he's a young master of the Siege's family, the son of Tyrant Sieges. Sieges, I see. Aiden then smiled politely. Young Master Tyan, it's a pleasure to meet you. I was wondering if I had met you before. And now I realize you look just like your father. He hadn't even finished speaking yet. Tyan roughly interrupted. Shut your mouth, you con artist. How dare you deceive my father and steal our family heirloom? Hearing these words, the crowd immediately took notice and began to whisper amongst themselves. After seeing Billy Bob hanging at his hip, the others sneered in disdain. So, he didn't defeat that guy himself. Aiden heard the murmurs around him and couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. There seems to be a misunderstanding. I won this in a completely fair bet. Dion shouted in disbelief. I've heard a lot about your troublemaking lately. Do you think I believe someone like you could withstand my father's sword and win a bet? Aiden began to get angry. What kind of person did he think he was? How could he stand it any longer? He directly retorted, Young Master Dion, you've gone too far. Curse was also surprised. So, you do know how to be patient. Dion on the other side didn't back down either. Hiron, are you saying I've gone too far? Then prove you're not a scammer. You said if Aiden wins the sword fight, he will kneel and apologize to you. In return, you must return the treasure and kneel to apologize to him. Aiden cursed inwardly. It just feels like he's getting more insolent. Either way, he's just as stubborn as his father. Thinking this, he hesitated and said, a sword fight right at the Crown Prince's birthday banquet. What if the Crown Prince finds out about this? Before the words were even finished, a low voice cut in humorously. How about a sword fight right at my birthday party? Aiden and Tion both startled and glanced over, seeing a young man approaching. It was none other than Mace, the crown prince of this kingdom. Everyone didn't dare to neglect etiquette and hurriedly bowed respectfully to him. Tion also looked at the newcomer with some surprise. He didn't dare delay, bowing his head in greeting, welcoming the Empire's solar successor. In reality, he felt this crown prince's arrival was truly ill-timed. Mars smiled, addressing them. I overheard a very interesting conversation. Tyan responded in a low voice. Please forgive us, Your Highness. We are willing to accept any punishment for our disruptive actions. Aiden, on the other hand, felt rather regretful. It's fortunate that His Highness the Crown Prince saved time, the idiot thought, before respectfully opening his mouth. I apologize. Mas miled inconsciously. Mars calmly suggested. There's no need to apologize. Raise your heads. But his next sentence wasn't so gracious. By the way, young Master Tyan. Young Master Aiden, I would like to see you two spar. Could you do right here? This caught them both off guard. This prince really has his hands in everything, doesn't he? Seeing their reactions, Mars smiled and spoke up again. You both have fighting prowess and achievements to be proud of. If you were to display your skills for me, that would be the best birthday gift I could ever ask for. Hearing this, Aiden remembered something. This guy was quite famous in his past life, too. Mars is the most promising candidate for the Emperor position, but he has a flaw. He's a combat maniac. He couldn't refuse the prince's request. What should he do? While Aiden hesitated, Turin already agreed. It would be an honor. I accept your command, Your Highness. The reason he agreed was because Turin, a person who had never acknowledged him, actually acknowledged Aiden. He will expose Aiden's true colors and reclaim the family heirloom, to reclaim his father's honor. He thought. Tion glanced sideways at Aiden trembling beside him. A confident smirk played on his lips. Where's your former self now? Trembling like this. A pathetic coward. You've disgraced the family name. Even Curse was a little worried. He asked with a hint of doubt. Hey, Dragon Slayer, are you sure you're all right? But before long, Aiden wore a sly smile and spoke respectfully. Your Highness, I'm not much of a fighter, but how could I refuse your command? Curse silently mourned 5 minutes for Tion. So at Mars' request, Aiden and Tion prepared to enter the battle. Mars sat back in his chair, smiling cheerfully, and said, just to be safe, the use of lightsabers and supporting equipment is prohibited. Understood? I'm really looking forward to seeing the duel you two put on. Tion nodded respectfully in response. I promise this will be a duel worth watching, Your Highness. Then, he turned to Aiden, confidently speaking up. I will prove it right here, right now, that the rumors about you, my lord, are utterly meaningless. Hearing this, Aiden curled his lip in disdain. Can we start yet? His attitude angered Tion. He pursed his lips, scolding the young punk. That mouth of yours is truly irritating. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward with his sword like a whirlwind. Seeing Aiden still standing there, Tion scoffed. This amateur warrior defeated Cho? How ridiculous. This match will end quickly and be utterly boring. Here, who is the cat and who is the mouse remains to be seen. Before Theon's sword could even touch Aiden, he was met with a painful tap on the forehead. Ouch. Seeing this, Mars couldn't help but smile with amusement. At the same time, another young man was watching the match. He seemed a bit awkward. Dion lost too easily. Surprisingly, Aiden didn't want it to end like that. He put on a hesitant look and said, I was surprised and slipped. What a coincidence that you were right there. I'm so lucky. Then he looked towards Mars to assess someone's skills. Based on a misunderstanding that both sides accidentally made, it's really difficult. Let's consider this match invalid. Mars agreed without hesitation. Very well. Let's make this match invalid. Both of you need to concentrate more. He bit his lip fiercely. Tion gritted his teeth and said, Yes, Your Highness. He thought he had let his guard down. Even if it was a rogue like Aiden, a knight is still a knight. After all, he still knows how to wield a sword. But why are you making that hideous face? Thinking this, Tion's eyes became resolute. He pursed his lips and said, This time, I will give it my all, young master. Aiden nodded indifferently. Aiden provoked him mischievously. Of course. Come and hit me. Just get out of my sight. Anything will do. These words infuriated Tion. He tried to calm himself and not pay attention to the mockery, but he still couldn't help but tremble with anger. Immediately after, Tion grabbed his sword and charged forward. It's just that his attack speed was too slow. Aiden casually dodged it. Aiden frowned, looking at his sword path. Couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Just as predicted about the son of the Sword Earl. His straightforwardness and integrity are just like his father. However, the weakness is too obvious. Thinking this, Aiden raised his sword and successfully parried. He said coldly, compared to the Earl, Your swordsmanship is still too weak. These words directly angered Tion. He gritted his teeth and retorted, What did you say? My swordsmanship is weak. Unconsciously scoffed, Aiden said coolly, The Earl's strikes are powerful and precise. But young Master Tion, your current swordsmanship looks like you're imitating the Earl's swordsmanship. Tion fiercely pursed his lips. He dared to say he was imitating? Aiden coldly stated, Swordsmanship that has defeated your father. What you've always been curious about. I'll show you. No sooner said than done. The sword in Aiden's hand began to dance in the air. Aiden's speed was so fast that Tion couldn't keep up. Tion fiercely pursed his lips. He seemed unable to block it either. Thinking about his father losing under such a blade, Tion felt a little ridiculous. But at this moment, Aiden's short tip suddenly curved, slipping past Tion's sword body, making him shocked with wide eyes. In just a moment, Aiden's sword tip successfully pierced Tion's cheek. Tion's fresh blood also began to pour out. Seeing this scene, Curse couldn't help but speak up. I thought you would be gentle, but it seems you were more serious than I thought. Aiden calmly said, If I don't make him faint, I bet he'll keep attacking Cho until he's dead. Right now, Aiden has knocked Tion down. He can't believe he lost to a swordsmanship he's never seen before. He's not giving up, he's getting back on his feet. He's not giving up, he's getting back on his feet. Aiden chuckled softly, so I managed to block it. While he was thinking, Tion charged in with fierce momentum, yelling incessantly, I am Tion, Cetus, the eldest son destined to lead the Cetus family. Unfortunately, in Aiden's eyes, he was just a newbie practicing swordsmanship. He directly used the sword techniques of the mercenary king, knighted. In just a few seconds, Tyan's sword was knocked away. His body collapsed powerlessly. Luckily, someone caught him in time. The person spoke sternly. It seems my friend has caused a lot of trouble in my absence. It's okay. I was feeling a bit awkward anyway. Aiden said nonchalantly, but when he looked at the person, he was startled. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. So, I don't have to go through the trouble of looking for him, because the person was one of the three he came here to meet. While Aiden was thinking, the other person spoke again. A pleasure to meet you, young Master Aiden. This man is Symbiota Dioge's younger brother. Duke C is of the Grand Duchy. The C is family, known as the strongest knight family. And there's a saying that no one inherits their blood without becoming a master swordsman. Aiden looked down from above. Dayer was skillfully receiving guests, and Aiden couldn't help but feel moved. If I had been reborn into that family, I would probably be a master swordsman by now. That guy's called the genius of this family. Just then Kerr spoke up. This is the first time I've heard of this Dayer. So, if you want to meet him, isn't now the best opportunity? Aiden shook his head in refusal. A better opportunity will come. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a gaze, an intense stare coming from behind. What on earth is it? Aiden hurriedly turned around, only to see a crowd of people surrounding him, happily introducing their daughters. The calls of young master rang in his ears, driving Aiden crazy. He quickly ran to another place. Only then did the atmosphere around Aiden return calm. He sighed helplessly. They won't chase me here, will they? Kostin jumped out and laughed. Dragon Slayer, don't you find those nobles filthy? Just a moment ago, they were looking down on you. Aiden shook his head slightly. Why should I care? People are all the same. They cling to you when you succeed, and discard you when you're no longer useful. Don't trust me too much. I'm just a human, after all. I trust you, Kerr suddenly blurted out. But Aiden couldn't bring himself to be touched by that. He felt a bit uneasy. Kerr spoke slowly. You're more like an ox than a human. So my trust in you is 100%. From touched to chilled, Aiden grumbled in dissatisfaction. You're dead meat. When I get home, I'm drinking 100 bottles of elixir. While the two were secretly sizing each other up, a melodious voice suddenly rang out. The swordsmanship you just used, it's the swordsmanship of the king of mercenaries, isn't it? These words startled Aiden. She recognized his master's swordsmanship. More importantly, Aiden recognized the energy. This was as he expected. She would seek him out, the person he ultimately needed to meet. Thinking this, Aiden didn't turn around and calmly spoke. Have you seen this swordsmanship before? The girl gently shook her head and smiled. No, I haven't, but I've heard of it. The swordsmanship of the king of mercenaries. It can render any defense useless. If he were a knight, he would surely have achieved great things. Hearing these words, Aiden couldn't help but curse inwardly. Him a knight? He'd tell you to throw that title to the dogs. If it didn't bring him money, that is. But Aiden didn't say it out loud. He calmly smiled and replied, Indeed, but isn't this party a bit boring? I hate formal events like these. No matter how much the person in front of me changes their appearance. How much? How could Aiden forget your presence? After fighting you hundreds of times, he stared intently at the person beside him for a long time. A smirk crept across his face. Isn't that right, Mr. Florence? In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere turned glacial, so cold it sent shivers down your spine. Feeling she could no longer hide it, Nista reverted to her true form. Humph, she coldly stated. So you knew? Then let me ask you this, she questioned. How did Aiden awaken the sword at his side? Aiden knew Nista would come when he saw Beelzebub, but he'd be crazy to reveal it. He chuckled nervously, explaining, I received help from a friend. But Nista had already caught a glimpse of his deception. Intentionally evading the question, she hissed coldly. Immediately, she unleashed her own aura, making Aiden visibly flustered. Nista's voice turned chillingly sharp. I'll ask you again. Where did the demonic energy within you come from? Aiden pressed his lips together fiercely, just as expected. Truly a dense and deadly mana. She actually sensed the energy of the Hell Lord. They'll probably discuss that later. Even though they once held knives to each other's throats in their past lives. Let's try something different this time. Thinking this, Aiden spoke slowly. I'm Fico. Nista narrowed her eyes, asking him coldly. Fico? As if you know about me. She unconsciously smiled. Aiden raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying, the leader of the Black Magic Clan, the Flame of Florence's, the Silver Witch of the lineage. the last descendant of the Black Magic Kingdom, the Florence Kingdom, the mastermind of the White Moon Intelligence Group. Is that enough? The expression on Nista's face immediately froze. Her energy is also plummeting. She purses her lips aggressively. How do you know so much? Aiden smiles sincerely in response. We don't have much time. Something is about to happen. Nista is not satisfied with this answer. She says sternly, "Stop avoiding the question and answer me." But at this moment, a magic circle suddenly appears in the courtyard. Nista's face immediately turns fearful. She clutches the railing, pursing her lips, and says, "Dark magic used to summon the undead. How did I not expect them to escalate things to this extent?" Aiden calmly smiles and says, "These guys always follow a common pattern. You seem to have a lot of questions for me, but let's deal with this first, okay?" Without waiting for her reply, Aiden continues, "You came here to apprehend the rogue black mages, right?" This even more surprised Nista. "You even know she came here to capture chaos? Just who is this guy?" After a long silence, she coldly said, "We will continue this conversation another time." As soon as she finished speaking, Nista's figure had disappeared without a trace. Aiden wasn't too surprised, calmly standing there. He'll let Nista handle things on that side. Now then, let's deal with this side, shall we? Just then, a series of undead rose from the magic circle. Inside the banquet hall, knights appeared to stop the undead. Even Tyan joined the battle. Being a swordsman, after all, he could easily kill the undead. Tyan glanced towards the people and spoke. "Don't be afraid. They're just weak undead." Up on a high floor, Aiden still stood there. Curse chimed in. "Even that young count has advanced sword aura, doesn't he?" Aiden nonchalantly replied. "Reaching the advanced sword aura level means he's quite strong. He just picked the wrong opponent earlier." In contrast to his nonchalance, chaos had erupted below like a bustling market because a gigantic undead had appeared. Tyan's expression immediately turned grim. "This is too dangerous. We must wait for reinforcements." But at that moment, a figure suddenly dashed past, shocking Tyan. The one who moved was Dare. He charged straight ahead. Seeing this scene, Curse couldn't help but admire Dare. "He seems to be approaching the sword master level, doesn't he?" Aiden nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "You're right. He's right on the cusp of becoming a semi-master. Dion is strong, but he has friends and rivals like Dare. He's really having a tough time right now." Curse suddenly asked, wondering, "But why aren't you helping them and just hanging around here?" Aiden smirked and replied, "They can handle it themselves. Plus, there's something I need to confirm." Curse asked suspiciously, "Something you need to confirm?" From beneath and within the mindless undead horde, another armored undead suddenly appeared. Dion sensed his presence. He quickly shouted, "I sense a powerful energy, a massive demonic presence somewhere." In a chaotic battle, the armored undead slowly approached. His eyes glowed red. His mouth constantly muttered Dare's name. Immediately after confirming Dare's location, he firmly gripped the sword in his hand. The left foot steps back to gain momentum. A sound tearing through the air suddenly appears. The zombie's figure darts forward like lightning. Dare feels the killing intent coming towards his forehead, immediately breaking out in a cold sweat. By the time he realizes the direction, it's too late. The zombie is already charged forward with its blade. Watching the massive figure getting closer and closer, Dare's face immediately changes. But his body feels like it's weighed down by a lead, unable to move. Just then, Aiden appears in time, using his shield to block in front of him. He fiercely purses his lips, intently watching the zombie in front of him. Finally, the party crasher has arrived. He is the strongest zombie, the Zakishi. Aiden already sensed something was off, and indeed, even though it's the strongest zombie. But with Dare being a demi-master, he should still be able to handle it. Aiden has always wondered why Dare lost in the previous life, but this guy has enhanced his power with dark magic to surpass even a master. Aiden wouldn't be able to block his attack either, without the Lynn Benson shield. Now you understand why Dare lost. Just then, Aiden heard the Death Knight muttering something. He frowned reflexively. What is this guy saying? While he was confused, the Death Knight swung his sword closer. "One by one, I don't need other bugs." Aiden realized the issue at this moment. He should have realized it from the start. Should have realized. The undead weren't advancing to attack, but to separate the knights from Dare. So, everything was set up to kill Dare. While Aiden was still confused, The Death Knight's sword kept swinging, forcing him to retreat. Aiden grimly bit his lip, expecting a masterclass battle. That Death Knight is so overwhelming, just from blocking attacks. But you're no ordinary guy either. Thinking this, Aiden immediately yelled, "Master Dare, now's the time." Follow his shout. Dare charged from behind, thrusting a spear towards the Death Knight. Even though his attack speed was fast, the Death Knight was still able to defend, only taking 2 steps back. Seeing this, Dare's expression immediately turned grim. He gritted his teeth. "He blocked my spear so easily," Aiden nonchalantly said beside him. "Judging by the amount of mana, I can sense that he's at least a semi-master level. But why? Among so many people, why specifically target Dare? Who would benefit the most from your disappearance? Who sees you as a thorn in their side? Who could it be?" Thinking about this, Aiden finally thought of someone. That's right, there's only one person like that. At this rate, he'll be overshadowed by his younger brother. Dyer, despite being the eldest son of the family, is just an ordinary knight, in a place where the ruler is chosen based on ability. That's Shin Beta, that bastard from the past. Aiden thought he became a Night King out of luck because of the incident. So, this is how he got the Night King's seat. More than that, damn father was secretly colluding with the Dark Mages that you didn't know. Indeed, the deeper we dig, the more rotten things we find. Dyer suddenly exclaimed, "How the hell do we face someone like that?" Aiden glanced at him and said in a low voice, "Young Master Dyer, I have a way." Hearing these words, Dyer immediately exclaimed in surprise, "You're saying that there's a way to fight such a powerful monster?" Aiden smiled mysteriously and opened his mouth. "It's a tactic that can easily defeat even stronger enemies. It's a tactic Aiden learned himself. It's called the provocation gambit." The expression on Dare's face instantly froze. That's being called a tactic now? But at this point, there's no other way. He had no choice but to agree. "All right, let's try it, this provocation gambit thing." Curse asked, a little surprised, "Is there ever a time when you don't provoke the enemy?" Aiden raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Well, that means it's effective. Plus, giving it a name makes it sound more official." Just then, the knight started muttering again. "Dare must die," he just finished saying. He kicked off, launching himself forward. He moved with lightning speed, tearing through the air. Around his body, a powerful force constantly enveloped him. Seeing this, Dare's expression immediately turned serious, but he still gripped his spear tightly, refusing to let go. Quickly, the sharp blade in the Death Knight's hand struck towards him, but this time, Aiden blocked it, just as he expected. Shin Beta is a guy who specializes in betrayal, but things won't be as easy as he hopes. This life, he won't let him succeed. "You've interfered again." The Death Knight angrily roared, "Annoying flies, get out of here." But it was also at this moment, DA, who was being shielded behind Aiden, suddenly manipulated her power. The Death Knight was slightly startled. His blood-red eyes narrowed slightly. In the blink of an eye, a surge of energy blocked Aiden and the Death Knight. Seeing this scene unfold, Aiden couldn't help but grin with satisfaction, just as expected of a demi-master. It's incredible how serious he is. If Dare's blow had landed directly, even a Death Knight would have been torn apart. Dare retracted his spear, frowning and muttering. "I can't sense anything from him." No sooner had he spoken than he felt a murderous aura approaching. His expression immediately turned grim. The Death Knight jumped down from the air, bringing his blade down fiercely. But his blade struck something, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. This enraged the Death Knight to the point of gritting his teeth. The one who blocked his blow was none other than Aiden. He put on a smug face, laughing and taunting. "Blocked again, huh? Too easy, way too easy. Your words have successfully enraged the Death Knight." He furiously yelled, "I'll kill you first." No sooner had he spoken than he attacked again with his blade. But Aiden and Dare's teamwork is incredibly seamless. One defends, one attacks, leaving the Death Knight helpless. In the blink of an eye, the place is turned into rubble. Everywhere is marked with the signs of battle. But the Death Knight is extremely dissatisfied. The 2 words "furious" are written all over his face, always directed at his opponent. Dare, behind Aiden, took a couple of breaths and spoke up. "We blocked every attack, but we can't land a single effective blow. How can we even scratch him?" But the person in front didn't answer. Aiden just lowered his head, hiding his smug face. Dare was a little confused, and he called out hesitantly, "Young Master Aiden?" But the only response he received was laughter. Like Aiden's fool. The girl, witnessing this, sighed in slight helplessness. Isn't the Dragon Slayer's condition quite peculiar? But Abib, Are you controlling him again? But Abib, in Aiden's hand, trembled slightly as if protesting. No, my lord of hell, it's not me. At this moment, Aiden suddenly spoke up. I'm still conscious, so don't worry. Curse immediately scoffed. Worry? What nonsense? Put it this way, if you die, I'll be in danger too. Chuckling softly, Aiden cheerfully replied, don't be embarrassed. It's not that I can't attack, but that I'm choosing not to. Curse, hearing this, asked in astonishment, you're choosing not to? Aiden nodded calmly, slowly explaining. Right now, this guy can't be harmed by my power alone. That's why I need the power of this shield. The girl grew even more bewildered. She vaguely asked, you plan to fight that shield? Aiden smiled mysteriously and replied simply, the spirit shield. Benson is enveloped in spiritual energy tainted by madness. As you said before, the more someone uses the shield, the more it is filled with madness. And the user becomes stronger in proportion to how much they're infected by madness. Your current state is exactly that. As soon as he finished speaking, Aiden's figure vanished without a trace. This sudden action startled the Death Knight. Before he could react, Aiden slashed across his body. He smirked triumphantly. I can reach the level of a demi-master now. Dare, witnessing this, exclaimed, what is this? He was hiding his strength all this time. Although he knew Aiden was strong from the previous battle, he didn't think he would reach the level of a demi-master like himself. But Taizong Yuming, that's not right either. It's not as simple as a half-master. Dare believes Aiden is strong enough to overwhelm even that Death Knight. I don't know what he's thinking. Aiden, at this moment, is still pleased with his performance. He lifts his lips and smiles, saying, this frenzy is making me a bit off track. Curse says with a bit of helplessness, Dragon Slayer. It seems like all the equipment you use, starting with Billsbap, is not normal at all. Indifferently shrugging his shoulders, Aiden casually replies, the better the equipment, the more flaws it has. Curse, hearing this, scolds in dissatisfaction. What nonsense is that? They say equipment reflects a part of its owner, but maybe it's because it's been quite a while. This frenzy is starting to become annoying. Aiden needs to finish this soon. Thinking this, he starts to activate the agility ring. At the same time, the Death Knight also charges towards him, but Aiden's speed at this moment is like lightning. His figure vanished without a trace. The Death Knight muttered under his breath, Die, you insect. He had barely finished speaking when a beam of light suddenly appeared from the distance, startling him. By the time he reacted, a large dent had appeared in his waist. Biting his lip fiercely, the Death Knight roared in anger. I can't see you anywhere, you bug. Aiden smirked. I'm right here, you slow oaf. But as soon as the words left his lips, a sword strike slashed at the Death Knight's body. Another large wound appeared on his back. Outside, Dare's eyes narrowed as he witnessed the battle. Aiden is even faster than before. He's become too strong, to the point where I'd just be in the way if I joined. Inside the battle, Aiden suddenly erupted with killing intent. He coldly said, Go ahead and wait. I will send your master off. The King Knight will join you soon. Seemingly at the same time, his sword unleashed a series of slashes at the knight. Unwilling, he muttered through gritted teeth, Death, if I die, mission 7 fails. Saying this, his toes suddenly gained a firmer grip. Immediately after, he lunged forward like a moth to a flame. Deo, who had been leisurely observing the battle, suddenly saw the Death Knight charging toward him. A look of panic flashed across his face. Very quickly, his body closed in on him. He roared fiercely, Mission 7 must not fail. Aiden, seeing the scene from behind, was slightly flustered. Why did he suddenly break free like that, geez? I was still planning to finish this. But at this moment, Aiden noticed another problem in Dare's eyes. He instinctively recoiled. Dare was equally terrified. He whispered, What suddenly happened? The Death Knight's blade was already bearing down on them. Aiden initially wanted to help Dare, but he couldn't even take care of himself in his current state. The side effects of the Swift Ring were kicking in. If this continues, everything will happen exactly as Symbiota planned. Dare's go to die. The situation was truly hanging by a thread. If this sword falls, Dare will be meeting his ancestors in no time. Fortunately, at that moment, Dion appeared out of nowhere. Gripping his sword tightly, he charged forward, pulling Dare away. Even though he knew Dare was much stronger than him, and this guy was unbeatable, he couldn't let his friends and rivals, his competition, to die in a place like this. In that moment, Tion suddenly remembered Aiden's words. He had once said, Your sword is too light compared to Tiri's sword. Realizing the hidden meaning in those words, Tion began to feel confident in his steps. The sword in his hand was now infused with mana. He slashed without hesitation. The Death Knight's body was cleanly cleaved in two. Before fading away, he still muttered about his mission. Sadly, he turned to dust. The instant the Death Knight fell, the surrounding undead vanished as well. The soldiers were caught slightly off guard. By the time they reacted, they were already looking towards Tion, standing on the other side. In disbelief, they whispered, "He defeated the Death Knight with a single blow. Was it young Master Zion who defeated it?" Immediately after, they began to surround Zion, endlessly cheering, "Young Master, you defeated the Death Knight," as expected of the heir to the Sword Master's bloodline. Sword Master. Zion's face showed absolutely no joy. Da also approached from afar, smiling and praising Zion. "You've finally become a semi-master. And you even saved me," he said. "Zion is truly my worthy rival. I will surely return this favor." Zion glanced at Da's outstretched hand. Hesitation flashed in his eyes for a moment. Finally, he reached out and took it. Having survived the ordeal, the banquet hall finally filled with cheers of joy. At this moment, Da remembered there was someone else. He hurriedly spoke. "Moreover, we shouldn't forget about that person, young Master Aiden." But when we looked back, Aiden had already teleported away. There was no one there anymore. He frowned in surprise. Where did he go? Hearing the name Aiden, Tion's face became serious. "I still don't feel anything. Did I really defeat a Death Knight?" Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the castle, Aiden trembled, taking each step, forcibly increasing his power. It's really wearing down his body. "Your work is done now. You should go home and rest, kid." Reading this thought, he couldn't help but speak up. "Shouldn't you enjoy your victory a little?" Aiden sighed helplessly. "If I don't rest now, I'll probably kick the bucket for good. What's there to enjoy? Come to think of it, it's too early to feel the joy of victory. This is just the beginning." But thinking about Shin Beta, that he colluded with those black mages. Who knows what he's plotting behind your back? In the past, Aiden's thoughts were read by Curse. He spoke slowly. At least the timing was right. Almost everything would have gone according to the Night King's plan. Aiden nonchalantly walked forward, not bothering to care about him. Before long, he saw Nista standing like a god of death. Corpses lay on the ground. A bit of blood still stained her face. She wiped her face, which was devoid of any expression. Seeing this scene, Aiden couldn't help but sigh. "I told you, that woman Nista is unbelievably strong. Thanks to her handling the chaos in time, the summoning was destroyed and the Death Knight disappeared. Otherwise, things could have been very bad." Just then, Lu Zi rushed over from afar. He anxiously asked, "Are you all right, sir?" The zombies suddenly attacked outside. Aiden trembled, annoyed, and said, "Do I look all right to you? Where were you this whole time?" Lu Zi tearfully said, "I'm so sorry. I ran into the zombies." Aiden felt so helpless with him. He said a few more words, and then let him help him back to his room to rest. After a chaotic night, dawn broke again at the royal palace. Aiden was still snug in his warm bed. His sleeping posture couldn't be worse. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes. Aiden rubbed his tired eyes and sighed, muttering, "I fell asleep as soon as I got to my room. I wonder how many hours I've slept." But he didn't notice a stranger in his room. He panicked the moment Nista spoke. "You could have slept a little longer," she said. Aiden involuntarily shouted. The sound could have echoed through the mountains. But Nista calmly spoke. "No matter how loud you shout, no one will come. I've set up a soundproof barrier around this area." "I see." After regaining his composure, Aiden just replied nonchalantly. He knew this would happen, but he didn't expect her to appear the very next day. "I did think so." Aiden asked suspiciously. "How did you get in here?" Nista answered casually. "Sneaking into a place like this is easier than choking a goblin." "Now, it's your turn to answer me," she said, her tone instantly changing. She asked coldly, "What do you know about me?" Aiden flinched slightly, his face immediately serious. That's quite the murderous aura to have right after waking up. "Honestly, Nista doesn't care what you think," she said coldly. "If you try anything, I'll kill you instantly." Aiden frowned at her, then calmly spoke. "I simply want to maintain a friendly relationship with you, Nista, because we share a goal." Nista was slightly surprised. She quickly withdrew her killing intent. She asked suspiciously, "A royal of the Empire, you share a goal with me? Do you even know what my goal is?" Nista hadn't even finished speaking. Aiden interrupted because I looked down on black mages. The moment these words left Ra's mouth, Nista's face darkened. A murderous aura flared up once more, making Aiden slightly stunned. Why is this girl's temperament so erratic? Nista narrowed her eyes at him, coldly demanding, "Say it again, black mage." No matter what, Aiden remained calm and replied, "Nowadays, it seems that the black mages have forgotten their principles." These words shocked Nista once again. Ignoring her reaction, Aiden continued to speak. "Someone said a while ago that originally black magic was a power created to purify lands tainted by dark mana and to fight monsters. The current black mages are straying from the path. They need to correct themselves. The path of the traitorous black mages." And Aiden felt the same. He despised the traitorous dark mages, especially the chaotic ones who attacked the royal palace. Yesterday, saying this, he got out of bed, a smile playing on his lips. Is that enough to maintain a friendly relationship? Aiden's words left Nista stunned in her tracks. Not only the royal family knows about the essence of dark magic, but he also knows about the presence of dark mages. Is this the truth? Or just a way to get through the situation? Seeing her silence, Aiden smiled again, saying she could think about it a bit more. "In return, I'll give you some useful information." Nista narrowed her eyes and spoke. "You think there's something I don't know? Even though I'm in the intelligence organization?" Aiden nodded calmly. Aiden leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Of course, because only I know this. This is what's going to happen in the future. That's what it is, and you haven't even finished speaking yet." The door suddenly bursts open. Lou, followed by Thyan, enters smiling and says, "Young master, you have a visitor." Then Thyan, oblivious to the situation, speaks up, "Master Aiden, I need to talk to you." But the posture of the two, Aiden, is far too ambiguous. Upon seeing it, Thyan froze like a statue. The sound of the door closing came quickly, and the person disappeared too. Aiden knows what they're thinking. Hastily calls out, "Misunderstanding, master." "Thyan, let me explain." A moment later, Aiden allows Thyan to enter, but the atmosphere is a bit awkward. Thyan hasn't forgotten the scene from just now. He hesitantly asks, "So, have you finished your work?" Aiden sighs helplessly. "It's not what you think. We were just talking." But no matter how he explained, Thyan's expression clearly showed he was still misunderstanding the situation terribly. At least he got to say everything he wanted to Nista before she left. Let's rewind a few minutes. Aiden had said what he needed to say to Nista, but she exclaimed in disbelief. "You want me to believe that now? A drought in the northern Kin territory? The place known as the Land of Abundance? That's an agricultural region that hasn't experienced a drought since the founding of the empire. And yet you're saying that a drought will suddenly occur there? This is truly hard to believe." "Believe me, there will be a drought in the next 3 months." Aiden nodded firmly, then urgently urged, "More importantly, we have to recapture Dion. If this continues, there will be an unfortunate misunderstanding about me." Hearing this, Nista asked, a little dissatisfied, "Are you still worried about misunderstandings? You're already famous for being a jerk." Aiden sighed, pushing her out while saying, "Just trust me for now, and we'll talk later." Nista glanced at him, warning in a cold voice, "It better not be a lie, or I'll find you and deal with you, even if you run away." Hearing this, Aiden couldn't help but shudder. It's about to be a drought. Why do I feel so cold and get goosebumps? Whatever, when the drought comes, Nista will believe me. Returning to reality, Aiden looked at Thyan and said, "Why are you here in my office?" Thyan hesitated for a long time and didn't answer. Aiden narrowed his eyes, looked at him, and continued to ask, "Are you here to fight again?" But he didn't notice. Thyan's hand, hidden under his coat, was clenched so tightly that his veins were bulging. After a long while, he spoke in a low voice. "Though it frustrates me, you are truly the rightful owner of that sword. As father said, you deserve the sword more than I do." Aiden couldn't help but be bewildered. "What's this?" Suddenly spouting such words, he asked, clearly in doubt. "Did you come here just to say that?" Dion hesitated for a moment, a slightly awkward expression on his face. Immediately after, he suddenly bowed his head and said thank you. Aiden was even more confused, suddenly bowing and saying thank you. Is this really the arrogant young master from yesterday? While he was lost in thought, Dion continued to speak. "If it weren't for you, I would have lost my best friend. I am very grateful. People are saying that you killed the Death Knight and protected the royal family, but I think Aiden probably realized it too. That undead disappeared before Dion could strike it. But in that instant, he also clearly saw the way to surpass the master swordsman's limit that he had taught. Hearing these words, Aiden couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He thought he'd have a stubborn personality like his father. Guess he was wrong. But Aiden's joy was premature. After those thankful words, Dion uttered a statement full of fighting spirit. Then, young Master Aiden, I'll acknowledge you as my rival. The expression on Aiden's face instantly froze. Dion, on the other hand, cheerfully laughed and said, you're the second person I've acknowledged as a rival after Hyung. Be proud. He says one day he'll defeat Aiden and take back the family heirloom. So don't let your guard down. Aiden, at this moment, felt a little urge to hit someone. Take back those words. You're nothing like those two, Trin. They really are cut from the same cloth. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, does it? After that, the two shared a few more words, and then went their separate ways. A few days later, Aiden's party finally returned. Lo, sitting inside the carriage with Aiden, spoke slowly. We're almost at Remus territory. Aiden nodded calmly. Yeah, I know. How's your injury? Lo quickly replied. Thanks to the divine medicine you bestowed upon me, my wound has healed greatly. To be bestowed with something so precious, I am truly grateful. Aiden smiled knowingly. Aiden said smugly, that's why you should treat me well. That scoundrel Lo nodded without hesitation. Yes, my lord. Aiden glanced at the pile of gifts beside him. He mused inwardly. The royal family really is rich. They gave him enough money to buy several villas. As a thank you. And with that, he bought a few things he needed, and some gifts for his parents and colleagues. Aiden bought things that suited everyone's tastes. He really should have picked out a gift for Elise himself. I wonder if she'll like this. Looking at the teddy bear among the pile of gifts, Aiden hoped the little girl would like it. A few hours later, in Maryland of the Remus territory, Aiden's carriage entered. Surprisingly, the people had gathered in large numbers, cheering nonstop to welcome Aiden. Congratulations, young Master Aiden. Long live Prince Chow. Our young master protected the royal family from the living dead. Aiden sat inside the carriage. Hearing those nicknames, Aiden seemed a bit displeased. I didn't realize the news had spread so far, Aiden muttered. Curse couldn't help but tease. Well, you know what they say, good news travels fast. Aiden sighed helplessly. I still can't get used to this kind of reception, even after witnessing it so many times. But at that moment, his gaze caught something. Immediately after, Aiden exclaimed, oh my God, what is that? What he was referring to was a golden statue by the roadside. Curse also noticed something and asked suspiciously, that face looks familiar. While he was confused, Lou smiled and explained, actually, to commemorate your victory in the battle, Aiden, the council secretly prepared this. Hearing this, Aiden burst into tears, lamenting mournfully. Father walked, but then, looking at the statue's muscles, he praised it. Isn't it beautiful? Hearing that, he complained in disgust. It's so gross, I'm gonna puke. A little later, at Duke Remus's residence, Aiden brought Lau in. He glanced at him and instructed, I'm gonna see your father and clean up this mess. Then Aiden went alone to Free's room. In his heart, he kept cursing. Why did he make such a terrible thing without telling me? I need to talk to my father. Aiden walked alone down the hallway and encountered some servants. Although they greeted him, he noticed something. Everyone has a strange expression today. Did I do something to make them uncomfortable? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. It's all because of that ugly statue. Because of it, Aiden looks like a pervert. Fueled by his anger, Aiden went to knock on Free's door. He pushed the door open, stepping inside with an awkward smile. Father, it's me. I've seen that statue. But Free suddenly said apologetically, I'm sorry. Aiden was a little surprised. It wasn't that bad, was it, for him to apologize so quickly? He'd feel like the bad guy. He quickly smiled and said, the statue is fine. But Free sighed, opening his mouth with reluctance. I try to stop them because they are the children you brought back. But things have gotten beyond my control. These words made Aiden a little confused. He questioned with doubt, Father, what are you suddenly saying? Free slowly explained. The two children you brought back have been taken away by the Inquisitors, on the orders of the Holy Flame. Hearing this, Aiden suddenly realized that the people he was talking about were Joseph and Alice. Free's tone was a little embarrassed. He continued, saying, the investigator said they were on a mission, but when they requested to arrest the father and son, I refused because they were the people you brought back. But Joseph himself said he would follow orders, because he said he would go with them. Free couldn't stop them either. The more Aiden heard, the more he couldn't contain his anger. He slammed his fist on the table. He pursed his lips and asked, "They've been taken to the main headquarters of the Holy Fire, haven't they, Father?" Free was a bit surprised by his reaction. He hesitated, replying, "I think so." Upon receiving the answer, Aiden immediately turned and left, leaving Free standing there in a daze. He hurriedly called him back. "Son, remember, we're not allowed to interfere with the 3 great orders. If we do, not only you, but our whole family will." He didn't even finish his sentence. Aiden waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Dad. I'm just going to say goodbye to them one last time." Fred frowned, looked at him for a long time, and then warned, "If that's the case, then be careful." Soon after, Aiden left the room. At this moment, Curse manifested and spoke up. "Dragon Slayer, your inner and outer selves are truly different." At this moment, Aiden's expression was a bit grim. He said coldly, "If I said what I wanted to do, I'd be arrested immediately. Dare to capture my people. If they dare touch those 2, I'll crush everything." The 3 main temples on the 6 lands include the Fire God Temple, the Temple of Justice, and the Temple of the God of Slaughter. These places represent and symbolize the corresponding gods. Even the Empire cannot easily interfere. Those who are by the gods, the divinely chosen ones, representing the gods' orders. They're called saints. They're the intermediaries, conveying the will and the power of the gods to earth. And they are the connection between humanity and divinity. But the situation at the Fire God Temple is different now. Unlike other temples, the Fire God Temple hasn't had a saint for decades. A prestigious temple losing a symbolic saint will gradually decline. For decades now, the Fire God Temple has gradually lost its power, and it's only 1/5 of what it used to be. At this moment, Aiden's carriage arrived there. He's come quite a way. The carriage driver spoke up at this moment. "We've arrived." Aiden quickly jumped out of the carriage, stretching himself out, feeling refreshed. "Back when I was a mercenary, riding in a carriage like this brings back memories." Aiden thought, then turned to Popon and said, "We got here so quickly thanks to you." "Thanks, Popon." He smiled politely. "You are a valued customer of ours. This is nothing at all." Popon used shortcuts that only merchants know, helping him get here much faster. That's why Aiden continued to use this trade caravan after selling that giant whale. At this moment, he remembered someone else was with him, the continuously vomiting Khan. He sighed helplessly. "At this rate, he'll throw up everything. What you ate yesterday, leave it here," Aiden said, glancing towards the temple in front. Though weakened, it was still one of the 3 great temples. Thinking this, he looked at Popon and said, "By the way, you're right." Popon sighed and said, "Didn't I tell you? The Fire God Temple is currently closed. You can't enter. You insisted on coming, so I brought you here." At this moment, below, a man brought a boy, pleading for treatment, but the guards bluntly refused. Aiden felt a little confused. During this time, the Fire God Temple's main temple should be busy with treating the people, right? But instead, the guarding priests blocked the door, closing it. This happened around the time Joseph and his daughter were captured. There's definitely some kind of connection here. Seeing Aiden confused, Popon spoke up again. "How do you plan to get in there?" Aiden chuckled softly. Aiden pursed his lips and said, "When have I ever not had a way?" Saying this, he smirked mischievously. Seeing his expression, Popon was a little scared. What kind of trouble is he planning this time? A moment later, at the entrance of the Fire God's temple, the gatekeeper priests were performing their duties. Suddenly, they detected an intruder. It was Aiden, approaching from afar. He calmly introduced himself. "I am Aiden Remus of the Remus ducal family. I have business inside and need to enter." Hearing this, one of the priests stopped him. "I'm sorry, but the temple is currently closed to outsiders. No matter who you are, you cannot enter." Aiden remained resolute, saying, "I must go inside." The priest stubbornly blocked the way. Neither side would yield, and they argued fiercely in front of the door. Losing patience, Aiden coldly ordered the door to be opened. The gatekeeper priest couldn't hold back either, angrily saying, "Hey, I said no." But he hadn't even finished speaking. His body suddenly flew straight into the air. Aiden had slammed him to the ground. The remaining priest, seeing this, flared up in anger. He bit his lip and scolded, "How dare you attack the temple guards? Even if you're from a duke's family, you won't get away with this." Unfortunately for them, Aiden wouldn't budge. He swung his hand again. This time, a punch landed directly on the man's neck. Just like that, the 2 gatekeepers were knocked out up high. Bobo, witnessing this, was truly speechless. They say you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Well, this case certainly proves it. At the same time, Aiden, after taking down the guard, boldly stepped into the temple. He even remembered to remind Curse to be careful. Curse, a little surprised, asked, "Why are you suddenly so concerned about me?" Aiden slowly explained, "Because this place is full of divine power." Right he was. As soon as the door opened, Curse felt extremely uncomfortable. The priests inside saw the door open and thought it was time for their shift. But they saw Aiden walk in. Aiden didn't pay them any attention. He exclaimed, "It's really spacious in here." Curse, puzzled at this moment, asked, "By the way, do you know where Joseph and his daughter are?" Aiden calmly shook his head and said, "It's okay, I'll find out." Curse was surprised and asked, "How do you plan on finding them?" He just said he had a way, but didn't explain further. At this time, the temple priests had gathered in large numbers. Curse suddenly thought of something and asked suspiciously, "You're not planning on taking them all down, are you?" Aiden chuckled softly. "I'm not crazy enough to turn the entire temple against me. I just need to ring the bell of lament." As soon as the words left his lips, he activated the ring of swiftness, dashing past the priests like a gust of wind. Curse was still confused. He asked questioningly, "The bell of lament? What's that?" Aiden slowly explained, "It's a rule of the fire god temple. When faced with injustice or a terminal illness, one could ring the bell to meet the high priest. But then people started ringing it, for trivial reasons. So the people of the fire god temple moved it to the top of the sanctuary to prevent anyone from ringing it." Hearing this, Q asked suspiciously, "Then why didn't they just get rid of the bell?" Aiden also felt that way, what his cousin said, but I've already said it. They can't remove the bell, it's the law. Look at the direction Aiden is running. The priests immediately shouted to warn. The intruder is heading towards the bell. Catch him at all costs. But they couldn't keep up with Aiden's speed. He ran further and further. The bell was further away than he imagined. He activated the agility ring for the third time now. A moment later, the distance between Aiden and the bell narrowed. The morning bell came into his sight. Aiden grinned in satisfaction. If he could ring it, then all his plans could succeed perfectly. But the main character will often encounter some obstacles, typically like now. A priest from out of nowhere. Swooping in, the hammer slammed down towards him with a deafening crash. Debris flew everywhere, a cloud of dust obscuring the area. Thankfully, Aiden dodged just in time before the hammer struck. He grimaced fiercely. That was close. That guy was aiming right for him, even though he used the ring of swiftness. At this moment, the priest spoke up. "I require you to overcome the other guards, but do not ring the bell. This one is Bali, the highest-ranking guard of the Fire God Temple." The Bell Guardian, seeing Bali's physique, cried out. The surprised Kuru exclaimed to Sate Longren, "Is he even human, Aiden?" He shook his head slightly. "Don't ask me. This is the first time I've seen an orc look like a person either." Immediately after, he began to draw his sword. The important thing is, he's used up the daily uses of the ring. Fast. There's no other choice. After thinking, Aiden spoke in a deep voice again. "If you stand in my way, I will strike you down." Stant Azida. Hearing these words, Bari immediately burst into scornful laughter. "An intruder dares to threaten me? How absurd. It seems you're at the high sword aura level." With that, his hand immediately tightened around his club. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward. Bari coldly snorted. "Intruder. Thanks to you, it's been a long time since I've had this much fun." Aiden didn't dare to be careless and hastily raised his sword to defend, but his strength is too great. His expression immediately turned grim. He's this strong and doesn't even have mana. In terms of raw power, Bari is even stronger than Marquis Thierry. Aiden hasn't seen an AI this strong, not even in his past life. At that moment, Bali burst out laughing loudly. "No AI in the divine domain could withstand my attacks. But you're quite strong. I'm getting interested." Hearing these words, Curse couldn't help but sigh in amazement. The stronger people are, the crazier they get. Is that even normal? Aiden sighed helplessly. "It's not just you. You only meet weirdos." The two started arguing again. Meanwhile, Bali attacked once more. Aiden had no other choice. He had to fight him. Thinking this, the bracelet on his wrist instantly glowed. In just a flash, the Benji shield appeared in Aiden's hand. He wanted to block Bali's attack with it and then strike back. But in that instant, the hammer came crashing down. The shield shattered instantly before his eyes. Aiden involuntarily flinched, his face filled with panic. He was struck by Bali's hammer, just like that, and coughed up fresh blood. Kaze anxiously called out to the Dragon Slayer. Aiden's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. He crashed heavily to the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. Aiden lay there motionless, showing no signs of getting up. Bali walked towards him from afar. Seeing his miserable state, a smirk stretched across his face. Down already, huh? The seventh Haven intruder? I thought I'd get a real workout, but this is fun too. Immediately after, Bali stepped into the cloud of smoke. He roared menacingly. Now, I'll send you to the gods. But, as soon as he finished speaking, something suddenly flashed past Bali. His eyes involuntarily widened. To still be able to move after my attack, huh? That was a close call. If Aiden had just moved a little bit off, he would have been in real trouble. He hid in the smoke and hurled a sword imbued with aura. Bali scoffed disdainfully. Trying hard, I see, but too bad. The last effort of a dying man is nothing but smoke. A knight without a sword is as good as dead. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards Aiden again. But at this moment, Aiden wasn't panicked at all. Instead, a smirk crept onto his face, a smile that was 3 parts smug and 7 parts mocking. Seeing that smile, Bali felt a flicker of unease. He's smiling? Is he laughing maniacally because he's about to meet the Grim Reaper? Right then, he realized something, the direction of that sword. It was the wailing bell. By the time you realize it, it'll be too late. The blade was already closing in on the bell. Under Bali's helpless gaze, each sword struck the wailing, mournful bell. Bali's face went from green to white. He mouthed the words, I understand now. Your real target is the bell. Just then, Aiden's low voice echoed. The bell has rung. Now bring out the high priest. As soon as he finished speaking, his body faltered. Aiden collapsed to the ground. Bali shook his head helplessly, muttering, You tricked me this time. The mournful toll echoed through the silent temple. Aiden's purpose was finally achieved. A while later, in the main shrine of the Fire God Temple, Aiden, having healed his wounds, was able to walk again. He cracked his neck, sighing in admiration. The healing techniques of the Fire God Temple are truly top-notch. Curse panicked again, yelling, Get me out of here. You guys are so crude. Aiden, slightly taken aback, asked, Crude? What are you talking about? Why are you suddenly saying that? She hurriedly explained. They transferred pure divine power to heal you. You were unconscious, so you didn't know. But for me, it was like torture. Aiden, after hearing this, scolded him, You deserved it. The two started bickering like cats and dogs again. Right at that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Immediately after, a priest appeared, smiling. Excuse me, I've come to check how you're doing. Nice to meet you. I'm Cotton, the Vice High Priest of the Fire Temple. Aiden glanced at the man, courteously introducing himself. I am Aiden Remus, from the Remus ducal family. He had heard a lot about this Vice High Priest. It seemed he wasn't what Aiden had imagined. The being capable of reading minds asked suspiciously, You know the Vice High Priest? Aiden nodded slightly, replying, Of course, he's the successor to the High Priest position, and the worst High Priest, as well as the last of the Fire God Temple, the one who brought the entire temple to ruin. He's quite the extraordinary individual, to cause a centuries-old temple to collapse in an instant. Aiden was also curious about what he looked like, but he turned out to be more dignified than he imagined. Thinking this, Aiden said sheepishly, I apologize for sneaking into the temple. Hakan shook his head and replied with a smile. Don't worry. Because you rang the bell, you are now a guest of the temple. Please don't worry. Saying this, he pointed to Bali beside him and continued to explain. Priest Bali said he wants to meet you again. Bali then poked his head in and smiled at him. It's a pleasure to see you again, young Master Aiden. Seeing him, his face immediately turned unpleasant. The snail with that terrifying power, but he couldn't exactly show his displeasure. He just feigned a smile and said, It's a pleasure to see you again too, Priest Bali. At this moment, Bali apologetically opened his mouth. It's a pity your shield was broken. The temple has many good shields. Please feel free to take one. Aiden waved his hand dismissively. It's okay. My shield is a little special. It can regenerate itself. Hearing this, Bali's eyes lit up with interest. How interesting. She had already guessed this. He slowly said, Just as I thought. It's connected to the spirit realm, so it can restore itself. Aiden answered nonchalantly. It's not. The shield can be easily destroyed with just one hit. It definitely hasn't fully recovered yet. Since the attack by the Death Knight, it will probably take about 4 days to fully recover. Until then, Aiden will have to be more careful. Thinking to himself, Aiden looked towards the two people outside the door and spoke up. By the way, since I rang the bell, I want to meet the high priest. I need to talk to the current high priest about arresting Joseph and his daughter. Upon hearing this, Hakan awkwardly replied, according to the rules, you should be able to meet the high priest. But unfortunately, it's very difficult to meet him right now. Instead, the one with the highest authority at the moment will meet with you, Aiden. Aiden frowned reflexively. You can't meet the high priest. First, the lockdown order. You've rung the bell, and you still can't see him. Something must have happened to him. But neither did Aiden. He said RA went with Hakan with suspicion. You thought you could meet the current high priest. As soon as Curse heard you mention that person's name, Curse suspiciously asked if you had a connection with Keltos. Aiden nonchalantly replied, I was indebted to him in my past life. He helped me when my life was in danger. He's a rather puzzling person. Keltos saved you in your past life, but didn't need repayment. If it were Aiden, you'd demand everything before saving them. Curse pursed his lips and sneered when he heard that. I think you're more like Talos, the devil in hell. As usual, after 2 sentences, they started arguing again. At this moment, Hakan stopped in front of a door. The old man slowly smiled and said, This is the person with the highest authority in the temple. Aiden nodded slightly to indicate he understood, but he was full of questions. Who in the world could it be? Someone who's authorized and has more power than the vice high priest himself? Who could possibly meet that criteria? No matter who it is, Aiden will retrieve Joseph and his daughter. Soon after, the 3 entered. Hakan bowed respectfully. This is the person who rang the bell. Aiden looked up. He saw a little girl munching away. The expression on his face instantly froze. Joseph, on the other hand, saw him and exclaimed in surprise, Young master, what are you doing here? Aiden was shocked to see Joseph and his daughter in this place. He asked in surprise, Why are you here? Even more surprising, Bali and Hakan also respectfully bowed to the two. Bali said in a deep voice, Greetings, holy body of the temple, the one who serves the fire god, the representative of the divine Ellis. Hearing this, Aiden exclaimed in panic, A saint body? Shortly after, experiencing an extreme shock, Aiden was led by Joseph into a private room for a talk. He glared at him, annoyed, and said, Explain, Joseph. Joseph knew he was angry and hurriedly smiled, saying, I will explain everything. But first, let me reintroduce myself, he said. He stood up from his chair, bowed his head, and introduced himself. Pleased to meet you. I am Joseph, a former member of the 7 Stars, serving the master of the fire god. The 7 Stars? Aiden was shocked and stood up abruptly from the table. The 7 Stars, founded by the 7 greatest alchemists in the world, in the fire god temple. No wonder he didn't encounter any alchemists like him in his previous life. Look at his reaction. Kurz asked in astonishment. So surprising? Aiden explained seriously. The fire god palace has a monopoly. All Chinese alchemists above level 6, the most skilled in the 7-star society, will hold power. After regaining his composure, Aiden asked suspiciously again, Why would someone in your position be here with your daughter? Joseph hesitated for a long time before speaking. Every 45 years, a saint is born and sits on the throne of the high priest. The chosen saint will fulfill their duty for 45 years as a saint. After those 45 years, another new saint is born, and candidates for the new saint are born with the saint's mark. Like 15 years ago, the candidates, those new saints born with the holy mark, began to be killed, one by one, from those just reaching adulthood to 1-year-old babies. All were killed, and Alice was one of those with the holy mark. What parents would just stand by and watch their daughter get killed? So they fled to the farthest place, where the temple couldn't find them. Hearing this, Aiden nodded in understanding. Understand, Joseph continued sadly. But recently, a shocking event, like the candidates for the holy position being killed, has occurred in the temple. Aiden was a little startled. Around this time in my past life, I don't remember anything like that happening in the fire god temple. What exactly is going on? A few days ago at the Remus estate, a group of priests who barged in were stopped by Spawn. Once again, I must emphasize, without the Duke's permission, no one can remove these guests from this estate. The leading priest disgruntledly questioned, How dare you obstruct the Holy See's execution, no matter how prestigious the Duke may be? By interfering with the Holy See's mission, he too will face the appropriate consequences. And so, the two began to argue loudly, like a bustling marketplace. Just then, the door was suddenly pulled open by someone. Seeing the person who stepped out, Spawn immediately urged him not to come out. At this moment, the priest also waved his hand and spoke. "It's me, Joseph." The person who appeared was Joseph. He glanced at Spawn and hesitantly asked, "Mr. Spawn, may I speak with him for a moment?" Actually, he didn't want to bother Aiden, so he came outside. Finally, Spain agreed to let the two of you meet. That priest has entered Joseph's room. Joseph didn't want to listen to his nonsense and directly asked Cass, "How did you know I was here?" He even questioned Cass about how he knew where he was. "Why didn't you come sooner? Why are you doing these things now?" Hearing his questioning words, Cass felt a little remorseful. "Actually, I thought you were dead after you ran away, but I realized I was wrong. When no new sin bearers were born, he knew the location of Joseph from the Severus Association's destruction incident. That's why he came to bring Joseph and his child back." Joseph glared at Cass and said in a cold voice, "But you didn't have to force it like this. There may still be people targeting the sin bearer in the church, and I can't leave Alice in such a dangerous place." His eyes unconsciously contracted. Cass said embarrassedly, "But we have no other choice. There's a reason why we must bring you back to the church at all costs. Back to reality." Aiden, after hearing the story, exclaimed in shock, "The high priest is ill." Damak nodded solemnly. Joseph sighed. "Yes, that's right. Neither holy magic nor medical techniques can cure him. In the worst-case scenario, the holy fire could be extinguished, leading to the destruction of the church. So in 4 days, they plan to make Alice a saint through the awakening ritual, and then use her power to easily cure the high priest. That way, the holy fire will burn even brighter, and the church will regain its authority." Speaking to this point, Joseph said with remorse, "I sincerely apologize for causing you trouble due to lack of." "Explain what?" Aiden listened, then stood silently, not saying a single word. Seeing this, Joseph's team started dancing hip-hop. He guessed that maybe Aiden was angry. Actually, Aiden wasn't angry. He was just wondering what was happening. According to the timeline, he should be running around helping people right now. He was sure that High Priest Ket Theo getting sick shouldn't happen for 3 years. After an event that would happen in the future, it's been moved up? Aiden started to speculate. Maybe the future has started to change because of him. A moment later, Aiden learned the whole story from Joseph. He then left the room. Anyway, Aiden now had Joseph's permission to be here. He needed to find out where the future started to change. Knowing Aiden's intentions, Saiho's knows. Kirsten panics. "Do we have to stay in this deadly place longer?" Aiden calmly responds, "If we find a reason the past changed, we can leave here sooner. So let's cooperate." While he was thinking, Bali stopped and pointed to a room, saying, "This is where the high priest stays, as I said before. The meeting time is only 5 minutes." Aiden nodded slightly and stepped into the room. As soon as he entered, a terrible smell assaulted his nostrils. Aiden glanced at the person lying on the bed. It was Qdo, looking like a dead man, lying there without moving at all. His complexion was pale too. Aiden remembered his past life. This kind old man had died before he could repay him. He intended to repay him in this life. But what is this? But at this moment, Aiden noticed something. Dark energy was swirling around Qdo's body. Theo reflexively furrowed his brow. What was this energy, both strange and familiar? Curse then chimed in. "Haven't you witnessed it many times in your past life?" Aiden, hearing this, asked vaguely. "I've witnessed it many times?" Curse slowly explained. "It's a dragon-slaying curse." As soon as these words were spoken, Aiden's expression darkened. Curse continued. "Normally, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to see the curse. But because the Lord's soul is residing in Theo's body, he can see it. And this curse has been constructed in a very elaborate and methodical way. A curse that has been accumulating for a long time, causing Theo's body to collapse." Hearing these words, Aiden clenched his fist tightly. He squeezed it so hard it bled. A curse is the hallmark of a sorcerer, and the fact that it's been accumulating for so long means the high priest faced the assassination of a sorcerer hiding in the church. So, even in his past life, it wasn't an illness. Thinking, Aiden asked again, "How do we break this curse?" Curse calmly replied, "This curse is already one with him. A curse this heavy is very difficult to break, even for the person who created it. But if there's a way, it would probably require every sorcerer who knows all the structures of the curse. Or like Joseph said, inject as much divine power into the recipient as possible." Aiden pondered his words. That means Alice would be a threat to the one who cast the curse. If the high priest recovers, then all the efforts to accumulate the curse will vanish like smoke. So, targeting Alice is highly probable. You need to tell Joseph to step up security for her. Just then, a loud scream suddenly echoed from outside. Aiden immediately turned his head. He recognized that voice as Alice's. Aiden rushed out without a moment's hesitation. He pressed his lips together fiercely. Have they made their move already? At this moment, Aiden is worried about Alice, not just for the safety of the little girl, but he's also concerned about the Black Mage's scheme behind this. By the time Aiden arrived, he saw a crowd of people gathered around Alice's room. He pushed through the panicked crowd, calling out, "Alice, are you all right?" But when he saw the situation around him, Aiden was a little puzzled. This doesn't feel like an intruder's attack. Thinking this, he glanced at the woman beside him, asking, "What's going on?" She shook her head in a panic. "I didn't do anything strange. I just blew out the candle to change the oil," but the girl screamed. Hearing this, Aiden looked towards the bed. Alice was trembling nonstop as she sat there. Perhaps he realized the problem. The girl always slept with the lights on at the Duke's mansion. It seems like Alice still hasn't overcome the trauma of being trapped underground. Thinking this, Aiden walked over to Joseph's side and suggested to Joseph, "Could you please have everyone leave?" Joseph was a little suspicious, but eventually went outside. The room door immediately slammed shut. Alice, at this moment, was still immersed in fear. The girl hugged her head, trembling, muttering nonstop, "Too dark, so scared." But then a warm voice echoed, startling Elise out of her deep-seated fear. When she finally looked up, she saw a strong, reassuring hand reaching out to her. Aiden looked at her sincerely and said softly, "You're okay now, Elise. No one can touch someone of mine. Not even the Lord of Hell. So don't worry, Elise." Seeing him, Elise's tears immediately overflowed. She couldn't hold back anymore and threw herself into Aiden's arms. Elise cried and cried, soaking Aiden's shirt, but he didn't mind, patiently comforting her. After a while, the crying in the room finally stopped. Aiden sat beside her and asked with concern, "Are you feeling better, Elise?" She nodded slightly, but her expression remained tense. Aiden asked hesitantly, "What's wrong?" Elise hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "If I become a saint, is it okay? Because you see..." Speaking up to here, the little girl pauses. Alice hesitated for a moment, then sadly opened her mouth. "All the saintesses I see in fairy tales are strong, brave, and beautiful. Someone as cowardly as me, really, is allowed to become a saintess?" She said she isn't kind or special. She just wants to go back to Aiden's home and play. Hearing this, Aiden couldn't help but flick Alice's forehead. The sudden pain made the little girl shout. Her eyes filled with tears of frustration. She looked at Aiden, as if wanting to ask why he did that. Aiden slowly explained, "Those little things you heard made you think too much. You don't know anything about being a saintess." Alice asked with a hint of doubt, "What about you, though?" Aiden chuckled softly, replying, "Of course. Did you think I was an AI? In the past, I was friends with the saintess." But as he said that, he suddenly paused. The betrayal from his past life resurfaced in Aiden's mind once more. Could someone like Speaker really be worthy of the word friend? Alice was unaware of his inner turmoil. She was still cheerfully chatting beside him. "Friends, you say?" "Friends." At this moment, Aiden reached out and gently stroked her head. He smiled calmly and said, "A saintess doesn't have to be kind or brave. After all, a saintess is still human. If you want to be angry, be angry. If you want to cry, then cry." And he told Alice that she could go home whenever she wanted. Hearing this, the little girl immediately nodded happily. "Yes, Aiden." Just as Aiden thought the conversation was over, Alice suddenly asked, "But, new brother, you said we're friends, right? Are you two close friends?" He shook his head, denying it. "It's not like that. We were friends." It must have been tough for Aiden to deal with Alice. It took him a while to finally step outside. He sighed helplessly. "I almost got into trouble. That was more exhausting than a training session." Even Curse couldn't help but exclaim, "Just listening to it makes me feel like I just drank a vial of holy water." Joseph had been waiting outside for some time. Seeing Aiden, he hurried over and asked, "Sir, is Alice all right?" He nodded slightly, replying, "Yes, she is. You can go inside and watch over Alice." Without hesitation, Joseph opened the door and went inside, not forgetting to thank him. It was then that Aiden noticed someone else was there. He asked with a questioning tone, "Why are you here, sir?" The person was none other than Haken. The old man slowly explained, "I heard there was a small issue, and you handled it exceptionally well. You rescued a saintess, who is the future of our order. So I had to thank you in person." Haha, it was nothing, Aiden replied politely with a smile. Then, he extended his hand to shake Hawkins. The instant their hands touched, Chris sensed a surge of dark energy. His expression instantly turned grim. He hurriedly called out to Aiden. Aiden was slightly startled, his eyes filled with doubt. Suddenly, what's wrong? Why are you calling me? Chris said in a low voice, that human is a dark mage. As soon as these words were spoken, Aiden's expression turned serious. The atmosphere around them seemed to drop to freezing. Hakan is actually a dark mage? Moments later, in the dark dungeon of the Fire God Temple, Hakan is here. He slams his fist on the table furiously. His face is consumed by rage. That damn brat. I can't believe it. He's ruining everything. I should have hunted him down and finished him. That one who escaped with the sacred seal. Just then, another priest approaches, trying to reason with him. Please calm down, sir. But he wouldn't hear of it, roaring back. How can I calm down? This sect must belong to me. It cannot be taken by anyone else. When will those saints arrive? Hearing his question, the other priest immediately responds. They said they will be here soon. I will inform you when they arrive. Hakan furrows his brow, his tone ice cold. It doesn't matter when the saints arrive. We just need to kill her. The Holy Maiden will be eliminated by an assassin. The Holy Maiden's awakening ceremony is 2 days from now, and he will become the leader of the Fire God Temple. Speaking of which, Hakan then laughed maniacally like a madman. At the same time, a person in black robes was secretly observing. It was Aiden. He had guessed that there was a dark mage in the temple, but he didn't expect it to be him. Moreover, there's still his comrades, not just him alone. At this moment, Coast jumped out, laughing and speaking as soon as he shook hands. I can sense the dark magic and report it to you. And I also sense that it is a quite strong magic. Aiden snorted coldly, resentfully cursing the filthy dark mages. There may still be more dark mages in the temple, besides these two, but there's something very strange. Hearing this, Hugh asked suspiciously, what are you talking about? Aiden also doesn't know why Kelt's condition is worse than in his previous life. Is it because he saved Ellis? First, he needs to see who the saints Hakan mentioned are. Elsewhere, outside the Fire God Temple, a figure is quietly appearing. The person looks into the sky and says in a low voice, I don't know who you are. I will lead you into the darkness. Immediately a voice replies, I can't believe it. I don't have enough information. Before such an important event, can't you handle this more properly? Hearing this, the other person immediately retorts in dissatisfaction. We had to drop everything because of you. Moreover, what if someone finds out that the kid and the Holy Spirit are still alive? Aiden is also here. He overhears the entire conversation between the two. So, this is why Hakan changed his plans. But that voice on the other side, I've heard it somewhere before. At this moment, the other person coldly sneered, saying, and because he has advanced his position too quickly, there will be consequences for the Lord, won't there? These words angered the person on the other side. He didn't hesitate to grab his neck. Immediately after, a cold voice rang out again. How dare you threaten me like that? If you're not careful with your mouth, I'll tear your limbs off. The other person, being choked tightly, could hardly breathe. He hastily begged for mercy, and the other person coldly grunted, then threw him to the ground. He stepped out of the shadows, coldly warning, there won't be a next time. Seeing this scene, Aiden immediately looked forward to it. Finally, he saw the face of the other person. But the moment he saw it, his eyes involuntarily narrowed. It was actually Red Knight. Benny must have overheard Aiden calling R.A. by his name. Curse seemed a little doubtful, asking if that guy had something to do with his past life. Aiden quickly replied, I believe so. That guy's Sinbeta's hunting dog. Thinking about it made him furious. Now things are starting to become clearer. Sinbeta, you bastard. In the past life, he said that the black mages were destroying the world and volunteered to eliminate them under the guise of a knight. So, from the start, the knights had rotten souls. Aiden seen many of their filthy faces. Curse, still doubtful, asked, but why did they help Hakan become the leader? Aiden slowly replied, maybe it's because of succession. A powerful family relies not only on military might, but also on important backing forces. And with Dyer injured at the scene of that explosion, Sinbeta, he's naturally aiming for the #1 heir position now. Everything has changed because you saved Dyer. But Aiden doesn't understand why. Sinbeta is still so shameless. That treacherous bastard, lost in a fit of rage, Aiden didn't notice he'd revealed his presence until he realized a powerful aura was rushing towards him. Benny, without him knowing when, lunged at Aiden. He shouted fiercely, "There's a rat here!" Without hesitation, the sword gleamed with mana, instantly rushing towards Aiden. Aiden didn't dare delay, quickly dodging to the side. His eyebrows furrowed involuntarily. The swordsmanship is still so fierce. Did he realize my presence so early? Right then, the priest from earlier rushed in to stop them. "If you keep making such a ruckus in the middle of the night, that's going to be very difficult for me." Benny looked at him with cold eyes and said, "I can't believe this is coming from someone who's being followed by a rat and doesn't even realize. You're completely useless. Go away and play somewhere else." As soon as he said this, the priest's face turned ugly. He gnashed his teeth and shouted, "How dare you?" But it was just empty words. Because he was afraid of death, he hurriedly turned and ran. Looking at the way he ran like a stray dog, Benny couldn't help but click his tongue in disdain. If he didn't have a mission to do, he would definitely have killed that idiot. Then he turned his gaze to Aiden. He snorted coldly and said, "Hey, little rat, considering you were able to block my sword, your skills must not be too shabby. What is someone like you doing here?" Aiden didn't back down. "What if I ask? What if I don't want to tell you?" Those words from him took Benny by surprise. A wry smile twisted his lips. How amusing. Even though Aiden had uttered such a provocative challenge, he knew it was too difficult to fight him right now. He better just retreat. No sooner thought than done. Aiden darted away like a gust of wind. But would Benny let him have a chance? He quickly gave chase. In the blink of an eye, he blocked Aiden's escape. He coldly uttered, "Playing with cowards isn't fun at all. Spilling everything at the slightest touch. I'm really looking forward to seeing how long you can keep your mouth shut." As soon as he finished speaking, Benny rushed forward like a madman, forcing Aiden to raise his sword in defense. Looking at his madness, Curse couldn't help but exclaim, "It's surprising there's a human who resembles Talos. More than you, actually." Aiden felt the same way. Hang in there. He's one of the craziest guys I've ever known. This isn't the time for chit-chat. Aiden's situation is pretty bad right now. Benimaru is at least at the ultimate sword key level. The spirit shield of Benzi is still recovering, so you can't use it either. But there's another way. Benimaru will realize it soon enough. On the opposite side, Benimaru relentlessly attacks, clearly wanting to corner Aiden. But in just a few moves, he realized something. The swordsmanship Aiden is using. Benimaru recognizes it. His face immediately turns grim, seizing the opportunity as Benimaru hesitated. Aiden quickly spoke up, "Red Knight, Benimaru Dama." Hearing these words, Benimaru's movements stopped abruptly. He exclaimed in shock, "How do you know my name?" "Impossible." Before Aiden could even answer, "Thanks to your cleverness, Benny," he said, "Now I understand. I should have realized it sooner. When I saw it, your swordsmanship. It's identical to the swordsmanship of my lord." He assumed he was one of Dare's men. Aiden was a bit helpless. He could only apologize to Dare. Thinking, he spoke slowly. "Do you think you can get away with this, after getting involved with dark mages?" "Shut your mouth, you stupid dog of that damn merchant knight," Benny yelled, then swung his sword. Aiden didn't attack, only defended. He realized he was even more insane after seeing him as Dare's minion. Dare really is a messed up family. They all yell just the same. This Red Knight has a lot of personality issues. The easier you get angry, the easier it is for them to lose their minds, and the harder it becomes to notice their surroundings. They won't even realize what's happening around them. A clang rings out once more. Two sharp swords quickly clash. Benny smiles triumphantly. "You can't do anything but parry? Why can't you defeat me with just this much?" "You know." But as soon as he said that, blood suddenly flowed from his nose. He wiped away the blood with his hand, his eyes filled with doubt. Before the shock could wear off, a sense of danger made Benny panic. Suddenly, a swift ray of sword light strikes. He hurriedly raises his sword to defend, but is still pushed backward. His sense of balance is gone. What did he do to him? Seeing this scene, Aiden is extremely pleased. It's too late to realize it now. His original skill is resonance. Every time Aiden's sword touches his opponent, a magical wave is created, causing vibrations in the opponent's mana flow. It's too weak and difficult to detect on the first encounter, which allows him to use it like a kind of illusion. But if it continues to accumulate, it will become a deadly poison. If Benigno were just a regular knight, he certainly wouldn't be able to resist until now. But he's still holding on, despite being pushed back by Aiden. Benigno flew into a rage and started yelling. You think You could defeat me with just a few dirty tricks? Hey, bring it on. Aiden slightly pouted, saying in a provocative tone, I don't like that. You can catch me, but you look so heated. Benigno became even angrier. The guy aggressively berates that deer's lackey. Even a saint wouldn't tolerate such disrespect. Aiden is about to explode. Shut your mouth, you Sinbetta's dog. Dogs shouldn't bark at night. Benny's face turned from green to white in an instant. He looked as awful as stepping in dung. He gritted his teeth and cursed. How dare you utter his name from your filthy mouth? You wretched scum. I'll tear you apart. As soon as he finished speaking, he gripped his sword tightly and charged. Aiden remained calm, standing there with a provocative eyebrow raised. Well then, you leave me no other choice. In the midst of the talking, a glass vial appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he hurled it at Benny. The guy hastily blocked with his sword, sneering, Is this all you can do? Resort to cheap tricks. But as he finished speaking, the vial suddenly exploded. A thick cloud of smoke filled the dark night, along with Benny's angry shout. You little bastard. Don't you run away. Come back and fight me. I'll tear you apart. Sadly, there was no one around him. Benny was furious, his face as red as a tomato. 8 liters of milk wouldn't quench his anger. He looked up to the sky and started cursing to himself. You damn son of a B*TCH. Are you only good at running away like a pathetic loser? You cowardly dog. Too bad. Aiden didn't care. He had successfully escaped. The girl asked with a hint of doubt. You ran away instead of finishing him off? Aiden replied, resigned. At my current level, it's impossible for me to win against a Supreme Sword Stage Knight without spirit manifestation. Thankfully, there was Cassie's special smoke bomb, although she hesitated a bit when I asked her to make it. But it's okay. It's done now, and now, I can't let that dark mage escape either. On the other side, the priest who had just left the other two's battle was now running for his life. He wanted to go back and inform Hakan that someone had found out their identities. But life isn't always a dream. A loud shout suddenly rang out behind him. You damn bastards are always a problem. The priest looked a little panicked. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. The sharp flash of the blade struck. And so, he met his maker. The next morning, in the Black Wizard's basement, Hakan was still there. But the anger within him was raging like fireworks. He slammed the table in fury and shouted, What the hell is going on? You led the knight astray, and he's missing. The knight is nowhere to be found. Hakan suspected he had been betrayed, or that the guy had been captured by someone. But no matter what, the holy ceremony cannot be allowed to take place today. He didn't have time to overthink. Thinking this, Hakan suddenly remembered something. He let out a crazy laugh. I still have the perfect person for this. Maybe I can use that kid in another way. At the entrance to the Holy Fire Hall, on the day of the Saintess Awakening Ceremony, crowds of people gathered at this place. Joseph hugged Alice tightly, crying uncontrollably. My daughter is going to become a saintess? No way. Alice sighed helplessly. Father, please don't cry. You're embarrassing me right now. Aiden also approached, saying with a smile, Alice, do you remember what I told you? Seeing him, the little girl's expression changed, and she nodded excitedly. I remember, Aiden. I'll get back everything, with interest, for the troubles that the Holy caused me. Every last penny. Hearing these words, Joseph looked at Aiden and asked in confusion, What did you teach my daughter? Young Master Aiden. He scratched his head and said with a laugh, Well, it's about how to live without getting the short end of the stick. Looks like it's time for her to go. Joseph, although reluctant, still had to let Elise go inside. The priest next to him hurriedly tried to persuade Joseph. No one else is allowed to enter with the saintess. She will be safe. Please calm down. Joseph still wouldn't listen, crying like the sky was falling. Elise, take care of yourself, my dear. Aiden stood beside them, sighing silently. He's acting like he'll never see his daughter again. Just then, Hakan suddenly appeared from behind, a sincere smile blooming on his face as he spoke. Young Master Aiden, please come over here for a moment. Aiden was a little suspicious, but he still followed Hakan to a corner of the sanctuary. He frowned, looking at the old man, asking, What's the matter? What's so important that you have to hide in a dark corner to talk about it? Hakan shook his head slightly, saying, Oh, no, it's nothing like that. I simply wanted to give you a small gift. In return for everything you've done, you see. With that, he opened the wooden box in his hand. Inside, there was a divine elixir. He chuckled and said, This is the highest quality medicine, left over in the temple. This item is so rare and precious. It's incredibly difficult to produce. Hakan explained, if I openly gave this to Aiden, the entire temple would go crazy. So, I had to bring you to a private place to personally hand it over. Seeing the item in his hand, Aiden was immediately overjoyed. Really? Are you sure I can take this? Hakan nodded kindly. Hakan said nonchalantly, of course you can. You are the one who saved the future of the entire fire god temple. As soon as the words left his mouth, Aiden took the divine elixir out. Without any hesitation, he put it in his mouth. Seeing this scene, Hakan wore a smug smile. The very instant the item was swallowed, blue veins suddenly appeared on Aiden's face. Then his eyes suddenly lost focus. The grand plan is a success. Hakan smiled with satisfaction. What a fool to fall for the trap. It's a drug containing a hypnotizing, brainwashing curse. Even a master swordsman will obey his words. Thinking this, Hakan immediately spoke up. Young Master Aiden, I command you. Aiden, like a robot, nodded. Yes, Master. He leaned close to his ear and whispered, right now, use the back door. That I prepared to kill the child in the awakening ritual. Immediately, on the other side, on the path that Alice entered, an abundant source of holy power was wrapping around the girl. Before long, a brilliant flame appeared before Alice. Remembering the words of that bishop, he told her to step into the flames to meet the saint. He said the flames wouldn't burn. But what if she steps in and they do burn? She felt so scared. But then Aiden said, Alice must take back the trouble the saint has caused. And in that moment, she felt no fear. Slowly, she walked up the stairs. With fierce determination, the girl jumped into the flames. It's time to pay the debt, Saint. At the same moment, a figure appeared behind Elise. It was Aiden, but his eyes were completely unfocused. Meanwhile, outside the entrance to the Holy Fire Hall, Joseph was still weeping over his daughter. Hakan behind him hid a smile. A reckless intruder, daring to rush into the temple and kill the saintess. What a perfect story. Finally, he could have become the archbishop of the sanctuary. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from behind. Hakan and his men immediately turned around, startled. Leading the charge was Valley. He shouted loudly, everyone stop. It wasn't just Valley. Behind him were many priests, armed and ready. Seeing them, the crowd immediately became confused and started murmuring, what are these guys doing? And they're wearing combat armor too. Hakan was also very surprised. He rushed to question Bishop Valley. Don't you know the awakening ceremony is underway? How dare you appear here dressed like that? Valley looked calmly. He said calmly, I know the awakening ceremony is underway, but I'm here because something even more important has come up. Immediately after, he looked at the crowd and shouted loudly, among you, there is someone who has colluded with the dark side. That's why I've come here, no matter the cost. Hearing this, Hakan's face immediately turned grim. How do you know? The others behind him were equally bewildered. Hakan feared he'd been exposed. He pointed his finger, scolding, spouting nonsense. How dare you blaspheme? That one of the brothers and sisters in the temple is in league with the darkness? You dare spread such outrageous rumors. You have no right. It's my command. As he finished speaking, a deep voice echoed. Hearing this voice, Hakan was even more terrified. He recognized that voice. The priests beside him were also shocked, because the one who appeared was Grand Priest Kettle. At this moment, Hakan's face was like he'd stepped in something foul. How could he cleanse the curse that he'd cast for years? Besides the saintess, is there anyone else with enough divine power to do that? Or is there a traitor? High Priest Keltio stared at Hakan, his voice cold. It's over. Vice Archbishop. No, Black Wizard Hakan. Hakan bit his lip fiercely, calculating his options. In the end, he'd been exposed at the very last moment. In an instant, the priests behind him began to whisper in confusion. No one could have imagined he was a black wizard. Hakan gnashed his teeth in anger. He had prepared meticulously for this moment, for decades, only to fail. But quickly, a sneer crept onto his lips. No, he still had one more trick up his sleeve. Hakan said calmly, if you're calling me a black wizard, then it seems you haven't fully recovered yet. You have no idea how worried I've been about you. He quickly shifted the blame. It seems there's been some kind of misunderstanding. Actually, Master Aiden is the Dark Mage. I accidentally overheard him planning to kill the Holy Maiden. We need to find him and make him stop. Just as Hakan finished speaking from inside the Sacred Fire Hall, Aiden slowly walked out, carrying his sword. Seeing him, Hakan grabbed at him like a lifeline. The old man shouted, Aiden, you scoundrel, what have you done to the Holy Maiden? The Holy Maiden? Aiden chuckled coldly. Then, he said cheerfully, the girl is safely performing the ritual. Seeing the focus return to Aiden's eyes, Hakan immediately panicked. He actually broke the curse? How could he break it on his own? Then we have to go back to before the battle with the Blood Knight. Then Aiden was leisurely standing by the window. Then he looked at the ancient tree opposite and spoke. I know you're watching me, Nista. Want to talk? The darkness remained silent. But then, an owl appeared. Hesitating for a moment, it took flight, then landed on the window. It was Nista in disguise, getting straight to the point. What are you plotting, Aiden Remus? Aiden smiled. I know you've seen everything, but the Chaos Society is stirring something up. They are our common enemy, and I'll be watching chaos. So help me out. Nista looked at him warily, asking suspiciously, with what? Aiden smiled mysteriously. Lend me that thing. As soon as she heard what he wanted to borrow, Nista fell into thought. A moment later, she asked dubiously, why do you suddenly need the tool? To counteract magic? Are you going to fight the Chaos Society? Aiden shook his head slightly. No, I just want to use it to counteract the curse on the High Priest. Affected Theo. The curse has crippled his body, but his consciousness remains. He probably knows about Hakan's betrayal. So if only Theo wakes up, we can capture those traitors. Hearing this, Nista nodded. That makes sense. If so, then this will be useful. As soon as she said that, a stream of magic appeared in her hand. Quickly, a ring appeared in Nista's hand. Nista slowly explained, this is an item I made myself. It's called the Anti-Dark Arts Ring. If the High Priest wears this ring, the curse will be suppressed. But Nista still cautioned Aiden to be careful. It seems the Chaos Society has brainwashed most of the people in the temple. I suspect they might want to do the same to Aiden. Hearing this, Aiden smirked, saying there was no need to worry about that. He said he was already under a curse. A terrible one. A weak curse. Like this couldn't possibly touch him. Cursed, realizing he was being referred to, grew angry, scolding. You little dragon, are you mocking me by comparing me to a curse? Aiden admitted. Who else will I be talking about? And so, the two began to argue again. In the end, Cursed had to step back before the holy medicine, returning to reality. Aiden looked towards Hakan, grinning. Hakan, you're toast. At this moment, Hakan was trembling with rage. Just then, the surrounding priests began to question Hakan, but he didn't say a word. Kether also spoke up, advising, give up, Hakan. Out of respect for our many years of acquaintance, at least I will. But he hadn't even finished speaking. Hakan coldly interrupted. Give up? Why would I? He roared aggressively. Do you even comprehend the humiliation? The disgrace of not being chosen by the sacred fire? My whole life, I've longed to become a saint. Do you understand the devastation of losing a lifelong goal? Hearing these words, Kylo suddenly felt a pang of regret and said, Hakan, please. But at this moment, Hakan was consumed by a fiery rage. He couldn't hear a thing and began to scream. Then I will turn you all into the living dead. Become my followers. Bali glared at him coldly, saying, High Priest, I can't stand by any longer. Take him down now. Hearing these words, Hakan scornfully roared, You think you can defeat me? Those who share this bloodline, please help me. As soon as he finished speaking, black energy began swirling around him. Hakan wasn't the only one making a move. Some hidden priests also began to stir, launching their attack. The priests, armed and armored, didn't back down. They immediately stepped forward to stop them. But before they could do anything, the focus disappeared from their eyes. They were clearly being controlled, muttering incessantly, Lord Hakan, we will obey you. Immediately after, they attacked other priests who weren't controlled. Bali then drew his sword, shouting fiercely, Why are there so many traitors in Squad 5? In the name of the Holy Flame, perish. Sadly, the divine punishment hasn't been cast yet. Kuthio shouted loudly, interrupting the priest. Bali, stop your actions. Bali immediately halted, looking at the high priest with suspicion. Why? High priest Kuthio, ignoring him. He turned his gaze towards Hakan and spoke. How much worse do you want to become? Hakan scoffed. Kuthio, you are quick-witted. I want to see you all slaughter each other. You see, don't you? I've used magic to control most of the members of the Holy Order already. Try to touch me then. I'll make them commit suicide. Hearing these words, Kuthio's expression immediately turned grim. On the contrary, Hakan became even more smug. There's nothing you can do anymore. Give up, Kuthio. But at that moment, Aiden's voice suddenly cut through the air. About 15, I'd say. These words startled Joe Hawken, who turned his head in surprise. He saw Aiden's figure darting like lightning, swiftly moving past the restrained priests. In a flash, 2 priests fell. Then he raised an eyebrow and said with a grin, 2 for now. Seeing this, Hawken flew into a rage and roared. I said I was going to make them commit mass suicide. Who cares? Aiden nonchalantly shrugged and pouted. Go ahead and kill them if you want. Anyone would think you're the villain here. Aiden's words infuriated Joe Hawken. He roared fiercely. You think I wouldn't dare? If I give the order, they'll... But before he could finish, Aiden smirked, a savage smile spreading across his face. Go right ahead, I don't care. I'm not even a member of the temple anymore. You said you only wanted one thing. You just want to beat up members of the chaos. Have a chaotic brawl. That's all. Hearing these words from Aiden, Hawken's face darkened. You knew I was a member of chaos? So, you were targeting me from the very beginning. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Hawken immediately roared, ordering, kill him, now. Immediately, a group of mind-controlled priests moved to attack Aiden. Seeing this, Curse couldn't help but jump out and ask, You don't intend to kill all those innocent people, do you? Aiden smirked, I'm not that heartless. Curse was speechless. Only a madman would believe your words. Aiden remained calm. The chaos puts curses on many people, because one person isn't strong enough. If we break the curse from a few people, then the others will be automatically resolved as well. At this moment, Aiden took out a few glass vials from his person. Immediately after, he took a running start. He charged towards the priests without hesitation. Aiden hurled the vials in that direction. In an instant, smoke engulfed the entire area. Hawken grimly pursed his lips. What the hell is this smoke? That bastard is using cheap tricks. Kill him now. At the same time, Aiden landed on the ground from the air. Immediately after, his eyes turned resolute. In an instant, he darted away like a bolt of lightning. As time passed, Hawken's expression turned grim, because he could sense the number of dark mages was decreasing. Thinking of this, his body trembled uncontrollably. It took 15 years to carry out this plan. How could it fail? Hawken was unwilling to accept that he only had one choice left. At the same time, within the hazy smoke, a priest was running for his life, desperately crying for help. Unfortunately, Aiden swiftly dispatched him with a single strike. Off to meet your maker, he muttered coldly. Trying to act all innocent, but you're reeking with dark energy. Finding them is as easy as pie. So that means there are only 6 left now, if we include Hawken. It was then that Aiden suddenly realized something surprising. Why is the number of dark mages dwindling? Is it Valia? Curse then jumped in to speak. They aren't disappearing, Dragon Slayer. Aiden asked with a bit of doubt. What do you mean? Curse calmly explained. The dark power is converging in one place. What you're sensing is Hawken's doing. Around him, at this moment, everything is shrouded in dark energy. This scene terrified the priests. They started screaming and begging. Please, Hawken, please forgive me. Sadly, how could Hawken ever forgive him? The dark energy has begun to consume the man entirely. Hawken is extremely pleased. I offer you their lives, and half of my own life. Noble of hell, please descend here. Hearing these words, Aiden's face immediately turned grim. A noble of hell? Don't tell me it's what you're thinking. Bari is just as terrified. He exclaimed in shock. What in the world is that? Kale trembles in fear. Is this the end of the world? At this moment, the sky has turned pitch black, shrouded in dark magic. But before long, the priest's eyes, consumed by purple, have now returned to normal. Very quickly, all of the priests are free from control now. The curse has been lifted at this very moment. Bali immediately shouts, Everyone gather around. The real battle starts now. Just as you said, the energy in the sky hasn't dissipated at all. He mutters in astonishment. I've never seen such evil energy before. Under everyone's horrified gaze, those Kia energy streams suddenly from the sky, shoot down to the ground. Bali is instantly horrified. What's going on? But no one knows what's happening. Boom. This place suddenly explodes. The priests who couldn't escape in time were buried in the rubble. Bali thought he would also be affected by the explosion, but when he opened his eyes, he saw that he was still safe. Thankfully, Aiden shielded him, so he's still safe. Aiden doesn't have time to explain. Quickly urges the priest. Bali immediately evacuated everyone to safety. Quick, get as far away from the shrine as possible. He said that because within those Kia fumes, a shadowy figure had emerged. Following it was a deep, guttural voice, as if from the depths of hell. So this is the atmosphere of the mortal realm? The The tone held a hint of wistful contemplation. What a beautifully dreamlike world. I am shocked that such pathetic, weak creatures can live here. Hearing this voice, Aiden's face immediately darkened. Damn it, that damn Hakan. He summoned something unimaginable. Before them stood a demon from hell. 2 long horns adorned its head. A pair of massive wings spread from its back. It rumbled. I never expected to encounter him here. What a surprise. Who summoned me to this place? It was Hakan who finally spoke. You demon, I am your master. I sacrificed half my lifespan to summon you. Now obey me and kill them all. Before he could even finish his command, a sharp energy beam sliced across his neck. Instantly, Hakan's head was severed from his body. The summoned demon, scorched with disdain. I thought the one who summoned me would have a delicious soul, but Mephisto found him filthy. He would want to feast on his soul. Aiden bit his lip fiercely. A hell demon that brought destruction to his past life's world. He's intelligent. He's a high-ranking demon. Even a sword master would find it difficult to fight a demon of such a high level. You could have taken him down with one move in your past life, but not anymore. At this moment, Aiden suddenly realized something. The priest behind them had collapsed, unconscious on the ground. When the world happened, Curse couldn't help but speak up and warn him. He has a special ability called illusion mist. Those who inhale the mist and get trapped in the nightmare will have their life force drained by him. Of course, I won't let that happen to you. Hearing these words, Aiden was a bit surprised, thinking he already understood him. But who is that monster? Curse continued. Mephisto, the demon of lies and deceit. In the past, he even dared to deceive me. But in the end, I subdued his soul. Hearing this, Aiden couldn't help but sigh. He deceived even the Lord of Hell. Are you kidding me? Right at this moment, Mephisto suddenly moved his face close to Aiden's. He coldly snorted, truly an interesting human. A flash of panic crossed Aiden's face. Since when? Ignoring Aiden's reaction, Mephisto continued, still able to move within my mist. I wonder what your soul tastes like. He truly is a high-ranking demon, as expected. Just facing him is already putting immense pressure on Aiden. Noticing Aiden's fear, Curse quickly reassured him, don't be afraid. Mephisto hasn't fully regained his power yet. That human summoning ritual is very unstable. Therefore, Mephisto doesn't even have half of his original power. Aiden was still hesitant, unsure of what to do. Mephisto continued, my weak, pitiful prey. At this moment, Aiden smirked and retorted, woof woof, you bark too much. Mephisto, huh? That name seemed to startle Mephisto. He exclaimed in surprise, how do you know my name? A slight scoff. Aiden said coolly, you're quite famous, even in the human realm. He said he was the pet, dragged around by the Lord of Hell like a dog. If you don't know how to deceive the Lord of Hell, I could teach him a few tricks. Hearing this, Mephisto immediately flew into a rage, shouting, bait. Tricks? How dare you? I'm a noble demon, you arrogant human. How dare you speak to me like that? As soon as he finished speaking, Mephisto swung his claws at Aiden, but he still managed to dodge, the ground shattered by the blow. Mephisto gritted his teeth, cursing, I'll let you know what it feels like to have your soul torn apart. What would the rest of my life be like him? Aiden was a little flustered, like what else was he? Curse, what are you hiding from me? He hesitated for a moment before answering. I was just using him as an experiment on a demon's soul, for example, to see if he can retain consciousness when his soul is torn apart and pieced back together time and time again. Hearing these words, Aiden couldn't help but sigh. For a moment, I forgot who you are. You're a madman too. Curse didn't yield and didn't refute. I'm definitely not as crazy as you. Aiden was too lazy to talk to him much. He needed to think about the next thing. There are too many people here. They need to find another place. But Mephisto seemed to know his thoughts. He rushed over. Where do you think you're going, you pathetic human? His sharp claws struck again. The air around them was torn apart by Mephisto's strikes. Rocks and debris flew everywhere. Fortunately, Aiden managed to dodge in time. But he couldn't help but exclaim, you're saying this is less than half his power? And he's still this strong? As soon as he finished speaking, his expression turned grim. He quickly raised his sword to block Mephisto's massive foot coming down. Unfortunately, his strength was too overwhelming. Aiden was sent flying backward. His body slammed against the wall. The pain made him groan softly. Mephisto chuckled with excitement. You're still standing after my attack? You're certainly no ordinary human. Biting his lip fiercely, Aiden frowned in thought. I can't use the Benson shield because it needs time to recover. There's only one way to defeat him, even though I don't really like it. It's thanks to the superior potion Haken gave me. All of Aiden's moves have been upgraded by 1 level, even the ones I didn't think about. I don't know if I should thank him or not. Thinking about this, Aiden's sword was swirling with dark energy. Just for a moment, Mephisto's face immediately turned grim. This aura is... Beelzebub's gluttony technique has been improved. Now, he can release the souls that were eaten by turning them into phantoms. Thinking quickly, Aiden shouted out his technique, No Daikyu Lin, subjugation of the spectral slave. Following his cry, the sword in his hand suddenly flashed with light. Then, a torrent of dark energy enveloped it. At this moment, Mephisto's face grew even more grim. Is it only mages who can wield dark energy? How can he? In the blink of an eye, a deep voice resounded. Master, give me your orders. Following this voice, a colossal figure shielded Mephisto. Aiden smirked. The real deal starts now. The Dark Lord's test subject number 1. These words enraged Mephisto, who roared, You little wretch, I'll show you what hell is. Ignoring the commotion outside, Alice continued the ritual inside the Holy Fire Hall. Looking around at the scenery, the little girl exclaimed joyfully, Where is this? It's so beautiful. Just then, a deep voice suddenly drifted over. It's been a while since I've seen a human. Following the sound, a person in a black cloak slowly approached. This person is the Holy Fire God. He said coldly, I have to go back to sleep. So, get the holy power and go. Alice pointed directly at his face and asked, You're a god. The Holy Fire God couldn't help but be stunned. You just pointed at me? Just as initially planned. Alice said confidently, Do you know how much I've struggled for you? Don't you? I want my principal and interest back. Hearing this, the Holy Fire God immediately frowned. This audacious child dares to ask a god for repayment. How could this be? He suspected someone had tainted the girl. Either way, being bored, this will help entertain him. The Fire God smiled, as if having a sudden thought. Very well, I will compensate you for this life and your previous one. Alice frowned slightly, muttering in confusion, Previous one? The Fire God did not reply. Concentrating his divine power, he whispered incessantly, O child of destiny, whose fate was altered by one who lost their own. I hope your new journey will be different this time. Outside, Beelzebub was summoning his fire magic. These raging flames made Mephisto fearful, forcing him to fly around to evade. But Beelzebub relentlessly pursued him from behind. This made Mephisto angry. How annoying. Why should I fear fire magic? It's nothing compared to the fire of that. Seizing this opportunity, Aiden charged fiercely from afar. He coldly said, You were distracted by a high-level trick. Experiment sample number 1, huh? Hearing this, Mephisto's expression turned ugly. He forgot about him. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Aiden had already chopped off his arm. Mephisto's body tumbled several times before crashing to the ground. Aiden landed at the same time, a smirk playing on his lips. You thought you could ignore me? Because you were facing a higher-level cheap trick? Mephisto struggled to his feet. His body trembled from the excessive blood loss, and he gritted his teeth, cursing. How dare you take my arm and my beautiful wing? I will never forgive you, you useless creature. Aiden flashed a cheeky grin. Experiment sample number 1. Huh? Why don't you try asking? The Lord of Hell for a new wing and a new arm. You might even get a wing of a cute angel. At this moment, Beelzebub summoned his fire magic, preparing to attack. Seeing this scene, Aiden smirked and said, Never mind. You will die here. Mephisto was unwilling. He shouted loudly, No. With a bang, a brilliant flame erupted, engulfing him in a sea of fire. Aiden raised his eyebrows smugly. Sorry, Curse. You'll have to find another test subject. Curse snorted coldly. Worry about yourself first. My test subjects aren't that easy to kill. Aiden heard these words. He narrowed his eyes, watching the raging fire begin to subside. Sure enough, immediately after, Mephisto slowly reappeared in the flames. Aiden's expression immediately turned grim. He pursed his lips and said, I know Mephisto is a high-level demon, but how did he survive that attack? His hands and wings have been regenerated too, he explained in a low voice. Mephisto isn't like other demons. The reason he's a high-ranking demon is because of his regenerative abilities, the strongest among demons, and fire doesn't affect Mephisto at all. Hearing this, Aiden immediately frowned. Fire doesn't affect him? But he seemed afraid of fire, he continued. Mephisto is afraid of fire, indeed. Because I once experimented on his fire resistance. I threw him into the hottest inferno, and he was there for a very long time. Aiden, upon hearing this, said displeased, "So you're the one who caused this injury to him." At this moment, Mephisto returned to his normal appearance. His arm and wings recovered. His dignified presence also returned. He squinted at Aiden and spoke scornfully. "Your little tricks won't work. Have you seen the difference between you and me yet?" Mephisto taunts, wondering if you have any other strategies. Aiden frowns fiercely. He's not sure he can defeat him, but he can't abandon everyone behind him. With that thought, he charges forward again. Mephisto doesn't back down either, rushing forward with a boom. A tremendous explosion erupts. Smoke and flames rise, turning the area into ruins. Mephisto slowly walks forward, his voice cold. "Is that all you've got?" Aiden, on the other hand, has been battered and lies pathetically on the ground. Looking down from above, Mephisto laughs triumphantly. "You're stronger than the average person, but not enough to fight me." Aiden cracks open his eyes and looks at him, just like before. He can't focus and feels so sleepy. Is this the end of his second life? Maybe he should have given those guys a taste of their own medicine. Aiden knew he still had people to protect. He should have been even stronger in his past life. While he was thinking, Mephisto attacked. "Consider it an honor to die by my hands, Aiden." At this moment, there was basically no way to resist. He was dying again. It was truly the end. The last thing he saw was Curse's face. He said, a bit dissatisfied and unwilling, "You arrogant and foolish dragon slayer. Whatever, just use it. Use my power." Instantly, the power of the Hell Lord was awakened. This absolute suppression made Mephisto's heart pound. His body involuntarily collapsed. His expression was also very unpleasant. His forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his mouth kept muttering, "This is..." At this moment, Aiden's body emitted a dark aura. A moment later, he snapped his eyes open. Mephisto stared in growing horror. He muttered to himself, "Why this aura? It can't be." Mephisto didn't finish his sentence, as Aiden's core coldly interrupted, kneeling down. Even though Mephisto was unwilling, he still knelt involuntarily. He frowned and murmured, "It's definitely that madman." Then, Mephisto raised his head and respectfully said to Aiden, "I didn't recognize you. It's an honor to behold the Lord of Hell." The authority of the Lord of Hell is a power that's utterly familiar and natural to the Lord. Hell's dominion is absolutely granted to the chosen one to rule Hell. All demons, as well as the inhabitants of Hell, fear the ruler. That's why the Lord of Hell can reign here. And that's also why Mephisto is so terrified. Aiden was also a bit surprised. He unexpectedly thought, "This authority is even more powerful than I imagined." Curse coldly said, "Have you recognized my greatness yet? Dragon Slayer, all of Hell must fear me." Then, Curse sighed with a hint of helplessness. "I can't believe I'm like this now." Unconsciously smiling, Aiden cheerfully said, "Who's using you? I'm the generous one here. You're amazing, great Lord of Hell." In contrast to his joy, Mephisto was trembling because of Curse's absolute suppression. A moment later, he finally raised his head and said, "My Lord of Hell." Hearing this, Aiden immediately smirked. He narrowed his eyes, looking at him, and spoke, "Right, I forgot you were here. I'm so angry right now. Come over here and help me cool down." These words made Mephisto's face look like he'd stepped in something unpleasant. He muttered under his breath, "This is bad." A moment later, a figure appeared on the path leading to the sacred flame hall. A figure appeared. Ellis had finally finished the ritual. She was slowly walking out. But the closer she got to the hall's entrance, the clearer Aiden's voice became. She joyfully ran out, calling Aiden's name repeatedly. But when she saw the scene before her, her eyes involuntarily narrowed. Alice asked hesitantly, "What are you doing, Aiden?" Hearing her voice, Aiden immediately turned around, waving and smiling. "Hey, kiddo." The awakening ritual wasn't interrupted, was it? "Did you see the face of God clearly?" She nodded faintly, but quickly, Alice pouted and said, "But that weird uncle didn't give me anything." The uncle just kept glowing, and I came back empty-handed. Just then, the little girl suddenly noticed something. Alice peeked at Mephisto lying in the back. She innocently asked Aiden, "What's wrong with that big fallen?" "Aiden, he seems injured." Startled, unable to speak the truth about Curse, he casually explained, "Oh, that guy? He's your friend's pet." After his explanation, Alice just stood there, stunned. She wouldn't understand at all. Unconsciously smiling, Aiden continued, "We played a bit too much, so he's just resting." Hearing this, Alice innocently nodded. "I understand." The girl, hearing his explanation, resentfully scolded the Dragon Slayer. "You mean you were toying with him?" Aiden chuckled. "Come on now. I can't tell her the truth right now." Alice went to Mephisto and said with sympathy, "Poor little Fallen. It must have been tough for you." She then reached out and gently stroked his head, saying, "Well done, little drop." But at this moment, Mephisto's body suddenly burst into flames, making Alice panic. She stepped back. Startled, little drop. Mephisto clutched his head and cried out, "Heavens and earth, my body is evaporating. Please stop this fire resistance test. I admit my mistake." Seeing this scene, Aiden was also a little surprised. That flame is holy power. Alice has truly awakened. While he was thinking, Curse jumped out, reminding the Dragon Slayer. Without waiting for him to say more, Aiden immediately replied, "Yeah, I know." Saying this, he bent down and picked up his sword, gently reminding Alice, "Close your eyes, Alice." Immediately afterward, Aiden slowly walked towards Mephisto, who was constantly moaning in pain. "Goodbye, Mephisto," he said coldly. It was like sending him off to meet his maker. Immediately after, Aiden commanded Beelzebub to devour him. Seeing the giant mouth gaping towards him, Mephisto trembled even more. "Impossible. The Demon King Beelzebub is here too." Too bad. No one was going to answer his questions at this moment. In just a blink, his body was completely absorbed by Beelzebub. Aiden finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. As soon as the words left his mouth, his eyes closed wearily. His body faltered and fell, scaring Ellis out of his wits. Days later, after a fierce battle, the Fire God Temple was finally at peace again. But what followed was a series of hunts for the heretics in hiding. Countless were captured. It was a large-scale purge within the temple. Aiden also briefly explained to the priests, who had fainted due to Mephisto's mist, that he had helped Alice awaken and defeat the Dark Wizard. This incident made Aiden realize he was still too weak. The traitors, Aiden, could easily defeat Mephisto, even if he met him right now. But he still couldn't keep up. He had to become stronger. While Aiden was lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. "What are you thinking about?" Aiden startled and turned his head, and saw High Priest Jaethio approaching. He asked suspiciously, "Why are you here?" It seems he has fully recovered thanks to Alice's divine power. Jaethio looked at him with kind eyes. "Thanks to you exposing the heretics hiding in the temple, we were able to quickly clean this place up." Hearing these words, Aiden just smiled it off. "I'm also very happy to help. I have an excellent dark mana detector. The curse is inside." Aiden immediately complained, "I should have let you. I'd rather die. I regret it now." "Next, I'm very grateful, Aiden." He didn't mind his position and lowered his head to speak. "Also, I was late because of all the commotion in the temple. On behalf of the entire temple, I'm truly grateful to you." Aiden was a little surprised by his actions, but next didn't mind either. He continued speaking. "Without you, I wouldn't have survived. I might have found the lost Saintus, and the temple might have been destroyed." To him, Aiden was the savior of the Fire God Temple. Aiden smiled after hearing these words. After a long time, he happily opened his mouth. "I just owe someone from the temple a big debt, so I'm just paying it back." Next asked with some doubt, "You owe someone from the temple? Who is that?" Aiden remembered Next he had met in his previous life. He smiled meaningfully. "A rather noisy fellow once said, 'Why does one need a reason to help others?'" Keithio feigned ignorance, pretending not to know he was referring to him. The elder smiled sincerely, saying, "I'm very pleased that a member of the temple thinks this way." Aiden simply looked at Keithio, saying nothing more. "You've repaid his past life's help already." The old man paid back both the principal and the interest. Debts are cleared. At this moment, Keithio suddenly spoke up. "There's one more thing I want to say to you." He said he heard Aiden's reason for being here. "Alice is the future of the temple. According to the rules, she should be here to receive education, but she hasn't been taught all this time. But considering the case of the murders of those bearing the mark 15 years ago and the recent incident, the temple has failed in its duty in maintaining his reputation." Ketsu knew that it wasn't right to be too obsessed with the future of the temple and keep the Saintus here. So he decided to establish a branch of the temple in the Reemitz territory. Upon hearing this, Aiden was very surprised. But in that way, Alice could study there and also stay in Reemitz. Plus, the establishment of a temple branch in Reemitz is good news. the temple establishing a branch in the city with its power and influence. So the branch in Riamitz will symbolize the power of the Riamitz family. Elsewhere, deep within a gloomy forest, two strangers are appearing in this place, doing who knows what shady business. At this moment, the leader said in a deep voice, "I have a feeling it's the Red Knight. He's definitely dead meat. He's always been so emotional and clumsy on the job. He said we shouldn't add any more lies. It's better to be cautious. We must ensure that Lord Shin Beta becomes the next Grand Duke." So these guys are Shin Beta's loyal hounds. Villains like these are definitely up to no good. After finishing things at the Temple of Fire, Aiden boarded a carriage back to Remus territory. This time, he was still riding in Merchant Popon's carriage. The carriage shook and rattled as usual. Lao, suffering from motion sickness, looked like a corpse floating down the river. Aiden, unable to hold back his discontent, spoke up. "Why do you look like you're having such a hard time? Even more than I am." Lao quickly waved his hand in response. "Nothing's wrong. Why would I be having a hard time? You told Lao to hide, to scout and investigate the number of Chaos Guild members. But he ended up getting caught in some cursed spell, getting aged or something, then had to rely on Alice for help. I can't believe that's what happened." Aiden clicked his tongue, even more annoyed. "I'm going to train you even harder when I get back." Hearing this, Lao immediately panicked, but knew he couldn't refuse. He didn't say anything more, and decided to ask something else. "By the way, where did you put the rewards that the temple gave us? It must be a lot, right?" Aiden flinched slightly, then held out a pouch. "It's all in here." Seeing what was in his hand, Lao exclaimed in surprise. "Isn't that a space pouch? This is a rare artifact that can prevent items from being damaged or rusted once contained. Yet they gifted this precious thing to Aiden." Aiden nodded slightly, smiling casually. "We also have many other things like fairy silk. However, while packing up and leaving, I discovered something strange within the temple." Just as he finished speaking, from his bag, he took out a purple egg. He muttered doubtfully, "What kind of egg do you think this is?" Luca observed it for a moment, thought for a long time, and then spoke. "I don't know. It's as big as an ostrich egg, but from the strange mana radiating from it, I don't think it's an ostrich egg." Aiden sighed, saying, "I found it in a suspicious room, along with an ancient book." He tried reading it, but it's in a language he doesn't understand. It was just that at this moment, Lao felt something was off. He helplessly, "Young master, you said you found it in a suspicious room. You said you found it in a suspicious room. The same book. You didn't find it. You stole it, didn't you?" Aiden slightly flinched, refuting, "That's not true. Exactly, I didn't steal it. I just saw a room that looked like no one had entered for decades. It emitted mana. Strangely, so I..." But before he could finish, Lao burst out in protest. "Young master, you can't steal things from the temple. They won't let it go, even if they hail you as a savior. We need to return it immediately." Of course, Aiden agreed, but Lao couldn't dissuade him further. The carriage continued on to a snowy mountain region. Aiden and Lao walked step by step on the snow. Unable to withstand the cold, he trembled incessantly. A moment later, they stopped before the Cetus territory gates, Lu asking in confusion, "Aren't we going home?" Aiden curled his lip, glancing at him. "Did I say I was going back to my territory?" Lu was puzzled. Continuing, "You said you would train me upon our return, though." A hint of surprise flickered. Aiden scoffed softly, questioning, "Are you that eager for that hellish training?" Hearing hellish training, Lu's demeanor immediately deflated. He sighed, admitting, "Not really. But why are we here? Are you visiting Count Tirida?" Aiden shook his head, denying, "I will see him, but that's not why I'm here. I have some business in the Forest of Death, located within Cetus territory." Lu, hearing this, asked curiously, "What is it?" Aiden explained slowly, "I heard that Trants live in the forest. I'll need them to create the most advanced potion." At this moment, the two arrived at the city gates, but they were stopped by the guards. One coldly spoke, "Halt. This is Cetus territory, and the Count is currently away. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. If you don't have an appointment, please return later." The words were very ordinary, but Luca felt something was off. He immediately shouted, "You're talking to Aiden Remus, the eldest son of Count Remus. He's here to see Count Tiri. So step aside." Aiden's identity not only did not make the guards respect and make way, but their faces were filled with anger. Aiden was a little surprised. What's wrong with them? The guards can't hold back their resentment and are cursing you, asking why. Do you really not know? From their perspective, you are the thief who stole the Cetus family's treasure and even beat up their lord's son. At the royal banquet, no less. Hearing this, Aiden finally realized what the problem was. He'd done so much he'd forgotten, but he quickly brushed it aside. He still had a way to get inside. Thinking this, he drew the sword from his hip. Kasagi, or are you plotting something? You're making me worried. Aiden presented the sword to the two guards. With a very punchable face, he opened his mouth. Would you let me in if I showed you this sword? Clearly, there's something to it. Your territory possesses this sword. As soon as they saw it, the two guards became even angrier. They gripped the swords at their hips, barely containing their anger. One of them, feigning impatience, tried to shoo him away. Young Master Aiden, we've verified your identity. But as I said, Madam is currently out. Please return at another time. Aiden clicked his tongue, clearly displeased. He pressed on. Then what about Tyan? The guard's expression turned furious. He gritted his teeth. Young Master Tyan is busy. If you don't have an appointment, please leave. If you insist on refusing, we will have no other choice but to use force. Hearing these disrespectful words, Lao immediately wanted to rush forward and strike them. How dare you speak to the young master like that? But Aiden stopped him, clicking his tongue and saying, I understand. There's probably nothing else we can do, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the two turned and walked away. Seeing this, the guard, immediately smug, spoke disdainfully. You should have just left in the first place. Unfortunately, he underestimated Aiden. Someone seen as an antagonist by the Lord of Hell couldn't be easily dismissed, could they? The answer is no. He took a few steps, then stopped, saying something cryptic. This is enough. Liu, who was beside him, couldn't understand what he was planning. He asked doubtfully, what are you planning to do? Aiden didn't answer, just gave a mysterious smile. If I need an appointment to get in, I'll make one right now. As soon as the words left his mouth, Aiden took a deep breath. The guard was even more confused. Some even thought he was feeling unwell. But what he did next would make them regret their actions. Aiden turned toward the castle, opened his mouth wide like a gaping hole, and shouted, How are you doing after I beat you up, Dion? Aiden's voice echoed throughout the territory, but no one answered. He not only didn't despair, but even smiled smugly. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed from the castle ahead. Aiden didn't need to look to know who was coming. He smiled smugly and said, Tyan, long time no see. Sure enough, Tyan rushed out of the castle like a tsunami. His face was full of dissatisfaction. He directly grabbed Aiden's collar and questioned him. How dare you say such a humiliating thing? Right in my territory? What were you thinking? Aiden acted very much like a shameless villain. Pointing at the guards, he said, They said I couldn't come in if I didn't do that. I had no choice. The guards' faces immediately turned as black as the bottom of a pot, seeing Tyan. Not letting go, Aiden then smiled and suggested we talk inside. And so, after that shameless act, Aiden was led into the castle by Dion. He sat on the comfortable leather chair, chuckling, That fur, this chair is really something. Then, he asked with a hint of doubt, Is Count Thierry very busy? I heard he went out on business. Dion replied in a somber tone, My father is currently in the Tower of Slaughter because of an anomaly. Something happened in the death zone managed by the Tower of Slaughter. They also suspect that the king of Chao, who appeared in the territory, came from there. Aiden frowned upon hearing this. You're right. Strange incidents have started occurring around here. Soon, several disaster-class monsters, including the Mad Dragon, will start appearing, just like in my previous life. He was too busy dealing with those unexpected incidents to have time to find out the reason behind it all. But now that things are clear, Aiden just needed to quickly become stronger, find the cause, and prevent it from happening. While he was lost in thought, Dion asked suspiciously, But why did you come to our territory? Aiden, interrupted by his voice, looked up and answered, I want to go to the Dead Forest. Dion's expression immediately turned serious, unable to believe his ears. Do you know what kind of place that is? The whole forest is filled with poison. That's why it's full of the living dead. Poisonous plants and monsters. Aiden indifferently shrugged. Aiden calmly said that's why he wanted to go there. I want to get the extremely poisonous herb that only grows there. Dion, hearing this, felt a bit helpless. After hesitating for a long time, he spoke. I know you're not normal, but your hobbies are very strange. He said to Aiden, Your luck with timing has run out. You can't enter the Forest of Death right now. The Forest of Death is just as its name implies. It's an incredibly deadly forest, belonging to the territory of Count Cetus, a place teeming with powerful, hungry monsters, with deadly poisonous plants, spreading far and wide. Even so, even in that place where life seems to have been discarded, humanity still manages to live. criminals, and the impoverished, to the point where they can't pay taxes, decide to choose this as their refuge. Dion's expression became somewhat serious as he said this. He muttered, "But recently, bandits have appeared in the Forest of Death, and it seems they're rampantly plundering the village. Not only that, since they appeared, there have been constant reports of missing persons within Count Tyron's domain. Therefore, they believe these events are connected. Countess Tyron has decided to send knights to eliminate the bandits. Even though it may seem like a slash-and-burn approach, they are, after all, still people within the domain. We can't just stand by and watch them be harmed by bandits. So you're saying if I want to go, I have to wait for Chiha to finish off those bandits, or give up?" Aiden shook his head without hesitation after hearing that. No way. Hearing this, Thion's face softened. "Don't tell me you're also worried about the villagers? Burn the forest for convenience, huh? Could it be that you really do have compassion? What do you say? You're thinking too much." Aiden is just worried the bandits will find the tree person before him. If they know there's a tree person, they will definitely go crazy hunting it and sell it. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became, and he pursed his lips, thinking to himself, "There's no other way. Can't let those bandits snatch the elixir." He probably feels a bit heartless, so he's justifying himself by saying he wants to save the villagers. Koso, having read his thoughts, had no words to say. "Dragon Slayer, it seems you've just revealed your true intentions." Aiden ignored him, looked up at Thion. He spoke sincerely. "I'll lend my strength to your cause and help wipe out those bandits." A few hours later, at the gates of Cetus Fortress, Aiden was warming up with Lou, getting ready to deal with the Traiants. Or rather, to eliminate the bandits, my bad. Upon seeing them, two soldiers immediately grew discontented. One couldn't restrain himself and walked over to Tyon to express his displeasure. He pursed his lips and said, "Young Master Tyon, are you really taking those nuisances with us?" These words darkened Tyon's expression. "Yinjiang, what did you just say?" he asked. The soldier didn't think he was wrong. He bluntly criticized, "Just look at their clumsy movements and frail figures. They'll only hinder the mission." And above all, Aiden embarrassed Thierry and Tyon. So, as a Cetus knight, he absolutely cannot accept this. Tyon grew even angrier upon hearing this. He pursed his lips and asked, "You speak as a knight of Cetus?" He said, grabbing the man's neck and pulling him down, coldly questioning him. "To you, is the knight's honor more important than the pain of our people? How can you call the young master who is sacrificing himself for Cetus a nuisance? Right now, his rash words are the ones tarnishing. Honor, Cetus and Tyon also vouch for him. Both Tyron and I have acknowledged Aiden's strength. He's that strong, although his behavior is a bit off-putting. The way his eyes lit up when thinking about that elixir really doesn't inspire good thoughts." At this moment, Tyon stepped in front of Aiden and spoke. "Aiden, thank you. This will be a dangerous mission." He shook his head, smiling, and said, "It's nothing. I like helping people. But is Team 5 strong enough? Those bandits have a nerve to cause trouble in the Death Forest. Their numbers must be quite large." Hearing this, Tyon sighed helplessly. "You think I don't know that? That's exactly why I hired a mercenary." Aiden couldn't help but be surprised. "So, someone you know from a past life?" Just then, someone came from behind and spoke in a clear voice. "Is everyone ready?" Hearing the voice, Tyon immediately rejoiced. "She's here." Aiden also cheerfully turned his head to see which acquaintance it was. But after looking, he was startled. Seeing his expression, Tyon asked in confusion, "Why are you so surprised? Do you know her from a past life?" Aiden immediately denied it. "No, it's the first time meeting her." However, he could guess her background for sure. He asked Tyon, "Don't you feel anything?" Meanwhile, the girl had come over to greet them. "Sorry, everyone. I'm late." I introduced myself. "My name is Lunia, a servant of the great god of punishment." Hearing her introduction, Luca gasped in surprise. A servant of the great god of punishment? So, he hired a female bishop from the Carnage Church? Aiden also exclaimed in admiration. "You hire mercenaries from interesting places. Young Master Tygan." Luca muttered in doubt. "But she doesn't seem like the rumors say. I heard the bishops of the Carnage Church are always bursting with rage, but she looks so gentle and pretty." Aiden couldn't help but smile wryly. "I thought the same at first." Luca asked in confusion why. He didn't say much. He just mouthed, "You'll understand soon enough, Luca." At this moment, Lunia walked up to Aiden and said with a smile, "I've heard about you. You are the son of Duke Remus, aren't you?" Aiden nodded slightly in response. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Aiden Remus. It's been a while since I've participated in a party, together with a bishop of the theocracy. Hearing this, Lunia's eyes lit up instantly. So you have teamed up with Bishop Jiao before? My senior? Aiden nodded slightly in response. Yes, once a long time ago. That guy, no. That person was reserved and quiet. Lunia didn't pick up on the dissatisfaction in his words, and cheerfully spoke up. All bishops of our faction often take on mercenary work while on pilgrimage. You must have met them a few times that way, right? Before Aiden could reply, she raised her hand high into the air and cheered. This must be fate. Feel free to call me Lunia, okay? Let's do our best to punish the wicked. Aiden was a little reluctant. The Slaughter Church is one of the three major religions, with divine power specializing in combat. As a bishop of the church, dealing with bandits is a piece of cake for you. Now that we've gathered enough people, Tion can give the order. Now, let's head to the Death Forest. A few hours later, in the Death Forest, gloomy with death, Tion leads everyone deeper inside. Aiden observes as he walks, whispering, "The forest seems more normal than what I've heard." Tion, hearing this, explains, "Because this path has been cleared by the villagers to collect supplies." Aiden didn't pay much attention, because he had sensed a strange aura. Kurz also noticed it. It's like an evil energy. The evil oozes from the earth like it's hell itself. It's been a while since I've seen a place like this, truly living up to its name. Aiden's expression turned serious after hearing Kurz's description. His face immediately became grave. A forest radiating evil energy and toxins. It shows just how formidable the people who live here must be. But that damned Robbie's, he dared to deliberately send you to such a dangerous place. I'll have to give him a good beating next time. Thinking this, Aiden turned to look at Tyan. "Is this okay?" he asked. His words made Tyan a little doubtful. Confused, he asked, "What do you mean?" Aiden chuckled softly, hesitating before speaking. "As far as I know, your father, the Count, doesn't like mercenaries. Even if she's a bishop of the ruined follower church, Lunia is still a mercenary. Is it okay for you to hire her like this?" "What if you get scolded?" he asked worriedly. "Does Dion know this?" But he still firmly says yes. "Well, if father knew, he'd surely scold me severely. But it doesn't matter. When we need a secret to save the villagers' lives, there's no time to be picky about methods, right? And mercenaries have more experience dealing with bandits than knights do." Thinking it over, hiring mercenaries is the obvious choice. Hearing Dion's explanation, Aiden couldn't help but admire. "You're quite smart." Once again, he felt like Dion wasn't much like his father. Hearing his words, Dion immediately became dissatisfied. "Scold? Why wouldn't he? You idiot. You just realizing my true worth now." A moment later, Dion's group ventured deeper inside. A village finally came into view, but seeing the scene before them, Dion exclaimed in shock, "What is this?" The knights behind him couldn't hide their horror either. On their faces, Luna lamented helplessly, "Oh, heavens have mercy." Even Aiden was no exception. He bit his lip fiercely. "Damn it, we're too late." Why did they have such expressions? Because what lay before them wasn't an intact village, but charred remains. There were 5 farming villages in the dead forest. The first village they arrived at was completely devastated. Every house burned to the ground. No one survived. Worried, they continued on to the second village. The scene was the same, filled with unease. They went to the third village and finally despair. Upon arriving at the fourth village, seeing the devastation before him, Dion couldn't help but tremble. This is the 4th village already. The 3 previous villages were no different from this place, all reduced to ruins. No matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find any survivors here. Even an agricultural village like this should have guards. So why does it look like a one-sided battle? Aiden, they're definitely not ordinary bandits. Who exactly are they? While he was pondering, a knight suddenly shouted, "There are survivors here." Hearing this, Dion happily rushed over. In a corner among the rubble, there were 2 bodies trembling incessantly. When they lifted the covering board, they saw 2 children huddled together, shivering there. Without hesitation, Dion squatted down. Facing the 2 kids, he softly said, "We are the Cetus Knights. We're here to protect you 2. You'll be all right." Hearing this, the boy immediately trembled. "Cetus Knights? You're here to protect us." Immediately, the girl rushed into Dion's arms, crying loudly. He gently stroked her back to comfort her, saying softly, "We're too late. I'm sorry." At this moment, the boy suddenly spoke urgently. If you're really a knight, please save our parents too. Dion couldn't help but sigh. I'm sorry, but I'm sure your parents have gone to a peaceful place. No, the boy shook his head fiercely, saying firmly, the attackers dragged our parents, us, and everyone else somewhere else. They're definitely still alive. As soon as these words were spoken, Dion's expression immediately darkened. He pursed his lips and said, what? They took them somewhere else? According to those two kids. Tyan led the group away. They followed a different path, deeper inside. Aiden was still very curious. Why would they take people instead of killing them? We don't have enough information yet. They might find some clues in the last village. The group moved without hesitation. But just at this moment, the forest suddenly echoed with a different sound. The sound was very faint, but Aiden could still hear it. He quickly spoke up, young Master Tyan, someone's here. Everyone's footsteps immediately stopped. Tyan pursed his lips in anger. Is it those bastards? Good. I'll make sure they pay for their crimes, he said, his eyes filled with determination. At the same time, a group of people rushed out from the edge of the forest. Aiden's group was preparing to counterattack. But Tyan suddenly shouted, stopping everyone. Everyone was a bit confused as to why he said that. They just saw Tyan staring at the group opposite them. A smirk played on his lips as he said, not bandits. Long time no see. At the same time, the leader on the opposite side quickly ordered, swords down. In front of them was a group of people familiar to Tyan, led by Marcus, the village chief of the farming village. He looked at Tyan and asked suspiciously, young Master Tyan, why are you here? Are you here to help us? Aiden asked in surprise. You know him? Tyan nodded slightly, explaining, Marcus was our knight 15 years ago. I heard he retired after being seriously injured. I didn't expect to meet him here. Having said that, he approached Marcus and greeted him. Not a very warm welcome. Huh? Marcus sighed apologetically. I apologize, there have been bandit appearances lately, but as he said this, he suddenly paused, then exclaimed with emotion, you've improved so much. I almost didn't recognize you. Before he could finish, a pair of hands were placed on his shoulders. Dion sighed in relief. Thank goodness you're okay. Thank God. Hearing this, Marcus immediately exclaimed in a panic. Don't tell me other villages know that you've figured it out? Dion sighed and said, because of the raids, the nearby villages have almost nothing left. It's fortunate that your village is at least still okay. Okay, you say? Marcus let out a bitter laugh. It's quite late, so I'll take you back to the village first. A little later, at the base of the last village in the dead forest. Actually, this place isn't very okay either. The villagers were attacked and are severely injured. Furthermore, the wounds on their bodies. Magic potions aren't working. Lucky for them, our all-powerful main character, who has everything, has arrived. Aiden hands them a vial of medicine, speaking up. You can't heal those wounds with regular magic potions. Use this potion. Seeing what's in his hand, a villager cries out in disbelief. You're really giving us this precious magic potion? Thank you. Aiden refused to comment. He glanced at everyone and shouted a suggestion. Anyone with wounds accompanied by a dark light were attacked by dark forces. Take this divine potion to heal yourselves. Hearing this, everyone started to come forward, taking his magic potion to treat their injuries. At this moment, Aiden felt lucky to have brought a bunch of divine potions. Kurz couldn't help but jump into tease. I thought you valued money more than people's lives. What a surprise. Aiden angrily retorted. Who do you think I am? But this isn't free. I'll make Tyan pay me back. I also can't let those bastards achieve their goals. Hearing this, Kurz immediately nodded. That's more like you. While he was scolding and teasing with Kurz, a person carrying a child in their arms came up and asked, can we use it to heal children? Aiden was about to nod, ready to answer, of course. But before he could finish speaking, he noticed the child in the man's arms. The child was completely covered, making him look human. But upon closer inspection, he wasn't human at all. Aiden was sure the boy was a treant. Meanwhile, not far from Marcus's village, a group of masked figures was moving this way. One of them, slightly annoyed, grumbled. Those losers were already chased out of the city, but they're still resisting fiercely. The person beside him then reminded the one-armed old man, that's mine. Don't touch him. He then looked at the person in the lead and spoke with a sneer. Mage, you couldn't use your powers last time. Use everything you've got this time, okay? He aggressively questioned, is that how you guys support each other? We can take all the food and goods. Because you said you only needed the people, right? Hearing this, the dark wizard snorted in disdain. Arrogant fool. All you have is brute strength, but you sure are a talkative one. Just bring the people we captured to the place I told you. That bandit. He snorted, cursed at the dark wizards, and then left. The dark wizard narrowed his eyes, watching the bandit's back, thinking to himself, once this is all over, he'll use those robbers too. Those people should be enough for my research. Inside a room in the last village, the flickering candlelight illuminated the dim room. The tree boy, after being healed, still remained unconscious. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes, murmuring faintly, "Where am I?" Hearing the boy's voice, Aiden, who was sitting next to him, he spoke up immediately. "You're awake?" His voice startled the tree being. The little boy trembled. "Please, please don't kill me. I won't taste good. Please don't eat me." Aiden sighed, feeling a bit helpless. "I won't eat you, so don't be scared," Kaiser retorted. "I couldn't help but scold, with you making that face. How could I believe you wouldn't eat it?" Kaiser continued. A slightly mischievous look crossed his face. He licked his lips and said with a grin, "I told you I won't eat you." But the little tree being didn't believe him. He burst into tears. "I'm poisonous. So if you eat me, you'll get a stomachache," he added. Aiden shrugged nonchalantly. "Calm down and eat this," Aiden said calmly. Then he took out a vial of potion. The aroma instantly filled the tree person's nostrils. The boy took 2 sniffs. Even with his intense craving, he hesitated to ask, "Will I be okay if I eat this?" Aiden gently shook his head. "It's okay. I won't be needing this bone meal anyway." Hearing this reassurance, the boy immediately started munching on what was in his hand. After he swallowed, his eyes lit up. So delicious! Aiden couldn't help but smile. He really loved the putrid bone meal. Curse proudly boasted, "I told you, the tree person can't find enough putrid bone meal on his own, and you're glad you listened to me, aren't you?" Aiden didn't bother to pay him attention. He looked at the tree person and asked, "But why were you injured and unconscious here?" Hearing his words, the tree person startled and spoke up. "That's right. Where did the others who ran away with me go?" Aiden, recalling the villager's words, slowly began to speak. "Those who delivered you to us said only you were injured, lying unconscious outside. They barely found another AI there." But how could it be? The boy seemed a bit bewildered. Before he could finish his sentence, Aiden interrupted. "Do you know what happened in this forest? If you tell the truth, there's a chance I'll help you." The tree boy hesitated for a moment. His parents told him not to trust humans. But is there another way? Just as the boy was still pondering, the alarm bells outside suddenly rang loudly. The guards immediately shouted, "We're under attack. The bandits are back." Hearing the sound, Aiden reflexively frowned. "Those bandits, they're back?" he said, glancing at the little tree person. The tree person slowly said, "If you keep your silence alone, I'll have to give up. Now hide in there." Aiden then picked up the person, wanting to leave. The little tree person was still hesitant there. All the little guy could do was hope. This person isn't like the rest of those humans. After a while, the little boy pursed his lips and asked, "Can you really save our forest? You're not like those humans, are you?" Aiden glanced at the kid and then nodded slightly. Outside, the bandits were attacking the village gates. The Tyanite squad was waiting there, ready to protect the villagers. Only they didn't notice, behind the bandits, a dark mage was beginning to cast his magic. He smirked and said, "I've never seen knights from this region before. SEO, the more the merrier, more offerings for me to sacrifice to NDT Zero." He said it, and with that, he began his dark magic, rising from the depths of hell. No sooner had the dark mage spoken than a horde of zombies appeared. The knights' faces immediately fell. While they were in a panic, a clear voice rang out. "So you're the mastermind behind this sinister plot?" "It's Lunia, that small figure. She's wielding a hammer bigger than Bally's. She fearlessly charges into the bandits' circle, ignoring the knights' frantic warnings." But at this moment, Tyan steps forward, saying, "Just let her go." The knight hesitates, "But there's so many." Tyan calmly replies, "You may not know this, but in this situ, there's truly no one more fitting than her. A fanatical priest cloaked in the guise of an angel, a warrior of carnage, delivering death in the name of God." That perfectly describes a priest of the god of slaughter set. While they were busy spouting nonsense, Lunia had vanished without a trace. By the time she reappeared, she was already airborne, striking an absolutely cinematic pose. Together with her enormous flail, she burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha, death awaits the heavily burdened." As soon as the words left her lips, her massive flail slammed into the ground. Instant destruction. The black mage panicked at the sight. What in the world is that thing? Where did a monster like her suddenly come from? Lunia smirked and said, "Renowned god of death, please grant your servant the power to borrow your strength." Once again, the huge hammer in her hand came crashing down. She was second to none. The war hammer in her hand was like a thunder hammer. With every swing, she sent a bandit to meet his maker. At this moment, the black mage's face was as ugly as if he'd stepped in something unpleasant. He bit his lip and cursed. "She's wiping out both the bandits and my zombies. The ones I just summoned, damn it." Immediately afterward, he began to cast magic again. A deadly curse, "Swallow that crazy woman." As soon as the black mage spoke, dark energy rushed towards Lunia. But in the blink of an eye, her figure disappeared and the black mage panicked. What now? But he didn't notice. She was already behind him. By the time he realized it, it was too late. With a single, powerful strike from Lunia's massive hand, the man's head was crushed into a flat pancake. Fresh blood gushed out like rain. Under Lunia's incredible might, the zombie horde was completely annihilated. The bandits were either captured or killed. A thorough and decisive victory. A knight of Cetus then approached to report, "We have surrounded the remaining bandits." Dion nodded slightly, replying, "I understand. Well done." "What did they say? What did they do with the villagers they captured?" The knight shook his head slightly, replying, "They weren't clear on that. They claimed to only take things that could be sold. As for the villagers, they released them at a place indicated by that cunning mage. But now that black mage is dead too." Hearing this, Dion's expression immediately turned grim. "That means we have no way to save the villagers?" What, right at this moment, Aiden suddenly speaks up, "There's still one way." Tyan, startled, looks at him, asking suspiciously, "Where have you been all this time?" "Wait, there's still a way to find them." "Really?" Aiden nods calmly. "Yes, there's a way. But he said they don't have much time left. We have to hurry. Back to the time when the village was attacked." The tree child told Aiden everything. He exclaims in shock, "The black mages took all the tree people?" The boy nods slightly, replying, "Yes. They captured and imprisoned me, but I escaped. But it wasn't just the tree people there. I also saw that there seemed to be many people being held captive." Aiden frowned slightly, thinking for a long time before, saying, "They're putting humans and tree people in the same place? Are they preparing for a summoning ritual? This is huge. Are they trying to turn everyone into zombies? Whatever it is, you're not going to like it. How dare they mess with your precious elixir? I can read your thoughts, and, seriously, I'm speechless. You're angrily scolding them in your head. What kind of people are you?" Seriously. Back to reality, Aiden told Dion everything. Just as expected, he was furious, yelling about those wicked bastards. What the heck are they scheming, anyway? Aiden shook his head slightly, replying, "It seems he doesn't know either." Dion frowned deeply, anxiously asking, "Then how are we going to find them?" Aiden slowly spoke. "Someone managed to escape and told me where they're hiding. I was planning to go there and keep an eye on them." Hearing this, Dion suggested, "Let us handle it. We will handle this." Aiden shook his head without hesitation. "No way. I can't just push the dangerous task onto you and leave you to go and rescue them alone." "I will go," Dion said, tears welling up, deeply moved. "Ahem. I can't believe you are such a noble person. I misjudged you." "Of course," Aiden said, closing his eyes with a smile. But inwardly he scoffed. Why the sudden tears? Using your own body. Putting that aside, he pondered another issue. The chaos isn't the problem. If what the tree person said is true, then it's definitely what he's thinking. Inside the dead forest, within a dormant volcano, a figure approached from afar. He looked at the dark mage and asked coldly, "How much longer?" He hurriedly replied, "I have completed the basic framework. Now, all that's left is to melt the essence of the sacrifices. Absorb it, and it's done." Saying this, the dark mage asked with suspicion, "The guys from the 5th village haven't brought the sacrifices back yet?" Kiet gently bowed his head. "It seems they haven't returned yet, but they probably will soon." Hearing this, the dark mage grinned eerily. Good. By the time they return, I'll have finished my work. Once this gemstone is completed, his lord will be one step closer to his goal. Kia heard this and happily thought to himself, "Shin Beta, just wait a little longer. That Dre's Clemmaya, definitely, will make him the Grand Duke of the Surs Principality." At the same time, outside the volcano, Aiden went to this place. If you look towards the mountain, he started to think, the black mages, really? Controlling the tree people village inside the inactive volcano. Curse was surprised too, saying, "That's unexpected indeed. Who would have thought the mastermind behind this? Was that King Knight?" Before that, the tree person kid said a name that the kid heard. After hearing it, Aiden faintly guessed it was Darth. The tree person kid also confirmed. It was him along with the black mages who attacked the tree people village. They also chopped down the defense tree and imprisoned the tree people. Aiden certainly knows that guy, along with the Red Knights. Draze is one of Simba's 3 dogs. Dark Knight Draze Clyman, Draze Clayman. You have to confirm it. Is it really the Dark Knight that the Treant told me about? To do that, Aiden wants to secretly take the Treant along to identify them. But that stubborn guy, Tyan, insists on coming too, even saying it's an issue for his territory. It's infuriating, but what can you do about Tyan? What's even more frustrating is that Lunia also wants to come. She sees a monster and just kills it. Totally crazy. Anyone who gets in my way must die. That's her motto. And right now, Luna is on a rampage. The spiders that just appeared are making Aiden feel a little helpless. He's sure she came along because she's bored. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but speak up. She's already wiped out those dark magic users and the bandits. Right? Ty nodded slightly. That's right. She's really amazing. Thinking about it again, Aiden still finds it strange. He asks Curse, "Don't you think so?" He calmly says, "You don't even have to think too hard to know something strange. How could an AI not see someone as odd as her? Strange, huh? You feel it too." Lunia is too obedient. She even listens to what they tell her. Hearing this, Curse exclaimed in panic, "Are you even in your right mind? What do you see her being obedient?" Lunia and obedience have nothing in common. Aiden shook his head slightly. "You don't understand. The female bishops of the Holy Church, aren't they all crazy slaughterers? Knowing only to indulge in senseless violence. Moreover, she's too strong to be a normal, practical female bishop. Lunia not only could handle all the bandits and dark mages who destroyed the village, but also took down the monsters, empowered by demonic forces so easily. At that level, she must be a high bishop, or even more than that." This made Aiden feel like something wasn't quite right, because the Blood Saintess Surapikio speaker should have been there. So Aiden decided he had to pay closer attention to Lenoya. While he was thinking, Lenoya spoke up. "Let's keep going." A moment later, the village inside the dormant volcano came into view. Aiden's group hid outside. He frowned and asked, "Is it your village?" The Treant boy nodded slightly. "Yes. Originally, there should have been a fairy tree at the center of the village." But he paused, hesitant to continue. Aiden could guess the rest. Just as the boy said, the fairy tree is the source of spirit power. So they cut it down to nullify the Treant's power in dark magic. If fairies are used for sacrifice, it will be much more beneficial than using humans. Thinking this, Aiden frowned. What are they planning to do with humans and tree people? What in the world are they planning to do with the humans and tree people? Just at that moment, his eyes stared intensely below. From inside the village, Darth came out carrying his sword. Aiden coldly snorted in his heart. He was worried the tree people had misunderstood. Thankfully, it really was that damn Dark Knight. Upon seeing Darth, Tony angrily shouted, "He's the one behind all of this, isn't he? I'm going to kill him." But Aiden raised his hand to stop him. "Wait a moment. What?" Tony questioned. "He attacked our territory, using people as sacrifices. You want me to let him escape easily? He doesn't seem that strong. If you and Luna help, we could defeat him." Aiden slowly shook his head and spoke softly. "Calm down and look around you. He didn't come alone. He's with several other dark mages. The 3 of you can't take them down right now. Moreover, that Dark Knight isn't an ordinary opponent. Aiden knows him well from his past life. Darth was as strong as Sinbiada. He must be close to master level by now. Either way, he's quite skilled. Just considering his abilities, he's already the best knight you've ever encountered. Even if all 3 of you attacked Darth at the same time, there's no guarantee he'd lose. And if the villagers get involved, they'll suffer great losses. There has to be another way." Just thinking about this, Aiden saw a curse manifested before his eyes again. He asked with doubt, "Hey, what are you doing?" She didn't answer immediately. He closed his eyes, focusing on sensing for a long moment before speaking. "Essência disturbing presença." Ever since we stepped into this forest. So it's that thing. Aiden scoffed, disbelieving. "The only disturbing thing I see is your butt. Get out of my face." Hearing this, Curse became displeased. "I'm just trying to help you. Seriously, why would you say that about my butt? Humans like you can't sense it, but my senses can pick it up instantly." Aiden, with a nonchalant pout, asked scornfully, "Oh really? Really? So what did your nose sniff out? His attitude clearly showed his disbelief, but a generous person wouldn't accept such an attitude. A petty, cold-hearted reply. Don't be shocked when you hear this, got it? Under those trees, you see. Hearing that, Aiden's face immediately turned pale. He couldn't believe his ears. His fists clenched tightly, clearly showing his anger. Now, Aiden finally understood. There were strange things happening here, but this explained everything. Thinking of this, Aiden suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute, what if he used that? Soon after, he slowly spoke. I've thought of a way. Tyan looked at him suspiciously. You mean a way to escape this place? Aiden nodded calmly. Aiden looked at the tree person and asked, You said you know everything inside the forest, right? The little guy nodded slightly, answering, Yeah, why? He didn't answer, just looked at Tyan with a smile. Young Master Tyan, are you willing to do anything for your people? He nodded without hesitation. Of course, for my people. I would fight to the death. Hearing these words, Aiden smirked. Really? You can't take that back. Looking at his smile, Tyan felt a chill, a sense of foreboding. Something bad is definitely going to happen. Aiden didn't pay attention. He spoke to Lunia, asking for her help. She agreed instantly, just for the fun of it. A little later, on the left side of the forest, Tyan was there, but his condition wasn't great. Why? Because he was being chased by a horde of monsters behind him. Tyan ran and screamed. Aiden Remus, you goddamn son of a... Are you trying to kill me? And on the right, a bunch of orcs are charging into battle, but they take one look at their opponents and instantly turn tail and run. You can't get any more cowardly than that. Their opponents are AIs? And the crazy beauty AI, Lunia. She's super excited right now. This game of tag is so much fun, my dear orc friends. Don't let me catch you unless you want to die. And then, right after that, a chase scene unfolds. The monsters are running for the hills, scattering in all directions. The Treant boy is a little speechless at the sight. The kid looks at Aiden and asks, Are you trying to create a monster wave to scare the dark Lomages? Afraid? Only half right. Aiden scoffs in reply. I plan to use those monsters to awaken it. The real monster will fight them, because I'm sure that Snake is starving. After hundreds of years without food. You're right about that. Beneath the earth, a demon is buried in a place, just waiting for the right moment. It will rise and devour everything. As soon as Aiden finished speaking, he sensed the Treant boy trembling nonstop. He sighed and asked, Scared kid? The boy shook his head slightly, pursing his lips, and said, No, I just feel angry and ashamed. If only we were as strong as you. But before he could finish, Aiden coldly interrupted. Don't worry. They'll pay for what happened to you. And more. They owe me too. Saying this, he smiled and asked, Oh, I still don't know your name. How should I call you? The tree boy hesitated for a moment, then replied in a low voice. S, that's my name. Nodding faintly, Aiden casually said, Okay, S, do you still remember what I told you in the village? Previously, Aiden had asked the boy, what would he get if he risked helping him? At that time, S had thought a lot. Then he said firmly, If you save our entire village. I heard. Our tears are very valuable to humans. So, I swear on my honor, how many tears do you want? I will give you as many as you desire. Nodding, Aiden smiled and said, Okay, it's settled then. From now on, you have to worry more about yourself and your family. S basically didn't understand why he said that then, but he didn't explain either. Back to reality. Aiden ignored Ed's reaction. He drew the Bilsbap sword, his voice chilling as he called out, Ultimate power. Answer the call of your master. We summon the demon Mephisto. As his words ended, Mephisto appeared, his voice deep and resonant. You summon me, master. Even though Aiden wasn't strong enough to fully summon him. This much was enough for now. Thinking this, he immediately spoke. Mephisto, I have a task for you. Find a pack of poison lizards in the lower reaches of this forest, and bring them to the dormant volcano midway up. Yes, master. Mephisto bowed his head, accepting the order without hesitation. Immediately after, he spread his wings and soared into the sky. Aiden watched his retreating figure with satisfaction. With this ultimate power, he could command even high-ranking demons like this. How convenient. I must get stronger quickly and unleash Mephisto's full potential. That's the plan. Thinking, Aiden glances at Ed and says, We should go. Ed looks at him blankly, asking, Go where? Unconsciously smiling, Ed pouts and asks, Why? I have to keep my word. Let's go save the villagers and your family. At the same time, inside the extinct volcano, Draze stands in the open space, lost in thought. Still, he hasn't received any news about those guys from the 5th village. Could they have been killed? But quickly, he rejects the idea. No one here is capable of that. Thinking, Draze feels a bit more relieved. He walks to the lake in front of him, looking at the rippling surface of the lake. He couldn't help but mutter in astonishment. Why are ripples forming on the still water? Before Darez could figure out what was happening, the ground began to shake violently. Darez immediately sensed something was rushing towards him, and he was right. Someone was indeed running towards him from the other side. Darez was shocked and surprised. Is that the thief? The one coming is Zion. Moreover, he's not alone. There's a horde of monsters, like an army, chasing after him. He cried out in panic, "I'll get you, Darez." In an instant, Darez's expression became equally grim. He pursed his lips and said, "There are too many of them, but surely I can." But he hadn't even finished speaking when he sensed something behind him. When he turned around, he saw a swarm of orcs rushing towards them, as if fleeing for their lives. Which pack are they running from? The Linnea? Chasing them? This maniacal look on his face is something else. Dre's expression changes again. This time, he's not so sure anymore. He grits his teeth and curses, "August, you devil! What are they doing here? Aren't they supposed to live deep in the forest? What's going on?" But the danger doesn't stop there. Another swarm of lizards is heading this way too. They're not running on their own accord. Mephisto is chasing them from behind, constantly warning them. "If I catch you, I'll tear you apart, you lizard scum." So, 3 sides of Dre's experimental base are surrounded. Dre shouts frantically, "Stop them all." The knights, hearing his cry, quickly rush out to intercept the monsters. Taking advantage of the chaos, Aiden and Ed sneak inside. With Ed leading the way, they quickly enter a room. The boy looks at Aiden and says, "They're here, in that dark room. So many Treants are being held captive." Aiden rushes over, calling out, "It's me, everyone." The moment they see him, the Treants inside are instantly astonished. "Aiden, are you okay? You came to save us." Aiden quickly replies, "I told you I would come and save everyone." But when he looks at the number of Treants inside, a hint of panic flickers in Aiden's eyes. He asks, confused, "Why are only you guys here? Were the others locked up somewhere else?" These words cause the faces of the Treants to immediately turn grim. After hesitating for a long time, someone finally answers, "We're the only ones left alive, Aiden. They said they would use the others as sacrifices, then they dragged them away." As soon as these words are spoken, Aiden's hand gripping the iron bars trembles. The boy sighs, "I'm too late." Hearing this, someone pats Aiden's shoulder, comforting him, "It's not. Your mistakes only prove they're demons." Then, he told the boy to step back, reminding everyone inside to stay away from the bars, waiting until everyone complied, before he began to draw his sword. Without a moment's hesitation, Aiden slashed open the cage holding the plant people inside, setting them all free. He glanced at everyone, speaking up. "I know you're all confused, but let me ask you, do you know where the others were taken? If Aiden goes there, he might discover what they're planning." At the same time, outside was a fierce battle. Darez led the knights, cutting down monsters. The black mages also joined the fray. Many monsters fell, blood flowing like rivers. At the same time, beneath the ground, drawn by the scent of fresh blood, a monster began to stir. It slowly opened its fearsome eyes. The first sensation is overwhelming hunger. It stretches its colossal body up high, causing the ground to tremble violently. Sensing the commotion, Darius grew even more panicked. What is it this time? Only to see at this moment, the water's surface vibrated with extreme frequency. Inside, Aiden also sensed this, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. It's finally awakened, the basilisk serpent king, seemingly at the same time. The colossal serpent rose from the water's surface. Darius's face instantly turned as black as coal. He angrily cursed, "Damn it, back to the time before." Curse, for revealing the monster's identity underground to Aiden. Hearing it, he didn't believe it and questioned back. "You mean this is the basilisk's nest?" Aiden calmly responded, "This dense source of toxic energy must be its. It has venom so potent that just one bite was enough to inflict a fatal wound on a master." Hearing this, Aiden frowned. "That's strange. Basilisks usually reside in the southern part of the forest, completely the opposite direction. It should be in a warmer place. Why would it be here?" Hearing this, Killian retorted in frustration. "If I knew, do you think I'd be stuck in a weak human body like yours? Anyway, it must have been starving for hundreds of years. It must be incredibly hungry now." Back to reality, looking at the giant snake before him, Dreskin cursed in fear. "Damn it. Not just anything, but a basilisk. Nevertheless, he gripped his sword tightly and spoke resolutely. We will not back down. I won't let it interfere with your plans. Come on, you serpent. As a shout ended, the basilisk opened its massive mouth, revealing razor-sharp fangs, charging forward with fury. Meanwhile, inside the underground laboratory, a dark wizard was still diligently conducting his experiments. He showed not the slightest panic about the monster attack raging outside. In fact, he considered it a good thing. Using the monsters and the humans killed in the onslaught could help complete the gem faster than planned. Finally, the world would know him, the great dark wizard. Little did he notice, Aiden had silently appeared behind him. He raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Oh, what's this? Doesn't look like your average gem. Ah, the dark wizard cried out in alarm. Ooh, he didn't even finish his sentence before he was slammed onto the table, meeting a gruesome end. Aiden retracted his hand, gazing at the crimson gem on the table. He whispered, "Is that the orb the Treant mentioned? What the heck is this orb?" As he said this, he reached out and picked it up. The instant Aiden's hand touched it, the orb suddenly glowed. This sudden change startled him, and he cried out, "What's happening?" At that moment, the system chimed in. You have fulfilled the hidden clue condition. The unfinished orb has been absorbed by the user. Aiden desperately wanted to throw it away. What is going on? He shrieked. This gross orb is being absorbed by my body. What the heck are you doing, you black mage? But after a while, the crimson colors gradually faded, and Aiden didn't feel any different. What is that orb? The system said it was unfinished when it was absorbed. He didn't know what it was, nor how to get it out. Couldn't figure it out no matter what. Aiden decided to put it aside for now. Just treat it as luggage he needed to carry. Sensing these thoughts, Kirilian scolded with displeasure. Did you just call me luggage? The dragon slayer nonchalantly shrugged. Aiden pouted. I never said you were luggage, now did I? By the way, shouldn't we get to the bottom of this? Kirilian, don't want to let this go. Answer me now, you dragon slayer. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the basilisk was still relentlessly attacking. Quite a few people had already become food in its mouth. Even Darth was exhausted. His sword-wielding hand trembled. He bit his lip and muttered, Damn it, the venom is making it hard to move. If it were him, he'd take it down in one hit. Meanwhile, the basilisk had shifted its focus to the man. The fangs. Venomous fangs were slowly advancing toward Dre's. He gripped his sword tightly, lost in thought. If only I could copy his sword technique just once, that would be amazing. Thinking this, a spark ignited in Dre's eyes. Immediately, he fiercely slashed his sword at the colossal serpent, causing the basilisk to meet a swift and gruesome end. Seeing this, Dre's breathed a sigh of relief. I did it. Am I one step closer to wielding a sword like him? Could it be? But at this moment, a deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed. Congratulations on becoming a sword master. In a dark night, too. Farewell. Dre's frowned reflexively at the voice. Hey, I've never heard of anyone being here. But before he could do anything, a sword pierced his chest. The blade's wielder was Aiden. He spoke coldly. Wait for me in hell. I'll send your master to join you soon enough. Darez, ambushed and losing blood, trembled. He bit his lip, questioning, You dare? Who are you? A soft chuckle. Aiden's tone, filled with a chilling intent, replied, I am who your master calls a friend. Having said that, Aiden had no more words for him. He commanded coldly, Bildabap, devour him. Following his command, dark energy began to emanate from the sword. Darez's body was quickly engulfed. Before his eyes closed, even in his last moments, he didn't forget to warn his master about this. Unfortunately, he vanished into thin air. Not even a bone was left. Aiden sheathed his sword, unable to help but sigh in awe. He was more worried about his master than himself. Even in death, you have a devoted subordinate, Shin Beta said then. He limped over to the basilisk, muttering that he didn't expect him to win. The basilisk really is Shin Beta's dog. He was planning to kill the Black Knight first, then the exhausted basilisk. Well, it's all over anyway. Who cares? As Aiden spoke, he walked towards Kenshur and asked, But this dragon slayer, why did you crawl into the basilisk's mouth? Aiden smiled calmly, saying, Since we're here, I should take everything I can get. The basilisk has a lot of good stuff, you know. You can use its fangs as weapons, and use its scales for armor. And the most important thing is the basilisk's venom. It's so potent that just using it as a poisonous herb can make the body immune to all toxins. Aiden, like a bandit, cleaned out the basilisk's corpse. He happily laughed, saying, I've collected everything I need. Now let's see about the Trant. But before he could leave, Curse suddenly called out to him. Aiden startled and turned around. He only heard Curse's deep voice. Look at the roof of its mouth. There's something a slow snake like that shouldn't have. Upon hearing this, Aiden couldn't help but feel displeased. Hey, do you even have a right to call it slow? Although he said that, he still went to take a look. Then he saw a purple gem. He whispered, "It's a mana crystal." Aiden picked it up anyway. A good item is a good item. A mana stone, a gem containing dark magical energy. No surprise there. All the monsters are incredibly strong. But how did it end up in the basilisk's mouth? As Aiden pondered this, a light suddenly enveloped the gem. The subspace pocket vibrated as well, startling him quite a bit. And that's not all. The pendant he had popped out from inside. This thing is a gift from Master. Aiden found it in the Lich's dungeon. How could the mana stone react to the pendant? While Aiden was bewildered, the mana stone suddenly left his hand. In an instant, it stuck to the pendant. Aiden frowned reflexively. Is this a part of the pendant from the beginning? At this moment, the system popped up a notification. This thing can increase affinity with magical and dark attributes. Aiden was shocked after reading it. This is definitely an exclusive artifact of a dark mage, and it's even a soul-binding item. Thinking of this, he immediately, angrily threw it away. Why do you guys cling to my body when I haven't given permission? Get lost. But then, surprisingly, the necklace suddenly flashed and then disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already on Aiden's neck. Making him frustrated, he shouted, "Damn it, why does everything always do what it wants?" It's like dog glue. No matter how much he tries to take it off, it won't budge. Aiden could die of anger. Just then, Robbie suddenly appeared, cheerfully exclaiming, "Congratulations on conquering the dungeon. I am Robbie's from the spirit shop." Aiden was already furious. Hearing the voice only fueled his rage. Robbie's then realized the person below was the Grim Reaper. He had met him before. Cold sweat drenched his forehead. Aiden glared at him, his voice chilling. "You're saying I conquered the dungeon?" Robbie's denied it fearfully, insisting it was a misunderstanding. Aiden scoffed. Aiden roared coldly, "The core is right here. Should I crush it into pieces right now?" Wow, Robbie's must be incredibly unlucky to run into the Grim Reaper, just as he appears. Robbie's could only advise him to calm down. Nista Florence noticed the pendant on his neck. Robbie's looked like he was being punished, kneeling with his hands raised to the sky, his whole body trembling. She cried and cursed under her breath. "Damn it, never thought I'd fall into his hands again." Seemingly unconcerned, Aiden continued the interrogation. "You're saying the entire dead forest is a dungeon?" She fearfully nodded in response. That's what Robbie said. Aiden thought he had once heard that when the energy of a colossal monster affects the surrounding environment, the place will transform into a dungeon. And it seemed that's what had happened here. Just as he finished the thought, Aiden seemed to remember something. A sinister smile crept across his face. In a dubious tone, he said, "That's right, I almost forgot." Aiden's anger was flaring up fiercely. He cracked his knuckles and asked with a maniacal grin, "You intentionally told me about the Trant village, knowing full well how dangerous it is. How dare you try to trick a customer?" Rabies, caught red-handed, turned pale. He panicked, thinking to himself, how did he find out? He frantically denied it. "There must be some misunderstanding. I didn't mean that. Please trust Rabies." Aiden threatened. "We didn't mean that. Perhaps I should report you to the hat seller. There's a spirit merchant here trying to scam customers." Upon hearing those words, Rabies exclaimed in a panic, "How do you know?" Aiden smiled knowingly and said, "Rabies, do you think the hat seller would leave someone in such a low position as a merchant? A novice, no less." Rabies, terrified, repeatedly slammed his head on the ground, begging for mercy. The humble merchant, "I have committed a grave offense by daring to deceive a valued customer. I'm truly sorry." He promised to do anything to make amends for this. "Please, don't do anything to him." Seeing Rabies' sincere attitude, Aiden casually said, "All right, I'll spare you this time. But I have one condition." Rabies asked suspiciously, "What do you mean?" Aiden looked at him with sinister eyes. He slowly cracked a terrifying smile, saying, "Sign an exclusive contract with me, and I'll forgive you." Realizing Aiden's hidden intentions, Ravis felt his whole body freeze. Because for a spirit merchant, they can only make an exclusive contract with one person in their entire life. The client must sell all the items obtained from the dungeon to the spirit. merchant. In return, the merchant is prohibited from disclosing any information about their client and must fulfill their requests. An exclusive contract is based on mutual trust. Spirit merchants must be extremely cautious. Before the pact, Robbie's gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. You think I'd make such an important pact with a con artist like you? I'd rather have my liver ripped out. But Robbie's defiance was instantly quelled the moment he saw Aiden's "I'll do anything" demeanor. He thought, this human will probably really rip out my liver and eat it. How troublesome. A while later, Aiden seemed to be in a very good mood. He smiled and hummed a tune all the way. Curse asked, confused, "You're that excited?" Remembering signing the exclusive contract with Robbie's, Aiden smirked triumphantly. That's right. Who told him to take me to such a dangerous place? I'm definitely going to exploit him to the bone for the rest of his life. Suddenly, someone shouted Aiden's name loudly from behind. Hearing the voice, something felt vaguely familiar. He reacted instantly. It was none other than Tyan. He charged like a mad dog, swift as an arrow. Aiden feigned ignorance, playing dumb. Aiden flashed an innocent smile, saying, "You did well. Calm down." Curse chimed in empathetically. Facing the one who threw you into a pack of monsters. How could you possibly stay calm, Cow Troy? Aiden felt Curse's words were reasonable and logical, yet unexpected. Tyan wasn't angry at all. He just placed his hand on Aiden's shoulder and said, "Thank you, young master." Aiden was stunned, utterly confused. Tyan then added, "If it weren't for your strange, wicked plan, I wouldn't have been able to save my people. I might have even lost the knights." But Aiden felt uneasy after hearing that. What weird nonsense. This brat doesn't even see you answer. Dion unexpectedly handed Aiden a token. He said in a low voice, "Here, take this." Aiden asked hesitantly, "What is it?" Dion slowly replied, "This is a token of my family. Whenever you need, my family will lend you the power of Cetus once." Aiden couldn't help but marvel. A token. With this, you can command Dion and the Count as you wish. Such a valuable thing. He handed it over so lightly, looking at the token in his hand. Aiden said cautiously, "But are you sure I can accept this?" "I don't know if Count Tiri will agree," Aiden worried. Dion smiled decisively. "It's okay. You are our family's benefactor." Impressed by Dion's chivalry, Aiden smiled amusingly and asked, "You're taking a big risk, aren't you?" Suddenly remembering something, Aiden changed the subject. "By the way, what did you do to them?" Dion also suddenly remembered. "You mean those tree people?" At that moment, the tree people were facing the collapsed giant tree. Their faces were filled with deep sorrow. Dion sighed and then said, "They're not my people, so I can't do anything. You can deal with them as you see fit. Speaking of which, the kid who's following you is also a tree person, right?" Aiden seemed a little flustered. "So you knew?" Dion replied calmly. "We're always together. Did you think I wouldn't notice?" Aiden could only give a wry smile. "You're right. Then leave them to me." Immediately afterward, Aiden walked toward the tree people. He glanced at each of them and stopped where Ed was standing. Seeing the boy's somewhat sad expression, Aiden asked him caringly, "Are you okay? Why are you standing like that?" Ed lowered his head, his eyes misty, and said, "We are protecting the last vestiges of the spirit tree. The spirit tree is a sacred entity, grown from a branch of the world tree by the tree people's ancestors, planted in their homeland. Therefore, it contains all the history of the tree people. Moreover, the spirit tree is their guardian that has protected the village, and is also the friend who grew up with us." Speaking of which, the boy reached out and gently touched the tree trunk, his voice trembling as he said, "We want to cherish these last moments with the friend who has been with us all this time." Aiden couldn't help but admire. A friend he could completely trust. Huh? At least the spirit tree has better friends than he does. Thinking of this, Aiden gave a bitter laugh, mocking himself. Who would be jealous of a tree? As he thought this, he touched the tree trunk. Suddenly, Aiden heard someone crying for help. "Help me," he startled, brows furrowing. Did the spirit tree just talk? Does it have a spirit too? But what does it want help with? Wouldn't it be better to ask the trance? Before Aiden could continue questioning, the spirit tree replied, "You're the only one here who can hear my voice. I can speak to you because of the spirit slumbering on your left hand." Aiden glanced down at his bracelet. "It means the spirit shield, Benson." "Oh, right. Benson is a spirit too." The spirit tree whispered again. "I, too, am falling into an eternal slumber like the other creatures, but I don't want to see my friends suffer. So please help them." Hearing the spirit tree's plea, Aiden said darkly, "I'm a mercenary. I don't do anything that doesn't benefit me. But when he looked at S, his tone changed. But I came all the way here because someone hired me to, because another spirit asked me to save this village before you. Aiden looked at the spirit tree and gently bid it farewell. So don't worry, rest in peace. Hearing this, the spirit tree felt relieved and serenely thanked him. Its last wish had been fulfilled. The spirit tree immediately began to fade away, before completely vanishing. The spirit tree didn't forget to wish Aiden well. The benefactor of the spirit will always receive blessings. As soon as the blessing ended, Aiden was suddenly enveloped in a light. Seeing the scene, all the Treants couldn't help but be surprised. Their jaws dropped. They exclaimed in disbelief. The spirit tree bestowed a blessing on a human. Impossible. Just then, Ed suddenly shouted, Kia, only to see in the palm of Aiden's hand, multiple sparkling blue lights are emitted. Quickly, it transforms into something like a seed. Aiden blankly asks, what is this? Ed excitedly replies, it's the seed of the spirit tree. With it, we can replant the tree and restore our power. Aiden frowned and muttered, the seed of the spirit tree? He thought wearily, why do these things keep happening? But then he sensed something unusual. Aiden glanced over at the tree people. What's with everyone's eyes? Aiden felt a little awkward under the shining eyes, filled with the tree people's hope. He felt unnerved. Even Ed was smiling cheerfully, saying, the one who receives the blessing of the spirit tree will become the chieftain of the tree people. Aiden went from one surprise to another. I hadn't even caught my breath yet. All the Treants shouted in unison, Chieftain, long live the chieftain. We owe it all to you. I felt like disaster was inevitable. Aiden instantly flared up, mentally scolding the tree spirit. Kia, why did you do what you wanted? This is even more than the agreement I made with Ed. Aiden screamed inwardly, wanting the tree spirit to turn back, but his voice echoed through the mountains and forests without an answer. At the same time, Curse, inside Aiden's body, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. Maybe he is the one who can fulfill my wish. Lying within his circle. A few days later, in the Remus Duchy, Aiden and his father were standing in the Remus County estate. I'm so glad to see you're back safe, Aiden. But looking at the Treants in front of him, he couldn't help but be confused. Ever since I returned, we've had more visitors than usual, haven't we? Aiden responded with a wry smile. I didn't think things would turn out like this, he said. I was tricked. Saying this, Aiden muttered angrily to himself. That damn Treant forced him to become the tribe leader, even though he said he was tricked. Obtaining the ancient tears of the tribe for the Treant within the territory was like winning the lottery. Thinking this, he suddenly noticed something. It was Alice riding on the back of a giant dog. Where did that come from? The dog's sudden appearance scared Edward so much. He nearly wet himself and trembled, pleading, save me, chieftain, not even bothering to care. Edward was sprinting away. The playful Alice kept commanding, let's go, Chaco. Aiden seemed not to recognize Freya, explaining slowly. That mana hound just kept growing. Surprised, Aiden turned to ask, a mana hound? Fred further explained to Aiden. A few months ago, that dog started getting noticed. It was very obedient and would eat anything, so we fed it. It seemed to really listen to Alice. So, they let it out a bit, and then it ended up growing this big. Aiden was still shocked. Aiden stood there, staring at the pup. How can a mana hound be this huge? Unbelievable. I'm happy to answer your questions. I think the main reason is you. I don't understand. Aiden whispered, I haven't done anything, haven't touched anything. Curse then recounted, when you attacked the goblin village to save your younger brother in the past, didn't you feed the tracker dog? The awakened olfactory medicinal herb? That very dog, with its enhanced sense of smell. It must have found and eaten a lot of herbs, ultimately activating its mana, which is why it grew to that size. Finally, Aiden remembered and sighed in bewilderment. Having endured fatigue for the past few days, as soon as he returned to his room, Aiden collapsed onto his beloved bed, feeling the comforting warmth of home. Aiden smiled contentedly. How long has it been since I've been home? Nothing beats my own bed. But Aiden suddenly sat bolt upright. I can't just stay like this. There's still so much to do. Cole questioned suspiciously. What do you mean? Aiden reached into his spatial pouch and then took out a vial containing basilisk venom. You will drink this to make your body immune to all kinds of poison. Kurz shook his head at Aiden's reckless courage. He sighed, saying, sometimes I think you have a death wish. Aiden replied nonchalantly, It's okay, I've eaten a lot of poisonous grass to build immunity. Drinking this will complete it. Immediately, Aiden decisively downed a vial of venom like it was barley smoothie. Suddenly, at that moment, someone opened Aiden's door. It turned out to be the kids, saying, "Aiden, you have a visitor." But as soon as they peeked inside, they saw Aiden drinking something. He curiously asked, "What are you drinking? I've never seen that potion before." But the color looked so unusual. Having just finished the potion, Aiden remained calm, as if nothing had happened. He turned and replied, It's basilisk venom." The air instantly fell silent, until they reacted. Kate desperately tried to make him throw up, scolding him while doing so. No matter how tough life gets, you just can't give up like this. "Spit out." Aiden struggled, saying, "I'm not gonna die. Let me go." While the two brothers, Aiden and Kay, were grappling, Aiden's body suddenly started to react. The poison was taking effect, and Kay grew even more frantic at the sight. Aiden ignored him, waiting for the system to notify him that he had succeeded, adapting to the basilisk's poison. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, the sound of high heels echoed from the hallway, growing clearer and clearer. Kay, still anxious, urged Aiden to spit out the poison, but Aiden stubbornly kept his mouth shut. A moment later, Nista walked in from outside and joked at the scene. "Such close brothers." A little later, in the living room, Nista sat leisurely drinking tea without saying a word. Aiden asked curiously, "What brings you here so suddenly?" Nista gently placed the teacup on the table. Then, she spoke slowly. Aiden was a little taken aback. "You came all this way just to do that?" Suddenly noticing a change in Nista, Aiden looked shocked. "Did she just call me Aiden? Did I hear that right? In a previous life, she couldn't wait to take my life, let alone be polite. Why is she suddenly acting like this and greeting me? Is this a farewell greeting before finishing me off?" Coincidentally, Nista suddenly stood up at this moment. Aiden, startled and scared, blurted out, "Wait, I don't know what I did wrong, but I'm sorry." Contrary to Aiden's imagination, Nista did nothing at all. She just quietly and formally bowed. "I would like to formally introduce myself. My name is Nista Florence. Is the head of the dark magic forces. The Flame of Florence. Is the head of the Bach Noyet, Beck-Wool Information Association. The last of the Florence bloodline. The only one to walk the dark path. It's a pleasure to meet you." The Lord of Hell was startled by what Nista said. "She's talking about Kursaw." Seeing his reaction, Nista calmly explained, "I have seen everything. You don't need to hide it." Aiden excitedly asked what she meant. "Seen what exactly?" Remembering the past, Nista calmly recounted. "At the Holy Fire Hall, the demon was summoned. Called you the Lord of Hell. I saw it. Caught red-handed." Aiden stuttered. She is." Nista continued, pointing towards the necklace around Aiden's neck. "And that pendant." Aiden, surprised, picked up the necklace and looked at it, asking, "What about this?" Nista slowly replied, "It's not just a decoration. Its name is Barak, one of the 7 lost treasures of the Florentine royal family. It's a relic. It only reacts to those with Florentine blood. Meaning, if you don't have Florentine blood, you shouldn't be able to wear it." Aiden frowned and thought. In short, the black magic family. The Florentine mages are descendants of the Lord of Hell, and this pendant belongs to you. Because of the Lord of Hell? Thinking of this, Aiden angrily cursed the name Curse. "Damn it. Shouldn't you have told me beforehand?" Curies playfully replied, "You didn't ask." Meanwhile, Nista was nervously anxious, remembering her past impudent actions. She couldn't believe it, that she didn't recognize him and even behaved so rudely. Nista said sadly, "I don't know why such a great being as yourself would descend to the mortal realm in this form, but you must have a grand purpose." Saying this, Nista bowed to Aiden. "Please, give me your orders. Great Master of Hell. I, Nista Florence, will follow your will, whatever it may be." Aiden felt uncomfortable. Nista had completely misunderstood. But truly, if he had Nista as a subordinate, he could use the White Moon Information Guild whenever he wanted. Can't let this golden opportunity slip away, he thought. Aiden flashed a satisfied smile. "If you're going to fake it all the way." He put on a noble facade and said, "So you've recognized me? Good eyes." With the most confident tone he could muster, Aiden continued, "It's a pleasure to meet my descendant. Indeed, I am the Lord of Hell." By the time the conversation ended, the sun was beginning to set. Just as he got back to his room, Aiden had to endure Curse's criticism. "How dare you impersonate me, you scoundrel? You should have acted with the solemnity and dignity befitting the title of Lord of Hell, not even bothering to pay attention to." Curse is yelling. Aiden sat in contemplation. There were still many things he didn't understand about his past life, and now there's this pendant. Moreover, even though it wasn't the plan, if Aiden were to use the power of the Bach Neue information, you'll easily get information about the actions of those traitors. But it's strange. For a hero who defeated the Dark Lord in his previous life like you, is impersonating the Lord of Hell in this life. Everything is different now. The next morning, in Remus territory, the forest near Monster Mountain, Aiden is going to see the tree people's habitat. As soon as they saw him, everyone cheered. He just forced a smile and responded. Little Ed happily ran up, smiling and saying, "Everyone seems to like the forest you chose." Aiden casually responded, "Really? That's good then." But actually, he just chose a place randomly. Just a place for them to live in the territory. As long as they like it. Forget about that. He said suspiciously, "I discovered that the fairy tree is no different from other trees. Even with the accelerated growth rate. It's still just a tree. But growing this big in just 2 days, isn't that a bit too fast?" S's eyes sparkled as he replied, "It's all thanks to St. Elise." Hearing this, Aiden exclaimed in surprise, "Really?" S slowly recounted. Yesterday, St. Elise bestowed her divine power upon the world tree sprout. That's why it's growing so quickly. Unexpected. Aiden hadn't anticipated this. It seems her divine power holds even greater potential than he thought. Suddenly remembering something, Ed turned to Aiden and said, "And the clan leader instructed me to inform you that everything you assign is complete and to take you to him." Aiden nonchalantly replied, "All right, let's go then." The two of them then journeyed to IH's house, who is currently the deputy clan leader of the tree people. Aiden took out the purple dark egg to show him. After hearing his words, he frowned, asking, "According to you, the egg we brought is a spirit beast?" He slowly replied, "Yes, I can clearly feel its spiritual energy radiating." Aiden gave it to them, thinking the egg he retrieved from the fire god's temple might belong to the celestial race. But it turned out to be a spirit beast. Spirit beasts are extremely rare, both in this life and the last. This was the first time he'd ever seen one. At this moment, IH spoke again. Normally, it will grow by absorbing the surrounding energy, but it seems this egg has fallen asleep, so no energy can come into contact with it. Aiden wondered, so it can't hatch anymore? He slowly explained. If you transmit concentrated energy like aura or holy power, it will continue to grow. He also said that, but that doesn't mean you can just casually transfer energy to it, depending on the type of energy. The spirit beast absorbs while in the egg. It may have different shapes and natures. For example, if a dragon-type spirit beast egg absorbs water energy, it will turn into a water dragon. Conversely, if it absorbs fire energy, it will turn into a fire dragon. Furthermore, spirit beasts will consider those who carry the same energy as family. So if you continuously transfer energy to it, it will be easier to tame. Hearing Master Iwa's words, Aiden looked at the egg and started his own calculations, so he could transfer the power he wants to the spirit beast and tame it. By the way, Master Iwa continued, "I've also translated this material for you." Aiden said gratefully, "Thank you. Could you read this for me?" I didn't hesitate to open the book and begin reading. This is the writing of ancient elves. The book seems to be part of a mana cultivation technique for humans. Aiden sighed in boredom upon hearing this. Honestly, I was hoping for something rarer. What a shame. I handed the book back to him and casually spoke. "I don't understand these things much either, so I can't help you." Aiden nodded slightly, taking the book and the egg with him. Before leaving, he waved goodbye. "Thank you, Why get the Lich's bone powder? I'll bring it to you, got it?" I was delighted to hear that. Back in his bedroom, Aiden crossed his legs and began reading the book. But the more he read, the more frustrated he became. What is all this? The person who wrote this book must be from the 6 other lands. Or maybe it's from the East. I heard the Fire God Palace also originated from the 6 other lands. That makes sense. The girl, looking at him intently, asked, puzzled, "Why are you reading that? You've already mastered mana cultivation, haven't you?" Aiden pouted in response. "I'm just curious because this is a technique from another place. Actually, Curse is right. This book isn't really useful to you." Thinking this, Aiden suddenly jumped up, grinding his teeth in frustration as he read. This has been meaningless. Suddenly, noticing something, Aiden was surprised, his eyes wide as he looked at it with a different expression. Curse asked curiously, "What is it? Don't leave me hanging." Aiden seriously warned, "Quiet, please." As if enlightened, Aiden diligently read the book again, which contained many new words. At first, he didn't understand. But the more he read carefully, the easier it became to understand. This mana cultivation is very similar to the technique Vankin taught. To be precise, this is an upgraded version of it. There's this. Aiden can improve the techniques he's still lacking in. Didn't AI write this book? No, that doesn't matter. What's important now is that you have a way to become stronger. No sooner said than done, Aiden moved to the private training ground. He stood in contemplation for a long time before beginning to focus. Aiden recalled the words in the book. Following the instructions, the chi mentioned in the book is mana, and the dantian is the core. They taught how to control them. Having practiced only a part of the book, his mana flowed out immediately. It was like a raging torrent, becoming more powerful than ever before. After a while, the mana dispersed, and Aiden was relatively tired. Seeing his lack of reaction, Curse asked a little worriedly, "You're not dead yet, are you?" Aiden pondered for a moment, then gave a satisfied smile. "This is amazing, even exceeding my expectations." Suddenly, the system notified Aiden that he had acquired a new mana technique. Instantly, the mana began to flow around Aiden. He exclaimed in surprise, "No way, the mana flow is so smooth. I can feel the mana moving." But something puzzled him greatly. Aiden tilted his head, looking into the sky. Curse's form looked a bit different now. He muttered in doubt, "Why do I feel like you've gotten bigger? I remember him being tiny. How did he suddenly get so big?" Aiden recoiled with a sense of aversion. Because of what? Curse's current form looks more terrifying than before. He was much cuter before. Curse couldn't possibly not know. He fiercely scolded, "I can read your thoughts, you know." After scolding, he glanced at his body, saying happily, "Perhaps you're the reason my body has grown larger. The stronger you are, the more my original power is restored. So I've gradually returned to my normal form." Aiden, immediately enraged, pointed and cursed at the parasite. "I trained to death, and you're still taking my strength." Curse wasn't backing down either, pointing and yelling, "Without me, you would have drowned somewhere in the void." Neither was giving in. The two just kept arguing, exactly like a bustling marketplace. After training, Aiden returned to his room to continue reading. He couldn't believe he had learned the mana upgrade technique. I got lucky, or maybe this is fate. Before, this book was useless. But now Aiden understands almost all of its content. But there were still parts he didn't quite understand. Aiden had a feeling that when he understood this part, he would reach the next realm. At the same time, in another aspect, in a slum of the Immobilia Kingdom, there was a man, wearing an old cloak. Patched up, it seemed. It was Gustav, with his curly hair half obscuring his face. He stomped along, angrily cursing those bastards of the magic tower. He fumed as he thought about the people there. They dared to call the technology he created garbage. Yet Gustav continued to tirelessly build. Just as soon as it's finished, they'll have to acknowledge him. The more he thought about it, the more heated he became. Gustav frustratedly scratched his head. "I'm almost done. Just a little more, and I can show them what true magic technology is." In a fit of anger, he kicked a roadside rock, yelling loudly, "How dare they exile and belittle my work? That damn magic tower. I'll definitely have my revenge." But Gustav needed money. He needed someone who could help him. Speaking of help, Gustav suddenly remembered something. That's right, wasn't it? Aiden had once been intrigued by his technology. Finally, Gustav saw a glimmer of hope. He exclaimed happily, "That guy recognized the brilliance of my research. How would he support my research?" With that thought, he immediately decided to go find Aiden. Gustav slowly broke into a manic grin. It was almost creepy. At the Remus Knight Order training grounds, Lo was diligently practicing his swordsmanship. As he grew tired, Lo breathed heavily, remembering the words that Aiden had spoken in the Forest of Death. He gripped his sword tightly, thinking he had vowed to protect Aiden. But he was just a guardian knight, a burden to him. Right now, he was too weak to protect Aiden, even if he couldn't become as strong as him. At least, he had to become strong enough not to be a hindrance. Meanwhile, at Aiden's office, he was receiving a guest. He looked at the person opposite him and spoke. "So what you're saying is, Elise has to blend in with the pilgrims?" Joseph gave a helpless smile, saying, "That's right. Those are the rules of the Holy Blaze, Archbishop." "I see. Those who become saints through the awakening ritual must immerse themselves in the pilgrimage. Traversing 6 lands in the year, they become saints. Since there are no exceptions, it seems Alice will have to do it as well. However, because Alice had to go through the awakening ritual at a younger age than other saints, so he was very worried about sending her on a pilgrimage at such a young age." Hearing that, Aiden wondered and asked, Well, couldn't it be postponed until Alice becomes a saintess? Joseph then replied, I already asked the Holy Blaze, and they said it's up to that saint to decide. And when I asked Alice, remembering the appearance of little Alice back then, Joseph was a bit surprised. She said extremely firmly, I will go on a pilgrimage. Joseph worriedly advised, think again, Alice. According to the plan, you'll be traveling through 6 territories. Who knows what dangers might possibly occur? Alice shook her head, smiling, and replied, It's okay, Father. The other saints, they all went and came back, didn't they? And besides, if I break the laws set by the high priest, I'll be in trouble. That's when Joseph hesitated and continued. In the end, she decided to continue the pilgrimage. However, the next high priest set a condition. Aiden stared blankly at him, waiting for the next sentence. Joseph gazed intently at him for a moment, before finally speaking. The strongest in the Remus family, the current guardian of the saintess, must travel with a representative from the church. As a protector, Aiden felt a burning sensation after hearing this. Curse didn't miss the chance to taunt him. He jumped out, laughing scornfully. It's you, the dragon slayer. Who else could it be? Aiden grew more and more annoyed. The old fox is using him, isn't he? At this moment, Joseph continued to speak. I don't intend to waste your precious time. If you say no, I'll find another way. Aiden thought for a moment before speaking. No, I'll go. Curse asked in confusion. Are you sure you can handle this trip? What other tasks do you have? Aiden muttered to himself. Nothing. This is actually a good thing. It gives me a reason to freely roam the 6 worlds. Besides, you were just about to go on a revenge quest anyway. First, you'll deal with the Sinbita Night King. It's time to begin the journey of vengeance. Curse laughed upon hearing this. Finally, you making a move, huh? But why do you want to kill the knight? Before the other traitors? Aiden paused in thought before replying. Because, logically, the 2 princes of the empire will become the heads of the sacred hall of pseudo-alchemists. So Cassis is surely learning pseudo-alchemy. Sora is the youngest archmage. So that monster must be strong enough to be called a genius now. And Speaker is probably having the cult protector. Like Alice, she will be the next saintess. Cursed, upon hearing this, questioned the statement. So you mean the Night King is the juiciest prey right now? Aiden smiled in agreement. Let's just say that. But even so, Shin Beta went through hardships to earn the title of Night King. Although you've become stronger with mana cultivation skills, which you've just learned, you need to prepare more carefully before you start your revenge. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Philip opened the door and entered. He said apologetically, Excuse me, Master Aiden, may I have a moment of your time? Aiden asked in surprise, What's wrong? Philip hesitated and replied, A beggar has come, requesting to see you. He claims to be the former national archmage of the Magic Tower, Ongwish, saying that you would recognize him if he mentioned. You met at the Crown Prince's birthday party. Aiden pieced together what Philip had said. He finally realized it was AI. A moment later, Gustav was allowed in to see him by Aiden. It seemed like he hadn't eaten in a long time. He devoured 2 loaves of bread like a refugee. Seeing this scene, Aiden felt a bit helpless. Said, Take your time eating, Wizard Gustav Dora. Gustav startled slightly, stopping his chewing. He said apologetically, I'm sorry, but I must have looked pretty awful just now. Indeed, Gustav looked terrible at the moment. He had looked quite neat at that birthday party. It seemed like he'd been through a lot. Seeing Aiden trembling, Gustav thought he was being sympathetic. He said, I know, young master. You understand the sorrows and loneliness of a genius. You truly deserve to be a Remus. I knew you would understand my feelings. But Gustav, little did he know, Aiden was actually trying so hard not to laugh that he was trembling, afraid he might laugh himself to death. Why does he have that look on his face? I almost lost it. Thinking this, Aiden took a deep breath. Regaining his composure, he silently chanted, Don't laugh. Don't laugh. But it's so hard to hold back. He turned his head to the side, hiding his snickers. Gustav, on the other hand, remained completely oblivious, still believing Aiden genuinely understood his feelings. He was glad he'd come to the right person. Immediately, he started enthusiastically talking about his research. All I need is your sponsorship of 1,000 gold coins. Aiden shot a sharp gaze at Gustav, questioning him. 1,000 gold coins? Are you serious? Gustav seemed a bit unsure. Even if you'd said 500 gold, it would have been okay. He worried, thinking asking for that much was too much. Even knowing this, who would lend money to a crazy guy? Kicked out of the Magic Tower? Gustav was afraid no one would recognize his magical skills. But in his moment of despair, Aiden suddenly spoke up. 50,000 gold. Gustav froze upon hearing this, but Aiden continued, unfazed by his reaction. Aiden continued to speak. 1,000 gold. Won't be enough to cover your research expenses. Take 50,000 gold, and if that's still not enough, I'll provide you with more. Gustav stammered, asking in disbelief, You're really going to fund my research? Aiden calmly replied, But I have one condition. Gustav asked worriedly, What condition? You're not going to, saying he'd have to become a slave to the Remus family, right? In his flustered state, Aiden spoke up thoughtfully again. Those guys at the Magic Tower are always so arrogant. I really hate dealing with them. However, now I kind of want to see their faces. So you're hoping, Gustav, to show me their faces when you defeat them with your research? You want him to make them regret being so narrow-minded and arrogant. All this time, surprised that Aiden only made one simple condition. Gustav said with some doubt, Really? That's all? Aiden replied cheerfully, That's right. That's the only condition. If you agree, I'll not only sponsor you, but I'll also grant you the title of Baron, along with territory too, which the Magic Authority confiscated from you. Gustav couldn't believe his ears. Are you saying you'll not only sponsor me, but also accept me as a vassal of your family? Why are you willing to go this far for me? Ignoring Gustav's confusion, Aiden laughed freely, saying, I'm just following my gut feeling. I have a feeling you can create something truly extraordinary. Hearing this, Gustav was moved to tears. It was the first time someone had acknowledged his magic skills. It was the first time someone said they believed in him. Thinking this, he clenched his fist and said resolutely, I will definitely follow your lead. My lord, Gustav vowed to himself. He would make those in the Magic Tower regret and bow their heads to the ground in despair. Hearing this, Aiden simply smiled without saying anything. But where Gustav couldn't see, you were trying so hard not to burst out laughing. You clamped your mouth shut. It's seriously too hard not to laugh at that face of yours. Gustav, bless his heart, misunderstood, thinking Aiden was doing that because he's such a kind soul. He vowed his loyalty to him. The negotiation ended, and Gustav finally left. Aiden was still shaky all over. He let out a sigh of relief. He's finally gone. I thought I was going to explode from holding back my laughter. Feeling curious. Kurosagi, or magical sign. That was truly amazing. So amazing that you just gave him gold like that? Aiden nonchalantly replied, Of course. You really don't know anything about it? Magic weapons were one of the reasons for holding back the demon army in the final war. If those weapons hadn't existed back then we might have lost that war already. More importantly, the first-generation magic weapons created by Gustav for the tower at that time were truly incredible, because Sora is the one who made them incredible. Going back in time to the past, this incident happened in your previous life, when you were still Aiden Ambriel. The magic tower was being hit directly by fireballs, but the fireballs afterwards were all collected by the armored robots. In the blink of an eye, the fire disappeared without a trace. Sora, seeing this scene from the outside, couldn't help but marvel. You've created something quite interesting. Gustav, hearing these words, laughed heartily. This is the power of magical engineering that you guys look down on. Come on, you scoundrels. Magic Tower. I will crush your magic into 1,000,000 pieces. I don't like losing. Sora stared coldly with emotionless eyes. So you're saying you can resist magic? No merci. Sora raised her staff high into the air. Through the magic circle, a flame coalesced into a giant fireball. Looking at Gustav, she sneered arrogantly. Let's see how long he can withstand this. Her mood was extremely excited. Gustav immediately looked provocative. He confidently replied, Bring it on. Come on, you damn magic. The seventh circle of the Archmage. Sora could barely withstand Gustav's weapons during the horrifying attack at the Magic Tower. Only after that incident happened did people begin to realize the value of technique. Back to the present, Aiden had just finished his swordsmanship training. It's been a month since Gustav shook hands with you. He's been in the workshop constantly, crafting something before the pilgrimage. Alice's pilgrimage will begin tomorrow. Aiden was looking forward to it too much, wasn't he? Oh well, you must stop worrying uselessly to focus on revenge. Just you wait, Shin Beta. At this moment, Lu hurried over from afar. He said, Young Master Aiden, I have something to discuss with you. Aiden asked suspiciously, Lu, what's the matter? Lu firmly replied, I heard. You will participate in the pilgrimage of the Saintess Ellis. I can't let you go alone on such a dangerous journey. Please let me come with you. Aiden scratched his head embarrassedly. So you're going to protect me? I'm stronger than you. What are you going to? Before he could finish, Lou interrupted. I'll show you. Though I may not be as strong as you. I'm not the same person I was before either. I can prove it right here, right now. Aiden chuckled with interest. So, you're ready to prove it, huh? You know, he's been practicing alone in the training grounds. Could it be that he's realized something new? And then, in the next moment, the two stood face to face, in a battle-ready stance. Aiden remembered something from his past life. He declared, if he had 2 hands, he would have been a master swordsman. Let me see how strong you are with 2 hands. Luca gripped his sword tightly, determination blazing in his eyes, and said, all right, I'm coming. The look in Luca's eyes sharpened instantly. He shot forward towards Aiden. With lightning-fast speed, Luca unleashed a barrage of strikes, forcing Aiden into a defensive position. Aiden silently observed and assessed for a long time. Lou's swordsmanship has become sharper and heavier. But how should I say it? Now, Lou has more openings. Perhaps he's neglecting his defense, due to focusing too much on attacking. You've been looking forward to this day, but it's disappointing. Aiden sighed in boredom. There's no need to continue this match. Thinking so, he showed no mercy, thrusting his sword straight at Lou. The tip, the sword, inherently merciless, drew ever closer to Lou's face. But at this moment, an unexpected event occurred. Aiden's wooden sword suddenly shattered, breaking apart in astonishment. Waiting until he looked back, he saw Lou's arm had turned to stone some time ago. Lou narrowed his eyes, looking at Aiden with determination. Without hesitation, he attacked again. Aiden hurriedly dodged aside, his eyes wide with shock. He actually broke a wooden sword with his fist? Thinking this, he stopped his movements, curiously asking how he did it. With aura, that wooden sword is as strong as an iron blade. Luca explained it slowly. I thought about it when I was training alone. What I can do like others is nothing. And when I thought about it, at that moment, Mana Circuit, the condition Aiden had treated him for, suddenly flashed. Hearing this, Aiden's eyes widened in surprise. Luca continued, I thought about using the stone arm for defense. Thinking about the feeling of being sick, I concentrated mana there. Now, as you can see, I can make my arm as hard as stone, whenever I want. It was at this moment that Aiden realized it wasn't a weakness, but a cleverly laid trap. Dayby chuckled. I've lived this long, and I've never seen anyone weaponize their ailment like that. Seeing Aiden's prolonged silence, he continued, of course, I know it's just a simple trick, compared to your martial prowess, but I'm constantly striving not to be left behind. Please, allow me to accompany you. Aiden said nothing, simply walking in silence, and finally brushed past Lau in his stunned disbelief. Lau sadly berated himself inwardly. Is it still not enough for the young master to understand me? But then, Aiden suddenly spoke. Why are you still standing there? We're departing tomorrow. Call the others. Pack your bags. Hearing those words, Rose's eyes lit up. You're going to take me with you? It felt like an implied compliment. Aiden clicked his tongue and said, having a sturdy shield along the way isn't bad. Ro bowed deeply, gratefully thanking him. Aiden didn't say anything more. Turning and walking away, a smile secretly crept onto his face. This kid is truly a genius in both lives. Perhaps Ro was right all along. The free night, Ro got ready and the next morning arrived. Everyone was already gathered at the gate. Joseph hugged Elise tightly, tearfully saying, Elise, you must come back safely. Elise's cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. Dad, please. Everyone's looking. This is so embarrassing. Frank shuddered, rolling his eyes and saying, Aiden, I apologize for not being able to act like that, father. Aiden shook his head, saying, no, it's okay. I don't want that either. Aiden's attention was quickly drawn elsewhere. Hey, father, Tomo asked free. But father, did you prepare this strange carriage? He shook his head, replying, no, this is the first time I've seen anyone go. He was so annoyed, he couldn't even finish his sentence. Gustav, from who knows where, popped up excitedly, saying, I've been waiting for you to say that, young Master Aiden. Aiden exclaimed in a fluster, a ghost. Wait, Gustav. Gustav ignored his reaction. He ran quickly to the carriage and proudly introduced it. This carriage is the first successful work of magical engineering. I rushed to make it to keep my promise to you. It's like attaching an engine in the vocal cords. Gustav kept rambling on about the features of the carriage. It took a while for him to finally stop. Immediately, Aiden clapped his hands casually, saying, I get it. You're doing great. You haven't stopped yet. Gustav ran over with a book, whispering in his ear, "Here's a manual, just in case you're in danger." Aiden blankly took the book. Gustav gave a mysterious smile, saying, "But only use it when you're in danger. If you use it before then, you'll be in trouble." Aiden began to feel uneasy about the carriage. "What the heck did you do to the carriage?" Aiden sighed helplessly. Then he looked in another direction, asking, "By the way, Kashi, are you sure you want to come along? It's quite a long journey." Kashi nodded in response. "I'll be fine. You always need an alchemist by your side. Besides me on this trip, who else could take care of you when you're sick or injured? I also want to breathe some fresh air." "Then I'd be very grateful to have you along," Aiden replied politely. Just as he said that, he felt like a giant wall was standing before him. The human-shaped wall, Bali, hurriedly approached. He said in a robust voice, "Long time no see. We'll be together for a while. So let's work well together." Aiden nodded slightly. Work well together. Seeing these unexpected characters, Aiden was frustrated, thinking this is a pilgrimage of the fire god temple, so it makes sense they'd send the strongest bishop. But he still couldn't believe that from now on, he has to be with this punk. Well, everyone's here anyway. Quickly regaining his composure, Aiden announced resolutely, "All right, let's set off. Now is the real beginning of our revenge." When people care too much about something, they will always think about it. The day Aiden fell beneath a blood-red sky, those he once considered friends betrayed him, pushing him into an irrecoverable situation. Aiden woke up from the nightmare, his forehead covered in sweat. Kay noticed Aiden's troubled state of mind. He asked with concern, "Did you have a nightmare?" He didn't answer, just sat there with pursed lips. Seeing him get up, Alice happily said, "Oh, you're awake." Aiden nodded and replied, "Yeah, did you sleep well?" Looking at Cho at his feet, he felt a little helpless. Alice wanted to bring him along. So he said, "We can't bring a dog that's too big. We can't attract too much attention." He understood him and shrunk himself. He guessed right, it really was a spirit beast. But what did he eat to get so big? Just then, Alice smiled and asked, "I was just talking to Dad. Do you want to talk to him?" Hearing Joseph crying and making a fuss, Aiden laughed. "He looks like an idiot. You answer Alice. It's okay." Alice nodded softly. "Oh, okay." The more she looks, the more curious she is about the protective charm given by the tray. Perhaps it's made from the wood of an ancient tree, blessed by the wind spirits. But that's all she knows, and that's okay. The important thing is wearing the charm allows them to communicate without being hindered by distance. Thinking of that dream, Aiden's expression darkens. That wretched dream is making him anxious. Can he trust these people? The carriage continues to roll on. A moment later, Bali speaks up. "We're about to reach Catan City." Aiden sighs in resignation. He doesn't have time to dwell on nonsense. Being stuck in the past will only hurt him. Right now, he has no choice but to trust these people. The city of Catan was teeming with people. Notably, they were all armed. Aiden's group had also entered the city. Alice looked at the bustling surroundings and couldn't help but marvel at how many people were carrying weapons. Aiden casually replied, "Of course, Catan is also known as the City of Mercenaries. Dungeon City, Catan, is a city surrounded by 80 dungeons." Repeating, mercenaries from over 6 regions flock here to break into the dungeons. And the city itself has order, established by the Mercenary Guild. Suddenly remembering what he'd said, that belonged to the knowledge of his past life, Aiden hastily added, "Or at least, that's what the books say. This is the first time in this life I've been here." Almost gave it away. Meanwhile, Lou said seriously, "This place is full of disgusting mercenaries, and those reckless mercenaries even took over this city. You can imagine what kind of place this is." He was punched right after he finished speaking. Aiden punched him and angrily walked away, leaving Lou pitifully lying on the ground. He said aggrievedly, "Why did you hit me for no reason?" Bale then turned to ask, "Is what you mentioned earlier true?" Aiden curtly replied, "Yeah, I'm sure." He huffed softly to shake off his anger. He then said seriously, "The group that attacked the Fire God Temple is also plotting something here, and it's definitely nothing good." When clearing out the lab of those bastards, Aiden found a record, noting instructions about them doing experiments here. If it's a record, it should at least be accurate. Anyway, you still need to gather more intel on Chaos. Upon hearing this, Bally curled his lips into a sinister grin. He rolled his eyes back as he continued. "Fantastic, I was so angry last night, because I couldn't do anything. So I'll seize this opportunity to vent a little." Seeing Bally's vengeful demeanor, Aiden suddenly felt. Aiden felt fortunate. Luckily, Bally's comrade at this moment asked, "So what's the plan now?" Aiden calmly replied, "I've already laid it out. A mercenary is usually a wanderer from all corners of the world. Their home is the world, gathering all sorts of stories from every place. This might also be a place where various kinds of information gather. So at this moment, you should go to one of the two major mercenary guilds that control operations in this city. The Medela Guild. Try to inquire about the events unfolding here. At this moment, the puzzled one asked, "So, there's another guild, the more the better, huh? Why not go to the remaining place?" Aiden calmly replied, "Are you talking about the Amber Guild? They aren't exactly clean." Saying this, he thought he wouldn't get good information there. Curse continued, "If you're suspicious, why not use the White Moon Information Network, Florence?" Guild leader Aiden calmly said, "I will ask them. The people here should know their city best. So the information is also the most accurate." Aiden thought, to meet the guild leader, he has to become someone they really want to meet. With this thought in mind, he went to the door of the Medela Mercenary Guild. As expected, there were quite a few mercenaries gathered here. They were laughing and chatting loudly. Aiden couldn't help but smile when he saw it. "It's been a while since I felt this familiar." The musty smell of the guild hall and the noisy soldiers. Aiden is seen walking in. The guild employee greets him with a professional, warm smile. "Welcome to the guild. What can I help you with, Aiden?" Aiden calmly states, "We're here to register a mercenary group." The employee asks, puzzled, "None of the 5 of you have ever been part of another mercenary guild before?" After Aiden confirms, the employee hands him forms to fill out. A little later, the employee gives Aiden wooden tags, instructing him, "Registration is complete. Since this is your first registration, you'll receive E-rank tags. Be careful not to lose your identification tags." Looking at the tags in his hand, Aiden thinks, "An E-rank mercenary tag, huh?" It reminds him of when he first became a mercenary. Curiously asks, "Can't you just go see the guild master? Why bother registering as a mercenary?" Aiden quietly explained that Marcus Medela is an S-rank mercenary, known as the Shadow Blade. He's very cautious, so meeting him isn't easy at all. After all, if a newbie rises through the ranks quickly, someone suspicious like Marcus wouldn't be able to resist inviting him. As per the usual procedures, the clerk smiled and congratulated him on joining the guild, wishing him a path ahead filled with wealth and good fortune. Right after that, Aiden and the others moved to the rabbit hole dungeon. Bali walked along, excitedly saying, "A little nervous, huh? First time in a dungeon." Aiden calmly reassured him, "It's the lowest level dungeon, so no need to overdo it." Though he said that, Aiden already had plans of his own. He thought to himself, even if the level is low, it's still a dungeon. He had Chaco and Cassie ready at the inn as a precaution. Curse then asked suspiciously, "Is this the only way?" Aiden replied helplessly, "There's no other choice. Alice needs more real combat experience. At the very least, she needs to learn how to protect herself. And the monsters in the low-level dungeon are perfect for this training. Unlike your dam master, who threw you into the hidden dungeon and then vanished." Just then, a creature suddenly appeared. Ellis exclaimed innocently, "A rabbit! Look, it's a rabbit!" Perhaps realizing these rabbits are too different from before, the girl turned pale as a ghost, because at this moment, they were facing a horde of mutated rabbits. With fierce eyes, the leader even bared its fangs and brandished its claws at them. Aiden glanced at Bali and said, "Priest Bali, like I said, to leave one alive, just kill them all." Bari responded without hesitation, "Got it." No sooner had he spoken than he stepped forward, standing alone, facing the horde of mad rabbits. One of the monsters, the rabbit, dashed toward Bari with lightning speed, as if wanting to devour him whole. With one swift motion, Bari simply crushed its head, killing it instantly. Witnessing their comrade being smashed flat so quickly, the rabbits grew fearful, hesitant to move. Conversely, Bari flashed a frightening smile. "Who's good and who's evil? One can't tell anymore." In a chilling tone, Bari asked, "Who else wants a piece?" Aiden, seeing this, couldn't help but feel helpless. Monsters, too, must shrink back when they realize their opponent is strong, huh? I guess that's understandable, especially if they nearly died from that hammer blow just now. At this moment, Bari pointed his hammer towards the next rabbit. The rabbit in front of me trembled. "Come here." It's not just Bali who's scary. It felt that Aiden and Lou standing beside him were no different from devils. It trembled violently, not daring to move. Suddenly, at this moment, its eyes lit up because it saw the only person who had no aura of menace. It was Alice. It immediately switched to hunting mode, staring intently at the girl inside. The damp cave quickly echoed with the sound of physical impact. But what was surprising here was Alice was the one hitting the monster. Violent Alice Rabbit, punching the rabbit, mouth spewing curses. I'm not a carrot, you doggone rabbit. Seeing this scene, Bali flinched slightly, saying helplessly, that's the 14th one already. I've never seen anyone channel holy power into their fists like that. Did you teach her that? Aiden asked, also surprised. I told her to try using mana in martial arts. I didn't expect it to be this powerful. Normal priests only use holy power to enhance their weapons and bodies in combat. In other words, holy power is only used for support. It has no other use. But now, Alice circulates holy power in her body like martial arts. Normally, holy power and mana cannot be mixed. Luckily, it worked. Perhaps it's thanks to the high-grade elixir that Joseph Cho, fed her since she was little. When she became a saintess, divine power flows along the existing mana stream. That's why it's different from other priests. Alice can use divine power like mana. Aiden will never forget that. The flying kick that little girl gave him on their first encounter. At that time, he quickly recognized her potential as that person. So he taught her the martial arts of that person. Curse asked, puzzled, who are you talking about? Aiden didn't hide anything. He casually replied, the iron-blooded saintess, Spectre. She's a monster, ridiculously strong. When combining divine power with martial arts from the practical faction. At this moment, Alice unleashed a blow, finally finishing off the rabbit on the spot. Aiden immediately broke out in a cold sweat. I've created a monster, he thought, and even Curse flinched slightly. The spot where the iron-blooded saintess hit me in the past. Hurts a little, he said quickly. The monsters have been officially defeated, lying scattered on the ground. Aiden's group heads towards the dungeon's treasure vault. Alice says excitedly, this treasure chest. Aiden smiles, patting her head. You cleared the entire dungeon yourself. So this is your reward. Alice's eyes light up. Really? I get to keep it all. She receives a nod from him. The little girl uses her small hands to open the treasure chest. As soon as the chest is open, Alice is overjoyed, examining the items inside. Alice says, there's a bracelet, armor, and countless other treasures. But what's this hat? Before she can understand, Rubus appears. He says playfully, may I have your spirit merchant here? But before he could do anything, he gets punched by Alice, perhaps traumatized by the mad rabbit encounter earlier. She just needs to see a rabbit, and she glares and scolds, you evil rabbit. Couldn't react in time. Rabbit got his nose bloodied by Alice. Why is he so aggressively criticizing you? How dare you attack me, you? I don't care about violent humans. Alice loudly orders, come down here now, you disrespectful rabbit. And so a person and a rabbit immediately started arguing loudly in the cave. A few days later, in Medila, recently, there's been a shocking piece of news here that has caught the attention of the mercenary world. A group of people has cleared every single dungeon. There aren't any left for others. At first, the mercenaries didn't understand how they could do it, but after seeing their leader, they understood the issue. While the mercenaries were chatting, the door suddenly opened. Clearly, someone entered. It's Aiden's group. The moment they walked in, the mercenaries inside took notice of them. One of them glanced at Bali and muttered. They just kept gossiping about Aiden's group. But his group didn't really care much. They went up to the clerk. Alice winked and greeted, hello. The clerk warmly responded, hello, my princess. Then the clerk looked at Aiden and said, I heard the news. Congratulations on conquering the 10th dungeon. Aiden politely thanked her. Not stopping there, the clerk continued cheerfully. Your rank has been raised to B. Thanks to your achievement. Suddenly, a stranger cut her off. He approached the clerk and spoke softly. After listening, the clerk frowned, hesitated, and asked back, is that so? Receiving a nod from the man, she looked at Aiden and said, please follow me, Aiden. Hearing that, they asked in confusion, what's going on? She slowly explained. Chairman Marcus wants to see everyone. Upon hearing this, Aiden smirked triumphantly. Mission accomplished. A moment later, they arrived at the chairman's office. The professional staff member led them inside. A man was already waiting there. Hearing the sound, he nodded in thanks. This man was none other than Marcus, the chairman of Medila. The moment Aiden saw him, he recognized his face, just as he remembered. He must have called us out of curiosity after hearing the rumors, he thought. While he was thinking, Marcus took a few steps forward. Then, he respectfully bowed his head and said solemnly, welcome, Holy Maiden Elise from the Fire God Temple. I am Marcus Medela, the chairman of the Medila Mercenary Guild. Elise was so nervous she was sweating. She worriedly thought, I've been found out. Regardless of her reaction, Mascus then greeted Aiden. Welcome, young Master Aiden Remus. Aiden gave a wry smile, saying, I thought you already knew our identities, but I didn't expect it so soon. Mascus nodded calmly, replying, I know everything that happens in this city. Besides, you all are quite prominent. I couldn't help but notice. Hearing that, Aiden asked suspiciously, if you already knew we were AIs and called us here, you must have something you want from us. Quite surprised by Aiden's perceptiveness, Mascus praised him, replying, you are very insightful. Actually, I do. More precisely, I need Alice's help. Speaking of this, a look of sadness suddenly appeared in Mascus's eyes. I have a daughter. Before he could finish speaking, someone rushed in, shouting frantically, President, it's urgent. The person exclaimed, young Miss Zerja's condition has worsened. Her fever has returned. Marcus, upon hearing this, became anxious. At the same time, Aiden was equally surprised. Marcus, you have a daughter? Why have I never heard about this? What's going on? Moments later, at Zerja's room, it was as the person had said. The little girl's condition was not good. Marcus, after arriving, took a look, then sighed mournfully. My daughter contracted a mysterious illness not long ago. There's no cure or medicine that works. My only hope is a blessing from Alice. Saying this, he looked towards Alice. Please, save my daughter. I promise I'll do anything. Hearing these words, Aiden thought to himself, anything? What could you possibly here to turn him into an ally? This is a golden opportunity. Thinking this, he turned to Alice and asked, can you do it? Alice responded confidently, I'll try. As soon as she finished speaking, a ray of holy power appeared in Alice's hand. Without hesitation, she placed it on Shaq's body. Alice murmured softly, Oh Lord, please save this child. As soon as she sent her plea to God, Shaq's entire room lit up. Quickly, 10 minutes had passed. From beginning to end, Alice consistently maintained the position of transmitting holy power, healing Shaq, to the point where her whole body trembled. But what's worth noting is Shaq's condition. There were still no signs of improvement. Not wanting to give up easily, Alice tried to speak again, but Marcus sighed, saying, it's not working. Thank you, he said, hurriedly grabbing a pill. Then he quickly put the pill into the girl's mouth. The moment the pill was swallowed, the girl's flushed face returned to normal. Seeing this, Aiden asked suspiciously, you had medicine? Marcus explained evasively. It only temporarily stabilizes her condition. I got it from the Amber Guild, but at an absurd price. I thought Alice could save her, but it was useless. At this rate, I'll have to sell the whole guild just to buy medicine. Aiden frowned thoughtfully. There's something strange here. If she's sick or cursed, holy power should be able to heal it, right? Above all, even Alice's holy power couldn't alleviate the symptoms, but the medicine from the Amber Guild did. Looking at the pitiful girl lying on the bed, Aiden couldn't help but feel sympathy. What happened to her? Curse suddenly jumped out and spoke. I think I know what's surprising. Aiden hurriedly asked, you know what? Curse didn't explain right away. Curse just continued, summon the spirit shield, Benson. Aiden, confused again, asked why. Curse smiled knowingly and said, the spirit shield, Benson, can help see a world that humans can't see. Hearing this for the first time, Aiden couldn't help but be surprised. The spirit shield, Benson, can show me a world that humans can't see? I didn't know it could do that. There's no other way. Aiden summoned the spirit shield, but didn't forget to warn Curse. If you're lying, I'll have Alice's holy power poured on you. In just an instant, a swirling black mist appeared in the air. There are souls surrounding the body. Curse laughed smugly. See, I was right. Mascus, seeing the souls, couldn't help but worry and ask, what are those weird things? Aiden explained slowly, they are the souls of the dead and lost spirits. They're like parasites. They drain people's life force by clinging to them in an invisible state as before. You didn't know? The spirit shield allows me to see ghosts and spirits, even though I used it in my past life too. After all, he was a dead spirit, and he left a fragment of his soul in this shield. Normally, only 1 or 2 lost souls cling to someone. But this is the first time I've seen so many lost souls clinging to one person like that. Curse explained by her side. It's due to her naturally strong soul attraction. Aiden looked confused after hearing that. He continued to speak. Soul attraction is the ability to entice and converse with souls. The stronger it is, the more souls you see that others can't. And by making a pact, you become a soul mage. However, Zach's soul attraction is far higher than a normal soul mage. Usually, that powerful energy has made her a tempting target. If this continues, they'll drain her life force. Aiden nodded, now understanding. That's why holy power isn't helping her. Because as soon as you drive away those souls, they immediately return. Looking up at the flies beside Zach, he grumbled a bit, saying they were noisy as hell. Get rid of them, curse. Curse smirked devilishly. Piece of cake. No sooner had he spoken than he materialized before the spirits and roared. Get lost, you filthy trash. The spirits recognized Curse's voice and aura. They immediately trembled in fear and vanished in a flash. He watched with his own eyes as the spirits disappeared. Maskers cheered with delight. The lost souls are gone. Jack, are you okay? He said. Then he quickly turned to Aiden and asked, You just chased away those lost souls, right? Aiden replied modestly, Yeah, it's not a big deal really. It's just a temporary fix. We need a more permanent solution. Let's think together. Curse spoke up. You know, this is strange. Aiden asked back, strange how? Curse slowly replied, someone with such an attractive soul should have a high-level spirit protecting her already. Yet, there's no spirit beside her corpse, just a ghost. Aiden, hearing this, asked worriedly, So, she hasn't made a contract with a spirit yet? Curse shook his head, denying it. That's not it. If she was in that situation, those lost souls would have killed her already. Aiden still didn't understand. The girl beside him continued. The spirit that made a contract with her has disappeared. Aiden asked in shock. How could that be? Is it dead? How could it break the contract? Quer sair, explaining. No. If it had died now, another spirit would come and make a contract with her and protect her. Aiden frowned reflexively, asking, How we find that spirit? He replied calmly. You need to inquire about a spirit. We can find out what any spirit is doing, or where they are through it. Hearing this, Aiden remembered someone, but didn't know. If the kid would know, that kid is quite like a spirit. Thinking this, he contacted Ed through the bracelet. Can you talk to me? Ed on the other side quickly replied. Chieftain, long time no see. Did you have fun? Aiden didn't have time for small talk and went straight to the point. I have a question. Do you know how to find spirits? And know what they're doing? Ed shook his head and replied, I can't, but Symbia might be able to. Aiden was a little confused by this unfamiliar name. Ed quickly explained, She's the wind spirit I made a pact with. She will surely find the spirit you're looking for. Hearing this, Aiden hurriedly asked, Then please help me. That soul made a pact with a little girl in Kakatan. Ed quickly recounted to Symbia. After examining for a while, Symbia gave an answer. Ed hurried to report to Aiden. She found it. There's a soul exactly like what you described. Hearing that, Aiden happily asked back, Really? Are you sure? S replied softly. Its name is Pandemic, the soul of infectious disease. Aiden was so shocked that his jaw dropped. S awkwardly said, A person. Pandemic soulmate, said they're good friends. He's also worried since Pandemic disappeared a month ago. Aiden frowned slightly, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Isn't that stuff like lich bone meal? He wondered aloud. For the Trant. Why does he just share it with that friend like that? Aiden questioned, a hint of worry in his voice. This infectious spirit seems like it intentionally approached other spirits. Aiden observed, his tone thoughtful. S shared another story. The plague seems to be a wounded spirit, Aiden realized, a touch of empathy in his voice. Because people called him an ominous spirit, Aiden explained, a hint of sadness in his tone. So, he's very afraid of people, Aiden concluded, understandingly. So, you have to be very careful when you look for him, Aiden cautioned, his voice filled with concern. Aiden thought with a hint of sympathy. Of course, he's afraid of people, Aiden stated matter-of-factly. Just the plague alone is enough to scare people, Aiden mused, a hint of irony in his voice. Thinking, he slowly said, Thanks, Ed. Aiden said sincerely. You've helped me a lot, Aiden acknowledged gratefully. Talk to you later, Aiden said in a farewell. After that, Aiden began to tell Marcus everything. After listening, his hand placed on her trembled incessantly. After much hesitation, Marcus finally spoke. I understand what you're trying to say. I heard my wife's grandfather was a soul mage. So, she also has soul attraction, making her bait for lost souls. I know you're upset. Aiden patted his shoulder in comfort. You don't need to feel guilty. First, we need to see where that soul has gone. We need to gather any clues we can find. At this moment, Lou suddenly spoke up. But, Master, don't you feel something strange? Aiden frowned, puzzled. What do you mean? Lou slowly voiced his suspicion. Surely, her illness is caused by those lost souls, draining her vitality. But if that's the case, then how? Did the pill from earlier work on her? Aiden handled the situation swiftly, didn't he? Why didn't you think of that? Marcus nodded in agreement. Clearly, that guy really wasn't trustworthy at all. But the pill actually worked, though. What on earth was in it? At that moment, Cassie, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up, saying, "Simply put, it's poison." As soon as she finished speaking, Marcus's expression turned grim. He cried out in disbelief, "No way. I definitely saw her getting better at the time." Cassie pouted and replied, "It was a trick, to make her look like she was getting better. That pill forcibly distorts mana, weakening the patient's life force. When the life force weakens, spirits will think the patient is dead and leave. If you keep giving her this, she'll die young." Hearing this, Marcus couldn't help but tremble. He said, flustered, "Are you saying I've been giving her poison all this time?" "What a ridiculous thing to say." Aiden asked with suspicion, "But how did the Ambra Order create these drugs?" It's as if they knew what was making her sick. After uttering those infuriating words, he turned and walked away. This action surprised Aiden. He asked him suspiciously why. Mascus replied with a darkened gaze, "Thank you, young Master Aiden. From now on, I will handle this myself." As he said this, his eyes burned with hatred. The veins on his body bulged as he spoke. "Ambra, that bastard. I'll beat him to death with a barrage of punches." Hearing this, Aiden immediately grabbed Mascus's arm, hastily advising, "Don't let your anger cloud your judgment." Biting his lip aggressively, Masukis discontentedly questioned, "What are you even saying? You've heard about what that chairman did to my daughter?" Then Aiden calmly shook his head. Aiden calmly stated, "If you just barge in like that, they'll just use it as an excuse. They don't know what that drug is. You know better than anyone how cunning they are." He advised Masukis to keep a cool head. "I know how to handle this." Masukis narrowed his eyes at Aiden, hesitating for a moment, but finally, he led Aiden to his room, taking out quite a few documents for him to see. Masukis slowly said, "This is all the intelligence we have on the Ambra gang. Intelligence on the members of the gang. Chairman Jelen Ambra, and all of their hideouts across 6 districts." Aiden seriously read the documents. That's a lot of information, but it's all just surface-level stuff, nothing truly useful here. Mind-reading abilities. Coasley jumps in, acting like that's a big deal. "But why are you looking at enemy team member profiles? Why even bother? Is there a name that sparks your interest?" Aiden replies, "I'm looking for someone I can exploit." Staring at the information, Aiden thinks to himself, "If only I could find someone I knew in my past life. That would be amazing." Curse, hearing this, finds it logical. He too diligently scrolls through the documents. Then he suddenly points at someone and speaks up. Following the direction Curse is pointing, Aiden frowns slightly. "Agmanha, I've never heard of that name." But quickly, realization dawns on him, and a malicious smile spreads across his face. He snorts coldly. You're right. He does feel strangely familiar. Meanwhile, at a tavern in Gatton City, a group of people are being incredibly noisy, making it unbearable for others. It's Amon's crew. No surprise there. They're such a pain. Hearing someone talk about them, one of Amon's guys approaches the person. Then, with a puffed-up chest, he barks, "What's it to you if the boss is enjoying himself?" The frightened man shakes his head. "Nothing." Just then, Amon raises his glass, laughing. "What are you doing? Don't just stand there. Come drink with us." Immediately, they happily resume drinking. Amon's so happy he could jump for joy. Life truly has its ups and downs. His former name was Nguk, the leader of the Saberoth Guild. Back then, defeat wasn't in his vocabulary, and he feared nothing. Life was good then, until Aiden arrived and ruined everything. Because of him, the guild disbanded, and the members abandoned Nguk. Things only got worse. When Joseph's daughter became the Holy Maiden of the Fire God Temple, if they knew Anko was still alive, the church would execute him without hesitation. That's why he changed his name, changed his appearance, and started a new life here with the Ambra gang. Ambra. Even the 3 major religious orders couldn't find him here. Just then, someone suddenly walked in from outside, speaking in a mocking tone. "I found Uncle Anko." Hearing that, the Ambra gang members reacted. They angrily shouted, "Who dares call our boss by his name? Do you want to die? Don't you know who we are?" Being directly called Uncle also made him furious. He threatened, saying, "How dare you ruin my mood? Although I don't know who you are, you're definitely dead meat." But just when he took a closer look at the person in front of him, his face turned as green as a leaf. His eyes widened in terror, and he trembled as he asked, How did you find me?" It was Aiden who arrived. He grinned mischievously, saying, "Come on out and let's talk." "Uncle June." "No, I'm Inake, man. didn't dare refuse. Uncle June followed him outside and got beaten to a pulp. Not only that, his underlings didn't escape either. In an instant, they were lying prostrate on the ground. Aiden raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "You've changed a lot. I almost didn't recognize you." Uncle June stammered, "I'm honored that you recognize me, young master." He couldn't believe that Aiden had found him. He suddenly speculated. Could it be that he's here to hand me over to the Fire God clan? I'm doomed. Thinking this, Uncle June clenched his fists tightly. No, there's still a way to escape from the monster in front of me. But then Uncle June suddenly knelt down, clasping his hands in supplication. "I'll do anything. Please have mercy. I'll tell you everything." Aiden couldn't help but be startled. He was planning to rough him up a bit before dragging him away. But this is even better. Saves him the trouble. He was quite pleased. A little later, at the president's office, Marcus had heard everything from the captured uncle. He was filled with murderous intent. He asked in a cold voice, "So, Ambra is conducting human experiments?" The uncle obediently answered, "Yes, sir." The old man said, "Since the city of Catan became a dungeon hub, people go missing there, and no one cares. It's the perfect place to obtain specimens without suspicion." Hearing this, Aiden thought to himself, human experiments, could it be the black mages from Chaos? Aiden, after thinking, asked suspiciously, "Where are they conducting these experiments?" Anko truthfully replied, "I don't know the exact location, but I heard they're conducting experiments in a dungeon near the city." Aiden flinched, seeing Anko's reaction. Anko asked suspiciously, "So surprised why?" Because he felt it was very illogical. Originally, dungeons are the business territory of the spirit merchants. When a dungeon is cleared, the merchants trade items, extract the core, and the dungeon disappears. But if someone is inside the dungeon, experimenting on humans, then that's a different story. The spirit merchants won't tolerate anyone touching their territory, and the spirit merchants are bound by rules to prevent them from harming humans. In such an unusual circumstance, humans might be considered the invaders. So, merchants can unleash their true power. At maximum strength, a spirit merchant wields absolute power inside the dungeon. Even a rookie merchant like Robbie's could eliminate a mid-tier master in an instant at maximum power. Ko Teo Mook asked quietly, "Then why haven't they kicked out those invaders?" Aiden sighed and replied, "There is a way. If someone promises enough benefits, a merchant can make a secret pact. Then, they won't report anything to the central office and allow the invaders to freely use the dungeon." At this point, Mukmasu became angry and looked at Ankle, asking, "Perhaps this is a huge issue beyond just one guild. Who's behind them? Do you know?" Not answering right away, Ankle is trying to play dumb. But Aiden, with a fearsome expression, threatens him. "If you don't answer truthfully, I'll hand you over to the order." That threat hits home. Ankle immediately speaks up. Their backer is Duke Sias. Just hearing the name, Marcus is instantly shocked. Aiden, on the other hand, is enraged, grinding his teeth. "That bastard again!" Marcus exclaims in horror. "Why Duke Sias, the powerful northern army, is in league with those Ambra guys?" Ankle replies softly, "It's not just them. Several other organizations seem to be involved too." Marcus is frustrated, running his hands through his hair. "Those damn Ambra, they're causing more trouble than I thought. With the Sias family's involvement, we can't take any risks." Aiden's face darkened. He had suspected it since hearing about the human experimentation. Shin Beta must be working with those chaotic people again. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Aiden gritted his teeth and said, "Let's crush them." Marcus warily said, "The opponent is the Sias Grand Duke family, a family that surpasses the Grandmaster level. You might be strong," but he hadn't finished speaking. Aiden coldly interrupted, "Are you going to let those people harm my daughter in peace?" At this moment, Aiden shouted with extreme determination, "They touch my family, and I will help. Let's destroy the Ambra and Sias families." Curse said, sounding exasperated, "Aren't you the one who wanted revenge? Hypocrite." Marcus was a little surprised. "You're really passionate, even for someone else's family." But he still sighed and said, "Thank you for that, but I can't seem to think of anything. Where should we even start?" Aiden confidently chimed in, "I have an idea." Mascus asked skeptically, "Really? What should we do?" Aiden flashed a mysterious smile. "Of course, cleaning up messes is my specialty." Now, he was eagerly awaiting Sinbetta's next dirty scheme. Meanwhile, elsewhere, at the Spirit Exchange Company, within Robbie's territory, Robbie sat clutching a blue orb. His expression was incredibly serious. Humans don't know, but a dungeon core is actually a mana stone, containing a massive amount of mana. That's why they're so valuable to spirits and merchants alike. But ever since he met Aiden, he had to pay for the core and work for him like a slave. Where has my life as a merchant gone? While Robbie's was lost in thought, suddenly, footsteps approached. It was Best, an intermediate-level spirit merchant. He asked, "Robbie's, you rookie merchant, are you here?" Upon seeing Best, Robbie's jumped up in fright and backed away. "What brings you to this lowly place?" Best clicked his tongue and looked at him. He pursed his lips and said, "What's all the commotion you've been causing lately? Your profits are pathetic." Robbie scratched his head in fear. "I apologize. It's all due to my shortcomings." Hearing this, Best scolded, "You're too incompetent to even pass the beginner level." Robbie's angrily cursed inwardly, "That damn rat." But he held back his anger, pursed his lips, and said, "Thank you for understanding." Then Best suddenly flashed a sinister smile. "I hope for better results next time." Then he snatched the bag from Robbie's, rummaging through it. Robbie's wanted to stop him, but Best's sharp gaze made him falter. Best coldly sneered, "A mere newbie dares to resist a mid-level merchant like me." Robbie's gritted his teeth and bit his lip, saying, "No, you can take it," with a cold snort. Best nonchalantly replied, "Of course, that's the right way to act." Then he took Robbie's bag. Without hesitation, he poured everything into his mouth. But Best was still unsatisfied, saying, "Is that all? I had to use almost everything to lure that spirit. No longer of any use." Best threw the bag away dismissively, saying, "I expect you to bring better results next week." Robbie's lowered his head and quietly replied, "Yes, Master Pest." Waiting for Pest to leave, his rage immediately exploded. That filthy rat. One day he'll make Pest pay. Under the silent night. At this moment there are two large, mysterious figures stealthily moving towards a place. A moment later, the two of them stopped at the back door of the Amber Hall. The guards quickly stopped them. "Halt! Identify yourselves!" One of the two angrily shouted, "Get out of the way, you scum!" These words made the guard stiffen with anger. He immediately cursed, "Are you crazy? Get lost!" The person behind, hearing these words, roared loudly, "How dare you speak so recklessly? Do you know who you're talking to? Don't you recognize this armor and great sword?" The bewildered gatekeeper looked at the two and whispered, "What is he saying?" But the other guard recognized something. Gently tugging on Kia's sleeve, he said, "Wait, he came from that place." His gaze fixed on the armor of the figure before him. They slowly cleared a path, murmuring, "A knight of immense stature, clad in black armor, carrying a great sword." It was then that the man, Kia, finally spoke, introducing himself. "I am Dre's Clayman, the Black Knight of Lord Sinbelta. Summon your president here at once." Rewinding back a few hours, inside Aiden's room, Curse watched Aiden holding a red cloak and questioned, "How do you plan to handle this? Are you going to recklessly charge in again?" Aiden replied with a cheerful tone, "After spending some time together, you understand me pretty well, don't you? Just like you said, we will charge in, but not recklessly." Curse asked with annoyance, "So you plan on politely barging in, or what?" Aiden winked and laughed heartily. "Exactly. You truly understand me best." Cursed, even more disgruntled, "Are you mocking me?" Aiden gave a mysterious smile, saying, "Grand Duke, see his back's the Amber Guild. We just need to disguise ourselves as Knights of the Principality. They'll let us in." Cursed asked in confusion, "You want to ask your archenemy, Sinbetta, for help?" Clicking his tongue twice, Aiden said seriously, "Don't you remember? The Knight Seas is trapped in Beelzebub. So, I will use that Dark Knight's command." That's why Aiden summoned Darius, in knightly attire, successfully entering the room with him. The Ambra Guild's president, Jalen Ambra, sitting opposite them, spoke solemnly. "It is an honor to welcome you, Dark Knight." Aiden quietly observed him. "They don't seem to know the Dark Knight is dead." "Well, only a fool would go around telling people. I know they've lost an important force right now." Jalen bowed again in apology. "My soldiers didn't recognize you because we didn't know you were coming. I apologize on their behalf. Speaking of which," he suddenly turned his sharp gaze towards Aiden, asked, "Who is the one accompanying you?" The fake Darez calmly replied, "He is a subordinate of the black magic. My mage. Don't worry about him." Of course, Jalen didn't suspect a thing. He continued to ask, "But what brings you here? An unexpected inspector?" "Huh?" Darez, following Aiden's lead, calmly stated, "You seem to be quite well informed. I need to make sure everything is in order. Take me to the dungeon." A little while later, in a secret underground dungeon of the Amber Guild, Jelen was leading Aiden and the other person there. Aiden, walking behind, was quite impressed. No wonder I couldn't find it. It was right under the guild. But the deeper he went, the more astonished he became. Before them were cages, holding countless monsters captive. Aiden frowned, silent. What kind of experiments are they doing, collecting this many monsters? At this moment, Jelen spoke up proactively. You've arrived at the perfect time, Sir Knight. We've just achieved a breakthrough in our experiment. Having said that, he quickly moved forward, pointing towards the two people lying on the stretchers. Jalen proudly states, "Allow me to introduce our newest creations." He then loudly commands, B12, B14. They rise as if programmed. The two others immediately obey, standing up. Aiden frowned slightly. By themselves, these two seem ordinary, unaware of his thoughts. Jalen continues, "We've retained their human forms, while granting them monstrous abilities. Ju's regenerative power and Oxer's beastly strength. But there's more. Take a look." As his words fade, one of them reaches out and lifts a sword from the table. In a mere instant, a surge of energy erupts from the blade. This horrifies Aiden, his eyes widening in disbelief. He couldn't believe it. These lab rats can wield light swords? Plus, the aura they emit feels strangely off. While you're gawking, Jalen just keeps bragging. We're upgrading their swordsmanship to high-grade light swords, combined with beastly power. Under perfect mind control, they're completely loyal. He believes it'll be soon. They'll be mass-produced. And then the dream of an immortal army will come true. Immortal warriors conquering death will soon serve. Symbiota, Aiden's expression, immediately turned grim upon hearing those three words, Blood Knights. He was furious, clenching his fist so hard that blue veins popped out. He knew them all too well. Custer asked, "Did you meet them in your past life?" Aiden said gravely, "The Blood Knights are the most elite organization commanded by Shin Beta. Upon becoming Grand Duke, they achieved great feats during the surges, catastrophe-grade monsters, and even the Great Talos War. Their loyalty, their faith and fearlessness in the face of death transformed Shin Beta into a legend. So much so that he was given the title of King Knight." Cosmin Beck nodded. "So that's the origin of his nickname?" Aiden resentfully thought, is this how the Blood Knights were made? How long has Shin Beta been doing this? At this moment, Yelena eagerly continued, "Sir Knight, do you remember what I said? How weak the human body is, if it had to endure the nature of monsters. We have found a solution." Darth immediately retorted, "A solution?" Yelena didn't answer. "Just focus on operating the opening of the big gate." Seeing that, Aiden Theo reflexively frowned. There's something behind the gate. Very quickly, the huge gate in front was gradually opening. What caught Aiden's eye at this moment was a mass of giant shackles. Jelen introduced cheerfully, "This is the guy who helped us solve that problem." Aiden glanced inside, just as he thought this is where they hid it. Inside those shackles are used to imprison the plague spirit. Jelen raised an eyebrow, smiling. "That's the plague spirit. We have sealed it here. Its immense power, the werewolf curse. Then inject it into the experimental specimens. The werewolf curse, simply the curse of turning into a wolf." He had searched everywhere after learning about this curse, but just then, a spirit merchant gave it to him. It was like destiny had arranged it. Speaking of which, Jelen laughed even more wildly. "Soon, Marcus won't even know what hit him, and the Medela assembly will be mine. I can't hold back any longer." Aiden, with a dark expression, said, "I think I've heard enough." Jeline, hearing the voice, angrily snapped, "How dare you speak when I'm talking? Do you think you're my equal?" Aiden, not bothering to pay attention to him, coldly ordered, "Kill him." Jeline stared at Aiden, grinding his teeth as he cursed, but he didn't even finish the sentence. The Dre's imposter immediately obeyed Aiden's command, swinging his sword fiercely, piercing through him. Right after delivering the finishing blow, Aiden shed his disguise, speaking as he walked, "It's time to rescue the spirits and end this." Suddenly, from behind, a sharp blade came hurtling unexpectedly. The tip of the sword directly pierced Darth Vader's body. Sensing the danger, Aiden glanced over, seeing that Charlene was still alive. He coldly said, "You dare to kill me?" Couldn't help but be amazed. Aiden's eyes widened as he thought to himself, he must have been stabbed already. This guy right now. At this moment, the one standing before him isn't a human, but a monster. Jalen pointed his sword at him and spoke. "What kind of monster are you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jalen slashed with a sword full of aura energy. Towards Aiden, he bit his lip fiercely. Clearly, Darth had killed him. Why is he still standing here? He quickly drew his sword to defend. Aiden's attack speed is much faster. Before Jalen, his sword could injure him. He had already taken a hit. A large gash was torn open on his stomach. Fresh blood flowed out incessantly. Yet, in just a blink, the wound healed completely. Without a moment's hesitation, Jalen furiously slashed at Aiden again. He took a step back, frowning and muttering, "Red aura, superior recovery ability." Seems to have noticed the problem. Aiden looked up at him disdainfully and said, "You turned yourself into a blood knight? How idiotic, idiotic, idiotic." Jalen scoffed lightly and coldly said, "Not making use of such incredible power. That's what's idiotic. Thanks to it, I've been able to break free from being labeled as semi-mastered that I've been stuck with for so long." He also praised the ability to control the soul Black Knight and the guts to dare challenge Aiden. "You don't seem like a normal person either, so I won't ask who sent you." Saying this, Jalen's smile became sinister. "Come under my command. I will grant you this power and a high position among the 5 leaders." Aiden tilted his head. "Leading Ambra sounds enticing, but his tone was dripping with disdain. Though I wonder if you'll even have a gang left to lead." Jalen froze, stunned by his words. "What are you?" Before he could finish, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed outside. A subordinate burst in, shouting, "Boss, we're in big trouble. The Medela gang is attacking us." Jalen stood frozen like a statue. At the same moment, outside, Mascus led his men in an assault. Amber's men couldn't withstand the attack. Jalen bit his lip fiercely, muttering, "Mascus is here? Don't tell me it's because of you, you bastard." Aiden, mentioned, smirked. "What's wrong? Don't you like my little berry surprise? Boss Jalen, Ambra." Jalen roared in anger. "You wretched bastard, I'll kill you right here." With those words, he launched himself forward with fierce momentum. But Aiden effortlessly dodged Jalen's attack without taking a scratch. Aiden's gaze suddenly turned icy. He was about to show Jalen what he had sacrificed for. Jalen's eyes widened in disbelief. "What the hell?" In an instant, fiery red flames engulfed Aiden. He said coldly, "I created this swordsmanship so it could cut through dragon scales. Only the one who has slain the mad dragon can master it." At this moment, his eyes blazed. His aura filled Jelen with no small amount of fear. Striding confidently through the flames, Aiden roared fiercely. Dragon King Slayer swordsmanship, scale splitter. As soon as he spoke, he lunged forward, slashing and cleaving his body in two. Jelen couldn't contain his pain and screamed fiercely. He collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Jelen was absolutely enraged. "The wounds won't heal. Wait, this smell." Aiden clicked his tongue, saying, "Is that all you've got? In theory, your entire body should be burning right now. But thanks to new mana techniques, I've managed to wield a swordsmanship that only a Grandmaster swordsman should be capable of." Jelen's wounds must be burning. They won't be able to heal. Jelen clenched his fist tightly. "Why am I being humiliated by this brat?" Jelen bit his lip fiercely. He didn't want to do this, but there's no other way. No. Thinking this, Jalen tilted his head back and shouted, "Oh, Dungeon Eye, the contractor!" Jalen Ambra requests the summoning of the merchant spirit, Pest. Aiden was shocked to hear this. At that moment, the stones began to crumble. Omogitsioneshot appeared on Cao Chung's head from nowhere. Pest appeared along with it. He asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" Jalen Ambra and Aiden observed Pest at the same time. This guy is the one secretly selling dungeons, kidnapping the spirit of plague, and concealing it from the merchant council. Seeing no one answer, Pest stroked his chin and spoke up. "You even used the emergency summoning right. I see things look dire for you." Jalen felt like he'd found a lifeline. He hurriedly shouted, "Oh, I need your help. Help me deal with this guy." Pest's eyes turned wicked. "But to meddle in dungeon affairs, that'll cost you extra." Jalen nodded slightly, replying, "I'll pay with everything I have. Just kill him now." Pest grinned. "Setties fight. Very good. Deal." As soon as the words left his mouth, his body suddenly grew larger. An oppressive aura instantly filled the air. Aiden, sensing this, couldn't help but purse his lips. Curse also jumped in, speaking up. "He's as strong as a great swordsman." Aiden shook his head, saying, "No, he's stronger. Humans can't fight a soul merchant." Just then, Lucan narrowed his eyes, looking seriously at Pest. I'm pretty sure soul merchants aren't allowed to interfere in matters within the dungeon. Are you sure you'll be okay after this? Pest gave a wicked grin. You know about us soul merchants, huh? But so what? As long as I don't get caught, you're going to die. He bared his fangs at Aiden after saying that. But Aiden remained incredibly calm and said, guys who say that are most likely to get caught. P.S. angrily asked him, what nonsense are you talking about? Aiden knew there was no way to defeat a soul merchant who had used all of his power in a dungeon. But there was still one last resort. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Robbie's report was indeed correct, causing P.S. to tremble in fear. This voice, a person suddenly appeared in the sky. With Robbie's behind him, the other person said sternly, long time no see. P.S. fearfully bowed his head. Long time no see. Greetings, Chairman. The one who arrived was the chairman of the Merchant Council, MANHWA. She narrowed her eyes, her voice cold as she spoke. It seems we need to have a word. MANHWA, she is the president of the Merchant Council and is respected by all merchant spirits. There are only two reasons she would appear in the human realm. First, to warn everyone about the serious changes in the dungeons, and second, to resolve issues related to spirits. MANHWA returned a few hours ago. Rabies was terrified when he saw Aiden, but he was even more horrified by his subsequent suggestion. He asked in horror, you want me to call Merchant President Wa? Aiden calmly replied, according to Uncle, there is a merchant spirit making deals with gangs. Ambra, violating the Merchant Council's laws. I can't defeat a merchant spirit. So you want him to explain the situation to Merchant Wa H and have her come over. Rabies was furious when he heard that. Chairman H is extremely busy, but Aiden was very determined to have him called. That's why this is happening now. At this moment, H gratefully spoke up. Thank you, Rabies. He's so spoiled. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. Chairman. Aiden also gives a perfect timing, Rabies. Seeing this scene, Jalen immediately muttered in fear. Even Best is scared? Who is that person? Best is trembling with fear. He frantically asks, how did you get here? Listen to my explanation first. There's been some misunderstanding. H emanates an overwhelming aura. She coldly snorts and scolds. Misunderstanding? You really think? I don't know about your actions. Best? Best's eyes widen in shock. He was extremely scared at this moment, afraid she might discover the things he's done. What do you mean? Hatu's voice is icy. I've been aware of your personal profiteering. I've been watching, hoping you'd realize your mistakes and correcting yourself. But it's over. Aiden silently observes, because now it's no longer his concern. Rabies is just as nervous. He's waiting for the consequences Best will face. The more Best hears, the more panicked he becomes. He urgently begs the chairman for a moment. I can explain. Unfortunately, Hatu coldly announces, you're fired. Immediately, a light suddenly flashes. In the blink of an eye, Best is completely consumed by the light. Hatu retracts the light into her hand, a satisfied smile spreading across her face, only to reveal a trembling little mouse in her hand, shaking uncontrollably. Having finished everything, Hat looked towards Aiden and spoke. I heard from Robbie's. I apologize for the inconvenience to the store. Aiden nonchalantly replied, it's nothing. Hat gently snapped his fingers. Seriously speaking doesn't suffice. That's not the store's motto, so. As soon as the words left his mouth, a bag appeared in Aiden's hand. He was utterly surprised. This was also H's compensation. She included some items, useful for your upcoming journey. Aiden quietly thanked him, but was incredibly astonished in his heart. A gift from the merchant H. Huh? It must be special. Hat thought he should leave. He quickly bid farewell. Then, I'll excuse myself, but Aiden stopped him. Wait, may I ask a question? Hat suspiciously asked back, about what? He casually replied, how can I save the soul? The malady that's locked inside him. He sings softly. The child is in a deep slumber. His consciousness will not be retrievable, even if the outer seal is broken. There's only one way to awaken him. That is a formal contract. Of course, there is another option for Aiden to choose. Perhaps it would be better for the contractor. Aiden frowned. Perhaps the other option she's suggesting is to erase the soul. That song knows he understands what she means. Without saying more, she departs. If that's enough to answer your question, then I'll take my leave this time. You won't stop me either. Aiden nodded slightly in thanks. Before leaving, the song suddenly said a cryptic sentence. I wish you the best of luck on your journey. Mr. Aiden, Ambriel said it, and then she vanished in a thin air, leaving Aiden standing there in stunned silence. His eyes filled with disbelief. How did she know that name? But no one answered him. He was all alone now. Just then, Curse jumped in, speaking up. Did she just say your past life's name? Aiden didn't answer. He was still so confused. How could she know his past life's name? Really? So there are entities unaffected by this new reincarnation. Is this something Aiden overlooked? Thinking this, a smile suddenly spread across his face. That's right, I almost forgot. Saying this, Aiden turned around and threw a glance at Jelen behind him. His gaze was eerie, and Jelen was now trembling violently. The next day, in the city of Katon, people were constantly gossiping. News broke that the Amber Gang was under a full-scale attack by the Medela Gang. The shadowy deeds they committed were also exposed in the news. Everyone was happy that Marcus had eliminated them, bringing peace back to their world. At the Medela Gang headquarters, in the leader Aiden's office, he held a newspaper, looking pleased. Congratulations. You become the hero of Carton City. Marcus thanked Aiden, saying it was all thanks to him. Without you, I might have lost the entire gang and my daughter. Saying this, he glanced towards Ankle, hesitantly asking if he was sure he could trust him, since he had recommended him. But seeing his distrust, Ankle shouted loudly, I will try my best. Marcus looked at him like he was crazy. Aiden, unbothered by him, calmly said, even if it's Medela, managing another large gang will also be very difficult, especially the enemy's gang. It's best to have a scapegoat. He wouldn't dare betray me. As he said this, a sinister look crept onto his face. But if he dares, I will hunt him to the ends of the earth. Uncle was terrified upon hearing this, tears streaming down his face as he swore. Me? Never. I don't even know what the word betrayal means. Cause, sitting beside him, asked, aren't you going to tell him about chaos and the Sias Duchy? Aiden shook his head, replying, it's no use. Even if I revealed the truth about the Sias Duchy's involvement now, being involved, with their influence, Shin Beta could easily brush it aside. He needs something with more weight to bury Shin Beta. Shin Beta is currently slow and cautious, just waiting for the right moment. Fire God's Hall, Dead Forest, and all the events that happened in Carta City too. Thinking of this, Aiden couldn't help but sigh. After a moment, he looked intently at Mascus. He looked at the child trapped in the ice and asked, have you decided what to do with this? Mascus hesitated for a moment before speaking helplessly. He said there are two ways to save Satch. One, a formal contract with the plague spirit Black, or break the ice, which means erasing Black, and then find another spirit to contract with Satch. Aiden nodded slightly, saying she doesn't have much time. The choice is yours. Mascus bit his lips slightly, saying gloomily, the plague spirit doesn't seem evil. It hasn't caused any trouble. He knows that the stigma against plague spirits still exists, since Ritus Sella, the alchemist of the plague of sin, turned all 6 southern lands into hell. I don't want the body to be targeted. Speaking of this, Marcus's body couldn't help but tremble. I know this isn't right, but I won't change my mind. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up, grasping the sword tightly in his hand, ready to strike. But at this moment, Soyul rushed from her room. The little girl cried out fiercely, Father, stop! Marcus paused slightly. Soyul, what are you? He hadn't finished speaking yet. The little girl said fiercely, don't hurt my friend. Oh, I paid attention when I heard this. Web inside the ceiling stone suddenly moved slightly. At this moment, Soyul trotted away. The little girl stood in front of the ceiling stone, her eyes filled with determination. She said, don't hurt my friend. Marcus hurriedly went to the little girl and asked suspiciously, Soyul, what are you? Aiden frowned. He was thinking. He didn't tell Soyul because he thought it would be a bit too shocking. How could she possibly know? Could it be? He says, glancing at Alice, standing in the doorway. Sure enough, the little one truthfully admitted she told her friend. That is Zach's soul. Though it was a difficult decision, it was the choice she made. Marcus reluctantly urged, step away, my child. That soul is dangerous. Zach stubbornly shook her head, saying, you don't understand, Father. He's always protected me. Now I'll protect him. Zach inside the seal stone seemed to stir again at her words. Flashback to Zach at 5 years old. The first time she realized someone was always beside her in the city's dark alleys. Young Zach was terribly afraid, because before her stood a dog, 8 times her size. It bared its fangs and lashed out towards Zake, causing the little girl to scream in terror. Just then, something like a spirit appeared, making the dog falter in its attack. In that instant, the dog suddenly turned and left Zake alone. Zake, still bewildered, sat there, not understanding what had happened. And it was at that very moment Zake realized that someone had always been protecting her, even after her mother was gone and she was all alone. Even as Zake cried rivers because of the wound on her leg, that spirit had always been right there beside her. So, at this moment, Zake was very determined to protect Black. I heard from the saintess that lost spirits are the reason I'm sick. And this spirit is the reason I'm still safe and sound. Saying this, she bit her lip, her voice full of grievance. Everyone who protects me has to disappear. So this spirit, my friend, has to leave just like Mom? Marcus was taken aback by the girl's words. He hurriedly explained, denying it. But before he could finish, Jack asked defiantly, "Then please answer me, Father. If I make a contract with this spirit, will you hate me too, Jack?" Hearing these words, Marcus cried out in panic. "You know that will never happen, Jack." Before the eyes of everyone, Jack said with relief, "That's enough for me, Father. I don't care what others think. I only need you and my friend by my side." The little girl couldn't bear to let her friend, who always protected her, die just because of her. She begged him, "Please accept Mashu. Break is part of our family." Marcus hesitated for a moment. A moment later, he dropped his sword and sighed. "All right, Jack. As long as you are healthy and happy, that's enough for me." He stepped forward, embracing the little girl tightly. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Sound of something breaking. Inside the stone seal, a few tears seemed to fall. It appeared to have heard the entire conversation. With everything settled, Mascus sat opposite Aiden, speaking gratefully. "Thank you, young Master Aiden. I will always remember what you've done for me." Aiden replied nonchalantly, "It's just part of the deal. Don't be so formal. But are you really okay with this? Now that Zack has become a witch who wields the soul of plague." Mascus said helplessly, "To be honest, I'm not really thrilled about it. Clearly, it's only going to make Zack's life even more difficult. But if it makes her happy, then nothing else really matters. I promise to raise her well, to ensure her safety, and to maximize her potential. That's why Marcus should see Break as a blessing, and not as some dangerous creature. After all, this spirit is now part of your family." Aiden understood his thoughts. He spoke softly. "Marcus, if that's the case, I have a proposition for you." He said he'd write you a letter of introduction. "What do you think about sending Siola to Remy's mansion to study?" Marcus looked surprised. Aiden slowly explained, "Surely you've heard the terrible rumors about Roadsera. The power of the plague spirit is extremely dangerous. Right now, needs to learn sorcery to control that spirit at will." He said, "There are also spirits living in my mansion. That little girl will become a great jujitsu sorcerer if she can learn directly from them." Mascus asked hesitantly, "But is it all right for me to accept such a huge favor? Why are you so generously willing to help us?" Aiden chuckled. "Help? Oh, come on. This is just part of the deal." Mascus heard and became even more doubtful. Aiden winked and smiled, saying, "My condition is you will support me in the future when I need Syax's power. I promise I won't abuse her power." Mascus agreed immediately without hesitation. "If you need help, we will be ready to help wherever it is. Not just Syax's power, but the entire Medela gang will also contribute." Aiden smiled happily. Once Syax can control the power of the pestilent spirit, the girl could contribute a great deal. Moreover, having the Medela gang on our side would be a huge advantage. Immediately after, the two of them shook hands to show their agreement on this arrangement. Meanwhile, in the northern 6th Arctic region, a man was there for some unknown reason. He sighed. "Even the Umbrella gang has been overthrown. Everything's just a mess." There was someone else around him. Moreover, under the ice were the corpses of monsters. It was clear at a glance that they had killed them. The one standing behind suddenly knelt down and said respectfully, "Please forgive me for this unpleasant information." The other man glanced at him, asking suspiciously, "So, have you found out who's behind it?" He hurriedly recounted the results of the investigation. According to the Red Knight, they're using a sword similar to yours. So, there's a high probability that Dyer is involved this time. Hearing this, the person in front of him immediately flared up. "Those wretched scumbags from the kingdom from the very beginning. I shouldn't have placed my trust in them." As soon as he finished speaking, he angrily slashed his sword into the air, causing the air to vibrate intensely. Just as he sheathed his sword, blood vessels appeared in his eyes. Seeing this, his subordinate rushed forward to support him, saying, "Please, take this medicine quickly, sir." The subordinate also urged, "Please calm down, sir. Please." Shin Beta, so it's Shin Beta, the White Knight, one of his 3 loyal hounds. He quickly drank a vial of medicine. A moment later, Shin Beta felt a little better, and the blood vessels disappeared. He said angrily, "I have to rely on the medicine of those filthy people. How pathetic I am. If 7 years ago, if his energy core hadn't been damaged in a monster's assault, or I wouldn't be suffering like this now. Or perhaps he should be grateful. Grateful he didn't go insane after that accident." Shin Beta crushed the vial. He utterly loathed the idea of needing blood knights, the Church of the Fire God, or anything else. His primary goal, to find a gem, one that could replace his energy core. Once he accomplished that, he could reach the level of a grandmaster. Shin Beta's eyes filled with determination as he said this. "I must become the next Grand Duke." Meanwhile, at Aiden's lodging, he looked displeased at the stone in his hand. "What the heck is this? Grandpa gave it to you, so it's definitely not just some ordinary thing." Curse quickly jumped in to answer his question. "That's a covenant stone." Aiden frowned in surprise. "A cursed stone." Cursed nodded nonchalantly. "A cursed stone." Cursed nodded nonchalantly. Curse said casually. "It helps you make a contract with spirits. Or spirit beasts from the spirit realm. It can summon high-level spirits. It's an incredibly rare item in the human realm. Just channel mana into the stone. Hearing this, Aiden nodded in understanding. So he immediately began channeling mana. Into the stone, which quickly turned 6 colors. Seeing this scene, Curse said with interest, then his eyes widened, turning red. Cursed was extremely interested. Looks like this is going to be good. Seemingly at the same time, a flame began to surround the stone. In the blink of an eye, it engulfed the entire room. Aiden held the stone in his hand. It was so hot, he wanted to throw it away. He yelled, "Fire!" "My hand!" Suddenly, he stopped screaming, quickly regaining his composure. He frowned, muttering, "Doesn't feel hot at all. I'm pretty sure I've seen flames like this before." Aiden spoke. Just as his words ended, a reproachful voice erupted from the flames. "How dare you summon a being like me in such a cramped place?" The curse spoke, berating him. "You just summoned a very peculiar entity. A mythical grade spirit beast before Aiden." This moment revealed a fire phoenix. The flames surrounding it were so radiant, they scorched the skin. In his past life, Aiden had also met people who made contracts with spirit beasts, but most of them were just low-level spirit beasts. Very few had contracts with mid-level spirit beasts. How the heck did he summon a mythical grade spirit beast just with a covenant stone? Huh? Never seen one of these, not even in my past life. You're asking if I summoned you? The Fire Phoenix replied calmly. More accurately, I found you. I am the Divine Bird King. My children say they owe you a life. Aiden was stunned by its words. He wondered what it meant by owing him a life. Just then, a baby fire phoenix appeared, chirping sweetly as it looked at him. Finally, he understood. At this moment, the mother fire phoenix spoke again. "You saved my child from a sorcerer who tried to absorb it. She is a mother and also the king of this child. I want to thank you. But after meeting you, she had an unexpected surprise." Aiden asked back, confused, "What do you mean?" The eyes. The fire phoenix seemed to see right through him. It casually mentioned regeneration, toxin resistance, dark energy, and even Bestie's shield. All of that is just too much for a human to endure. It also said, "You carry a gruesome curse with you." Hearing this, Aiden burst into laughter, cursing until he wanted to lash out. What the hell did it say? Gruesome? You bird-brained idiot. Aiden ignored it, seriously asking, "So, would you like to form a contract with me?" The mother fire phoenix slowly replied, "Normally, an ordinary life form like you would never be able to control my power. But with the odd stone inside your body, it might still be possible. Aiden thought he misheard. It's talking about that strange stone that his body absorbed while he was in the forest. Dead? So you think? He asked with a hint of doubt. Then do you know what that stone is? It gently shook its head, regretfully saying, I'm afraid I don't know for sure. But in ancient times, there was an entity that possessed a stone quite similar to this. Even kings like me are weak, pitiful before such entities. Of course, Aiden's intrinsic energy is still far from theirs, but it believes you have enough skill to control it. Aiden sat there in contemplation, saying nothing. The Fire Phoenix continued. All right, human, do you want to form a pact with me? Aiden immediately snapped back to attention. How could I possibly let this opportunity that comes once in a millennium slip away? Yes, I will. This answer pleased the Fire Phoenix greatly. It spread its wings wide. Flames instantly blazed once more. It slowly introduced itself. My name is Pyrance, as the child of the primordial flame, able to purify all things. I will form a pact with you to complete the contract. Tell me your name. Aiden gazed intently, slowly uttering his name. Aiden Remus, but the moment she heard it, Pyronus was suddenly startled by the name. Hesitating for a long moment, she asked the human, do you have another name? Aiden couldn't help but be surprised. After a moment, he spoke his name from his past life. As soon as he finished speaking, the flame flared brighter, engulfing his entire body and Pyronus. Time passed, until the flame began to subside. The system then announced Aiden had successfully formed a pact with a mythic-grade fire spirit beast, Pyronus. 4 days later, at the north gate of Caton City, there's a vehicle moving on the road. It's Aiden's group's vehicle. Alice hugged Cho, sitting beside her, pouting and on the verge of tears. We just became a little closer. Cassie consoled the dear saintess. You can meet him again after this pilgrimage ends. Lo also spoke up. I will ask his grace for Joseph to approve a visit to the city of Carton. The little girl could only sigh deeply. Then Lo looked towards the still closed door. Aiden is still sleeping? Or is Aiden not sleeping? He was just lying on the bed, lost in thought. In his hand was the mercenary's badge. This is the S-rank mercenary badge. He's had this for a while now. That day, before leaving everyone, Belly received an A rank, Lo a B rank. After receiving theirs, everyone eagerly awaited Aiden's rank. But after finding out he was S rank, it was truly a bit speechless, seeing everyone's reactions. Marcus quickly explained, the mercenary ranks are determined based on each person's abilities and achievements. Of course, just improve your skills and experience, and you can rank up. So there's no need to worry too much. Aiden looked at his badge before speaking. You've worked hard. Marcus shook his head slightly in response. It's nothing. By the way, where are you headed now? He said seriously. We're heading towards the Sias Duchy. I have some things to take care of there. Marcus finally spoke out the concerns in his heart. Young Master Aiden, is it all right if I ask this? He frowned, looking at him puzzled. What is it? He raised his hand to cover his mouth, speaking softly, just loud enough for the two of them to hear. They heard him ask, did you know that someone from the Sias Duchy had plotted? What has happened? Aiden was taken aback by this sudden question. Marcus said he could feel Aiden's anger every time that name was mentioned. Just like that. You knew all along that they were the masterminds behind it, didn't you? He looked at him with a blank, helpless expression, unable to speak. Marcus continued, not paying attention. After what happened to Sias, I can't even begin to describe my anger at their filthy actions, especially when it's so contrary to my nature. He used to be so proud among us, but now he can't do anything. That's why he wants to ask you for a favor, even if it's a bit petty. He wants Aiden to help him punish them. If you can help Marcus do that, he'll wholeheartedly join and support you. Hearing this, Aiden broke into a brilliant smile. This is just what he wanted. He's more than willing. The two of them shook hands like true comrades. The enemy of my enemy is definitely my best friend. Let's make those bastards pay for their damnable actions. Their deaths. Come on, snap out of your thoughts. Aiden couldn't help but sigh. It's really starting now. Just then, someone announced loudly that they were almost there. Aiden slowly opened his eyes, ready for the new journey about to begin. A beautiful kingdom appeared before his eyes. The Sias Duchy lies ahead. Moments later, in the city center of the Sias Duchy, so many soldiers and people bustling about. Aiden's group blended right in. Geez, Cassius grumbled. It's so crowded here. Noble knights from all over the six worlds. Alice, on the other hand, was beaming with excitement, her eyes shining like stars. Aiden calmly explained, "It's because the martial arts tournament is about to begin. It's a festival held every winter. A tournament to honor Gygaxias, who sealed the Frozen Queen and founded the duchy. Furthermore, since monsters often attack during winter, it also serves as a ritual, praying for a peaceful winter. There are only a few festivals like this in the six worlds. That's why so many people have come. Even the citizens of the duchy have stopped working and are enjoying themselves. The tournament you speak of, Aiden." A smile bloomed on his face, as radiant as a victor's. "And I will participate in this tournament." The crowd's excitement surged upon hearing this. "Sounds fascinating," Bali exclaimed eagerly before Kirisu asked in surprise. "But why would you enter such a dangerous event?" Kirisu also wondered, why the sudden interest in the tournament? "Weren't you here for revenge?" Aiden calmly replied, "I am here for revenge. But if I win this tournament, I will receive an item from the Sia's family treasury, along with a vial of elixir. You need that elixir to reach the Master Realm. And most importantly, right after the tournament ends." Kirisu, a bit confused, inquired, "Right after it ends, what?" Aiden smiled nonchalantly. "After the tournament, the sealed Ice Queen will awaken." The Ice Queen. She is the embodiment of disaster, leading a deadly army from the desolate frozen wastelands. Once she awakens, the surrounding lands all turn into a level 1 dungeon. The northern nations, in an effort to defeat her, had to call upon the 6 great knight families, including the Grand Duchy, Sias, and the strongest fighters from the martial arts tournament. But the army sent out was destroyed, and the few who were lucky enough to survive looked like walking corpses. In that desperate situation, Shin Beta and his Blood Knight order rose to save the 6 northern regions. Together with his army, he defeated the Ice Queen and became the new Grand Duke of the Grand Duchy of Sias, receiving admiration from everyone, and simultaneously being granted the title of Royal Knight. But Shin Beta is completely different from what Aiden knew in his past life. Neither admirable nor noble. First, he needs to win the martial arts tournament. Then he will participate in the battle to defeat the Ice Queen. When Shin Beta is battered after the fight with the Ice Queen, he will eliminate him. Seeing him so silent, Alice peeked out and asked Aiden, "Is the food not good? You look so pale." Aiden startled slightly, shaking his head and saying, "It's not that." At this moment, Bali looked around and spoke up. "By the way, this humble restaurant is unusually crowded. It seems that this is indeed one of the biggest festivals on the continent." "You're right," he said. "The eatery is packed right now." Aiden nodded with a slight smile, agreeing that everyone was having a good time. Just then, someone else walked into the diner. The person approached Aiden's table, hesitantly asked, "Excuse me, all the tables are full. Would you mind if we share this one?" Aiden's group slightly looked up and then saw a smiling face of a young man. They immediately agreed to let the person share their table. The young man cheerfully introduced himself. "Nice to meet you all. How about a little self-introduction? I'm Lau, a mercenary." Aiden said casually, "I'm Aiden. I'm exploring with my team. Those are your teammates." Lau nodded slightly. "This is my younger brother, La Delaware. He's a bit shy." Aiden turned to glance at another person standing next to them, and the person next to Kia is Lau. Before he could even answer, Cassie suddenly made a move. She took a sip of her drink and licked her lips, speaking up. "I didn't think I'd meet an old Kim Ho here, in a place like this." Completely surprised by her words. "What are you saying? A Hong Mio is rare enough." Kim Ho chuckled, introducing himself. "I am Beira." Cassie also introduced her name. Aiden, surprised at this moment, asked, "Kim Ho? You guys don't look like ordinary explorers at all." Beira laughed and replied, "Look who's talking, the one exploring with Hong Mio." Alice spoke up, "By the way, I've been curious about what you're holding." "What is it?" Ladeo, suddenly mentioned by name, jumped. The little boy asked tremblingly, "This thing." After hesitating for a moment, he introduced it, saying it was called a biba, a traditional instrument from his homeland. He was a little embarrassed, but he is the team's musician. Alice heard this and got excited. She kept chattering. "Really? I'd love to hear it." Ladeo was flustered suddenly. The little girl looked at him with pleading eyes. Ladeo couldn't refuse. "If you want, I can play a little, but I'm not very good." And so, his hands began to touch the instrument. His slender fingers started gliding over the strings. Clear notes rang out. The look in Aiden's eyes suddenly sharpened when he heard the melody that Lady O was playing, and the people around him who heard the music also paid attention to this side. Bali and Lou really enjoyed this song. They listened until their mood became cheerful. Lady O didn't care about the people sitting there. He was dedicated to playing the instrument like a true musician. At this moment, Coasley jumped out, laughing and saying it was a combination of music and star energy. This kid's got talent. The energy within the music is resonating with everyone's energy. Laudel really plays the instrument beautifully. The kid himself doesn't even realize he's the center of attention. The people around him are also listening intently. No one dared to make a sound to break this beautiful moment. Even Lau didn't seem surprised by this situation. He just sat quietly and enjoyed it. A moment later, the final note finally ended. Laudel slowly opened his eyes and spoke softly. That is the sound of this instrument. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone erupted. Even the singer couldn't help but praise him. Thank you for that moving performance. The young man, who rarely shows weakness, openly shed tears. This is the first time I've heard a piece of music. That's so moving. Alice was so excited she jumped up. That was awesome, man. Seriously cool. Lau teased. Looks like you've got another fan. You're quite the heartthrob. I'm your brother. Leodio, blushing, snapped, shut up. Beep chimed in. Come on, be honest. Aren't you secretly enjoying the cheers too? Why is the kid so angry that he's yelling at everyone? Even Beep. After the meal ended, everyone headed home. Lau didn't forget to say goodbye before leaving. We'd love to chat more, but our schedule's packed, so we have to go now. Aiden didn't want to hold them back. Lau smiled and said, there's a lot involved. More preparation for registering for the martial arts tournament than I thought. Aiden got excited when he heard that. Everyone's participating? What a coincidence. But as soon as he said that, something suddenly dawned on him. His eyes widened in surprise. Aiden asked gravely, you said your name is Lau? Lau raised an eyebrow and smiled. That's right. Receiving the answer, Aiden stepped forward without hesitation. He stood facing him, his voice full of fighting spirit. Looks like next time we meet, we'll be enemies. See you at the martial arts tournament. Lau looked at him with a challenging gaze. All right, Aiden, but don't think I'll go easy on you just because we know each other. With that, he led his men away. Their figures disappeared into the darkness. Kirsten jumped out and asked, what was that just now? Aiden pouted. What do you mean? She said calmly. Even if it was just for a moment, you clearly showed your bloodlust. Really? Aiden slowly explained. Because I think I know that name. It's AI. You seem surprised. Did you know him in past life? Adam shook his head, pursed his lips, and said no. But I've heard some rumors. A swordsman, traveling with a demi-human mage and a musical genius. The champion of the Sia's tournament, the cruel demon swordsman, Lau. Hearing this, Curious nodded, understanding, so in his past life, he was the champion of the martial arts tournament. But why was he called the cruel demon swordsman? Adam recounted the old story. That guy disappeared without a trace. Right after receiving his reward, a vial of elixir. Lau also didn't participate in the battle to eliminate the Ice Queen. After disappearing, he reappeared in the Grand Duchy of Sias 2 years later and became a crazed killer. After parting ways with Lau's group, Aiden led everyone to their lodging. But the moment they saw it, everyone was stunned, eyes wide with surprise. Ellis excitedly asked, "Your friend is really letting us stay here?" Aiden grinned proudly. "Of course." Bali frowned, saying, "Using connections to enjoy luxury on a pilgrimage. Isn't that contrary to the original purpose, which is to be inconspicuous and understand circumstances?" Aiden waved his hand. "Come on. This will be a valuable experience for Alice, so she can understand the power of relationships and influence. Isn't this a perfect pilgrimage?" Bali was speechless. He had nothing left to say. Aiden led the way into the building. Nista was already waiting. After settling everyone in, she and Aiden entered the reception room for a talk. Aiden sat across from her and asked in a deep voice, "How have things been lately?" She replied, "Thanks to your information, we've eliminated a few small groups of chaos. The number of branches connected to Sias has been decreasing recently. It seems there's been some internal strife within chaos and the Sinbeta Lightning Knights." Aiden frowned thoughtfully. From the attack on the royal palace to the incident at the Fire God Temple, the experiments within the Dead Forest, the Blood Knights' experiments in the Ambra Guild, with successive failures, it's no surprise. After thinking, he continued to ask, "Do you think they'll discover who's behind all this? That it's me, Nista?" Nista shook her head confidently. The possibility is extremely low. We'll personally deal with all those filthy heretics. Indeed, she's the esteemed embodiment of the Demon King. Seeing her like this, Aiden is so scared he's grimacing. Did Nista just blush because of him? She wanted to kill him in her past life. Aiden flinched slightly, then quickly changed the subject. More importantly, how is the item I asked you about? Nista calmly spoke. I brought it here. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened a box. Inside were 7 stellarium ingots, just as Aiden requested. Seeing this, he immediately smiled happily. Stellarium is a mysterious mineral, containing magical power and electrical conductivity. It's so rare that many people never see it in their lifetime. Even one piece is worth as much as 10 mansions. Thinking this, Aiden gratefully spoke. This mineral is truly precious. Thank you for finding it for me. Nista coldly replied. It's nothing, sir, but what are you planning to do with them? He said with a cheerful smile. I'm going to turn them into armor for myself. I've already got a sword and shield, but until now, I haven't found a suitable armor. Nista hesitated upon hearing this, but stellium is famously incredibly difficult to forge. Finding a blacksmith skilled enough to craft them won't be easy. Aiden calmly stated, there is one person, a blacksmith who can forge exactly what I need. The next morning, in the dark alleys of Sias, Aiden seemed to be searching for something in this place. He kept wandering around the alley, to the point where Seal had to manifest in dissatisfaction. We've been wandering around for 2 hours already. You keep saying it's not here. Are you sure this blacksmith even exists? Aiden nodded. I'm pretty sure I said yes. It's just that Kia's forge is a little hard to find. You have to find it yourself. Right now, he spotted a small house tucked away deep in the alley. He happily exclaimed, Found it. Kurosagi asked curiously, but there's just a door? Aiden calmly replied. For a normal person, that's true. It just looks like a detached door, but it's different for me. With that, he took something out of his pocket. Kurosagi asked, What's that? Aiden slowly replied, It's the key to open this door. With that, he put the key in the door. Instantly, a brilliant light emitted in an instant. This light engulfed the entire door. Aiden slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Iron armor suddenly appeared before him. Seeing them, Aiden actually felt a touch of nostalgia. It had been so long. The facility's voice spoke up again. This is spatial compression magic. Aiden calmly replied. Some races are blessed with such abilities. They are born with a workshop. The requirement for entry is an S-class mercenary badge. Just now, while entering, Aiden heard the sound of hammering, along with a deep voice booming. Who dares to trespass in my workshop? Aiden approached to greet the blacksmith. Hitos, I've come to commission a set of armor. Hitos slowly turned his head, surprised. Armor commission, you say? Another person asked suspiciously. Is that the blacksmith you mentioned? He looks so wrinkled. Aiden smiled in response. But his skills are no joke. Hitos was the one who forged the armor you wore to face Curse in your past life. Hearing this, Curse immediately refused. I don't want to hear any more. At this point, Hados stepped in to assess him. But are you really an S-class mercenary? You look so scrawny. Can you even lift a sword? Aiden nodded and replied with a smile. Of course. I even have a platinum badge, see? Hados shook his head, refusing to accept him. The human world seems to have lost its mind lately. Awarding an S-class mercenary badge to such a weakling? I need to raise the workshop's standards. Then he directly dismissed him. I don't have any equipment for someone like you. There are plenty of other blacksmiths out there. Aiden wasn't fazed. He clicked his tongue and said with a smile, What a pity. I was hoping we could have a little chat, while enjoying a sip of Drakia Kingdom's ultra-rare white wine. White Dragon's Tears, he said, pulling out a bottle. Then, with feigned regret, he added, But it seems I'll have to find another blacksmith. Hearing this, Hitos was utterly shocked. What? White Dragon's Tears? Aiden didn't answer, turning towards the door. I'll be going then. Hitos frantically rushed to stop him. Hitos' tone changed completely, flipping his attitude in a heartbeat. Let's talk. Have a conversation. And just like that, the two started drinking. Hitos, with the alcohol in him, felt much closer. Humans certainly know how to make excellent wine. So, what's your name? Aiden politely replied with his name. Hitos nodded and smiled. All right then, Aiden. He couldn't help but praise. This wine is truly delicious. It's the best wine I've had since that rascal Ben sent me 25 barrels years ago. Hearing this, Aiden fell into thought. He remembered his past life. Ben had once brought him to meet Hitos. After that, Aiden turned this place upside down. Hitos was so angry, he chased him with a hammer like a mad dog. But until Aiden grew up, Van disappeared. He felt sad about that. Without him in this timeline, the void in Hitos' heart without Van must be much greater. Thinking of this, Aiden quickly smiled and said, "Okay, that's enough drinking. Can we talk about my request?" Hitos nodded without hesitation. "Indeed, I've received the delicious wine. I can't just let you go home empty-handed. Tell me your request." "There's no weapon or armor I can't have. In the northern ice mountains of Cias, there's a giant block of ice atop the mountain. If you look closely, you can see someone trapped inside. But at this moment, the person suddenly opens their eyes." Aiden, after leaving Loren, was extremely happy. It's great to see Hito again after so long. The armor and short sword. He said it would take 4 days to complete. There are still about 10 days before the Ice Queen, so it should be in time. And the key that allows Aiden to teleport to Hito's forge as well. This will be quite useful. And while waiting for the items, he goes to the Cias temple as part of his pilgrimage, the main purpose of this visit. Just then, a commotion rang out from beneath the street, which surprised Aiden a bit, only to see many people gathering on both sides of the road. The people on the roadside were constantly calling out Alice's name. Hearing everyone call her name, the little girl happily poked her head out of the carriage, waving her hand in greeting. "Hello, everyone." She was so happy to see the crowd below. Her eyes turned into little hearts, hearing the little girl's sweet voice. Aiden, seeing this scene, was speechless and sighed, saying, "From what I can see, it seems like the Saintess is really enjoying this." Aiden nodded in agreement. "I think so too. Let's just let her enjoy it. It's not a problem." The carriage continued to enter Cias like that. There, many people were already waiting. A priest leading the way respectfully said, "By the priest's orders, Barkus of the Fire God Temple humbly welcomes the Saintess to Cias. We also welcome those who are traveling with the Saintess." Curies, Kusa, seeing the group of priests, criticized them with dissatisfaction. "Seriously, that talking ape is a priest in command?" Aiden sighed helplessly as well. The chef and the janitor, Cias, look exactly the same. At this moment, Marcus walked up to Aiden, smiling and saying, "It's an honor to meet the benefactor of our church." Aiden politely replied, "Nice to meet you. I'm Aiden Remus." But they seemed to be welcoming Alice more warmly than I expected. I didn't know Alice was so famous. The doctor said nonchalantly, "Normally, the sacred flame should be burning brightly above that altar. But for 15 years, it has grown cold due to the absence of a holy saint to maintain it. With the sacred flame of the holy saint, the temple will once again shine brightly, and the hearts of the believers will burn with faith." So, when Alice, that's why everyone's so excited. Aiden glanced at Alice, asking, "Can you do it?" The little girl nodded. "Definitely, of course. I've done it once before, so I'm not scared." As soon as she finished speaking, Alice bravely stepped forward. Aiden watched her from below, like a father watching his daughter. The little girl had grown so much. Above, Alice had reached the altar. Looking at her palm, she frowned and muttered, "If I channel holy power into this." Immediately, holy power appeared in her hand. A moment of hesitation. Alice channeled it into the altar. In an instant, flames burst forth. The little girl exclaimed happily. It worked, but unexpectedly. The flames she created shot straight up to the sky. Seeing this, the priests below were deeply moved. The sacred flame of the Fire God Temple has returned. After 15 long years, the Almighty of the Fire God Church. The doctor is also deeply moved. Tears of joy streamed down his face. "I never dared to think I would see this sacred flame again, burn brightly once more." Then, he turned to look at Aiden. "Isn't this wonderful, young Master Aiden? This is truly the fire of the church, of the fire god." But Aiden just stood there, not hearing him no matter how many times he called. His eyes widened in astonishment. What is this feeling? MANHWA cultivation technique? The one he learned from the ancient book from the fire god temple last time? That technique is ordering Aiden's body to absorb that flame. Thinking this, he raised his hand. Hesitating for a moment, Aiden clenched his fist. In an instant, the flame seemed to receive an order. They flew towards this side without hesitation. A series of flame bursts fired towards Aiden. Seeing this scene, Barkus frantically shouted, "Young Master Aiden dangerous!" Seemingly at the same time, the flames blazed so large they could engulf everything. Lou was equally panicked, calling out worriedly, "Young Master!" Bali in the back was stunned. The sacred flame scorches. anyone it doesn't consider its master. And now it's touching young Master Aiden. What's going on? No one understands what's happening. The flames still blazed brightly, while Aiden stood within them, eyes closed in deep concentration. It feels so warm. At this moment, the voice of Pyrans echoed. My successor, I will grant you the eyes to see through all truth. No lie will be strong enough to overcome you. Aiden slowly opened his bright eyes. After a moment, the flames finally vanished. Lou didn't hesitate and rushed towards Aiden. Young Master, are you all right? They kept pinching Aiden's cheeks and forehead to see if he was okay. Only the doctor stood there frozen in shock. This is absurd. He was just surrounded by holy flames. How is he still alive? Bari then stepped in to answer the question. I knew he wasn't ordinary. The doctor heard this and asked back, What do you mean? Priest Bari calmly replied, There's a prophecy that's been passed down in the church from a long time ago. Before the high priest of the Temple of Fire passed away, he told the sects that the Chosen One would come. With the current situation, are you sure that Aiden is the apostle of the Temple of Fire? Aiden was desperately trying to get away from everyone. He suddenly stopped. He glanced over and saw everyone looking at him with shining eyes. Before he could even understand what was happening, the priest suddenly shouted loudly, Apostle of the Fire God, long live! The Apostle of the Fire God has appeared to protect us. Aiden, with a puzzled look, muttered, Apostle of what? They suddenly knelt down, scaring him. Bookers and the others knelt down. Respectfully greet the Apostle of the Fire God. Aiden trembled and muttered, I have a bad feeling about this. What if I don't accept it? Just then, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Everyone immediately lay down, shouting, Earthquake! Watch out! Rocks are falling from above. Aiden instinctively frowned, feeling that something was wrong. No, this isn't an earthquake. Something's definitely going on. At the same time, atop the glacial mountain, the ice shattered. The one sealed within slowly emerged. Instantly, a chilling scream echoed across the heavens. Hearing this sound, Aiden's expression immediately turned grim. That scream, it's the Ice Queen, just as he thought. The Ice Queen had broken free from her seal, but it wasn't supposed to be her awakening yet. The heavens and earth began to tremble because of the Ice Queen's emergence. Deafening sounds echoed ceaselessly. The people, unable to bear the pain, clutched their ears. The sensation was nothing short of hell. In the intense agony, someone saw something appear. They saw Hina standing in the air. Somehow, she slowly spoke, Hello, everyone. Thank you all for always using our store services. I'm the owner of the Soul Trader Shop, Hanul. Hearing this, everyone was instantly shocked. What's such a high-level figure doing here? Hanul chuckled, explaining, There's an important announcement today. At this moment, a legendary-grade dungeon, the Frost Queen's lair, has appeared. The people stood there frozen. They were terrified, speechless. Everyone trembled as if struck by lightning. The Frost Queen has returned? They immediately panicked and fled quickly. It's the Frost Queen. She's going to destroy everything again. Run if you want to live. Meanwhile, at the Temple of the Fire God, Aiden stood at the highest point, lost in thought. Why did she awaken sooner than expected? But let's put that aside for now. The important thing is they're both in chaos right now. Spirit Shield. Benson is enraged that its queen has returned, and Beelzebub is burning with the will to protect his homeland. Aiden is furious. He tries to hold it tight. Why does this idiot think he has the right to speak? Just shut up. Suddenly at this moment, the sword emits magical energy again. At the same time, Aiden's eyes also become bright, as if he can see through everything. Through energy, Aiden caught a glimpse of the Black Knight and heard his voice. My name is Dares. I was once a knight under Lord Sinbeda. Aiden also saw his memories of working for Sinbeda. With this mana core, I'll never regain my former power. If that happens, I might even lose my Grand Duke position today. Saying this, Sinbeda looked behind him and spoke. Black Knight, bring back the black mages who visited me. Tell them I accept their request. He said if he completes this gem, he can replace his mana core with it. Once completed, he can reclaim his Grand Duke position. The memory ended there. Aiden was utterly astonished. This is the Black Knight's memory? The event just now. The Sacred Flame has given you a new power called Harmony Eye. The system says it's a power comparable to the divine, but you didn't think. It would let you see the memories of a ghost. The core speaks up at this crucial moment. The mystery of the red stone that you absorb has finally been revealed. He nods slightly. That's right. No wonder since absorbing that stone. Mana control has become much easier. One thing Aiden is sure of. Shin Beta doesn't have much time left. He'll try to create another replacement core, for sure. You say, but didn't Florence say? The relationship between the Night King and Chaos isn't good at all right now. If that's the case, then exactly. How does he plan to create a replacement core? Aiden chuckles softly. Do you know why the descendants of the Sia's family? Are they absurdly strong? I guess, a speculation. Is it because they were forged in such a harsh environment? Aiden shook his head in rebuttal. It's because the first Grand Duke defeated the Ice Queen and absorbed her essence. That essence possesses pure energy, so potent that no elixir can compare. That Shin Beta bastard, he's definitely hunting the Ice Queen's essence. So Aiden couldn't let him succeed. Absolutely not. While he was lost in thought, someone approached. The person greeted him. It's been a while, young Master Remus. Aiden turned around upon hearing this. It turned out to be Diur, greeting him with a friendly smile. Long time no see. He nodded slightly, replying, I was going to greet you myself. Aiden asked in surprise. You knew I was coming here? He chuckled softly in response. I've heard that. Your family has become the patron of the Saintess, and you're accompanying her on her pilgrimage. Aiden's mouth twitched slightly at this. Isn't this pilgrimage supposed to be extremely secret? Ka scoffed. They say, there's no such thing as a secret in this world. Aiden, ignoring him, asked seriously, You must be here because of the Ice Queen's issue. Dayer nodded in acknowledgement. That's right, Fire God. The temple needs a representative to attend the emergency meeting. Aiden, upon hearing this, began to filter the information. Soon after, a sharp smile spread across his face. Only a top-ranking individual from the Fire God Temple can attend the meeting. Isn't that right? Dayer, slightly intimidated by his expression, hesitated. That's correct. Aiden's face lit up at this. So, someone known as the Apostle of the Flame God and revered by the entire church would be a perfect candidate, wouldn't you say? Dayer's lips twitched slightly. He managed to force out a reply. Yes, perhaps so. Aiden, having achieved his goal, was overjoyed. Then let's go. Dayer, not understanding what was happening, stood there bewildered. Aiden confidently declared, I am the one you're looking for, over here. The Apostle of the Flame God will accompany you to meet Cho. Curse beside him asked doubtfully, You have a plan, right? Aiden replied leisurely, Of course. Anyway, I was planning to visit the Grand Duke. He's got a plan so brilliant it's out of this world. At the same time, in Shin Beta's office, he was discussing strategies with his subordinates for quite some time before he slowly spoke. Finally, the Ice Queen has awakened. Awake? Do you know how long I've waited? His two subordinates stood there, listening as Shin Beta laughed and spoke. Everyone believes that. The first Grand Duke defeated the Ice Queen, but that is only half the truth. The first Grand Duke defeated the Ice Queen, but he couldn't destroy her when she was defeated. Her essence was shattered into many fragments and scattered across the 6 northern territories. Those fragments turned all 6 northern territories into a permanent frozen wasteland and infected the monsters, making them stronger. And one of those fragments deeply permeated the body of the Grand Duke. The first, strengthening the genetic power of the Sia's family. Saying this, Shin Beta slammed the table in anger. After all these years, the Ice Queen finally collected 10 of her essences and awakened. That means, if he captures the Ice Queen and absorbs all of her essences, he will become invincible. The more I think about it, the more excited I get. Shin Beta immediately ordered the White Knights and the Red Knights to prepare for battle. We'll get there first, eliminate her, and absorb her essence. The two of them immediately bowed in acknowledgement. But just at that moment, hurried footsteps suddenly appeared outside. The person burst into the room, shouting, Lord Shin Beta, it's an emergency. Shin Beta frowned, asking suspiciously, What is it? The man panted, struggling to speak. The matter is, Grand Duke Sia's just handed over the Ice Queen target to an outside force instead of the Night Order. Shin Beta heard this and stood up in shock. He couldn't believe it and exclaimed, Outside forces? Instantly, his face was consumed by rage. He gritted his teeth and said, I clearly told Father that I would handle this hunt myself, but suddenly, Father assigned it to some outsiders? What? Shin Beta glared at the person. Gritting his teeth, he asked, Who exactly are they? His two subordinates also waited for an answer. The person didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately replied, "It's the Hoa then Dain, Fire God Hall, sir." Ben Ing, Bien heard this and froze. Shin Beta furiously cursed, "Those bastards, are they determined to interfere until the end?" The person continued, "I heard that. The leader of this hunt is quite famous. Recently." Shin Beta frowned, asking, "He's famous? What's his name?" "It's Aiden Remus, sir," the other whispered. In an instant, Shin Beta shuddered. His eyes filled with killing intent as he muttered through gritted teeth, "Aden Humi. I must meet him." Back when Aiden announced the dungeon, Aiden was brought to Duke Sia, his father, by Dyer. After hearing Aiden's proposal, the Duke frowned and asked, "So, you're saying you'll take care of the Ice Queen hunt for us? The price?" Aiden smirked, raising an eyebrow. "To be precise, I'm proposing a deal, Your Grace." Hearing this, the Duke couldn't help but be intrigued. He asked in a deep voice, "A deal? Tell me more." Aiden calmly replied, "As you know, the Ice Queen is a disaster-class monster, very difficult to deal with, even for many swordsmen. Even the most elite knight of Grand Duke Sias would suffer major losses. Instead, his comrades and the Temple of Fire will take on the mission to conquer the Ice Queen." Upon hearing this, Sir Yun hesitated for a moment. After a long pause, he finally spoke, "What do you want?" Aiden, unhurried, chuckled calmly. Then he mysteriously said, "Give me everything, starting from the land itself, to all the spoils gained from it, understand?" Hesitantly, he said, "Young Master Aiden, isn't demanding the entire land a bit much? My father will surely—" But before he could finish, he was coldly interrupted. "However, I want one more thing." This time, he was the one interrupted. Sir Yin suddenly called out in a deep voice, "Aiden Remus, isn't it?" Hearing the sound, Dare turned sharply, a look of trouble on his face. Aiden, on the other hand, smiled. At this moment, Wang Ong spoke slowly. "I believe in actions more than words." In a blink of an eye, the sword at Aiden's hip was drawn. Wang Ong didn't say a word. He raised his sword, his eyes filled with determination as he attacked. Aiden was a little startled, but still raised his sword to defend. But Wang Ong's strength was too great. He pursed his lips slightly. Indeed, a high-level swordsman. He only swung his sword lightly, but my hand is already going numb. Seeing this scene, Deo rushed to stop him. "Father, he saved my life." Yet father suddenly acts like this. Wang Ong didn't say anything. He delayed a little longer before lowering his sword. He spoke slowly, "So, you're not just good at talking. Then what's the final condition for the deal you proposed?" Hearing these words, Aiden couldn't help but sigh. He's as rude as they say, but he didn't voice it. "If you open your mouth, my final condition for this deal." A moment later, in Aiden's room, he sat on the bed, looking at the potion in his hand. He whispered, "It was originally prepared as a reward, but it became my final condition. As expected, I can feel it. This elixir might help me overcome the wall I've hit." Aiden then put it in his mouth, swallowing it without hesitation. Immediately, his body reacted. Icy mana is flooding Aiden's body. Like a giant waterfall, there's so much mana. You might not be able to absorb it all, but Aiden couldn't let even a bit of this mana escape this precious. It's all his. Seeing him trying to control it, Curse worriedly cried out, "If it goes on like this, your mana will be out of control. Release it now." "No way," Aiden stubbornly shouted. As time passed, the amount of mana radiating out grew larger. He told himself, "Just a little bit more and it'll be done." The invisible wall holding him back is collapsing. A moment later, Aiden's room emitted a blinding light. The invisible tornado continued to shake. In the end, the mana disappeared. The tornado stopped along with it. Another person appeared in Aiden's room. He has 2 massive wings. Horns adorn his head. Curse has become humanoid. He smiles and speaks cheerfully. "It seems the more power you regain, the more my form regenerates." Just then, Aiden suddenly clenched his fist and, without hesitation, punched forward. Surprisingly, it passed right through Curse. He disgruntledly scolds, "What the heck are you doing?" Seeing he can't hit him, Aiden pouts unhappily. "I thought I could finally land a good punch on you once I become a swordsman." These words anger Curse even more. He fiercely yells at the impudent brat. Right at this moment, there's a knock on the door. After Aiden gives permission, Nista enters from outside to report. "Preparations are complete, my Lord of Hell." Aiden nods. Aiden happily agreed. "Okay, let's go right away." The next morning, at the snowy mountain peak, after the Ice Queen's awakening, the place remained shrouded in mist. The higher Aiden and Nista climbed, the more they felt it. Nista couldn't help but exclaim, "This isn't ordinary mist." Aiden nodded, saying, "Yeah, it's a rather nasty type of magic." The primary reason the elite Knights of Sias were annihilated in their first attempt to conquer it was the mist. This Benson, it makes people relive their greatest fears, driving them mad. However, it has no effect on me, because I have the fire eye, which can see the path in this mist. The second reason the knights failed in their hunt, it's what's in front of Aiden. At this moment, Luca coldly says, "There are quite a few, an army of corpses. Giant zombies are blocking Aiden's path, but you don't necessarily need to face them directly." Thinking this, Aiden looks at Nista, asking, "Can you do it?" Nista slowly replies, "Even though I can't see anything because of the fog, I can definitely feel it. The cries of the undead, the screams, the desperation of those sinking in fear, begging for salvation. Zombies are creatures trapped in the memories of when they were alive, unable to move on. They constantly relive the pain of death until their last consciousness shatters into nothingness. They scream in despair." Saying this, Nista begins to control her magic. That is why the dark wizards exist, to bestow the blessing of death upon suffering souls, bringing salvation to lost spirits. She was merely carrying out her assigned task. But the priests of the Florence Kingdom were once the priests and popes for the dead. She is the last survivor of them, belonging to the Florence royal family, and the highest priestess of the dead, sent to the families turned to dust and lost their souls, sent to the wanderers who no longer know who they are, sent to those who have lost their flesh, but can feel the warmth. The final incantations have been cast. The dark aura begins to swirl in the air. The priestess continues her incantation. "The flames of Florence have arrived. Give us your hatred. End this and depart in peace." The living corpses carrying resentment are finally released. In the blink of an eye, on the snowy mountain peak, there is no longer a trace of giant living corpses. Those dark auras also dissipate into the air. At the same time, deep in the snowy mountains, the Ice Queen was resting, her eyes closed in slumber. Suddenly, she sensed something and snapped her eyes open. Immediately, a look of fury washed over her face, causing the snow outside to fall even heavier. Seeing the scene, Aiden immediately scoffed. It seems the loss of all the Queen's minions has truly enraged her. Then let's go and see how much stronger she's become. At the Holy Divinity Temple, Alice sat in the sanctuary. The little girl was praying with her hands clasped. "Oh Lord, please help us." The girl just wanted the gods to bless Aiden, so he could safely return from the battle with the Ice Queen. Aiden naturally didn't know someone was praying for him. He went straight into the Ice Queen's dungeon. The higher he went, the more he felt the cruel cold of this place. An ordinary person couldn't last long in there. But thanks to Hethos for helping him out beforehand. With a phoenix feather armor, it's not only durable, it also helps keep him warm. It was wise to seek him out, not just because of the mist, but the bone-chilling cold here is also a factor that caused Sias to fail. Curse then asked with suspicion, "So that's why they gathered with the black mages?" Aiden didn't answer, calmly stepping inside. Looking at the surrounding scenery, he couldn't help but exclaim, "She built a luxurious palace. It's almost ridiculous." No matter how well prepared they are, they can't ignore the fact that she's a monster, a disaster-class monster. He'll use his full power in this battle. As soon as Aiden appears, the Ice Queen's voice was filled with rage. "How dare you banish my attendants?" she roared. "I will never forgive you." No sooner had she spoken than she unleashed a torrent of freezing air. The Ice Queen was furious. She screamed ear-piercing cries. "You dare betray my master? What love have you ever known? I have no need of a world full of betrayers." Aiden was encased in ice, a frown of thought creasing his brow. Is she talking about her old contractor? Benson are spirits, born when bitter emotions and regrets take form. The armor can't block out the cold. But of course, Aiden already had a plan. Thinking this, he immediately shouted, "Come forth, Pyronus." Following a shout, Pyronus instantly appeared, asking with a hint of doubt, "Did you call me?" Aiden smirked. "The power difference between us is too vast. I can only use 1% of her power. But that's more than enough." In an instant, Pyronid appeared. Brilliant flames engulfed Aiden. He looked towards the Ice Queen and spoke. "A noble soul, fallen so low." Aiden hesitated. "Can you win?" Pyronid smiled confidently. Of course, I'm a master of flames. Let's give that poor child a chance to rest in peace. Seeing the flames burning brightly in the dark cellar, the Ice Queen's face immediately turned grim. Seizing this opportunity, Aiden charged forward. Then please support me. The Ice Queen, of course, wouldn't give up so easily. She immediately summoned her giant undead to block the way. But Aiden showed no fear, charging in like a moth to a flame. Thanks to the fire eye, he could see her weakness. But first, Aiden needs to get past her entourage first, I guess. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand. With hardly a moment's hesitation, he swung his sword. A massive zombie went down in one strike. Aiden raised an eyebrow, pleased. Finally, he felt like he was reaching the level of a grand swordsman. Just then, the remaining zombie suddenly attacked. However, Byron's didn't give it the chance. A powerful blaze of fire struck. The massive zombie was bombarded by the flames. It started to melt like charcoal. Byron sneered, saying, I won't let you lay a finger on him. Seeing her subordinates all taken down, the Ice Queen's body trembled slightly. She fiercely cursed, I will never forgive you. As soon as she finished speaking, a stream of energy appeared in her hand. The ice blocks were also enveloped in energy. Melt into a million pieces, the Ice Queen roared. The moment she finished speaking, countless shards of ice shot towards Aiden, but he dodged them all. He scoffed, speaking to his own fiery eyes. This is nothing. But just then, Aiden froze. The ice chunks had become enormous, forcing him to retreat. Aiden grimaced fiercely. She continuously cast countless high-level spells. The amount of mana was ridiculously large. While he was thinking, the Ice Queen let out another loud cry. A massive surge of energy was summoned by her. The air around them began to vibrate. Aiden tried to stand firm, but felt uneasy. Another annoying attack. But it didn't matter. As long as Perrones was there to support him, he could. Unfortunately, Perrones shattered his hopes. I'm sorry, contractor. Hearing this, he asked in disbelief, why are you apologizing? But when he looked back at Aiden, he saw a tiny fire phoenix standing there. His expression immediately turned grim. What is this? Pyron said awkwardly. The environment isn't exactly ideal, and you're using almost all your mana to keep me in my summoned state right now. I can only help you stay a little warmer. Aiden, hearing this, was furious. Spirits are so affected by their surroundings. This cold wasteland is surrounded by freezing air. It's truly a terrible place for Pyrons. He had underestimated the Ice Queen. The Sia's forces had already struggled to defeat her. After almost their entire team was wiped out, Lin Keen Benson certainly wouldn't cooperate with him because he knows his queen has returned. Is there no other way? There has to be a way. He can't give up like this. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in Aiden's mind. Oh Lord, help me. Aiden immediately snapped back to consciousness. Even he was surprised. A surge of power was welling up inside him. Aiden had no idea what this power was. But Curse cried out in terror. Curse panicked. Why is divine power suddenly flowing into my body? Get out of me. While he was still bewildered, Aiden heard Ellis's voice again. Please help him. Aiden returned safely from the battle with the Ice Queen. Hearing this voice, he frowned slightly. So, she prayed for me. Even Pyronus is overflowing with power. It said cheerfully, I don't know what happened. But suddenly you're overflowing with mana. This much should be enough. With this much mana, it'll be able to use at least 10% of its power. Immediately, everything began to shake violently. The Ice Queen's castle. It felt like it was about to explode into the sky. The thick ice and snow also began to melt away. Aiden felt the heat generated by Pyrons. He couldn't help but exclaim, just from the radiation, this heat is already melting the Ice Queen's castle. This is only 10% of your power. The Ice Queen hadn't foreseen this. She cried out in panic, that light. What is this? Pyrons, of course, didn't answer. It spoke in a deep voice. Now, rest in peace with your master. As soon as it finished speaking, flames surged like a storm, illuminating the entire sky. The Ice Queen was engulfed in flames, screaming in agonizing pain, before being consumed by the flames. She muttered something. My king manifested behind Aiden. He couldn't help but sigh with compassion. He whispered, sorry to have kept you waiting. Now rest in peace, child of the snow. Hearing these words, the Ice Queen smiled contentedly. Thank you, King of Ice and Snow. The fog began to dissipate. Fresh air returned to the mountaintop. At the same time, in the city of the Sias Duchy, people who had been worried about the appearance of the queen of ice were surprised as the ice and snow suddenly melted away, leaving them astonished. The air is warming up. The snow covering the mountain is melting too. What's going on? Just as they were bewildered, a notification appeared again. The Soul Shop has a hot-off-the-press announcement. Legendary Dungeon. The Frost Queen's nest has been cleared by Aiden. The words had barely landed before the crowd below erupted in confusion. Then, the murmuring began. But no matter what, the danger to them had been eliminated. After a wave of fear, smiles returned to the faces of the people. In an instant, the place burst into cheers. The whole street was filled with joy. Alice's group was no exception. Their leader had finally returned safely. How could they not be happy? At the same time, Dare on the city wall also received the news. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Yes, him too. He breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't put his faith in the wrong person, but in the joyful atmosphere of the entire kingdom. Another place is sinking into chaos. Simbeda's room falls into a deathly silence. Benny and the White Knight stand there without a word. Because their master is furious, Simbeda is in a frenzy. He keeps muttering, "Mine, it should have been mine." But just because of that insignificant nobody, Aiden Remus, speaking of whom, he immediately shouts, "If he hadn't appeared, I would have eliminated the Ice Queen, and maybe restore my power. I will kill him." As soon as he finishes speaking, the infuriated Simbeda spits out a mouthful of fresh blood, ignoring his two worried subordinates. He continues to curse. Who would have thought he was the one who saved Ire at that party, and even rescued the holy maiden of the Fire God Temple? Biting his lip fiercely, Simbeda gets angrier as he speaks. His tone is full of murderous intent. "There's no way this is all a coincidence," Aiden Remus thought grimly. "He knows my plans and has deliberately tried to thwart me," he said. Shin Beta then commanded the White Knight, "Bring me the prototype." The White Knight's face immediately fell. He hesitated, but the prototype is derived from a monster, not from a human. Its power is highly unstable and could backfire. Before he could even finish speaking, Shin Beta coldly interrupted. "Are you defying my orders?" The White Knight's body trembled slightly. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately conceded. "Understood, Your Excellency." Shin Beta felt bitter, as if he had bitten into a chili pepper. He gritted his teeth and cursed Aiden. That Remus has defeated the Ice Queen, so at the very least, he's a grand swordsman, even if only temporarily. I need to recover my power as well, to be able to face him. With the original form of the Ice Queen that Aiden possesses, he will complete the blue gem, even if Cho has to kill you. On the other side, at the Hoa than Dain Sia's branch, Aiden returns to the cheers of the people. The girl walking next to him couldn't help but exclaim, more like following, "You're gradually being welcomed as a hero. Quite interesting." Aiden scoffed softly. "Cousin, let's just say that's the case. I'm only doing this so I can get revenge sooner. But it's not too bad. I even got a pretty good cloak. This will be quite useful." Just then, a sweet voice suddenly rang out. "Brother Aiden." It made him jump. The person who came was Ellis. The little girl jumped into his arms. The little girl smiled happily and said, "Brother, I prayed for God's strength to bring you back safe. Looks like he answered my prayers." Remembering the moment in the dungeon, Aiden couldn't help but smile. Alice's prayers really helped him a lot. Thinking so, he ruffled her hair and happily said, "That's right. Thank you. I'm back safe." Bari from behind also spoke up with joy. "Who would have thought you could easily defeat a disaster-class monster? Indeed, Master Aiden has become much stronger." Lao from behind, I also rushed over, but before I could hug Aiden, he stopped me with his hand. He casually smiled and said, "Too much praise. I didn't defeat it myself." Just as Aiden finished speaking, he seemed to notice something. He pointed towards the furry creature behind us. Frowning, he asked, "Hey, what's with that wolf?" Alice excitedly replied, "It's Choco Appa." Aiden was stunned after hearing this. Choco? Really? His surprise was understandable. Choco had really changed a lot. His physique is much bigger now than before. Knowing Aiden was shocked, Alice slowly explained, "A few days ago, he was sick, just lying there, refusing to eat or drink. But then, suddenly one day, he suddenly grew more fur and started transforming." Aiden, still confused, muttered to himself, "It suddenly transformed like that, huh? Think about it for a bit, then guess. It seems it's broken through the limits of a dog, and then evolved." "You can't believe it," he said, eyes wide with amazement. "Aren't humans the same? Just like you." breaking through limits and reaching the realm of the Grand Swordsman. This dog also broke its limits and awakened new power. In other words, it's now a Grand Swordsman in the dog world. Hearing that, Aiden could really die of frustration. He barely managed to break through his own limits. How the heck did this mutt do it? It's infuriating. While they were talking, a priest suddenly ran up to report. Sect leader, there's good news. Aiden flicked his sleeve away, asking suspiciously, what is it? The other person said solemnly, we just received news from the Grand Duke's residence. Sias, they wish to express their gratitude to you. So, they've invited you to dinner. The master of the Frosty Castle, Sabita Sias, has invited you. Hearing that name, Aiden's expression immediately darkened. Curse hurriedly reminded him, Sinbeta invited you to a private meeting? It's very dangerous. Aiden, of course, knows it's dangerous, but it's because if he meets him, he's not sure if he can control his anger. Hours later, night had fallen, and the moon was high in the sky. Aiden went alone to Sinbeta's Frosty Castle, but at this moment his footsteps suddenly stopped, because he heard someone calling him. You must be Aiden Remus. This voice made his body tremble slightly. Aiden narrowed his eyes and looked ahead, his face full of murderous intent. A figure slowly walked in front of him. Of course, it's Sinbeta's mortal enemy. He smirked, saying, I've heard a lot about you. You saved my younger brother, didn't you? Moreover, you've contributed a great deal to the Temple of Fire. Aiden didn't back down, coldly retorting, indeed. So it's all because of the dark mages. Filthy activities. Those worthless scum are the dregs of humanity, just like you. Hearing this, Sinbeta wasn't surprised. He said with dissatisfaction, I knew it. You knew everything all along. He asked, did Dayor lure you into this? Or is it someone who harbors a grudge against him? A grudge, huh? You're not entirely wrong. Aiden said coldly. Then he directly drew his sword, pointing it at him, his tone filled with resentment, saying it was the request of a mercenary who once considered you a comrade. He wants you to taste the pain, just as he once did. Listening to this, Sinbeta can't help but look down on mercenaries. Huh? What did you say? I've never had any contact with someone so lowly. Like that. There's no way I'd call someone like that a teammate. These words made Aiden even angrier. He gritted his teeth and muttered, yeah, that's more like you. The other things were all lies. Remembering what he said to him in his past life, Aiden, your presence alone, has helped us a lot. And how Aiden was a teammate he could always trust. But in the end, it was all a lie. Sinbeta still betrayed Aiden, pushing him to his death. Escaping the painful past, Aiden coldly said, at least you're being honest in the end. This is the end for their ill-fated destiny. In the blink of an eye, Aiden's entire aura exploded. Looking at the energy on his sword, Sinbeta couldn't help but gasp. I knew it. You've reached the Grandmaster level. It had to be at that level for you to defeat the Ice Queen. That's why I prepared myself as well. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his own aura. Aiden's eyes widened in shock. At this moment, Sinbeta had become a monster. Aiden finally understood. So, he's finally reached the Grandmaster level too? His aura is strangely ominous. The system jumped in to remind him. It seems he's also absorbed a similar form of energy to reach this state, but it seems slightly different from yours. That energy feels completely different. Right now, what's flowing around Sinbeta's body is not human aura, but of a monster. Maybe he's the ultimate version of a Blood Knight. Unbelievable. Hearing this, Aiden couldn't help but frown. He asked sternly, you crazily seek power to the point of destroying your own body. I almost felt sorry for you. I don't care. Sinbeta scoffed, curling his lip in response. As long as I reclaim what you stole, then ridding this filthy aura from my body is no problem. Saying this, his aura shifted once again. He asked coldly, where's the Frost Queen's essence? If you return it to me, I will spare your teammates. Sinbeta's words left Aiden a bit bewildered. What do you mean? Seeing his reaction, he thought he had victory in the bag, laughing disdainfully. You're just as dull as you look. You and I are both standing here, so where do you think my knight is? Right now, Sinbeta's knight has probably captured your entire entourage, along with the Holy Maiden. He said if Aiden didn't believe him, he could see for himself. As soon as he finished speaking, a magic orb appeared in his hand. He smirked smugly, saying, take a look into this crystal ball. Your people are my hostages now. But before he could finish, Sinbeta's eyes involuntarily narrowed, as if something in the orb terrified him. At the same time, at the highest branch of the fire god temple, the White Knight was standing before the gate. With an extremely unpleasant expression, Shin Baidanim clearly said that there wouldn't be any formidable enemies. But contrary to their expectations, a bloody free-for-all is unfolding. Bali, with his massive club in hand, slams down, crushing any Sia's knight in his path. He's nothing short of a crazed killer at this moment, wearing a gruesome smile. Ha, is that all? What a sacred night. Benny No, seeing the knights constantly retreating, immediately steels his resolve. Don't be cowards. Fight for our lord. No sooner had he spoken than he sensed something. He hastily raised his sword in defense, successfully blocking Lu's blade. Lu glared at Benny No, gritting his teeth and snarling. How dare you harm our young master? I will make you all pay with your lives. As soon as he finished speaking, his attack speed surged dramatically. But Benny No is no pushover either. He could have easily dodged it. His eyes were filled with utter contempt and disdain. Your attacks are riddled with openings. You're like a moth drawn to a flame. If you're so eager to die, I'll gladly help you out. With that, the sword in his hand came slashing down. But to his shock, the moment it touched Luca's body, the sword shattered. This made the guy, Benny, stunned in disbelief. My sword! He didn't understand. Luca's body was like a rock, a walking, talking stone. Ordinary swords simply couldn't hurt him. So no matter how he slashed, Luca was unharmed. Immediately after, the sword in Luca's hand began to summon. Mana flowed, and he moved like the wind. Benny couldn't possibly dodge in time, and he was slashed in one fell swoop. Luca smiled in satisfaction. I can't hold the young master back anymore. Seeing this scene, the White Knight's eyes widened in disbelief. Even the Red Knight has fallen? Immediately, a spark of resolve ignited in his eyes. He pursed his lips, saying, there's only one way. The White Knight ordered his knights to capture Alice. In battles like this, the fragile little girl would naturally become the target. As a hostage. Not too surprising, really. No sooner had the White Knight spoken than the knights turned, changing their target to Alice. But they didn't notice. There was someone else beside her. Kazan smirked. Oh dear knights, we simply can't allow you to harm the holy maiden. As she finished speaking, she lightly snapped her fingers. The charging knights immediately froze because they saw something flying toward them. Just at this moment, strange bottles suddenly appeared in the air. Under their suspicious gaze, the glass bottles suddenly exploded. The gooey substance inside scattered into the air. It stuck firmly to the knights. In an instant, a group of knights was immobilized by the goo. The alchemist chuckled smugly. My fly paper, made from slime. Now, I'll leave the rest to that person. As her words ended, a giant foot slowly stepped forward. Looking at the figure blocking out the moonlight, the knights immediately trembled. A monster. Chaco wasn't as cute as usual. This kid had transformed. His eyes were filled with ferocity, madly opening his mouth, wanting to tear apart the knights before him. Alice, standing beside him, wasn't afraid at all. She was even cheering him on. Go for it, Chaco. You got this, Chaco. While she was distracted, the White Knight appeared behind her. He had no other choice but to eliminate the Holy Maiden. Just as he was about to strike, Alice sensed the weakness, which vanished quickly. She clenched her fist, imbued with holy power. This made the White Knight stare in stunned disbelief. What was that aura around her fist? Before he could figure it out, a mountain-heavy punch landed. And just like that, he was enveloped in Alice's burning holy power. At the same moment, the crystal ball in Sinbiada's hand shattered, signaling his pathetic plan's failure. He simply couldn't believe it, muttering in disbelief. There were 10 elite knight swordsmen. How could this happen? Aiden clicked his tongue and smiled. It's different from the past. This time, I've chosen some pretty good teammates. Shin Beta clenched his fist, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Those guys are just pawns. I can replace them anytime. I don't need hostages anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward like a moth to a flame. Shin Beta's powerful sword light immediately struck before Aiden. He gritted his teeth, saying, if I could just get back the original form, everything will be all right. Aiden raised an eyebrow, looking at him with clear contempt. In just a blink of an eye, the entire palace was enveloped in the light of mana. Aiden and Shin Beta were fighting extremely fiercely. Shin Beta's moves are very treacherous. The murderous intent is everywhere. He's trying to corner Aiden to death. Aiden frowned, looking at him suspiciously, asking, you're not afraid this noble palace of yours will collapse? With a cold snort, Shin Beta coldly said, "It doesn't matter. If it falls, we'll just rebuild a new one. You couldn't possibly understand the burdens I carry." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of sword light beams were unleashed. Aiden didn't dare to be careless as he defended while Shin Beta attacked and questioned relentlessly. "Do you know the cold, biting chill of the northern winds? Do you know how ferocious the monsters of the icy lands are? To what extent?" Each question represented his hardships. The sword in his hand relentlessly struck down. Speaking to this point, Shin Beta roared fiercely, "You know nothing." Immediately, bolts of lightning wind suddenly appeared. Seeing this scene, Aiden's expression instantly turned grim. He hurriedly leaped into the air to avoid them. "The lightning wind is approaching," Shin Beta said coldly. "I am Shin Beta Seas, the Lightning Wind Knight. I am the lord of the frozen castle, and is the one who will inherit the title of Grand Duke. His duty is to become stronger, to protect the Grand Duchy." He asks, "Do you understand the weight of that duty?" Aiden lands from the air, listening to his probing words. He can't help but feel angry. "You say I don't understand the meaning of duty?" In his previous life, he was hailed as a hero. He has experienced the feeling of carrying thousands of lives unrelated to him on his back. Aiden coldly says, "Duty is not a game to you. Excuses can be used for the dirty deeds you've done. Do you know how many people have died because of your greed?" Shin Beta doesn't feel he's done anything wrong, casually replies that it was just an unavoidable sacrifice. Hearing these words, Aiden couldn't help but sneer. He's beyond saving. He shook his head and clicked his tongue. "All right, I understand. Now I clearly know what your intentions are." He silently drew his sword and said coldly, "Thanks for helping me calm down. Looking at your face makes me a little out of control. I almost forgot my duty." Shin Beta asked with a bit of surprise. "Forgot what duty?" Aiden calmly replied, "The duty to fulfill. The promise. I will rip out your heart and crush it with my bare hands." As soon as he said those words, his aura erupted once more. This time, Shin Beta felt like he was being watched by eyes that could see through everything. Observing him, he trembled and muttered, "What is this? Utter horror?" Utter horror is a skill usually attained by any human who reaches the transcendental realm. Only one thing determines its intensity. That is murderous intent. At this moment, intense murderous intent emanated from Aiden's body. Utter horror is a state of the sword, forged through killing. Shin Beta sensed this, and his expression turned grim. "This utter horror that I'm sensing is like it's been stained with the blood of 100,000, even millions of lives." He doesn't know. The one before him was a regressor, someone who had walked over countless monster and villain corpses to survive. Shin Beta's sword-wielding hand trembled involuntarily. He couldn't believe it. His feet shifted slightly, stepping back to gain momentum. He roared, "I'm coming. I must be the strongest. Only I can be." Shin Beta charged with utter resentment, but Aiden didn't yield an inch. The two clashed fiercely. Shin Beta slashed out with a sharp blade. Aiden parried and countered with an unyielding blow, not giving an inch. But at that moment, Shin Beta's expression suddenly turned grim, because he seemed to be seeing himself. Aiden was making the exact same moves as him. Shin Beta angrily shouted, "What cheap, dirty trick is this? Aden homiskoft litli." Aiden said coldly, "Dirty trick, you say? Are you spitting on your own face? Isn't that the Sia's family swordsmanship? Did he teach it to you?" 1,000 question marks raced through Shin Beta's mind. He asked in bewilderment, "I taught you, but this is the first time I've met you. If you're curious, then look more closely," Aiden coldly stated. Then, without hesitation, he dashed forward like the wind. He lifted himself into the air. Swinging his sword, he coldly spoke, "Look closely at the swordsmanship you taught me." Shin Beta's expression immediately tightened. His eyes filled with doubt. Aiden paid no attention to his reaction. He remained focused on his attack. A sharp slash of the sword came swiftly. Shin Beta recoiled in alarm, his heart filled with undeniable questions. That was indeed the Sia's family swordsmanship, but he was sure he'd never met Aiden before. And he even thinks Aiden is a DEA spy. DEA in some corner is like, "Yeah, it's my fault. It's all my fault, okay?" Shin Beta believes his speculation is correct. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, he will kill everyone who stands in his way. Thinking of this, Shin Beta's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. A dark energy immediately erupted in this place. Aiden frowned and stepped back to avoid being affected. He said coldly, So, in the end, things turn out like this. A moment later, Shin Beta's body reappeared. Only, he had completely gone insane. Shin Beta glared at Aiden, his tone full of murderous intent. I will kill you. Looking at his condition, Aiden couldn't help but sigh. Mana. It's overloaded. His mana is playing with him. Now he's basically a monster. Shin Beta, completely unaware of how dire his current state is. He keeps muttering about that ridiculous plan. I will become the Night King. Everyone must obey. Not only that, but he's also muttering Aiden's name. Shin Beta grips his sword tightly, frantically shouting, "You can't defeat me." The moment those words left his lips, he vanished, appearing again right in front of Aiden. Shin Beta has completely lost his mind. All he sees now is slaughter. Aiden bites his lip fiercely, focusing intently on defending against his attacks. But Shin Beta is utterly berserk. His sword swings relentlessly. He lets out a ferocious laugh. Ha ha, I can feel the power now. Aiden, on the other side, is struggling to withstand the sword light of Shin Beta, who continuously imbues his attacks with mana. He couldn't find an opening to counterattack at all. He couldn't wait until the mana overload ended. Just then, footsteps suddenly approached. It was Dayer. Seeing the devastation around him, he couldn't help but be surprised. What's all this commotion? Shin Beta is fighting. Seeing Dayer, Shin Beta suddenly froze. He recognized him, and his expression immediately turned grim. Shin Beta? What's with that patched-up mana source? Shin Beta's eyes went crazy again. Then he stomped hard on the ground and charged. Dayer's expression quickly darkened. Shin Beta, at this moment, was rushing towards Dayer like a storm. Dayer exclaimed in surprise. Shin Beta, why suddenly? There's no brotherhood now. Shin Beta coldly sneered. If it weren't for you, my life would never have come to this. If you had just died in the royal palace, then this would never have happened. Remembering the situation, he vaguely guessed what was going on, but he still asked back to make sure. What do you mean? You're the one behind this? The dark wizards attacked the royal palace. Not hearing his answer, she yelled again, urging him to answer. Tell me. But what awaited her was the merciless blade. Fortunately, Aiden arrived in time to block a blow for her. He coldly reminded her, this monster is no longer your brother. His mana has overloaded. Simbita's Sia no longer exists. He has become a monster. Hearing this, he grabbed him, disbelievingly crying out. How could it be? Aiden slowly explained. Moreover, with the power borrowed from the dark wizards, Simbita has reached a transcendent state. If this goes on, he will become a disaster, destroying all of Sias. Dayer was momentarily panicked. He gripped his spear tightly, lips pursed, and said, we have to stop him now. Please help me save Sias. Just then, Shin Beta roared maniacally. I'll kill anyone who gets in my way. But the words were barely out of his mouth when his eyes widened in shock. A spear carrying immense mana power hurtled towards Dayer. Nai said, I'm sorry, brother. This is Vicus. But that wasn't enough. Shin Beta angrily roared. Dayer. His energy instantly erupted. Aiden quickly raised the Benson shield to defend. Then he spoke in a low voice. Do you remember the party at the royal palace? Dayer casually nodded. I'll never forget it. That was also the strongest monster I've ever faced. But this wasn't Aiden's intention. He continued. It would be easier to coordinate if you could remember, because we once defeated a monster together, using great swords. Hearing this, Dayer understood immediately. They met each other's gaze. The two of them charged towards the opposite side together. Shin Beta didn't back down either. He remained incredibly frenzied. The two, Aiden one offense, one defense, began attacking him. Shin Beta gripped his sword tightly, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. He blocked left and right, extremely busy. Suddenly, at this moment, Aiden shouted loudly, now. Dayo instantly understood, rushing from behind. The spear in his hand carried the mana of a master level, piercing forward. At the same time, Aiden also joined the attack. Shin Beta, sandwiched between the two, already had. Wounds appear with a bang. The ground was immediately blown apart by the energy. Rocks and dust flew everywhere. Aiden was shielded behind the Bessie spirit shield. He frowned, contemplating the overloaded state. Mana has completely clouded Shin Beta's reason, causing him to push his muscles beyond their limits. But soon after, Shin Beta's body will be under immense pressure. His strength will decrease significantly. Noticing Shin Beta's trembling body, Aiden immediately charged forward. In just a blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace, waiting until he reappeared right in front of Shin Beta and landed a fierce strike. Not only that, he relentlessly attacked, forcing him into a defensive position, falling into a disadvantageous situation. Shin Beta instantly became enraged, shouting, "How dare you!" As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword down again. But under Shin Beta's sword, there was no one there. He widened his eyes in shock. Unexpectedly, Shin Beta's feet were frozen in place. His body couldn't move. Seizing this opportunity, Aiden charged in from afar. He coldly uttered, "Farewell, old comrade." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in his hand was stained crimson red. Da couldn't bear to watch and closed her eyes. No matter how terrible Shin Beta was, he was still her brother. But Aiden, on the other hand, showed no mercy. Rushing forward with fierce momentum, he yelled, "Dragon Slayer's swordsmanship." Hearing these words, Shin Beta was even more terrified. "Impossible! You're a dragon slayer?" Before he could finish speaking, his body had already suffered 2 sword strikes. Aiden finished his move in an absolutely cinematic pose, his face unreadable. Shin Beta, on the other hand, was covered in blood. His body had already collapsed to the ground at this point. Kosli appeared and spoke up. "Finally, you've completed the revenge you've longed for." But Aiden doesn't seem happy at all. Wasn't this your only purpose in life? Why doesn't Aiden know either? He has fulfilled his desire in this life. Revenge has been served, just as planned. But these feelings are a little hard to describe. The next day, in the Sia's duchy, news of last night's major commotion spread like wildfire. The news of Shin Beta's death was all over the headlines. Only the true cause was concealed. They only knew he died from mana overload. In the eyes of the people, he was still a decent man. As for the one who caused this upheaval, Aiden seemed not to care. He still had other things on his mind. Just then, there was a sudden knock on his door. Aiden frowned in confusion, asking, "Who is it?" Dayer pushed the door open and said seriously, "I want to ask you something." Aiden glanced at him and asked, "Did you handle everything smoothly?" Dayer nodded slightly, replying, "Thanks to the information you provided, we've captured all those who supported Shin Beta, his crime. Also thanks to Aiden. They were able to protect the honor of Sia's thanks to Aiden. I want to, on behalf of the Sia's family, extend my sincere gratitude to you." Saying this, Dayer momentarily hesitated. After a moment, he continued seriously, "But I have a question." Aiden frowned, looking at him, not saying a word, indicating he was still listening. Knowing he didn't mind, Dayer asked in a deep voice, "From the beginning, you knew about Shin Beta's plan? Why the incident at the royal palace, the matter of the fire god temple, and even the experiments inside the dead forest? No one could have detected them. So how could you have discovered them and acted first?" Aiden knew he would be asked about this. He had prepared a reason. He calmly replied, "I heard it from a mercenary. That's all I can tell you." Hearing this, he felt helpless. He sighed, "A mercenary, huh?" Although he didn't quite believe it. He didn't press further and quickly changed the subject. "My father wants the world to never know the truth about this. Instead, Sias, guaranteed to compensate you to the best of their ability." Hearing this, Aiden perked up. "Compensate me? That's the best news I've heard all day." A little later, on a snowy mountaintop, 2 figures appeared, Nista and Aiden. Looking at their surroundings, Nista couldn't help but marvel. This has been buried beneath Sias's snow and ice. Before them lay a pile of mana stones. The amount was unbelievable. There are ingots the size of just a few fingers. There are also chunks as big as a fist, and even some mana rocks. Nista continued speaking. "It's shocking to know that this many mana stones have been buried here. It seems they're even the highest grade. A single piece could be worth 100 gold." Aiden agreed. The Grand Duke has also agreed. He'll cover the entire cost of building the mining operation. Consider it compensation. This area is crucial to my plans. So take good care of it. Your remaining enemies have powerful forces backing them. Support on a completely different level than Shin Beta. You need a stronghold too, to balance the playing field with them. With the mana stones here, Aiden will soon be able to actively recruit forces. At this, Nista spoke up respectfully. "I will fulfill all your commands perfectly." Aiden nodded slightly, smiling casually, and said, "Do your best. This place might be where the kingdom rises from the ashes once more." Hearing these words, Nista couldn't help but be stunned. A moment later, she smiled contentedly. "Leave it to me, my lord." A few hours later, at Hito's forge, he was tirelessly hammering away, forging weapons, but someone came to disturb him. He glanced at the newcomer. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, "You've arrived, kid?" Aiden walked over, a flagon of wine in his hand, smiling cheerfully. Long time no see, Hitos. Looking at the flagon, Hitos asked smugly, "Are you carrying what I think you are?" And so, these two drunks began to fuel themselves with alcohol. Hitos became more and more boisterous with each drink. The zest of humanity. Truly the best. By the way, have you tried the gear I gave you yet? Of course. Aiden winked and grinned. Thanks to that armor, I easily cleared a legendary level dungeon. Hearing this, Hitos laughed heartily. Ha! Cleared a mythic level dungeon. Huh? Definitely Vankin's disciple. For a moment, Aiden was taken aback. He questioned, with surprise, "You know him?" A smile crept across Hethos's face as he retorted, "How could I not? Just look at me. I've forged weapons for countless generations of monarchs. There's no way I wouldn't recognize Vankin's difficult nature, his difficult tendencies, that is." Even though Hethos was initially a bit unsure, because he never imagined Vankin taking a noble as his disciple. Speaking of which, he immediately began scolding that damn Vankin. If you're going to take someone as a disciple, the least you could do is tell me before vanishing. Damn old geezer. Even so, it seems Vankin's done something quite impressive. Hethos gazed intently at Aiden, questioning. "So, has anyone found Vankin yet?" Aiden shook his head slightly. "I still haven't found him. It's been too many years since I've seen my master myself. But even if you kill Valen, he won't die. Are you sure about that?" Hearing this, Hitos grinned brightly. "Haha, you're right. You really know him well." Seeing him laugh like that, Aiden felt somewhat relieved. He continued, "I want to ask you something." Hitos raised an eyebrow, asking, "Are you planning on asking me to forge something for you again? Just say it. I can forge anything." He casually replied, "I want to visit the dwarf kingdom of Stonehenge." As soon as these words were spoken, Hitos's eyes involuntarily narrowed. Stonehenge is a dwarf kingdom, deep underground. No one knows its exact location. There's only one way to get there, and that's through the forge. That's why Aiden came to Hethet. After hearing this, a hint of hesitation flickered in his eyes. After a long pause, he said awkwardly, "Even though I left that place decades ago, why do you want to go to Stonehenge?" Aiden slowly explained, "There's a lot of mana stones lying beneath my land. I plan to establish a mining contract with the dwarves." Hethet frowned slightly. Then he sighed and said, "I will pave the way for you, but don't expect too much. The dwarves are a race that humans greatly fear." Right after that, he got up from his chair and went to open the door to a room. The scene before them instantly changed. Everywhere was red earth with small weapons stuck all around. Aiden frowned upon seeing this. This must be the dwarves' village. Swords are scattered all over the ground. But at that moment, he suddenly saw something. Before he could even react, a loud shout echoed. "Stonehenge warriors, prepare for battle." As soon as the words were spoken, a pair of closed eyes suddenly snapped open, followed by countless other pairs of eyes. In an instant, a horde of colossal giants surrounded the area. They were monsters from the outside, invading the dwarves' village. Seeing this scene, Hethos's expression immediately turned grim. He cried out in horror, "What in the world is going on? What are those giant stone monsters?" At the same time, Aiden, standing beside him, reacted a bit faster. He stepped forward and drew a greatsword stuck in the ground. Without a word, his figure vanished. Meanwhile, on this side, the dwarf army had also begun their attack. Their leader roared fiercely, "Crush those golems." But the moment the words left his lips, his eyes widened in shock. A flash of sword light appeared. The giant golem was sliced in two. The one who struck was, of course, Aiden. What surprised him was why. A human had appeared in the dwarf village. The golems, witnessing this, couldn't help but tremble in fear. Conversely, Aiden was like a god of death, relentlessly attacking forward. With a single slash, he cleaved through a horde of monsters. The giant golems were instantly reduced to rubble. Aiden, after executing the move, swiftly descended from the hilltop. Seeing this, the dwarves exclaimed in disbelief. He wiped out those golems with just one blow. More importantly, how did that human get in here? Just then, Hitos immediately stepped forward to explain that I brought him here. Hearing the sound, the dwarves turned their heads to look, waiting until they saw who it was. They froze in their tracks. It was Hitos. He had been working inside his forge for decades. Why has he come here now? Hitos, too lazy to bother with pleasantries, casually said, "First of all, can you explain the current situation? The Stoneham I knew used to be the most peaceful place." The dwarves then started to clean up the debris of the giant statue. On the side, Hitos listened to the leader telling him everything. He exclaimed in surprise, "So a few months ago, Golems from an ancient dungeon started attacking Stonehenge. The other person nodded slightly in response. That's right. Even though we've driven them back many times, they keep coming. Stonehenge's defenses have already been halved. At this rate, we'll be wiped out. At that moment, Curse jumped in to ask, "Did you know about this?" Aiden shook his head slightly. "No, in my past life, I never intended to come to Stonehenge." While the two were talking, the leader suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, isn't he the hero? The one you sent to save us?" Hidos shook his head slightly. No. He just wants to meet my younger brother." Hearing this, the other person immediately suggested, "King Hepato is in the castle. I'll take you two there." A little later, at the king's castle, a dwarf led Aiden and the other person in. "Your Majesty, we have visitors." Someone was already waiting inside the palace. Hearing the sound, he tremblingly spoke. "You finally come, Hidos. This person is the king of the dwarves, Hidos." He rushed over without hesitation, shaking Hidos, who had locked himself in the forge for decades. "What were you thinking?" Hidos was a little helpless. "Sorry, I got too caught up in my work." Hidos still didn't let go. The king was reproachful, evading the responsibilities of a king. "To bury yourself in work in the forge. Do you know how hard I've had it? You could at least have visited." Hearing their conversation, Curse suddenly spoke. "That Hidos is supposed to be the king? I thought he was just a busybody." Aiden retorted, "Well, there's no blacksmith as good as Hidos, is there? The dwarves choose the best blacksmith to be king. Hidos was supposed to ascend the throne with his exceptional skills, but he vanished into his forge. So his younger brother, the second best blacksmith, became king in his stead." Hidos angrily retorted, "What in the world is going on? If things were this bad, you should have told me." Hearing this, Capitos immediately retorted with displeasure. "You're the one who took the forge key and hid. Vanished. How am I supposed to contact you? Why am I being blamed?" Hidos felt a pang of remorse. "Oh, I'm sorry about that too." Capitos glanced at Aiden, sighed, and said, "But thanks to you bringing him here, Stoneham was saved." "But why would a human want to come to Stoneham?" Aiden frowned slightly, hesitating for a moment. After a long pause, he patted Hidos' shoulder and suggested, "Could you excuse us for a moment? I want to talk to your brother privately." Hidos nodded slightly, dejectedly walking out. Finally, only two people remained in the palace. Hephaestus hesitantly asked, "So, what did you want to talk about?" Aiden calmly spoke, "Actually, I came here to negotiate. But with the kingdom's current state, it doesn't seem like the right time." Hephaestus sighed resignedly. "As you've seen, Aiden, without you, this kingdom might have already collapsed. That's why I want to ask you a favor." Aiden asked suspiciously, "A favor?" Hephaestus hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I saw you fighting the golems. You've clearly reached a transcendent level with that sword halo. So I want to ask, Aiden, to lend that power to the dwarf kingdom. Sternheart needs your strength right now. This might be the salvation that God has finally granted the dwarf kingdom." Hephaestus, surely Aiden is the savior of this kingdom. Yet, under his expectant gaze, Aiden just stood there picking his nose like a fool. He even flicked that disgusting thing at him, flatly saying, "No thanks." Hephaestus gasped in horror. "You refuse? Why would you do that?" Aiden shrugged indifferently, pursing his lips. "Because I have no reason to help you." Hephaestus frowned fiercely, retorting aggressively, "If you want a reward, just say the word. You want gold? We'll find you a gold mine. If you want weapons, we'll forge you the best in the world." Hearing this, Aiden just smirked without answering. He became even more anxious. "Just defeat the golems, and any reward will be yours." Aiden lowered his head, looked at him, and coldly asked, "But is that really enough?" Hepatov looked a little puzzled, asking what he meant. Aiden slowly explained, "Let's just say I destroy the dungeon core so the golems won't appear again. But would that really make Stonehenge truly safe?" "What do you mean?" Hepatov frowned as Aiden spoke calmly. "The problem isn't that the golems are strong, but that your kingdom is too weak. Even if you handle them now, what will they do if another disaster strikes?" This woke Hepatov up. He nodded and sighed. "You're right, we're too weak. Manipulation successful." Aiden smirked, "But your majesty, I have a solution. A way to strengthen the kingdom's army." "Dwarves?" Hepatov was startled, asking incredulously, "Is there a way to do that?" Aiden winked confidently. "Of course. Let me show you." A moment later, Aiden passed through Hethos's transfer gate, taking Hephaestus to the Viscount's laboratory. Aiden couldn't help but marvel at this point. It's so easy to get around, indeed, when we can leave the forge to go anywhere. Hethos grumbled in dissatisfaction. You're using the forge as a teleportation gate, just like your master. Hephaestus looked around in surprise and asked doubtfully, but is there really a way to protect the Asgard Empire here? Darmak nodded. Aiden said calmly, it's not a method, but a technology, something even the dwarves have never seen. Hearing this, the dwarves behind him immediately retorted, is there anything we don't know? No one surpasses the dwarves when it comes to technology. Hephaestus, do you really believe this swindler? They kept chattering, which made Hephaestus angry. He said coldly and silently. He said he trusts the person his brother brought. So just wait. Aiden, seeing this scene, was extremely pleased. He didn't think that just one bottle of wine could help him get a mining development deal with the dwarves. But the opportunity suddenly fell from the sky. Right then, a figure rushed out from inside. Young master, you've arrived. The person who arrived was Gustav. He excitedly laughed and said, I am Gustav, the young master's loyal servant. Welcome, esteemed guests. Seeing him, the first impression of the group, but you're the crazy one, not the dwarf. This made Aiden a little embarrassed. Even Hedos couldn't help but speak up. That idiot is your researcher? Aiden didn't even have time to answer. Gustav excitedly buwastid. Thanks to his enthusiastic support, I finally completed it. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and pulled down the cloth covering something. Gustav said smugly, the first weapon I developed, combined with mechanical magic. Behold, mechanical magic. Magic Gustav Mark. Immediately after that, a hand cannon appeared before everyone's eyes. The dwarves couldn't help but ask doubtfully, you're saying this weird thing is a new weapon? It looks like a pillar. Even Hichu, full of curiosity, vaguely asked, can this really help us protect the Asgard kingdom? Gustav confidently smiled and said, the god of fire once said, seeing is believing. You can test it yourselves. Soon after, they went to a deserted forest. In the distance, there was a scarecrow. Gustav intended to test the weapon's power on the scarecrow. The dwarves immediately protested. A golem is on a completely different level compared to a scarecrow. That toy won't do anything to a golem. Gustav, too lazy to listen to their nonsense, prepared to load the weapon. In just an instant, a stream of energy appeared in the muzzle. Aiden knew the power of this thing. He covered his ears and reminded Hichu. Old man, cover your ears. Hichu asked doubtfully, cover my ears? What are you suddenly talking about? Actually, in his previous life, Aiden has seen this weapon once before. It's a masterpiece. But if you don't cover your ears, you're done for. It seems to be at the same moment. The sound of the explosion, the sky unleashed it. A powerful surge of energy blasted from the cannon's mouth. The massive explosion affected their ears. Heptu almed his ears in pain, exclaiming, oh gods, my ears. He covered his ears and closed his eyes for a long moment, waiting until the energy gradually dissipated before opening his eyes. Only when he looked at what was in front of him. Heptu's eyes involuntarily contracted, because that one shot from Gustav directly shattered a large cliff. He laughed heartily. How about it? An outstanding defense force, protecting the kingdom. Heptu held his breath for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and said joyfully, a power of destruction. Finally, can protect the kingdom with this weapon. The next day, in the kingdom of Stonehenge, the golems attacked once more. But this time, the dwarves' army had Gustav's cutting-edge weapon. They feared nothing. They relentlessly bombarded the golems below. Everywhere the energy beams passed, golems were obliterated. Before long, the dwarves' army had annihilated the invading golem force. They cheered enthusiastically. Did you see our terrifying power? Golems, turn to dust, you wretched rocks. At this moment, they finally realized the true power of magic engineering. Cursed, seeing this scene, couldn't help but mutter to himself, I feel like there are going to be even more mad scientists. Aiden said helplessly, after hearing Gustav's explanation of mechanical magic. That's how they turned out. Just then, a bear from afar walked over and spoke up. You've arrived, the benefactor of Stoneham. It's been so long since the people of Stoneham were this lively. Aiden was a little speechless after hearing this. This is what you call lively? A bear bowed his head to him, sincerely speaking from the bottom of his heart. Thank you. Aiden chuckled softly. Aiden said calmly, if you're that grateful, then please take good care of the mana stone mine. That thing is very important to me. A bear nodded solemnly, saying firmly, I swear on the honor of Stoneham, I will try my best. Also, he asked Aiden, can you come with me to the forge? He has something for you. Aiden's heart leaped upon hearing this. Is it high-quality equipment or expensive gemstones? But life isn't always a dream. Seeing what Hio Tudu wanted to give him, Aiden's expression froze. He actually gave him an apple. Hio Tudu solemnly said, "This isn't just any apple. What I'm giving you is a second life." A second life? Aiden was taken aback. He reached out and placed his hand on the apple. Immediately, a powerful surge of energy erupted. He instinctively frowned. How can it contain mana? As abundant and potent as a dragon's heart. As if sensing Aiden's thoughts, Hio Tutu slowly explained. This fruit from the world tree is said to bear fruit only once every 1,000 years. The mana inside is incredibly strong. It's said that it can even revive the dead. Aiden saved Stoneham from ruin. That's why he's giving you this gift. After hearing about its effects, Aiden smirked with amusement. "Well, I simply can't refuse," he said. Curse, hearing this, scolded him with dissatisfaction. "If you're going to lie, at least try to hide that smirk on your face." He quipped. In just 2 days, the dwarves had built a village and mined in the Frost Autonomous Region. Glacial. Gustav realized he got along quite well with the dwarves, so he decided to stay and continue his research into magic mechanics with them. Aiden, of course, would return to the Fire God Temple in Cius. He was currently in the indoor training room, gazing thoughtfully at the egg before him. The more he looked, the more dissatisfied he became. He angrily scolded, "Egg, the spirit beast I got from the Fire God Church last time." Curse immediately retorted upon hearing that. "More accurately, it's like you stole it entirely." But Aiden was too preoccupied to care about him. He placed his hand on the egg before him, then channeled mana into it. Aiden fiercely bit his lip. "This time, I'll see what you are." In an instant, Aiden's mana enveloped the egg, but another energy began to emerge. He instinctively frowned. "Wait, is it absorbing my dark energy?" Under Aiden's astonished gaze, the egg suddenly showed signs of cracking. The light emanating from it was too blinding, making him instinctively shield his eyes. When the light dissipated, Aiden saw something emerge, a creature with 2 horns. Furthermore, it had a long tail. Upon closer inspection, it was a fire-breathing dragon. Aiden exclaimed in shock, "A dragon? Awesome, realize it," he said in a deep voice. "It's not just a dragon, it's a divine dragon." He asked back, puzzled, "What is a divine dragon?" Kus slowly explained, "Think of it as a spirit with the power of a dragon, even when alive. They are rarely seen, extremely rare among the spirit beast species." Aiden couldn't help but be stunned. He's already met so many dragons, and now a dragon-type spirit beast appears before him. Is he the dragon slayer? Aiden thought, then looked at it and asked in a low voice, "Why are you staring at me like that?" The divine dragon's eyes shone brightly, making an incomprehensible sound. Aiden didn't understand, but did. He slowly explained, "It wants a name, like a symbol for its ego." Hearing these words, he couldn't help but frown and mutter, "A name? I haven't really thought about naming you." After a moment of thought, Aiden spoke. "How about Draghi? Or maybe Ducky?" These names made the dragon, Ryong, growl in dissatisfaction. Aiden pouted slightly. "Okay, another name then. I've never named anyone before. How do I pick a good one?" After a long pause, Aiden hesitantly asked, "How about Leo?" Hearing the name, Ryong excitedly clapped with all its limbs. Clapped. Then it flew around Aiden, seemingly very happy. Seeing this, Aiden couldn't help but wonder, "You can fly now?" And just like that, Aiden successfully formed a contract with Ryong, Leo. She also nodded in satisfaction. "It's a pretty good name, especially coming from you." Aiden casually replied, "It's just a piece of my name, Leo, from Aiden Ambriel, so that every time I look at it, I'll remember why I'm here." At that moment, Leo suddenly made a sound. Immediately after, it transformed into black smoke, entered Aiden's body. Leo's soul merged into the blood jade. The blood jade pulsed with a surge of power. Aiden muttered, pursing his lips, "This feeling, it's going inside that gem I absorbed earlier." But that gem wasn't stable yet. Just then, the system suddenly announced, "Unstable blood gem has transformed into a blood jade. Completed the structure of the mana core. Like a heart of mana. Only one core exists, located at the center of the mana flow, and stores it like a heart. But now, Aiden is challenging his own understanding. When the blood jade is acting as a mana core, another one in his body. Aiden, in shock, placed his hand on his chest, feeling 2 mana cores. Cuz couldn't help but speak up. "In my long life, I've never seen anything like this." Aiden thought for a moment before opening his mouth, but this feeling, it's more than just a mana core. Secondly, Leo's mana is flowing into my body. In his memories, the dragon race ruled the human realm and possessed mana. That was nearly limitless. And now, he's drawing mana from that bottomless well. Perhaps Aiden has reached a realm that no one has ever touched before. A little later, in the frozen autonomous zone, Aiden was sitting in his office. An owl suddenly flew in, Nista's transformation. She immediately greeted him respectfully. "Greetings, Lord." Aiden glanced at her, asking, "Have you investigated what I asked?" Nista nodded solemnly and said slowly, "Yes. I've come to report on the 3 people you asked me to monitor." She just hadn't finished speaking. She noticed Leo sitting next to Aiden. She asked suspiciously, "But, sir, is that a dragon?" He quickly embraced Leo, who was looking at Nista like prey. Smiling wryly, he said, "I found him in the forest. Have they shown any suspicious behavior?" Since Aiden interfered with the predetermined timeline, the future is changing. Your actions may have affected them as well. Nista ignored the feeling of fear. She continued her report. First, information about Cassie's Immobilia, the second prince of the Immobilia Empire. He is currently in the Golden Fake Tower, but the tower is heavily guarded, and Cassie's never leaves the tower. So Nista has not been able to investigate further. Aiden wasn't too surprised. That's tradition in the Immobilia Empire. The eldest prince inherits the throne while the second prince, the alchemist Kim, and become the master of the Ouroboros Tower. Thinking, he then asked, Sora. Nista calmly said, "I've also researched her. She is a formidable force. A year ago, at the age of 21, she became the youngest high-level witch, achieving level 7 star. Currently, she is at the Anguis Magic Tower, and the conflict between Anguis and the Great Alliance, the Southern Forest, has started to escalate. This conflict is not new, but recently, the situation has become more tense." Aiden nodded slightly and said casually, "It's not surprising, considering those 2 factions have never been in harmony. The Great Southern Forest Alliance are primitive tribes, living in the Southern Forest Anguis. The Southern Alliance is united by the Great Tribe, led by the Great Chieftain, the strongest among them. The Alliance built civilization and magic, treating nature as their ally. But for the Magic Kingdom of Angus, pursuing the development of magic and modern civilization, they were nothing more than beasts of the void. Usually, the 2 sides only showed conflict through mutual contempt, only for tensions to eventually escalate into war. And appearing in that battle was the fire demon, Sora. She single-handedly wiped out the Southern Alliance, but not because that alliance was weak. If it weren't for Sora, the Angus Kingdom would have been the losers. Getting out of his thoughts, Aiden continued to ask, "What about Speaker?" During this time, she was probably still a candidate for the position of Holy Saint. In her previous life, for years after the Holy Saint in office passed away, she awakened and became the strongest Holy Saint in the history of the Massacre Society. But mutation different from the previous life has occurred. According to Nista's news, Speaker Lunia has become the 54th saint of the Massacre Church, and she did not inherit that position. They say that Speaker directly murdered the incumbent saint and took the title for herself. At the same time, in the northern snowy mountains of the frozen autonomous region, a monster suddenly appeared in this place, constantly muttering, "The Ice Queen is gone. Finally, I can avenge my father." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of orcs below immediately cheered. The monster who launched the attack is named Ukra, son of the Frost Lord Oxer. Frost Lord Oxer once ruled these mountains, but his reign ended beneath the blade of Simba. Now his son, Ukrik, carries within him a burning hatred for humans, gathering an army of over 1,000 mighty monsters. But Ukrik doesn't know who Izinsi is, or if he knows who is coming for him. At the same time, Lunia is also present in this place. She carries her club on her shoulder, excitedly saying, "I've been wandering around this icy region for 2 whole weeks. Finally found someone to ask for directions." Hearing the sound, the monsters immediately turn their heads. Upon discovering it's a human, Ukrik orders them to kill her. Unfortunately for him, he's met someone truly tough. Lunia says with a cold laugh, "You can speak human language? Excellent. Let me ask for directions." On that day, Ukrik tasted despair under Lunia's fury. Elsewhere, at the Autonomous Region's training grounds, Aiden is practicing with Ellis and Lou. The little girl concentrates her holy power into her fist, delivering a blow, charging straight at Aiden. He didn't fight back. just raised his hand to block, reminding her that she's improved a lot. Her holy power control is now more refined. At the same time, Alice attacked. Lu also attacked Aiden from behind, but he wasn't worried at all, responding to both sides. Both of them didn't forget to remind Lu. His punches are strong, just his speed is still slow. Just like that, Aiden was both defending and teaching his people. At the same time, he was also thinking about a problem. Of all the people he's ever met, Speaker is the most unpredictable. She can crush monsters with the same blank expression. Unlike other churches, the Ruin is a sect where the strongest becomes the saint. That is their doctrine. Power comes with recognition. However, no candidate has ever dared to challenge the Holy One, because once someone awakens and becomes the Holy One and receives the blessing of the Holy Executioner on paper, the power difference between them and the candidates is astronomical. Furthermore, even though the former Holy One, the blind Holy One, lost her sight, she earned the holy title through pure effort and terrifying talent. There's no way Speaker could beat her. Something's very suspicious. While Aiden was lost in thought, Name swung a fist at him. However, he still avoided it, still lost in his thoughts. More importantly, what action led Joe Speaker to kill the previous Holy One to seize the position? Time continued to pass. The training of the three of them had also been going on for a long time. Just then, Bally suddenly approached and spoke. Young Master Aiden, you have a guest, but it's a bit difficult to bring them inside. You'll have to go out and greet them yourself. Hearing this, Aiden couldn't help but wonder, a guest that he couldn't bring in? At the same time, outside the front gate, a group of knights were scared out of their wits. A moment later, Aiden finally came out. He was also very curious to know who it was. But as soon as he saw what was outside the gate, cold sweat poured down his forehead. There he saw Lunia, sitting on the back of a monster, waving and smiling brightly. Found you. Long time no see, Aiden. Aiden was speechless. Don't ask him why this crazy woman is here. Heaven only knows. More importantly, what's up with her mount? You suspiciously ask, what happened to that ice snail? Akura pitifully says, I guided her. Lunia nods, smiling, and says, it's thanks to him that I made it here, though I did have to kill a few who suddenly attacked. There's nothing this girl wouldn't dare to do, is there? Kill the snail and make the leader guide her. Aiden too couldn't help but speak up. I think I can imagine what happened. Let's go inside now. A moment later, Aiden leads Luna inside and gives her a meal. She eats like a starving ghost. Aiden too can't help but remind her, there's plenty of food. Take your time. Lunia, while gnawing on a chicken leg, says, sorry, I can't help myself. I was lost in the snow mountains for 2 weeks with nothing in my belly. Aiden frowns slightly, lost in thought. Bishop Lunia that you met while hunting in the forest of the dead. She's also from the Church of Massacre, isn't she? But why is she here now? And more importantly, that snail, it speaks the human language, and its mana is radiating at a level equivalent to a transcendent warrior, a Lord-class monster. But now it's following a pilgrim, like a pet. There's always strange things happening every year. This year is especially abundant. Aiden suddenly thought of something. He called out to Bishop Lunia in a low voice. Hearing the sound, Lunia immediately raised her head and responded, yes, young Master Aiden. Aiden narrowed his eyes at her. In a deep voice, he asked, you're not simply just on a pilgrimage from the Tower of Mad Massacre, are you? Lunia froze upon hearing Aiden's sudden question. After hesitating for a long time, she finally told him. After hearing it, he was in shock. Aiden couldn't believe it and exclaimed loudly, so, you're a sacred candidate of the Massacre Church? Lunia winked and grinned. You nailed it. Aiden frowned in suspicion reflexively, asking, but I thought there was only Speaker. Lunia slowly explained, everyone thinks so. Very few people in the tower know about me. I am a second disciple of the Holy Blind Merida, raised in secret. Hearing this, Aiden asked with some suspicion, why were you secretly raised? Lunia excitedly said, it's the tradition of the Fire God Temple. Everyone except the first sacred candidate are sent on a pilgrimage with a seal. Of course, at the moment the Holy One dies, the seal is broken. Speaking of this, her voice held a hint of excitement. Aiden couldn't help but shudder. People in the Massacre Church are indeed unusual. So, Lunia's story has been solved. I quite like a lot of things. Her overwhelming power in the Forest of Death, and the way she subdued a Lord-class monster as her guide. A guide? After thinking, Aiden asked in a low voice, then the real question is, why are you here? Lunia suddenly stopped eating. A hint of hesitation flashed across her face. A moment later, she spoke slowly. The Church of Massacre is about to collapse completely. Back to the time before, at the Tower of Carnage. The sky here was dyed a blood-red color. The followers of the church gathered below the tower. Spica stood on the high platform and spoke loudly. Children of the great god of carnage, we are the punishers of the wicked, causing unjust slaughter. But the last generation, immersed in peace, has forgotten that noble mission. She said she would be the one to fix it. Speaker paused for a moment before continuing. You all know, on the other side of the East Bank is the Grey Undead Legion, the greatest crime we need to judge. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the followers below immediately turned grim. At this moment, Speaker continued, we can't trick them forever. It's time to act. Within a month, they will launch a holy war, and will also exterminate those remnant demons, and stain the Grey Land with red blood. Hearing this, the followers were initially a bit surprised, but immediately afterwards, everyone showed a bloodthirsty smile. In just a moment, this place echoed with shouts that shook the heavens. Speaker was extremely pleased to see this scene. After hearing these words from Lunya, Kairos asked the Grey Undead Legion with a hint of surprise. Those bulls from the dead wastelands. Aiden nodded in confirmation. Yes, the Tor invaders. We are one of them as well. An immortal legion, led by Tor, who constantly regenerate. The Greylands have hundreds of giant Tor, leading over 10,000 other Tor. Even the first Saintess couldn't touch them. She could only prevent them from spilling out of the Greylands. Aiden narrowed his eyes towards Lunya, speaking gravely. Attacking their stronghold is suicide, even for one of the three great churches. I can only see the Church of Massacre digging its own grave, burying itself. Lunya nodded slightly, saying with a smile, that's why I came directly to you. Sir Merida left a prophecy. Aiden frowned, a look of doubt clouding his face as he listened. Asking about the prophecy, Lunya slowly recited the words of the prophecy. The beast that has been biding its time will seize the throne of my daughter and become my false daughter. The pitiful usurper will seek destruction. On the day the coldest blizzard blows, seek the one who breaks the winter chill and guides the corpse. Spring returns. He is the savior chosen by the god of fire. He will awaken the ancient emperor, buried beneath the black stake, to rise once more. On that day, the tower will fall and salvation will come. Aiden, having listened, understood the problem. He muttered to himself, so, the previous Holy One knew she would die. The usurper seeks destruction. Does that mean a holy war will sweep through the church? Lunya didn't directly acknowledge it. She only implied that time will answer that question. Ever since receiving the prophecy, I have always been searching for the one mentioned, the one in the prophecy, the one who shatters the winter's ice, leading the colors of spring back. And the one chosen by the fire god is none other than Aiden. You seem a bit unwilling. Actually, maybe this isn't such a bad thing. Maybe it's the only chance to get revenge on Speaker, the current holy saint of the Massacre Church. But someone like you can't work for free, can you? Thinking this, Aiden smirked and said, so you believe that I am the savior mentioned? Linnea calmly replied, well, you match the description of Meridanim the most anyway. Aiden lightly snapped his fingers and said, but why should I help? What if there's no reward? Linnea generously replied, you nailed it. Everything comes with a price. Hearing this, Aiden's face lit up with a smile. He asked slyly if she knew that. She must have prepared something, right? Linnea spoke slowly. Lord Merida also left a final message for the Savior. When you hear this message, you will accept your predetermined fate. Aiden had no idea what awaited him. His eyes sparkled. I wonder what kind of reward she has prepared. How wonderful could it be? But Linnea said something he didn't expect. Lord, Merida said that Mercenary is still alive. This news stunned Aiden. His expression turned grim in an instant. After the conversation with Lunya, Aiden returned to his office and sat there in silence. Curse couldn't help but speak up. Looks like the god of carnage has gotten under your skin. He bit his lip fiercely. Aiden gritted his teeth. If I ever meet the god of carnage, I'll punch that smug face of his. Curse sighed helplessly, asking doubtfully, so, what's the plan to stop her? The mad saint and her followers. Aiden casually replied, the prophet has already outlined a plan to awaken the ancient emperor buried beneath the black stake, to have him rise once more. On that day, the tower will fall and salvation will come. But to do that, there are many things that need to be prepared. First of all, they need the support of Count Tirith. Strengthening forces is the top priority in this plan. They'll have to use everything they have. Luckily, Tirith will probably be easy to cooperate with, like the Tower of Madness. The Cetus territory is also situated right next to the Dead Wastelands. If the Church and the Beastmen go to war, Cetus will also be affected. Theo, if he refuses, Aiden just needs to use Tyn's protection card. Then they'll have to sneak inside the Tower of Madness. Hearing this, Q asks suspiciously, "Wait, what's the plan?" Aiden replies calmly, "Inside the tower, there's a secret passage leading to the underground labyrinth, but it's riddled with deadly traps. Even someone in the transcendent realm would be in great danger. Only one person can make it through." On another front, in the north of a certain noble territory, in the dark night, alarm sounds are constantly ringing out. The noble, hearing this, frantically runs over. After watching his precious belongings vanish into thin air, the old man roared in frustration. "I've enhanced on Nin fivefold, and he still cleaned me out, while you lot remained clueless?" He angrily ordered, "Go and catch him for me immediately." At the same time, in the skies above this territory, a certain scoundrel appeared with a balloon boss. Showing up in this place, he looked down upon the chaos below from high above. His heart swelled with pride. He flashed a triumphant grin. "It's useless looking for me down there. I have my friend by my side. There's nothing this anonymous bandit can't steal."